Vhumad God chapter 5561 to chapter 5642. Those ancient families and monarch families were very worried. They didn't have any clues at all. At this moment, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Don't worry, everyone. I've found it. Is that true? Lin Gongzi. The surrounding experts were also delighted when they heard this. At the same time, they were also surprised. It was too unbelievable. They had so many great emperor families and ancient families, but they didn't have any clues. However, Lin Xian had them. As far as they knew, Lin Xian should have been cultivating in seclusion before. He had just come out and found an important clue. His strength was really unfathomable. The Yi family's patriarch said. What kind of clue was Lin Gongzi? The people of the Phoenix clan were also looking forward to it. Lin Xian told them some of the information he had obtained. After the others heard this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What? You're saying it's actually the ancient land of Tai Chu? Heavens, that's also a forbidden land, right? Yes, and it's not on burial earth, but in the true spirit world. They didn't expect another forbidden land to appear, and it actually condensed into the Jade person. The Kuanping clan's patriarch frowned. The ancient land of Tai Chu was not ordinary. There were many strange stones inside. Perhaps they contained some terrifying existence. Indeed, some precious strange stones could be cut into mysterious things. And the best strange stones were in the ancient land of Tai Chu. Lin Xian had also seen some scenes through the soul-searching. Apart from the sky spirit jade, he did see a few strange stones that were abnormally ancient. He said, that's why I'm looking for everyone. Since everyone is attacked by the Jade person, we should join forces. Let's go to the ancient land of Tai Chu together. At least, they had to hand over the antidote. Yes, that's right. Those families and sects also nodded. This time, they were already in such a sorry state. If they didn't take it, the Jade person would attack again. Then their losses would be even heavier. And this time, with Lin Xian leading, they were even more relieved. After all, Lin Xian had once challenged 2 forbidden lands. He was still alive and well. With this kind of strength, they were relieved. Therefore, they said, Lin Gongzi, we support you. You tell me what to do. That's right, Lin Gongzi. How should we proceed? You tell us. The people here were all old monsters who had lived for countless years, but they still had to respect Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, everyone, get ready. In 3 days, we will leave for the true spirit world. True spirit world. Their strength was also gradually recovering. Saints and martial artists could be seen everywhere. There were even some ancient existences that appeared. For example, some immortal foundations of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Moreover, his sacred grounds had become much stronger than before. Among them, the divine palace had become even more powerful. There were also many experts inside. When they learned that Lin Xian was going there, they were extremely excited. The sacred hall was also considered a member of the divine union. However, because of the quintessential world, Lin Xian did not allow the sacred hall's experts to go to the burial earth star. After all, the true spirit world was the origin star, a mysterious existence. Therefore, if they stayed there, they would have an unexpected effect at a critical moment. Peacock and Xing Tian led a group of experts from the sacred hall and gathered outside the land of absolute beginning. On the other side, the ancient families of the burial earth star were also moving. They met up with Lin Xian and the group headed to the quintessential world. These people were very fast because the Yi family and the Gu family originally had a foundation in the quintessential world. At the moment, there were still many people guarding the quintessential world. Therefore, they all used the transportation array. They were very fast. Soon, they appeared in the quintessential world. Obviously, besides Lin Xian, these great emperor families were not willing to give up on the quintessential world. One could imagine how important the quintessential world was. Let's go to the land of absolute beginning. In the central region of the land of absolute beginning, a group of people rose into the air and flew quickly. Finally, they arrived. There were many people in front of them. The Kuanping race frowned, and the Qilin race exclaimed. They felt that there were many experts. Could it be that the land of absolute beginning had come to intercept them? Lin Xian's eyes shone with the light of reincarnation. He looked forward, and then the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. He said that there was no need to worry. They were not from the land of absolute beginning. While the others were still puzzled, the experts in front flew over. These experts were very tall. Each of them was like a demon god. They had powerful strength. After arriving, the surrounding remote antiquity families felt a huge pressure. They were facing a great enemy. The people in front were led by two people. A tall man and a beautiful woman. After arriving, they bowed respectfully to Lin Xian, greeting the palace master. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were stunned. What palace master? They were actually Lin Xian's people. This scene was too shocking. Lin Wudi also had such a powerful force in the quintessential world. The Yi family and the Gu family were also surprised. They should be from the divine palace. They did not expect that they had grown to such a terrifying realm. It seemed that the current quintessential world was not inferior to the burial Earth star at all. Lin Xian nodded and said, "Rise." "How is it? How is the investigation?" Peacock walked over and took out a scroll. "The information we investigated is all here." After Lin Xian opened it, he read it with his soul. It was all about the land of absolute beginning. There had been a change in the land of absolute beginning recently. There would often be blood-red light shooting into the sky. However, it all happened at night. It was indeed very quiet during the day, and every time the blood-red light shot into the sky, it would only last for a short time. It seemed that the land of absolute beginning had indeed recovered. "Let's go." These people walked forward. The land of absolute beginning was very mysterious. The ground here was brown and had an ancient aura. The surrounding mountains had a desolate aura, making people feel as if they had entered the ancient era. Boom! When they approached, the surrounding mountains shook like seawater sweeping through the 9 heavens. Terrifying laws covered heaven and earth. The terrifying power caused the surrounding void to shatter. The surrounding people felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on them. The people of the land of absolute beginning had discovered them. What should they do? Should they attack? These people gritted their teeth. Terrifying laws also appeared on their bodies. However, Lin Xian walked out and shouted coldly, "Land of absolute beginning, it seems that you have indeed awakened. Then send someone out." Boom boom boom. As soon as he finished speaking, light flashed ahead. 3 figures appeared. These were 3 young people. After they came out, their expressions were arrogant as they raised their chins and shouted coldly. "Who are you? You dare to behave atrociously in the land of absolute beginning? Leave quickly. Otherwise, you will go to hell." As they spoke, these people also exuded an ancient, primordial power. On the other side, the people from the monarch and remote antiquity families frowned. The land of absolute beginning was too arrogant. So many of them came together, but the other party sent 3 young people. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He slapped forward with his hand. "You're courting death. How dare you attack us?" The 3 young men were furious. Although the other party had thousands of soldiers and horses, so what? The ancient emperor of Taichu was high and mighty and looked down on everything. But now, someone actually dared to attack them. The 3 of them roared angrily as resplendent light erupted from their bodies. Power swept out like raging waves crashing against the shore. They could tell that the one who attacked was a young man. They didn't take such a person to heart. The 2 collided, and a monstrous power swept out like a thunderclap. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? However, the 3 young men's expressions became incomparably ugly. Because the moment they collided with the other party, they felt their palms shatter. Then, that power tore their bodies into pieces. Their souls wanted to escape. But they were shattered by a slap. The 3 of them were terrified. They didn't expect the young man in front of them to be so terrifying. To be able to kill them in one move. With a scream, the 3 of them had their souls destroyed. Only a mist of blood drifted out. Were they dead? The eyelids of the clan of the ancients and the peerless sex behind them twitched. To be honest, although they could suppress the other party, they didn't dare to kill him. After all, this was the land of Taichu, and they were now in the other party's territory. If they really angered them, it would be extremely terrifying. After all, Mount Eternal and the desolate tomb had given them too much shock. Furthermore, they now knew that these forbidden lands of life all had mortal exalted existences. However, Lin Xian didn't seem to care at all and easily killed the people of the land of Taichu. Lin Xian retracted his palm and looked forward. He said coldly, "I think you guys haven't figured out the situation yet, and you sent 3 ants here? What a joke. Why don't you film something more serious, otherwise, we'll just walk in." A terrifying power rose from Lin Xian's body. It was as if he was a divine king that wanted to suppress the 9 heavens. The surrounding mountains shook violently once again. This time, it wasn't the power of the land of Taichu, but the power of Lin Xian's physique. Seeing that there was no sound from the other side, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stomped his foot, and a huge crack tore the ground apart. It was like a dragon from hell, spreading forward with its fangs and claws. The entire land was shattering. The surrounding people were shocked. No way, was Lin Wudi really going to attack? The ancient land of Grand Primordium ahead shook. At this moment, a cold shout came from inside. As soon as this voice rang out, the surrounding heaven and earth quieted down, and the earth no longer shattered. The large crack stopped. "Young people are too arrogant, daring to attack in our ancient land of absolute beginning. Who is your senior master? Get him to kneel on the ground and kowtow to apologize." "Just you?" Lin Xian sneered. It seemed that this ancient land of absolute beginning really didn't recognize him. He had probably just woken up and thought that he was a supreme existence. "And, you are not worthy of me taking action, but in order to punish you and to warn others, you can go to hell." A ray of light flew out from within. It was incomparably resplendent, and like a blazing sun, it shot towards Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. The power of the divine body bloomed brilliantly as if the god of the sun had descended, directly blowing away the dazzling light. At the same time, he let out a long howl and shot out a beam of sword chi towards the land of absolute primordium. With a loud bang, an earth-shattering explosion came from inside. There was also an exasperated roar. That voice was like the resurrection of an ancient demonic beast. It was obvious that the person inside was shamelessly angry. "Ant, do you want to die?" Lin Xian shouted coldly. "Do you have the ability to kill me? Come out and I'll destroy you with one hand." Endless aura surged from inside as a middle-aged man walked out. His expression was somewhat ferocious. It was obvious that he was the one who had fought with Lin Xian previously. And he had suffered a loss. After coming out, his gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. Boom, a saber appeared in his hand. It seemed to be made of rock. This was not an ordinary rock. It should be a strange rock. It might even be a treasure cut out of the strange rock. The middle-aged man held the stone saber and slashed forward. This time, his strength was even stronger than before. It was obvious that it was just a casual attack before. But now, he was really angry. Lin Xian laughed loudly. The flames that rose from his body turned into 9 suns that spun non-stop. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack. His palms turned into a demon god seal to resist the stone saber. "Ignorant ant, you dared to take my saber with your bare hands," the middle-aged man opposite him sneered, and his voice shook the sky. The two sides collided, and the stone saber trembled. How was that possible? The middle-aged man was shocked. The origin of the stone saber was extraordinary. Just as he was surprised, Lin Xian shouted angrily again and threw a punch. With a clang, the saber shook. Then, there were 2 more punches. The stone saber broke in the middle. The middle-aged man retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were about to pop out. Damn it, what kind of physique was that? How could this young man be so strange? Lin Xian had already arrived in front of him and stretched out a palm. The demonic aura on it was monstrous. The demon god palm. Damn it. The middle-aged man threw out both fists. His fists and arms were petrified. There were ancient runes on them that could break the sky. Boom, the demon god palm landed mercilessly, shattering his palm. The middle-aged man fell to the ground. He knelt on the ground and looked up at the sky. His entire being had gone mad. No, what kind of power was that? He wanted to resist, but he was slapped to the ground. Too weak. Lin Xian said coldly. I told you to send someone with power. Are the people in Taichu ancient land trash? A cold voice sounded. The middle-aged man wanted to die. He was actually slapped in the face by a young man, and he couldn't resist at all. Behind him, the emperor race people were also shocked. Lin Wudi's strength seemed to have increased again. His cultivation speed was way too fast. He was a monster. One had to know that geniuses cultivated very quickly. But at their level, they were already peak great saints. If they wanted to take another step forward, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But Lin Xian seemed to be an exception. Lin Xian was stronger than the Holy Lord. He was the Triple Crown champion. Logically speaking, cultivating like this was very peaceful. Breaking through was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. But now, Lin Xian's strength had become stronger than before. That was why they were so shocked. Lin Xian's voice sounded between heaven and earth, but there was still no response. Lin Xian couldn't laugh coldly, right? I'll send him to hell. I'll only give you 3 seconds. 3:21 time was up. Lin Xian's palm erupted with endless demonic light as he struck out again. Stop, an old voice sounded from inside. It seemed that Taichu ancient land was finally going to send out a powerhouse. However, it was already too late. Lin Xian's demonic light directly enveloped the middle-aged man, destroying his heart and soul. You dare. The old voice inside was instantly filled with killing intent. The light in front flickered and turned into an old man. The old man was so angry that his body trembled. He stared ahead, his face frighteningly dark. How dare you try to kill me, he roared. Humph. I said that I would give you 3 seconds. However, if you don't come out after 3 seconds, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian said coldly. His attitude was very domineering. After all, they had come all the way here to force the Heaven Ascension Spirit Jade to hand over the antidote. This process wouldn't be simple. Hence, they had to be firm right from the start. Who are you, young man? There are some places where you can't behave atrociously. The old man's gaze was like a lamp. Lin Xian said proudly. Me? Lin Xian. Lin Wudi, I am the leader of the Divine Union. This time, the Gu family, Yi family, Phoenix tribe, and other great emperor clans have followed me. Lin Xian waved his hand behind him, and the people behind him stepped forward. A powerful aura swept out in all directions. The old man's pupils shrank and his expression changed. Damn it. How could it be so terrifying? He had originally thought that it was just a bunch of reckless people. Who would have thought that so many great emperor clans would come together? These people couldn't be thinking of attacking the land of absolute beginning, right? Although they were a forbidden land and were powerful, if so many great emperor clans joined forces, they wouldn't be able to handle it. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. What do you want? Do you want to start a war with the land of absolute beginning? Do you know how strong the land of absolute beginning is? It's not something that your great emperor clans can compare to unless your ancient emperor is reborn. Otherwise, you can't do anything to us. As he spoke, an ancient aura erupted from his body. At the same time, many stone talismans flickered on his body. Lin Xian smiled. Old man, don't be nervous. We won't attack you for the time being. I'm only here to make you promise me something. Why was the old man frowning? Lin Xian said. I heard that the land of absolute beginning has a piece of spiritual jade that condenses into a person in the jade and assassinates people everywhere. Now, hand it over. What? You actually know? This old man was really too shocked. That psychic jade was their secret. How could anyone else know? Moreover, they had just awakened in the land of absolute beginning and had yet to come into contact with the people outside. Who are you? How do you know these things? He stared at Lin Xian with killing intent. If you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. Those jade people are too impudent. They actually dared to offend us. He had even offended these great emperor clans. This time, I brought people here to demand an explanation. Do you really think the land of absolute beginning can be so arrogant as to go against all these emperor clans? The old man at the front had an ugly expression on his face. He quickly formed a hand seal and sent a voice transmission. This news had to reach the people inside. Soon, another woman walked out from inside. This was a middle-aged woman with a phoenix crown on her head. She was incomparably cold. He said coldly after coming out. So it was the various emperor clans. Jade Man is indeed from our ancient land of Grand Primordium. It's just that he snuck out to play behind our backs. I might have accidentally hurt you all, so I apologize to you all. Everyone, please go back. What? You want us to go back? The people at the back were also in an uproar. Was he a beggar? The monarch clan's faces also darkened. Their great emperor clans had always been the overlords of the universe. Who dared to treat them like this? Sure enough, the Yi family people snorted coldly. Yi Wudao walked out and said. So what if you're from a forbidden land? Aren't you a little too arrogant? The Qilin's son sneered. Just an apology was enough. Hand over the antidote. The land of Kuanping walked out and said loudly. Hand over the spirit channeling jade. Otherwise, if we join forces, even if you're from a forbidden land, you won't be able to resist us. Do you want to fight? The cold woman snorted coldly. Do you think only your great emperor clans can join forces? Unfortunately, forbidden lands can join forces as well. So, if we really fight, it won't be just your great emperor clans. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the monarch clans changed. The cold woman smiled. Of course, your great emperor clans are high and mighty. It's understandable that you're not convinced now. How about this? I'll give you a choice. We'll send 3 people here. You can fight one-on-one. As long as you can win, we'll agree to your request. We'll give you some antidote. How about it? This way, since they made a move, they would be able to probe the current strength of these emperor clans, and their foundations wouldn't be damaged. After all, they were only sending 3 people. The land of absolute beginning could advance and retreat freely. Sure, this was also a good opportunity. Those emperor clan people all laughed. They didn't want to start a full-scale war. Now that they were only sending a few people to fight one-on-one, they were still very confident. After all, the other party didn't limit them. They were only young people. The older generation experts could also fight. Alright, everyone, wait. After an incense stick's worth of time, we'll begin. The cold woman walked in. Soon, she arrived at the depths of the land of absolute beginning. There was a blood-colored jade floating there, emitting a blood-colored light. The cold woman said. Everything was going according to plan. There were a few stones around them. They stood there, emitting an ancient aura. These were all very mysterious stones. A few voices came from inside. The people of the monarch clans don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They think they can fight against us. This time, we've awakened. We want to rule the world. The monarch clans can't stop us. Another voice sounded. The psychic jade in the middle snorted coldly. He said, I sensed that the person in the jade I sent out was killed by someone. Moreover, I sensed that person outside. When we attack later, we must kill him and suppress his soul. I want him to live a life worse than death. The old woman bowed respectfully. Yes, I understand. Then, she waved her jade-like hand. The 3 of you, come out with me. 3 cracks appeared on the ground, and 3 pieces of rock emerged from the cracks. The light on the 3 stones gradually became brighter, flickering like stars. Who is awakening us? Is it our turn to appear? Humph, I'll tear the enemy into pieces. The 3 voices were different, but they were filled with incomparable confidence. The cold woman turned around and walked out with the 3 stones. Outside, the people from the monarch clans were also discussing. They decided to see who the other party sent first before making any plans. After all, they had more people on their side, so they had more choices. Lin Xian also stood with his hands behind his back, narrowing his eyes. He wondered how strong the land of absolute beginning was. Previously, the people sent out by the desolate spirit in Mount Eternal were all double crown kings. The land of absolute beginning should be about the same. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Look, they came out. The people from the ancient land of Taichu had indeed come. After the surrounding people looked over, they frowned. It was actually 3 stones. What kind of enemy was this? Could it be a strange stone? There was a terrifying existence inside. Could it be some ancient thing? Some people from the families and sects frowned. The people from the emperor race were cold. Humph, so what? They had never been afraid of anyone before. The cold woman walked over and said, "These 3 are the opponents that I have carefully selected for you. How about this? I won't bully you. You can send a total of 9 people. As long as one of these 9 people can defeat the 3 of them, then it's fine." What? 9 people? Was she looking down on them? The people from the Gu family were instantly enraged. The Qilan's son, Kuanpeng's son, and the others also snorted coldly. There were 3 people on the other side, but they wanted 9 people. They were completely looking down on them. No need, just 3 will do. The people from the Gu family shouted angrily. One of them walked out. Old man, come. This was an old man. The power of space on his body was extremely terrifying. It was Elder Gu Shao. Countless people exclaimed. This was a veteran sacred leader. He was extremely terrifying. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. When such a person worked together, the power of space would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. Was he an elder? The cold woman on the other side narrowed her eyes, but she soon smiled. It didn't matter, no matter what age or cultivation level, they could come. He had checked, and the oldest among these people was only a sacred ancestor. There wasn't even a quasi-emperor, and there wasn't even anyone who had 1 foot in the Saint realm. Then how could these people be compared to them? If a quasi-emperor didn't come, these people wouldn't be a match at all. There were still 2 spots left. Who should they send? Some people discussed. I'll do it. The Qilan's son strode out. Now that his strength had increased compared to before, he was an extremely terrifying existence among the double champions. Moreover, he was the emperor's son, so when he walked out, everyone exclaimed. Although the fire Qilan was not as good as Lin Xian, he was still a very terrifying existence. He belonged to the top geniuses. They all looked at the last figure. Who was it? Should they let Lin Gongzi fight? Some people said. However, there were also people who said that they were not worthy of Lin Gongzi taking action. That's right. Lin Gongzi is so strong. I don't think we need Lin Gongzi in this battle. Voices sounded one after another. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes at Leaf Dao Denier. You just came out, aren't you going to show off your skills? Fine, Leaf Dao Denier said. Since you're not going, I'll go. The 3 of them stepped out and walked forward. Elder Gu Shao of the Gu clan, the Fire Qilan, and Yi Wudao. 2 young people? The aloof woman sneered. Alright, let's begin then. The first stone flew out, and a loud voice came from it. He spun quickly and turned into a burly man. The big man held the giant hammer and said coldly. Old thing, go to hell. The hammer struck out, emitting an incomparably violent aura, causing the 9 heavens to shake. So powerful. Countless people were shocked. Elder Gu Shao sneered. As he opened and closed his hands, the space was banished. Endless space power condensed and swept in all directions. The opponent was instantly banished. Damn it, the burly man swept in all directions in the space storm. The warhammer in his hand was constantly waving, bringing with it a destructive aura. Heavens, he could actually resist the space storm. He was really too strong. Was this the Taichu ancient land? It was indeed terrifying. Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. After exchanging 50 moves, Elder Gu Shao completely let go of his opponent. He won the first battle. Countless people exclaimed. That's great. Elder Gu Shao's lips curled up. He was just SOSO. The aloof woman frowned. Space magic. Was he from the Gu family, a descendant of the Void Emperor? His face was cold. He did not expect the opponent to be so strong. But so what? He was a senior figure. It was one thing for him to be strong. He should be a living fossil. he would definitely not lose the other 2 battles. So what if these 2 young people were strong? In his opinion, Gu Xiao should be the one with the most terrifying strength. As for the other 2, they were completely useless. He really did not think highly of these people. In fact, it was not surprising. The Taichu ancient land had just awakened and did not collect any information. In their opinion, this world was similar to when they were in hibernation. The human race had withered and there were no experts. However, they did not know that the golden era had already arrived. These people had already experienced countless battles and tests. Their combat strength was shocking. Therefore, the Taichu ancient land had really miscalculated this time. The fire Qilin came for the second battle. On the other side, a cold voice sounded. His body also emitted a terrifying flame light. It was a kind of earth fire. Do you believe that I can kill you in one move? The earth fire in the sky danced over. The fire Qilin sneered. He walked among the fire. With just you, I am the king of fire. With a roar, a Qilin rune appeared on his body. There was also a terrifying phantom. Qilin arm, with a strike, it directly pierced through the earth fire. The strange stone was sent flying. The strange stone turned into a pale-faced man. He spat out blood and his face was filled with shock. Damn it, what's going on? Who are you? The fire Qilin roared. I am the Qilin's son. His flames became more and more terrifying, sweeping in all directions. The pale-faced man continued to vomit blood from his mouth. The cold woman's expression also changed. This aura. Bloodline. The Qilin's son. He was the son of a great emperor. Damn it. His expression was cold. Even someone like his disciple had made a move. The Qilin's son won the second battle. There was still one last battle. The cold woman's expression became incomparably ugly. He had lost both battles. This was a slap to his face. The imperial sons had appeared, but the last one should not be. This battle was incomparably won. Moreover, when he saw the third stone, the corners of his mouth curled up. This stone was personally requested by the psychic blood jade. It was very powerful. Not only did it have to win the battle, but it also had to kill the person who injured the person in the jade. Therefore, this stone was the most powerful. It's up to you now. The cold woman said to the third stone. The strange stone nodded. I'll kill you in one move. It stared at Leaf Doudenier. Then, it quickly transformed into a man in blood-red armor. He held a blood-red spear in his hand, which was dripping with blood. Kill, his blood-red eyes pierced the 9 heavens as he charged toward Leaf Doudenier. Leaf Doudenier didn't move at all. The blood-armored man's lips curled up. Had his opponent been scared silly by his aura? Fine. I'll kill him, then deal with the enemy. When he arrived in front of his opponent, Leaf Doudenier reached out and grabbed the spear. Stupid thing, how dare you grab my weapon? All the blood in your body is withering. Go to hell. He sneered and waved his spear. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he discovered that the other party's palm was like a boulder, making his weapon unable to move at all. How was this possible? Break for me, the spear trembled. That power was enough to shatter heaven and earth. However, Yi Doudeniers' palm was unharmed. Yi Doudenier said, "You're too weak. You disappoint me." He threw out a punch. Behind him, the phantom of a divine king of the 9 heavens appeared, suppressing everything. With a boom, the blood-armored man was sent flying, and his body was torn into pieces. He won. That's great. He won all 3 battles. The people from the monarch race cheered. They heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were surprised. Yi Doudenier was indeed strong enough. He was the Triple Crown champion. As for the cold and haughty woman, she was completely stunned. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was going on? Why did this person feel even more terrifying than the second imperial prince? Who was he? What kind of aura was that? It felt like the Triple Crown champion. Impossible. How could there be an imperial prince and a Triple Crown champion in this era? This was impossible. He roared crazily. Lin Xian, who was beside him, laughed. The ancient land of Taichu is really trash. Didn't you investigate after you woke up? Originally, I had high hopes for you, but I didn't expect you to be so far inferior to Mount Eternal and the desolate forest. Damn it, how could it be like this? The cold woman's expression was ugly. The strength of these people was completely beyond her expectations. It seemed that the changes in this era were greater than they had imagined. Humph, don't be so smug. So what if you've become stronger? Can you really contend against us? The cold woman snorted coldly. At this moment, Lin Xian walked out and slapped forward with another large hand. Damn brat, how dare you attack me? He roared crazily. At the same time, he also attacked. He pointed out a finger, which transformed into a divine sword and pierced toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the demon god's seal and slashed out. It carried a terrifying aura, as if the demon emperor had awakened. The cold woman was disdainful at first, but when she really fought with Lin Xian, she realized how powerful Lin Xian was. How could he fight against such a person? Damn it, the Triple Crown! He exclaimed. Leaf Dao Denier was already a Triple Crown champion, so who could have guessed that another Triple Crown champion would appear, and from the looks of it, this person was even more terrifying. With a clang, his finger was broken. Her scream was like a ghost from the ninth heaven, extremely ear-piercing. Not good. It's a soul attack. Quickly defend. The surrounding people retreated one after another, preparing to defend themselves. Lin Xian sneered. 6 paths of reincarnation, suppress him. 6 illusory worlds appeared between heaven and earth, spinning non-stop, crushing his opponent's soul. At the same time, Lin Xian attacked again. The demon emperor's inheritance reappeared, turning into a terrifying demon god steel. A black heavenly steel fell from the sky and hit the cold woman. Boom, the cold woman's soul was first attacked, and then she vomited blood after being hit by a demon world stone monument. His body was completely torn apart. Damn it, you dare to kill me? She roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The demon world stone monument directly suppressed her. Then, Lin Xian walked over and grabbed her with one hand. Kill you? No, you're still useful. Lin Xian walked into the land of absolute beginning. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. The people from the monarch race also said, let's go, follow him. Now that things had reached this point, they had to continue attacking. Originally, the strange stones inside didn't care about the situation outside. However, when they discovered that Lin Xian and the others had entered, they were completely furious. Someone was attacking the array formation. Who was it? Inside the land of absolute beginning, these mysterious existences rose into the air one by one. Those were all strangely shaped stones. They emitted an extremely terrifying light, turning into rays of light that pierced through the front. It was those people outside. Damn it, how did they fight their way in? Could it be that they had won? That was impossible. Once we make our move, who can fight against us? Not good. Why do I feel like the array formation is about to shatter? Another round stone cried out in alarm. What kind of joke was this? Who could break through our array formation? Another stone that was as tall as a small mountain let out a low voice. It shook the void until it trembled. Just as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound suddenly came from ahead. Then, endless cracks spread out in all directions. The pupils of the strange stones inside constricted. The array formation was really broken. That was impossible. They were all stunned. In the next moment, they saw a group of people walking over. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura of the extreme Dao filled the air. Damn it, it was an extreme Dao weapon. These people looked nervous and instantly rushed over. Stop! In an instant, 9 strange stones appeared. They stood between heaven and earth, and were as big as small mountains. The small ones were only the size of footballs. Releasing an extreme Dao weapon here, could it be that you want our human sovereigns to make a move? These strange stones turned into figures one after another as they shouted coldly. Elder, save me! At this moment, a weak voice sounded. The 9 strange stones in front looked forward. In the next moment, their pupils constricted because they discovered that the cold woman had been injured and completely suppressed. Damn brat, you're courting death, one of the old men slapped out with his palm. His palm was extremely terrifying. It was blue, like the blue of the deep sea. There were extremely terrifying runes on it. The origin of this stone was extremely extraordinary. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you dare to move, I'll destroy your soul. With a crack, the cold woman let out a miserable cry. The blue palm in the sky stopped, and the killing intent in the old man's eyes was astonishing. If you dare to touch her, I'll make you die without a burial ground. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate obediently, I won't bother to make a move on this piece of trash. Lin Xian threw the cold woman to the ground and stepped on her back. Then, he looked forward. Alright, it was time to get down to business. When the 9 strange stones in front saw this scene, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Who was this young man? He was too daring. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He said, "Where's the divine spirit jade? Tell him to come out." Hearing this, the pupils of the strange stones constricted. Who do you think you are? How dare you clamor in front of us? You'd better cooperate obediently. The old phoenix walked over. That's right, Yi Wudao also walked over with his people. One by one, the monarch race and the clan of the ancients came to Lin Xian's side. Their bodies emitted powerful auras. So many people. What a terrifying aura, and I can feel the power of the monarch race. You're from the monarch race, and there's more than one of you. At this moment, the 9 strange stones in front were completely stunned. They didn't expect such a terrifying force to come. It was completely out of their expectations. The people of the ancient land of Taichu knew about the existence of the monarch races, but they didn't expect them to join forces. One had to know that the interests of these monarch families were definitely different. There were even grudges, so how could they join forces to fight against each other? But now, so many monarch families had come. The number of people shocked them. And from the looks of it, these people had already joined forces. How did they do it? Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge Lin Gongzi? Hurry up and apologize to Lin Gongzi. The old Qilin of the Qilin clan walked out and shouted coldly. In front of him, the mountain-like figure was completely stunned. This was the Qilin clan. A monarch family was so protective of this young man. Could it be that this young man was an emperor? He looked forward carefully. But when he saw that there was a young man beside the old Qilin, he was completely stunned. That young man had the bloodline of a monarch, right? The other party wasn't an emperor, but his status was higher than an emperor. Who was this? The old phoenix also walked out and said, "Apologize to Lin Gongzi, or don't blame us for being impolite." Wow, the Phoenix clan was also protecting this young man. Lin Gongzi had once done them a favor, so apologize. The people of the Kuanping clan also walked over. Next, the Yiangu families also expressed their stance. The 9 strange stones in front were completely stunned. So many monarch families were all standing beside a young man, and it seemed that this young man was the leader. Heavens! Who was this young man? Was he the reincarnation of a monarch? They were all crazy. Now they finally knew why these monarch families could join forces. The reason was this young man. They all stared at Lin Xian, wanting to see through him. Lin Xian's face darkened. I'll say it again, and it's also the last time. Where's the psychic blood jade? Let him come over. How should I address you? At this moment, the old man in blue who had attacked earlier also spoke. This time, his tone was no longer as arrogant. Instead, there was a trace of shock. Lin Xian, Lin Wudi. So it was Lin Gongzi. Why was Lin Gongzi looking for the psychic blood jade? The old man even bowed respectfully. His attitude was completely different from before. There was nothing they could do. Even the monarch families had such an attitude. This young man was too mysterious, so they didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Psychic blood jade, how dare you hurt my friends? I'm here today to ask for the antidote. And let the psychic jade to help my friends. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying your ancient land. Damn it. The strange stone that was the size of the small mountain. However, he was stopped by the blue-clothed old man. The other rocks also wore cold expressions. They quickly transmitted their voices. What should they do? T. However, the sovereign of the human realm had not fully awakened yet and was still making her final preparations. After all, that time hadn't arrived yet. There was still nearly a year to go. It would be great if it was a year earlier. Forget it, let's take a step back first. Let's not have a conflict now. After a year, we'll make them all kneel at our feet. The strange stones discussed with each other. In the end, they decided not to have a conflict now. After waiting for a year. Therefore, they said, all right, everyone, please wait a moment. I'll get the psychic jade to come over. The blue-clothed old man left to look for the psychic jade and tell it about the matter. The psychic jade was so angry that it almost vomited blood. Why? Lowering its head to a young man, and apologizing, damn it, who did he think he was? One had to know that the origin of the psychic jade was also extremely extraordinary. But now, it was too sullen. It was slapped in the face and couldn't even resist. There's no hurry. What we need now is time. We only need to wait for a year. Moreover, our judgment was wrong, which led to the current situation. Next, we have to properly investigate what's going on in this world and what changes have happened. The psychic jade had no choice. Alright, I'll give you face. This time, I'll give in. But a year later, I'll destroy their souls. Don't worry, a year later, we'll rule the world without you doing anything. When that time comes, no one will be able to stop us. After discussing, the two of them walked out. When the psychic jade came out, everyone looked in front of it curiously. Was that the true body of the jade man? What a terrifying blood aura. This jade definitely had an extraordinary origin. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. That was indeed the case. He could sense that the blood-red glow contained within the sky-piercing spirit jade was extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't the blood of a great emperor, it was still extremely terrifying. No wonder it could create so many jade men. You're the psychic jade, right? Hand over the antidote, and I'll spare your life. Even though the psychic jade was mentally prepared, it still trembled with anger when it heard such arrogant words. It almost fell out of the sky. It stared at Lin Xian. It's you, it gritted its teeth. It could sense that it was Lin Xian who had searched its soul. Hand over the antidote. Yi Wudao stepped forward. The old phoenix also said in a low voice. The Gu family, the Kuanping family, and the others all shouted coldly. With so many great emperor families appearing together, even the psychic jade felt like it was facing a great enemy. It gritted its teeth and said, fine, fine, I'll give you the antidote. Its body shook, and blood-red light flew out of it, turning into jade droplets one after another. These jade droplets were crystal clear, and mysterious runes of the great Tao flickered on them. Put it on them, and they'll recover in 3 days. Great, it's the antidote. The large families and the clan of the ancients were overjoyed after receiving the jade droplets. This time, it went smoother than they had imagined. Lin Xian also took the jade droplets and said, that's good. If you dare to play any tricks, I'll cut you down with my sword. Let's go. Lin Xian turned and left with his people. Throughout the entire process, the land of Primordium didn't make a move, nor did it stop them. The demonic world steel on the cold woman's body disappeared, but her eyes were wide open. Even the elders didn't make a move. Was this young man already so strong? After Lin Xian and the others left, the psychic jade roared, despicable ant. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me? I won't let him go. His name is Lin Wudi, right? Go and find out who he is. I want all the information on him. One order after another was given. The ancient emperor of Primordium's people began to search for information. This time, they were slapped in the face because they were careless and made a mistake. They promised that this would be the last time, and they wouldn't make a mistake again. Soon, all kinds of information about Lin Xian's battle achievements spread, causing the land of Primordium's experts to gasp. When the land of Absolute Beginning saw Lin Xian's information, they were also stunned. They had not expected this young man to be so terrifying. Such a heaven-defying genius had actually appeared while they were in slumber. It was no wonder that those monarch races were afraid of him. It turned out that this person was too powerful. Tong Tian Spiritual Jade said. So what if he was powerful? When the time came, he would be the first to be killed. Yes, that's right. The eyes of the other mystical stones were also shining brightly. In the past, such a person could have become an emperor. Not to mention this golden era. They could not let him have any hope of becoming an emperor. These people secretly gritted their teeth. As long as the time was right, they would attack Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had also returned to the buried Emperor Star. They returned to their own sects and families to rescue their clansmen. Lin Xian and the others had also arrived at the Divine Union. On the way, they opened the frozen palace. The ice melted and the jade drops were injected into the bodies of Baisusu, Savage Wilderness Ancestor and the others. 3 days later, these people returned to normal and opened their eyes one by one. Am I done? The toad jumped up and took a closer look. Then, it laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I'm finally done. Kid, how did you guys do it? Lin Xian told them what had happened. Baisusu and the others were shocked. It had actually gone so smoothly. It seemed like the land of absolute beginning had been too careless. If it had been the desolate tomb or Mount Eternal, it would not have been so easy. Indeed, Lin Xian nodded. It was indeed very smooth this time, but he also said that. What he said was, when the mystical stones were communicating with their souls, I used my Rinnegan to capture some of their conversation. It seemed like they were saying that they would take revenge in a year. What? When these words came out, Morong Qingqing and the others were shocked. They did not know about this news either. Savage Wilderness Ancestor and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They would take revenge in a year, so soon? Lin Xian said. Not only that. I'm guessing that the change of heaven and earth is related to a year later. Therefore, we don't have much time left. Everyone became nervous. Only 1 year left? To them, this was the true instant of a snap of a finger. Following that, everyone worked even harder in their cultivation so that they could prepare for the upcoming battle a year later. Miraculous things kept happening in the universe and in the myriad of worlds. The others also knew that a great opportunity was about to arrive. Heavenly Saber Sect. The saber techniques of the peerless great sects were extremely terrifying. A team from the Skyblade sect. He had rushed over from the outer realm. They first went to train and gather information about the universe. When they returned, they were also shocked. They saw a jade rabbit jumping in the universe. Every time, the universe would collapse and the earth would crack as if it was about to be destroyed. They were only able to return by luck. However, they had brought back a lot of information that might be useful when the time came. These people quickly returned to their clans. However, along the way, their shadows were inexplicably connected. He couldn't even move his body. What's going on? I'm being controlled. These people shouted in fear and anger, trying to escape. As a result, their shadows stood up and directly attacked them. These people were beaten until they vomited blood. Damn it, the shadows actually counterattacked. These people shouted crazily and attacked the illusory shadows. However, these were their own shadows. They couldn't move them at all. However, these shadows easily subdued and suppressed them. In the next moment, a trace of emptiness appeared in their eyes. Everyone was controlled by their shadows. Humph, soon, the corners of these people's mouths curled into a sneer. They walked back. These people returned to the Skyblade sect. After returning, these people took out the information. The elders and leaders of the Skyblade sect were very happy. They studied it carefully. However, at this moment, their shadows were also controlled and attacked them. A great battle broke out, and the Skyblade sect fell into a strange state. Not only that, but other than the Skyblade sect, some of the other sects and families were also inexplicably controlled by their shadows. This time, it was even more terrifying. Because very few people could escape. After all, everyone had a shadow. In the end, 50 families and sects were controlled by the shadows. They attacked at the same time. Their target was the Great Emperor's family. And it was the Qilin clan. When the Qilin clan was attacked, they were also shocked. Did these people eat the guts of a leopard? They actually dared to attack them. Kill! These people shouted crazily. However, among them, many people from the Qilin clan were unknowingly controlled and attacked in secret. This caused the people from the Qilin clan to suffer heavy injuries. Quickly, activate the apex weapon, damn it, who dares to control our clansmen? They roared crazily. In this situation, it was obvious that their souls were being controlled. A divine furnace bloomed with light between heaven and earth, illuminating the entire world. The aura of the apex weapon swept through everything. The dozens of clans were forced to retreat. Although the Qilin clan had settled down, they had also suffered heavy losses. After all, this time, the disciples of their clans had all been affected. These people's expressions were ugly. In fact, their Qilin son was injured. He was injured by his own elder. As for that elder, he was reduced to ashes by the apex weapon. What happened? It was the Qilin clan. The Qilin clan had used their apex weapon. Who dared to attack them? The people from the buried Emperor Star raised their heads to look at the sky. The Emperor clans also frowned. Previously, they had just been attacked by the person in jade. Now, the Qilin clan was being attacked. Was the land of Absolute beginning going to make a move? The people of the Divine Union were also in an uproar. Lin Xian walked out of the sword world once again. He frowned when he sensed the aura of the apex weapon. Everyone had to be careful. He told the people of the Divine Union not to go out. At the same time, a few of them went forward to investigate. The people from the Emperor clan also came. When they found out that it wasn't the land of Absolute beginning that had made a move, they were even more shocked. It was actually dozens of ancient clans. Were these people crazy? However, this wasn't the end. A month later, another battle would start. Their target was the clans of the Emperor clan. This time, they were attacking the Kuanping clan. The Kuanping clan had no choice but to activate their apex weapon. However, they still suffered some injuries. This made their expressions even colder. This was because they realized that the number of clans attacking them this time was even greater than before. They were crazy. They were completely crazy. The people from the Qilin clan were shocked. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air. What was the reason? Why were these clans so crazy? In an instant, everyone felt as if they were facing a great enemy. They felt that these dozens of clans were very likely being controlled by someone. Who could have such a heaven-defying method? How strong was the spirit? Even Lin Wudi's 6 paths of reincarnation couldn't do it. Things weren't over yet. After this, more and more families, sects, experts, and rogue cultivators were controlled. The number had reached a terrifying level. There were hundreds of families and sects, and soon, there were more than 300. And it was still increasing. This scene terrified the people on the buried Emperor Star. The target of these people was the great emperor families. The clans of the martial monarchs roared furiously. For many years, no one had dared to challenge them. They had never expected such a scene to occur. However, they weren't afraid. So what if there were more families and sects? However, the situation didn't ease. Gradually, in addition to the buried Emperor Star, the other worlds in the universe were also controlled. There were even some worlds that were completely controlled. Moreover, they attacked the great emperor families. The great emperor families were furious. At this moment, they had no choice but to treat it seriously. In the end, they even activated their extreme weapons. Extreme Dao power swept across the world. Those great emperor clans unleashed their extreme Dao light, sweeping through everything in their path. The others were shocked. It was too unbelievable. When had the great emperor families ever been challenged like this? Apart from Lin Wudi, no one had dared to challenge them. However, this time, someone had attacked the great emperor families. It wasn't just one great emperor family. A few martial monarch clans were affected. Who was the enemy? They actually didn't know. Could it be that another forbidden land was making a move? Countless people guessed. Naturally, the Divine Union was also affected. This was because they also had extreme weapons on their side. The people of the Divine Union were in an uproar. The Crimson Dragon said, "Damn it, this method was too terrifying." The Toad said, "Could it be that a great emperor has been resurrected?" Lin Xian frowned. He also unleashed his extreme aura. The heaven-devouring jar bloomed, forming an endless black hole that surrounded the entire Divine Union to prevent those people from attacking. He probed and said, if it's soul control, how strong is this soul power? Even a boundary emperor couldn't do it. Is it really a great emperor? He thought of the half-frog back then. Could it be the other half? Using such a method to attack, of course, this was only his guess. Besides soul control, there were other methods of control. There were some methods that he couldn't think of. If it were other methods, perhaps he would have a way to do it. Above the buried Emperor star, there are extreme Tao lights flying all day long. Terrifying extreme Tao aura swept through the 9 heavens. To fight against the other experts. Great battles broke out every day, causing countless people to feel terrified. They thought it was the end of the world because nothing like this had ever happened before. The only relatively safe places were the 2 forbidden areas in the human world and the residents of heaven. The Z mansion also possessed imperial armaments. However, their identities were too mysterious. Thus, no one dared to attack them. Although the Divine Union had suffered a blow, they still had an extreme-grade weapon. It would be very difficult for these people to break in. It was almost impossible. However, he still had to be on guard. If the Forbidden Land of Life or the Purple Mansion joined forces with these people, then the situation would not be good. Lin Xian had guessed correctly. Some of the Forbidden Lands had joined forces. Mount Eternal and Huang Ling once again brought the power of supreme beings to join hands with these people. They were preparing to attack the monarch clans. The surprising thing was that the Zifu Dao didn't do anything. The Purple Mansion had always been very quiet. It was unknown what the Purple Mansion was doing. The people of the Z government were also puzzled. A few elders had said that this was the best opportunity to attack Lin Wudi. Kill him, and we can take revenge. However, the chief of the Z government said, nobody is allowed to go out, just wait. The time was not right yet. After he finished speaking, he ignored those people and looked up at the sky. This was only the beginning of the changes in the world. The real show was yet to come. He knew who these people were, but it was impossible for these people to attack the Ground Clan. However, it was enough to set off a storm. Sure enough, after the 2 Forbidden Lands joined in, the situation changed. The power of Immortal Realm's supreme weapon was extremely terrifying. Although it wasn't an extreme weapon, it actually dared to contend against an extreme weapon. In addition, there were too many experts, clans, and sects that were being controlled. All of a sudden, those great emperor clans were in danger. After all, continuously using an extreme-grade weapon would consume a lot of their energy. Finally, on this day, the Yi family was the first to recover. The suppression of the Celestial Emperor's cauldron sent a group of experts flying, turning them into ashes. After the Yi clan, the Gu clan had also fully recovered. Their extreme weapons had repelled the attackers. In an instant, the situation eased a little. However, the remaining people didn't run away. Instead, they were still accumulating energy. The Divine Union also frowned. They had also used an extreme weapon. The Desolate Tower recovered fully and repelled the enemies. Damn it, these Forbidden Lands were actually targeting them. It seemed like they wanted to take revenge. Fortunately, they had 3 extreme weapons on their side. Even if Yenryu went back to protect the Demon Emperor Mountain, they still had 2 extreme weapons on their side. However, on this day, a blue radiance flew over from the sky. The array set up by the Crimson Dragon shook. What the hell was that? Many of his array formations had been frozen. What terrifying ice! Who was it? The people of the Divine Union were shocked. After they recovered their extreme weapons, those people didn't attack them. Instead, they confronted them. Who would have thought that someone would attack them today? Susu, Toad, and the others walked out. Their eyes were shining with the most terrifying radiance. Did they want to fight? They would accompany them to the end. Wait a minute. Lin Xian frowned. Why did this ice feel so familiar? His 9-yang divine body began to sway. What happened to Brother Xian? Morong Qingqing was shocked. How could the divine body change like this? Even the dark red divine dragon said, Kid, could it be that you've been plotted against? Lin Xian said, No, it's her. She's here. Who was it? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Morong Qingqing was also puzzled. Lin Xian said, Qingqing, Do you remember what I told you? About the 99 yang. Morong Qingqing was also stunned. Then, she said, could it be? She naturally knew about Lin Xian's past. Lin Xian didn't hide it from her and told her everything. When Lin Xian had just arrived at the buried Emperor Star, he had met a woman who had obtained the 99 yang inheritance and even become Lin Xian's woman. Morong Qingqing knew about this. It was just that she had never had the chance to meet that woman. Who would have thought that she would come today? That's right, it was her. Lin Xian nodded. Only she could make the 9 yang divine body change like this. Lin Xian was extremely excited when he thought about her. He hadn't seen her for a long time, and he didn't know how she was doing. However, she had obtained the inheritance of the 9 divine body, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? He walked outside and opened the array. The formation opened, and Lin Xian went to welcome the other party. However, there was no one outside, and there was only that blue light. What's going on? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Morong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others had also arrived. When they discovered that there was no one outside, they looked around as well. Lin Xian's eyes shone with the radiance of the reincarnation wheel as he looked at the blue light. In the next instant, his pupils contracted as he released the power of the reincarnation wheel and engulfed the blue light. Inside, he heard a weak voice. Save me, not good. Xueqi is in danger. Lin Xian was instantly enraged. His killing intent soared into the sky. Who is it? He couldn't be forgiven for daring to attack his woman. Elder brother Xian, what's going on? Morong Qingqing and the others were also confused. Lin Xian said that Xueqi was in danger. How could this be? They were all shocked. Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Who was his opponent? He didn't know. Where is Xueqi? He also didn't know. What kind of danger is it? He also didn't know. There was only a single signal for help. This was troublesome. The Crimson Dragon asked. Could it be related to the recent situation? Many powerhouses' clans had been controlled. Could he also be controlled by these people? Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. It was very likely. The person who had appeared this time was too mysterious. He had dared to attack a great emperor's clan. Moreover, it wasn't just one of them, but several great emperor's clans. Such a person was terrifying. Even if Xueqi had the 9 divine body, she wouldn't be able to resist him. Unless she had an extremely powerful weapon. No, I have to save Xueqi quickly. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Send someone to investigate. Lin Xian used the Divine Union's power to investigate. He had to find her. The members of the Divine Union started to move. Lin Xian waited anxiously for a few days, but there was still no news. Morong Qingqing also said, Brother Xian, I've already sent the people from the Phoenix clan to investigate and see if there are any 9 bodies among the people who attacked the emperor. This kind of physique should be easy to recognize. Indeed, 9 and 9 yang belong to the super strong physiques in the universe. Once it appeared, it was like a bright light in the dark night, instantly recognizable. However, there was no news so far. Dalong, do you have any ideas? Lin Xian asked Dalong. Find out who the enemy is first, then I can help you analyze it. Alright, just you wait. Lin Xian immediately rushed out. Not long after, he returned with dozens of experts in his hands. Without exception, these people were all suppressed by him. Black light appeared in the eyes of these people as they roared crazily. However, how could they possibly be a match for Lin Xian? They were all suppressed back. Crimson Dragon, Bai Susu, and the others also rushed over. When they saw these people, they exclaimed in surprise. Were these the experts who were being controlled? This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian used his Rinnegan to investigate. The next moment, he was stunned. This was not soul control. Morong Qingqing and the others were also stunned. This was not soul control? Then how could it control these people? Even the savage wilderness ancestor and the others were shocked. Lin Xian could only ask Dalong. This time, Dalong had a target and could analyze it. The next moment, he said, I know. This is indeed not soul control. Then what is it? Lin Xian asked. Do you know? De Long said. Looking at their shadows, this was shadow control. Shadows? Lin Xian frowned and looked ahead. The next moment, his pupils constricted. He said, retreat. After saying that, he slashed forward with his sword. Bai Susu, Ruzalong, and the others were still puzzled. In an instant, they realized that their shadows had suddenly changed and wrapped around their bodies. They wanted to envelop them. Damn it, what was this? The Crimson Dragon was stunned. Bai Susu's face was pale as well, and even Morong Qingchen was startled. She shouted angrily and the seven-colored phoenix in her body erupted. It swept across the 9 heavens and blocked the shadows. The shadows quickly spread out. The shadows of the people from the Divine Union also started to sway. Lin Xian snorted and a terrifying sword aura rushed out of his body and slashed in all directions. It slashed the shadows. The shadows let out mournful cries. No. Impossible. How could you hurt us? Frenzied roars could be heard. Humph. Lin Xian snorted and attacked again. Every ray of sword chi cleaved these shadows apart. Soon, the shadows all fell to the ground and split into pieces. There was also a black silhouette that was tumbling non-stop. He roared in horror. No one had ever been able to hurt them before. However, this young man had done it. Who are you? Who are you? Lin Xian stepped on the shadow and pierced it with his sword aura, nailing it to the ground. That's what I wanted to ask you. Who are you? Tell me and I'll give you a quick death. Don't even think about it. The shadow was still roaring. Lin Xian stabbed the shadow with his sword. The shadow let out a miserable cry. Then, Lin Xian's sword aura fell like rain. In the end, the shadow was terrified. Kid, you're dead. Don't you know that I'm from the Devouring Shadow Clan? Offending me means offending the entire Devouring Shadow Clan. Let me go and I'll spare your lives. Devouring Shadow Clan. The Crimson Dragon frowned. They had never heard of it. Could it be that it was a new 10,000 ancient tribe like the person in the jade? Lin Xian also frowned. What do you think, De Long? De Long sighed. It was indeed them. The Devouring Shadow Clan was one of the 10,000 ancient tribes that had disappeared. They could control shadows. Anyone's shadow could be controlled. Those who were controlled weren't controlled by their souls, but by their shadows. That was why they couldn't control themselves. Next, De Long explained in detail. Lin Xian was shocked. Morong Qingqing and the others also knew. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who attacked the Great Emperor clans were all under the Shadow's control, and they were all from the Devouring Shadow Clan. They were called Shadow Devourers. Each Shadow Devourer could control different amounts of shadows depending on their strength. The Shadow Devourer in front of them was obviously a very powerful one. Unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's sword aura was invincible and restrained the other party. Since he knew who the other party was, he had a clue. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Speak. Did you control the Nining body? Tell me. Don't even think about it. The Shadow Devourer sneered. Kid, just wait to be controlled by us. As he spoke, countless cracks appeared on his body. He turned into smoke and dissipated. Damn it. Lin Xian's expression changed. 6 paths of reincarnation, search. The illusions of 6 worlds completely enveloped the fragments. The 6 paths of reincarnation appeared to suppress everything. But this time, it was useless. This Shadow Devourer had actually chosen to die. He had fallen. Damn it, Lin Xian roared. He was extremely angry. He did not expect these people to be so ruthless to him. They would rather die than let him search their souls. Damn it, is he dead? What should I do? The Crimson Dragon and the others also frowned. Should we catch a few more to take a look? Lin Xian shook his head. These Shadow Devourers were all lunatics. Although he had only come into contact with one, Lin Xian could tell that these people were indeed too crazy. No wonder they were destroyed back then and only came out after countless years. It must have been because of this method that they were destroyed after offending an extremely terrifying expert. Humph, no matter how powerful you are, since you have offended me, I will completely destroy you this time. Killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. However, the most important thing right now was to find Shuiqi. He asked De Long if there was a way. These shadow devourers were very mysterious, and the number of people they controlled was too large. If you only rely on your strength to search, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. After all, the Nining body you mentioned might not necessarily be in Burial Earth Star. In the vast universe, unless you were a great emperor, it would be too difficult to search. Was there no other way? Lin Xian frowned. De Long said, "It's not like there isn't any. Go to the Sword World and take a look. There is a flower called Flower. If it opens, then you have hope. Using the flying snow flower, you can find the most terrifying ice in the world. If the Nining divine body was here, the flying snow flower would definitely look for him immediately." Flying snow flower? Alright, I'll go look for it. When Lin Xian heard that there was a chance in the Sword World, he immediately set off. At the same time, he was shocked. This Sword World was indeed extraordinary. The others waited. After Lin Xian entered the Sword World, he began to search for the areas that he had not been to before. Although those areas had recovered their vitality, the pressure was extremely great. Lin Xian walked on top of it, his divine body swaying. He snorted coldly and activated his laws. The Nine-Yang divine body was also displayed to the extreme. He walked like a sun war god, blocking the attacks. But even so, he walked very slowly. However, Lin Xian didn't give up. 5 days later, he stopped and looked at a flower of frost in front of him. The frost was light and translucent, completely formed from ice and snow. It wasn't on the ground, but was instead dancing in the air. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Endless devil chi condensed between his fingers, forming a devil world cage. It enveloped him and brought him out. After coming out, Lin Xian activated the flying snow flower. After the flying snow flower appeared, it emitted a chilling aura, causing the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. Even Morong Qingqing trembled. Savage Ancestor and the others were even more shocked. What was that? This was too terrifying. They had seen a lot of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits in the world. However, this was the first time they had seen something as terrifying as Lin Xian's. Everyone in the Divine Union started to tremble as a wave of cold air quickly froze them. The pupils of the people in the Divine Union shrank, as if they were facing a great enemy. In their opinion, someone had come to attack them. However, that wasn't the case. Lin Xian said, "Don't be afraid. No one is attacking." He soared into the air and told Qingqing, "Stay here and help me look after the Divine Union. I'll go. Be careful with Big Brother Xian. If there is any danger, you must contact us as soon as possible." Lin Xian nodded. He soared into the air and left with the sky-devouring jar. This time, he was on his way alone. His speed was extremely fast as he followed the flying snow, shuttling between heaven and earth. Along the way, he encountered a few sects that wanted to kill him. If this had been in the past, Lin Xian would have ignored them. However, he didn't do that now. He attacked these people because they were backed by the Shadow Devourers. Lin Xian hated the Shadow Devourers very much. He specifically attacked those shadows. His sword chi contained an extremely terrifying and sharp power. The Azura sword skill was a killing move, and every strike of his sword pierced a hole through those shadows. Miserable shrieks were heard one after another. The Shadow Devourers fled quickly. They had never imagined that this person would be so terrifying. They wanted to leave. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His Rinnegan eye locked onto the other party as he attacked once again. The sword chi shuttled back and forth like lightning, striking the other party's body and emitting miserable shrieks. Damn it! That Shadow Devourer mobilized hundreds of powerhouses to intercept him. Hundreds of powerhouses swarmed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian took out the sky-devouring jar and created a terrifying vortex. The aura of the extreme grade enveloped these hundreds of powerhouses. The Shadow Devourer felt his scalp go numb. Damn it! This was the power of the extreme grade. This was an extreme grade weapon. Who were you? He was really stunned. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Did you want to know? Go to hell and ask. He slashed out with his sword again. The Shadow Devourer still wanted to resist, but he was split apart by the sword. He screamed miserably. Shadow incarnation. His shadow turned into millions of shadows and fled in all directions. He swore that when he returned, he would call for more companions and send more than 10 families to suppress the other party. You still want to leave? Impossible. Lin Xian took out the Tai Chi diagram. The Tai Chi diagram shone brightly. The yin-yang sword appeared, and the overwhelming sword chi pierced through all the hundreds of shadow clones. The clones split apart one after another. In the end, the shadow's true body was also pierced through. He screamed miserably, and his body and soul were destroyed. Lin Xian soared into the air and continued on his way. Along the way, he encountered more and more attacks, and those people were all suppressed by him. He took away all the storage rings. As for those Shadow Devourers, they were all killed by him. After the Shadow Devourers died, those who were controlled also recovered. They looked at Lin Xian and kowtowed non-stop, thanking Lin Gongzi for taking action. Lin Gongzi, I will never forget your kindness. Lin Gongzi, from now on, you are our leader. We will not hesitate to go through mountains of swords and seas of fire. These people kept kowtowing. Lin Xian said, if you are willing to follow me, then hide and wait. I will summon you one day. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian's figure disappeared, and the others hid themselves. He flew all the way and finally left Burial Earth Star. The snowflake was still flying in front of him. Every time it turned, it would shed light. After leaving Burial Earth Star, Lin Xian frowned. If he was in some corner of the universe, his speed would be very slow. He didn't know if Xueqi could wait for him. Fortunately, after leaving Burial Earth Star, the snowflake flew directly to Quintessential World. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Could it be that he was in Quintessential World? Thinking of this, he grabbed the snowflake and used the teleportation array to teleport to Quintessential World. In the glacier of Quintessential World. The glacier was covered in ice and snow. It was a world of ice and snow. The other saints did not dare to step into this place because they would be frozen into ice sculptures. However, there were many people on the glacier at this moment. They covered the sky and covered the earth, covering this area. If these figures were seen by others, they would definitely be shocked. They were the experts of the various holy lands in Quintessential World. The current holy lands were much more powerful than before. They were not weaker than the remote antiquity families on Burial Earth Star. So many people were attacking together. Who was their opponent? There was a figure in front of them. It was a woman. She was dressed in blue and had an extremely beautiful face. At this moment, her face was extremely pale, and there was endless ice on her body. She turned into chains of the Great Path and swept in all directions. The entire glacier seemed to have been manipulated by her and turned into a land of ice and snow. The shadows under the feet of the experts of the Holy Lands opposite her started to drift strangely. One of them said, "This woman is really difficult to deal with. I did not expect that she could still resist." At the same time, another person sneered. "So what, looking at her physique, she should have the legendary Nining body. Such a physique is extremely extraordinary. It's hard to find one in 10,000 years. Now that we've met one, it's our luck. This time, we must control her no matter what. With such a powerful puppet, we can sweep away everything in the future." The person who said this was also a woman. Of course, only her voice could be heard. Another man laughed and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. We have controlled so many people. Can't we do anything to her? It is only a matter of time before we can control her. Moreover, eldest senior brother is here. Eldest senior brother is the Triple Crown King. It will be no problem for him to suppress her. However, this woman is using the power of the glacier to fight against us. When she can't hold on any longer, she will die." The people who spoke were Shadow Devourers. They had controlled countless experts. They were preparing to attack the person in front of them. The person in front of them was Xueqi, who had the Nining body. Xueqi's face was extremely pale. She had been traveling in the universe. She had come to cultivate her Nining body. However, when she came to quintessential world, the world changed, and countless people were controlled. Furthermore, he was chasing after her. Fortunately, she was strong enough to avoid the pursuit of dozens of sections. But in the end, a Triple Crown champion appeared and directly entangled her shadow, causing her to be severely injured. At the critical moment, she fled to the glacier. He used the frost of the glacier to fight against it. However, he also knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Over the years, her strength had improved by leaps and bounds, reaching an inconceivable level. Now, she was already the double champion. However, he couldn't compare to the Triple Crown champion. She thought that in a few days, she would be completely controlled, so she sent out a call for help. She wondered if her husband would come. Xueqi suddenly thought of a person. A young heavenly god. Although Xueqi hadn't seen Lin Xian in all these years, she had heard all kinds of legends about Lin Xian. Killing the crown prince, sweeping through the monarch race, killing the Triple Crown king, one powerful feat after another spread throughout the universe. Xueqi was both happy and worried. The stronger Lin Xian was, the happier she was. However, she was also worried that she wouldn't be able to catch up to him. That was why she hadn't seen him in all these years. Instead, she worked hard to improve herself so that she could catch up to Lin Xian one day and stand beside him. In the twinkling of an eye, 3 days passed. The woman from the Devouring Shadow clan couldn't bear it any longer. He snorted coldly, "I'm going to attack." He controlled more than 100 experts and walked forward. Xueqi also opened her eyes and activated the Nine divine body. Instantly, a terrifying wind and snow swayed, and the frost in the sky turned into terrifying blue claws that slashed toward them. These sharp claws appeared and disappeared mysteriously, and they instantly left countless bloody wounds on the bodies of the more than 100 experts. Many of their bodies were directly torn apart. It's so terrifying. As expected of the Nine divine body. The woman from the Devouring Shadow clan snorted coldly and said, "Senior brother, help me." The other person sneered coldly. He also urged more than 100 people to move quickly. At the same time, an even more terrifying power appeared. Xueqi shouted angrily and waved her palms, which turned into ice and snow claws to contend against it. At the same time, the ice and snow in the sky were swept up by him and turned into boundless ice and snow. The ice and snow turned into a sea that surged toward them. The confrontation between the two sides was earth-shattering. Hateful. I can't even take it down, the woman was infuriated. Senior brother, please attack, the game is over. A cold snort transmitted from the sky, and a black shadow appeared suddenly. He spread out his hands and covered the sky. In an instant, the sky turned dark. Not good. Xueqi's expression changed drastically, and she quickly flew toward the depths of the glacier. She had no choice, as this black shadow was the Triple Crown king, and he was the one who had injured her. Bang, an intense rumbling sound echoed out, and the whole glacier shook. At this moment, the people in the quintessential world raised their heads and looked at the sky. They discovered that half of the world was covered by ice and snow, and it was spreading quickly. It seemed like it was going to freeze the whole world. It's too terrifying. What kind of person is attacking us? It's definitely the ice god, however, I can still feel an even more terrifying and gloomy power. Is that power the power that's controlling the quintessential world in secret? It's said that many holy lands have already been controlled. Some sects and clans were discussing this, and even the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty's Immortal Foundation experts furrowed their brows. They were also affected, and many of them even activated the ancient power left behind by the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. Only then could they resist it. The void in the quintessential world fluctuated, and a figure appeared. It was Lin Xian. After Lin Xian came out, he sensed that the sky was filled with ice and snow, as well as the terrifying Triple Crown Wangli. His expression changed drastically, and in the next instant, a golden radiance burst out of his eyes and tore through the 9 heavens. Xueqi is in danger, he shouted angrily, and a pair of black wings appeared on his back. The wings spread out, and they tore through the 9 heavens. His speed was extremely fast. At this moment, not only was there ice and snow, but there was also a fierce wind. This was a storm brought about by the demonic god wings. It swept across 1,000,000 miles. Countless people raised their heads to look at the sky, and they saw a black lightning bolt disappear instantly. Heavens! What is this? The Holy Land's divine ancestors raised their heads to look at the sky, and their pupils contracted. Some living fossils were so scared that their scalps went numb. What kind of speed is this? Did some shocking expert descend on the quintessential world? It should be known that there were many divine ancestors in the quintessential world. There were even some powerhouses who had awakened from their slumber. After all, this world was also very mysterious. However, these powerhouses were still shocked. One could only imagine. How terrifying was the person who was flying in the sky? A great battle was still raging on the glacier, and blood had already dyed the glacier red. Humph! Humph! You have the Nining body. Don't resist. You are no match for me. The woman sneered coldly. The man also snorted coldly. We will capture you and use you for us. The mysterious Triple Crown champion in the sky also said that everything had come to an end. He started to form hand seals. All of a sudden, Xueqi's shadow started to sway rapidly. It seemed like she was about to lose control of his body. Xueqi stopped abruptly, and she used her Nining divine body to its pinnacle to block the attack. However, she felt that she couldn't resist him any longer. This was because the Triple Crown champion was descending from the sky. Not good. Am I going to be controlled? Despair appeared in her eyes. All of a sudden, the void in the distance shattered, and a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. This aura caused the whole glacier to sway, and countless icebergs were shattered. The bodies of the Holy Land's experts, who were being controlled, started to shiver. Even the pupils of the Shadow Devourers shrank abruptly. They turned their heads around. Who is this person? What a terrifying aura! Xueqi also raised her head, and when she sensed the scorching power, she was shocked. She couldn't help but smile. Her husband is here. The Shadow Devourers furrowed their brows. Even the Triple Crown champion's expression became gloomy. This was because the person who had just arrived was extremely powerful. Hateful, the woman gnashed her teeth. The other man said, so what? No matter how strong he is, can he be a match for our senior brother? He was very confident in their eldest senior brother. He was the Triple Crown champion, and he could control thousands of experts. Such power could easily destroy several worlds, and he could even take down peerless factions and remote antiquity families. This was their senior brother, and he was extremely terrifying. This was why it didn't matter who this person was. As they spoke, the bolt of lightning in front of them had already arrived. A man appeared in the sky. His body was shrouded in golden flames and black demonic energy. They revolved around each other, and he seemed extremely mysterious. After he arrived, he looked down. His gaze swept past the thousands of people, and he looked at a woman. When he saw Xueqi, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although Xueqi was injured, she was still under control. He had suffered a great deal. Lin Xian descended and went to Xueqi's side. I've made you suffer. He took out a drop of life divine spring water and fused it with Xueqi's body. Xueqi's injuries were instantly healed. This scene shocked the surrounding people, especially the Shadow Devourer, whose pupils shrank. The woman sneered. What a strong recovery ability. It seemed like this person had a treasure on him. Humph. No matter what it is, it will be ours in the end. I also felt that this person's physique was very strong, so I controlled him. The second senior brother who had spoken was also brimming with confidence. This time, the three of them had swept through countless holy lands. Therefore, they completely disregarded the person in front of them. Xueqi's eyes were also red as she said, "You've finally come." "I thought you weren't coming," Lin Xian said. "How could it be? When I saw your signal, I immediately rushed over." "Don't worry, leave the rest to me. I won't let you be in danger again." Xueqi nodded, but she still said, "Be careful, these people are very strange. They seem to be able to control experts with their shadows." Lin Xian chuckled. "Don't worry, isn't it just a shadow devourer? It isn't a big deal." When these words were spoken, the second senior brother's pupils shrank. "You know us," even the junior sister was startled. "It seems like you know a lot." Who are you? Tell me your name, as I won't kill nameless people. Nameless? Lin Xian chuckled. You are too stupid. There isn't anyone in the world who doesn't know me. Instead, it's you who are like ants. Prepare to die. Hateful, you dare to call me an ant? The junior sister sneered. Do you know me? I'm the Shadow Witch. Do you see the hundreds of people around me? They are all under my control, and they are all the Holy Land super experts. Tell me, who are you? Me? Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and spoke arrogantly. Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi? The Shadow Witch sneered coldly, and the second senior brother next to her also snorted coldly. You're really an idiot. Brat, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you call yourself invincible? The universe is vast. How many experts have you seen? Even our eldest senior brother doesn't dare to call himself invincible. You, that's right, I'm invincible. Lin Xian snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and a sword chi slashed forward. The sword was so fast, and the angle was so strange that it was impossible to guard against it. Damn it, how dare you attack me? The second senior brother roared. He controlled hundreds of experts and charged over. These experts from the Holy Lands used the 5 elements laws. Terrifying saber light and terrifying array formations. The sword chi that filled the sky also charged over quickly. They charged towards Lin Xian. A violent explosion sounded. At the same time, a shadow flashed quickly under the ground and appeared behind Lin Xian. He shrouded Lin Xian's shadow. Lin Wudi? You are just an ant. Let me show you what a true expert is. He formed a seal with his palm. As long as he controlled the other party's shadow, the person in front of him would be an ant. If he asked the other party to kneel, the other party would have to kneel. He could control the other party's life and death. Lin Xian's shadow shook violently as well. It was as if it had turned into a large black net that enveloped Lin Xian's body. Kid, go to hell. Be suppressed. Seeing this, the Dark Witch smiled. Her second senior brother's move was called the Shadow Binding Net. Even a sacred lord wouldn't be able to escape easily. Therefore, the young man in front of her would definitely die. Xue Qi, who was next to her, exclaimed, Be careful, husband. Although Lin Xian was famous in the universe for being powerful, these shadow devourers were too strange. She had never heard of controlling a shadow. Moreover, her second senior brother was already so terrifying. There was also a Triple Crown champion here. Therefore, she started to worry about Lin Xian. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian didn't care at all. He allowed the large black net to envelop him. In the next moment, he turned his head and said, Aunt, let me show you what invincible power is. Lin Xian raised his arm. Endless sword chi condensed in his hand. I have a sword that can cut through the 9 heavens. As soon as he spoke, the sword chi slashed down. It seemed to have turned into a divine sword that could reach the heavens. The biting cold sword light shone in all directions. At this moment, the entire world of ice and frost started to shake. The earth cracked, and the void shattered. The sword slashed toward the large shadow net. Boom, the incomparably strange shadow and the binding technique were shattered with a loud bang by the sword. No, the shadow second senior brother's pupils contracted. What kind of sword technique is this? How can it be so terrifying? He turned around and tried to escape. However, it was too late. A divine sword directly enveloped him. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire glacier was split in half. In the true spirit world, countless people looked up at the sky. They were terrified. What happened? Did a sword god descend? Why do I feel like the whole world has been split open? Countless people exclaimed. At the same time, they were shocked. Is it that super figure from before? They didn't know. They didn't even dare to go over and look. They could only guess. Above the glacier, the ground cracked open, and endless ice and frost danced in the air. The powerhouses of the surrounding holy lands were also shocked. The Shadow Witch was even more scared. She was dumbfounded. What's going on? Where's my second senior brother? At this moment, there was no second senior brother. That shadow's soul had already been destroyed. He had been killed by a sword. The death of devouring Shadow's second senior brother was unbelievable. The Shadow Witch was stunned. That was her second senior brother. He was extremely powerful in the devouring Shadow clan and had reached the divine ancestor realm. To be able to control 500 experts was as easy as blowing off dust. How terrifying was such a person, but now, he was dead. He was killed by someone. He couldn't even escape in time. What kind of sword skill was that? The experts from the Saint Lands felt their scalps go numb. Although they were controlled, they were still conscious. They just couldn't resist. At this moment, when they saw this sword, they were all astonished. Even the eldest senior brother in the sky, the Triple Crown champion, was frowning deeply. That sword made him feel a sense of danger. Did he kill them? Xueqi's eyes widened. Then, a smile appeared on her face. That's great, as expected of my husband. She was completely relieved. Although the devourers were terrifying, they were still no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian said coldly after he killed the devouring shadow. Do you understand? This is invincible power. After saying that, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the Shadow Witch. Do you want to feel the power of invincibility? The Shadow Witch was so frightened that she almost knelt on the ground. Her face turned pale. At this moment, the world was silent. Everyone seemed to lower their heads under Lin Xian's gaze. No one dared to resist. But at this moment, a cold snort came from the 9 heavens. Kid, you have guts. How dare you kill someone from the devouring Shadow clan? You're dead meat. The one who spoke was the eldest senior brother in the sky, the Triple Crown King. To be honest, he didn't pay much attention to Lin Xian when he first came. In his opinion, his junior brother could control the situation and kill Lin Xian easily. But when the sword slashed out, he was stunned. He wanted to save his junior brother, but it was too late. So, his junior brother was killed with a single sword. How could he not be angry? His junior brother died in front of him. How was he going to explain it when he returned? This kid didn't put their devouring Shadow clan in his eyes at all. Shadowless's face was extremely gloomy. As the triple champion, he had to take revenge. With a single roar, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire world was plunged into darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. It was like the end of the world. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The divine flames on his body flickered and transformed into 9 suns that were fixed between heaven and earth. The world that was originally dark became completely bright, even brighter than the day. This scene caused the surrounding cultivators from the Holy Lands to gasp. This was a divine body. The 9-yang divine body was vast and boundless. At this moment, the surrounding world of ice and frost was melting non-stop. Lin Xian said. Is winning the Triple Crown that great? It wasn't like he hadn't killed one before. After saying that, he stared at the Dark Witch again and said, Don't worry. I won't let any of your devouring Shadow clan off. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. The Dark Witch's pupils shrank. Her entire body was covered in cold sweat. Damn it. What kind of eyes were those? It was as if a god was looking down at her. At this moment, she felt like an ant that could be slapped to death by the other party. More importantly, the other party wanted to kill her. In front of his eldest senior brother, the other party had killed his second senior brother and wanted to kill him. Damn it, save me, eldest senior brother. As he roared, he quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the hundreds of cultivators from the Holy Lands to charge forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already completed many actions. He had already retreated to the back. The cultivators in front had already surrounded the other party. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Scram, 9 suns opened the sky. Both of his palms struck out. 9 suns exploded, and the hundreds of cultivators around were all sent flying. In the next moment, Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's Net. He was extremely powerful. His physique instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Dark Witch. A pair of cold eyes stared at the other party. How was this possible? The Dark Witch was completely dumbfounded. This speed and strength had completely surpassed her. She was no match for the other party at all. Especially when she saw the other party raise his arm again. She roared crazily. Damn it. She had really gone crazy. She began to burn her life force. Shadow kill, inescapable net. This was the ultimate technique of the devouring Shadow clan. It was a forbidden technique. It was extremely terrifying. However, the price was also very high. After using it, her realm would drop and she would be seriously injured. It could be said that both sides would suffer. However, at the most critical moment, the Dark Witch couldn't care less. Even if she died, she had to kill the other party. Her body split open in an instant, turning into thousands of shadows. Then, they covered the sky and formed an inescapable net. Every shadow clone transformed into a sharp blade, and tens of thousands of sharp blades slashed out together. Shadow kill, shadowless heaven's net. It was extremely terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the hundreds of cultivators from the Holy Lands. This time, you should be dead. You want to kill me? You have to pay the price. In her opinion, as long as the person in front of her retreated, she could live. If the other party escaped, she would be seriously injured by the backlash of the technique. However, her senior brother would also make a move in the next instant. So, it was worth it. However, what surprised her was that Lin Xian didn't have any intention of escaping. He just stood in the middle of the inescapable net. Damn it, what's wrong with this guy? Does he really want to die together with me? The Dark Witch gritted her teeth. Damn it, then let's go to hell together. She roared crazily. Thousands of shadow blades covered the sky and the earth. They attacked Lin Xian from all directions. They hit Lin Xian's body, making earth-shattering sounds. In an instant, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Haha, go to hell. I'll let you suffer thousands of arrows piercing your heart. The Dark Witch laughed sinisterly. However, her laughter soon stopped. She even became terrified. How was this possible? She was stunned. Because she realized that the situation was completely different from what she had imagined. Her thousands of shadow blades hit the other party's body, but they couldn't break through the other party's defense at all. Instead, they were all repelled by the other party. What kind of physique was this? It was too strong. Even a sacred lord would die from this attack, but the other party wasn't even injured. Impossible, I don't believe it. Was this the legendary Great Emperor's physique? It was hard for her to imagine that a young man's physique could be so strong. Was this the strongest attack that you used with your life on the line? It was only SOSO. Lin Xian shook his head. His divine body trembled, and divine fire swept out. The surrounding shadow blades were all shattered. The Dark Witch was also sent flying. She spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and countless cracks appeared on her body. Her strength was rapidly decreasing, and she was suffering from the backlash of the technique. However, she only had one thought at this moment, and that was to use all her remaining strength to escape. The person in front of her was a demon god. She definitely couldn't resist. It was too terrifying. You want to escape? It's useless. You can't escape under my control. Lin Xian's body was covered in demonic qi. He stretched out a palm, and a cold voice sounded. Demonic path, crush. Lin Xian stretched out his palm, turning it into a large black millstone that fell without stopping. It instantly enveloped the Shadow Witch. The millstone spun at high speed, shattering the entire void. It was directly pierced through, connecting the universe to darkness. How could the Shadow Witch resist it? Under this attack, her body was shattered into pieces, and her soul was destroyed. Another insta-kill. The surrounding experts were terrified. The person in front of them was too terrifying. Lin Wudi, was he the legendary person? It was indeed him. Only he could be so terrifying. After the two shadow devourers died, the control on these people was also lifted. At this moment, they were incomparably terrified. These experts combined were not a match for the two of them. However, the two of them were killed by Lin Xian in 2 moves. This was a true peerless expert. In the past, these people had only heard of Lin Wudi's name, but they had rarely seen him. Now, they finally saw the godlike young man clearly. They worshipped him in their hearts. This was true invincibility. Up in the sky, Shadowless, the Triple Crown King, was trembling with anger. Damn it, even his junior sister was killed. Damn Lin Wudy, I don't care who you are. You're dead. Not only will I kill you, but I will also control your family. I will control your sect and sect. I will turn all of you into puppets. Kneel at my feet. I will avenge my junior brothers and sisters. He roared angrily and quickly rushed down. Lin Xian was cold. Humph, 9 suns swept across the sky, shining in all directions. The two collided, setting off a shocking storm. Lin Xian looked around and said coldly, "Why aren't you scramming?" The experts from the Holy Lands trembled, and in the next moment, they bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lin Gongzi." "Lin Gongzi, we had no choice. Please forgive us, young master. We will leave now." After the controlled people regained their freedom, they quickly left. At this moment, the 9 suns in the sky slowly disappeared. Although he blocked Shadowless's attack, Shadowless used his strange movement technique to land on the ground. He stared at Lin Xian and said, "Kid, I will make you regret this." He quickly rushed over. Although Lin Xian killed his junior brothers and sisters in 2 moves, Shadowless was not afraid. His junior brothers and sisters were the strongest, but they were only Double Crown Kings. If he wanted to kill them, it would only take 2 moves. In his opinion, although the person in front of him was strong, he was still no match for him. After all, he was the senior brother of the Shadow Clan. With a raise of his hand, he could control thousands of martial arts experts. How could the other party compare to such a method? Husband, you have to be careful. His strength is even stronger than the previous 2 combined. Xueqi also retreated to the rear and quickly reminded him. "Don't worry, I know. He didn't take me seriously. Shadowless, he didn't take Lin Shuiyu. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Very soon, I will let you know how powerful I am." After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. The surrounding people were shocked. Was this Shadowless? Shadowless and formless, he could instantly capture your soul and control you. In an instant, an invisible hand grabbed Lin Xian's shadow. Then, he said, "I will show you the real shadow control technique." He snorted coldly. Lin Xian's shadow seemed to turn into hundreds of chains that shrouded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body was bound. In fact, it even swept toward his hands and head. In the next instant, Lin Xian was completely sealed. "Kid, go to hell." After doing all this, Shadowless's figure appeared. His entire being was like a shadow standing in the void, constantly swapping between each other. A shadow sword appeared in his hand. The black sword pierced forward. With a boom, the sword pierced Lin Xian. It pierced through him. Ha 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 ha. Shadowless looked up to the sky and laughed. Success, success. He wouldn't let him die so easily. He would torture him for thousands of years and make him wish he was dead. Then came the second and third sword. He was very proud of himself after dozens of sword strikes. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in his ear. "How is it? Are you happy? But this is just a dream. It's time to wake up." As the voice fell, Lin Xian's body suddenly split open. Not only Lin Xian's body, but the surrounding scenery also cracked and scattered like glass. Shadowless's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he spat out blood. His face turned pale. He held his head with both hands and screamed. His soul cracked open. "Damn it, that was an illusion just now. I actually fell for your illusion." As the Triple Crown champion, he naturally knew what had happened. But everything was too real. He didn't recognize that it was an illusion. That was impossible. He gritted his teeth and tried to look up. His eyes were red as he stared straight ahead. "I used the shadowless movement technique just now. No one among the sacred lords can find it. Even the Triple Crown champion can't find it. How did you find me, and you can make me fall for your illusion?" He was incomparably shocked by this point. Lin Xian smiled. "There were strong and weak Triple Crown champions. Plus, I've killed the Triple Crown champion before. He was even stronger than you. You're just strange and can control other experts. If you don't have that, you're no different from a piece of trash. What did you say? How dare you look down on me, Shadowless roared. Who was he? He could destroy a clan of the ancients by himself. How terrifying was such a method? But now, he was actually being looked down upon by others. Die, Shadowless split the sky. Shadow splitting light, Shadowless's body disappeared again. At the same time, the world continued to shatter. Not only that, but the light in the surroundings dimmed again. It was as if nothing could be seen. Clearly, this move was resisting Lin Xian's Soul Eye technique. Although the Saint Emperors in the distance had retreated, they were still extremely terrified when they saw what was happening. One had to admit that Shadowless's moves were too powerful. Lin Xian was enveloped by the terrifying power, but his lips curled into a smile. I've said it before. There are strong and weak Triple Crown champions. You're too weak. You're the weakest Triple Crown champion I've ever seen, so you're not my match. With that, Lin Xian raised his arm and condensed a sword again. I have a sword that can cut through the underworld. The sword fell and the ground shattered. It was as if the underworld had been split open. The world was also split open. The darkness disappeared and light reappeared. Shadowless's body was erratic, but he was still sent flying by the sword and spat out blood. His body was split in half and couldn't heal at all. A figure flew out and crashed into an iceberg. Endless ice and snow danced in the sky. The sacred body experts in the distance were stunned when they saw this scene. What just happened? They couldn't see anything. With their strength, they could only hear the sound. Only when Shadowless retreated did they see him. However, when they finished reading it, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Shadowless was split in half by a sword. That's impossible. The surrounding people went crazy. They couldn't even see where Shadowless was, let alone hit him. And Shadowless was a Triple Crown champion. At this moment, even the other powerhouses of the quintessential world rushed over. There were some new rising geniuses, some old saint lords, and living fossils. They didn't get close. Instead, they stood far away and watched. After all, the previous battle was a Triple Crown champion's battle power. It was so terrifying that it spread throughout the world. One of the living fossils said with a frown. Shadowless was a Triple Crown champion, and his super strong movement technique was extremely strange. Even if he was also a Triple Crown champion, he couldn't injure him with a single sword. Beside him was a genius with a long sword on his back. He was a newly risen genius, and his strength was extremely terrifying. He said. That's impossible. Sword Chi couldn't do it. Lin Wudy must have a super powerful weapon. Didn't they say he had an extreme weapon? Maybe he used the extreme weapon's power. They had no choice but to guess. This was because Lin Xian's strength had completely exceeded their knowledge. They had never seen such a powerful person before. Shadowless let out a miserable cry from the crack in the glacier. He was split in half and couldn't heal. The sword chi was so sharp that he wanted to die. The two halves of his body kept shaking. Damn it. How dare you hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. She rushed over crazily. The next moment, a black net flew out of the two halves. Seeing this, the sacred land powerhouses shook their heads. Shadow binding net? It was useless. This move didn't work on Lin Wudy. However, the pupils of the older living fossil shrank. No, it's a weapon. It's a super powerful weapon. I feel fear. Sure enough, the sacred artifacts of the surrounding people began to shake violently. He couldn't help but want to submit. Brat, this weapon is the sacred weapon of our devouring shadow clan. Immortal binding Nedit said that it can even trap immortals. Let's see how you can escape. Shadowless laughed complacently. This was his trump card. The other people's pupils shrank when they heard this. A few living fossils said. Immortal binding net, I seem to have heard of it before. It is an extremely terrifying weapon. As long as one was trapped, one would be completely suppressed, no matter how strong one was. Then Lin Wudy would be in danger. Unless he was a quasi-emperor, he might be able to escape. Otherwise, he would definitely be suppressed. Countless cries of surprise rang out. Shadowless was very fast. With a wave of his hand, the immortal binding net flew out. The immortal binding net floated between heaven and earth. Although it was only a few meters wide, it caused the entire world to shake violently. It's over. This young man is dead for sure. He didn't expect Shadowless to have such a terrifying weapon. Countless people shook their heads and sighed. Look, Lin Wudy didn't run away at all. What was he doing? Was he going to use an extreme weapon? Countless people guessed. Some people also said that they didn't feel the power of an extreme weapon until now. Did he not bring it with him? If he didn't bring an extreme weapon, he would be dead for sure. Husband, Xueqi also exclaimed. He was also surprised. Why didn't Lin Xian run away? After all, this weapon was too powerful. Lin Xian didn't run away and allowed the immortal binding net to fall. Kid, you stupid thing. Do you think you can compete with the immortal binding net with your strength? Shadowless laughed complacently. He seemed to have seen victory. Lin Xian looked calm. Immortal binding net? You want to bind an immortal? You are just an ant. How do you know the power of an immortal? Now, I will show you a power that you have never seen before. A flame appeared between Lin Xian's brows. It was the divine flame seed. The immortal binding net only had a scary name. It couldn't withstand a single blow from a real immortal. It couldn't even trap a quasi-emperor, let alone an immortal. Lin Xian was going to use the power of the divine flame to show his opponent what it meant to surpass everything. What was Lin Wudy doing? Was he going to use his divine body to fight? No, no matter how strong his divine body of 9 yang was, it couldn't withstand the immortal binding net. The surrounding experts all sighed. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. The divine flame flickered quickly and flew toward the net. When the flame appeared, everyone's souls trembled. The living fossils of the older generation were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. Heavens, what kind of power is this? Why do I feel so terrified? This is a power that surpasses everything. The eyes of countless living fossils turned red. This power was beyond them. It was an existence that they looked up to. What kind of feeling was this? They had only seen it on some legendary figures. Why did they see it in a young man at this moment? Could it be that Lin Wudy had taken that step? Impossible. They shook their heads frantically. It's useless. Your flame can't block it. Shadowless sneered. However, when the flame appeared, Shadowless stopped smiling. He was also terrified. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? This is impossible. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. At this moment, his confidence was shaken. He was even worried. Would the immortal binding net be able to withstand such flames? In the next moment, under the gaze of countless people, the divine flame landed on the immortal binding net. In the next moment, the immortal binding net shook violently and then broke from the middle. No, a shrill cry rang out. The others were dumbfounded. The immortal binding net was said to be able to bind everything in the world. Even immortals had to retreat, but at this moment, it was interrupted by a flame. This scene was absolutely shocking. It wasn't over yet. Under the flame, the immortal binding net first broke and then quickly cracked. In the end, it turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. It disappeared. This legendary sacred weapon was actually directly hit by Lin Xian and disappeared. Damn it, Shadowless's broken body quickly ran away. Very smart, the 2 halves of his body fled in 2 different directions. In an instant, he was above the 9 heavens. Above his head was the universe's starry sky. He turned his head to look down and said coldly. Lin Wudy, right? I'll remember you. When I go back, I'll lead the absolute power of the devouring Shadow Clan to crush you. You and your companions, wait for your death. After saying that, his figure disappeared into the starry sky. Oh no, I let him escape. It's over. Lin Wudy will be in trouble in the future. Lin Xian looked up at the sky. There was a terrifying light in his eyes, flickering. On his forehead, the mark of the divine flame became even brighter. Then, the divine flame and the Rinnegan merged, emitting an extremely terrifying flame light. Wherever his gaze landed, the universe would be destroyed. Shadowless escaped into the universe and laughed proudly. This time, when he returned, he would definitely take revenge. He would return the pain he had suffered today 100 times, no, 10,000 times over. However, at that moment, a ray of light shot out from below and enveloped him like a divine rainbow. No, he screamed miserably. This was the divine flame. If even the immortal binding net could be destroyed, what more him? He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. What made him even more terrified was that he could sense that the other half of his body was also being attacked by this divine flame. Could it be that he was going to die here today? When he thought of this possibility, he was terrified. He wanted to ask for help and even beg Lin Xian for mercy. However, before he could say anything, he turned into ashes and scattered in the darkness of the universe. Had he died? Countless powerhouses and divine ancestors in the quintessential world looked up at the sky. When they saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. With a single glance, a Triple Crown champion had been destroyed. What kind of power was this? The newly risen geniuses were terrified. The older generation's living fossils also felt their scalps go numb. In their hearts, the Triple Crown champion was a high and mighty existence. He was even their idol. However, such a person had been defeated so easily. There was even a young genius with a long sword on his back who shook his head frantically. That's impossible. I must be dreaming. How could someone be so strong? Could he have surpassed the Triple Crown champion? The living fossils were also shocked. This power seemed to surpass everything. It seemed like Lin Wudi wasn't far from the Boundary Emperor realm. Previously, when they heard that he had killed the Triple Crown champion, they didn't believe it. Now, it seems like he had killed him easily. However, some people frowned. Although Lin Wudi was strong, he had offended the ancient tribe. However, this time, he had offended a member of the ancient race. Moreover, it was a member of the ancient race that had disappeared for a long time. The devouring shadow tribe was extremely mysterious and could control the ancient families. If they gathered enough power, they could even control many realms. Would Lin Wudi be able to deal with such an existence by himself? When the time came, countless sects and clans would attack the divine union together. Many people shook their heads and sighed at the thought of this. Xueqi was originally very happy. However, when she heard this, she started to worry about Lin Xian. Husband, I'm the one who harmed you. Xueqi was filled with regret. Lin Xian said, it's fine, there's no need to listen to them. So what if they were from the Devouring Shadow clan? Let alone a Triple Crown champion, I don't even care about the entire Devouring Shadow clan. If they provoke me, I will make them disappear from the universe again. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent. He was no longer a weak youth. Instead, he would grow to become a supreme existence that could stand above the 9 heavens. Was the 10,000 Dragon Imperial Court powerful? Wasn't he still chased away by him? Was the Purple Palace realm powerful? Wasn't the mountain gate closed because of him? So what if the Shadow Devourer could control others? Lin Xian's sword could cut through everything. What happened here quickly spread to the entire True Spirit world. Those holy lands were also shocked when they heard this. Originally, they had lost all hope when they were being controlled. They didn't expect that someone would save them. The person who had saved them was actually Lin Wudi. More importantly, Lin Wudi hadn't come to save them. He had just casually killed a few devouring Shadow Clan powerhouses. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Some holy lands felt their scalps go numb. It's over. The devouring Shadow Clan is angry. Will they send even stronger people? If that happens, all the holy lands will suffer. They didn't know whether Lin Wudi's arrival was a blessing or a curse. These people were all terrified. Some people also suggested that they should directly join the Divine Union. Let Lin Wudi protect them. This was a good idea. Some holy lands were tempted. Some holy lands gritted their teeth, as they felt that Lin Wudi's actions would implicate them. In an instant, all sorts of discussions were going on. The land of Absolute Beginning naturally received the news as well. Lords and elders, Lin Wudi has come to the True Spirit world again. What? He's here again? Is he trying to go against us? The strange rocks in the land of Absolute Beginning were instantly enraged. Old Zhang, please calm down. He's not targeting us. The aloof woman quickly recounted the events that had transpired. After being slapped in the face by Lin Xian and a few monarch clans, the land of absolute beginning knew that the current world had changed beyond their imagination. Hence, from then on, they had been frantically collecting information. At least, they would know everything that happened in the true spirit world immediately. They would also do their best to collect information about other worlds. They had long known about the appearance of the Devouring Shadow Clan, but they didn't make a move. The Devouring Shadow Clan couldn't do anything to them. However, Lin Wudy had come and killed the Devouring Shadow Clan. This surprised them. At the same time, they felt that this was an opportunity. This kid was really bold. Last time, he brought the Monarch clan and the clan of the Ancients. They were so powerful that we couldn't do anything about it. This time, he actually came alone. This is a good opportunity for us. The strange rock that was the size of a small mountain said coldly. The heaven-connecting spiritual jade released endless killing intent. Kill him. He couldn't be allowed to live anymore. That was exactly what it wanted. The other round rock also snorted coldly. Last time, he was detained by the Monarch clans and had to apologize to Lin Xian. As a supreme existence who had lived for countless years, he had lost all his face. Hence, this time, he wanted to take revenge. This Lin Wudy was definitely not simple to be able to kill the Triple Crown King. He should be an extremely terrifying existence among the Triple Crown Kings. Just like that. 2 Triple Crown Champions and 4 Double Crown Champions were sent over with supreme weapons. They had to take him down. The land of absolute beginning had made a move this time, and it was a very powerful force. 2 Triple Crown Kings, this was unimaginable in any clan or sect. Even the Monarch clan's eyelids would twitch wildly. Hence, they were very confident. No matter how strong Lin Wudy was, he could defeat one, but could he defeat 2? On the glacier, Lin Xian wanted to leave with Xueqi. However, at this moment, heaven and earth shook, and a monstrous power swept over. Feeling this power, everyone's expression changed drastically. Who was it again? What a terrifying aura. Heavens, why do I feel like I want to kneel down? Could it be that the Devouring Shadow Clan had come to take revenge? Countless terrified voices sounded. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. Xueqi was also nervous. Lin Xian said, "Don't worry." He looked up, and his gaze pierced through everything. Then, he snorted coldly. It wasn't the Shadow Devourers. It was the people from the land of absolute beginning. The land of absolute beginning, Xueqi was shocked again. This was also a forbidden land in the mortal world, and it was even more terrifying than the Devouring Shadow Clan. What were they doing here? The others were even more terrified. The land of absolute beginning was incomparably mysterious in the true spirit world. No one dared to go there. Now that such people had come, were they here to target Lin Xian? In the sky, 6 figures descended from the sky. Each of them was extremely powerful. These people carried stone talismans and were extremely mysterious. One of the women had a cold expression, like a high and mighty fairy from the 9 heavens, making countless people look up to her. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled. That was because that was the woman he had suppressed. Lin Wudy, do you know your crime? After the people from the land of absolute beginning arrived, they shouted angrily and the other souls shook. As expected, they were here for Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. The cold woman said coldly, "You killed someone from the Devouring Shadow Clan. The Devouring Shadow Clan will definitely control countless clan experts to kill you. You won't be able to resist at all. Now, the land of absolute beginning will be merciful and give you a chance to live. Obediently kneel and kowtow to the land of absolute beginning, and we can protect your life." As soon as these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. This was indeed a way to save one's life. Some people from the sacred grounds couldn't help but kneel and submit. Lin Xian laughed heartily when he heard that. "You're just a loser. Do you have the right to say such words to me? Last time, I easily suppressed you. If it wasn't for your ancestor pleading for mercy, you would have already gone to hell. What, it's only been a few days and you've already forgotten? Do you want me to help you remember and suppress you again?" A trace of demonic qi appeared on Lin Xian's body. The cold woman was so angry that her entire body trembled. This was the most embarrassing thing for her. But she didn't expect the other party to mention it again, and in front of so many sacred ground experts. Shut up! She shouted crazily. The others were also shocked. No way, Lin Wudy had suppressed an expert from a forbidden land, impossible. The land of absolute beginning was an existence even more terrifying than the devouring Shadow Clan. However, no one came out of the land of absolute beginning, so they weren't in danger. But that didn't mean that the land of absolute beginning was weak. If one of them came out, they could intimidate the world. Many young people even felt that Lin Wudy was bragging. How could he fight against a supreme existence like the ancient emperor of absolute beginning? Lin Xian smiled. What, a loss is a loss. You still won't admit it? The women gritted their teeth. Last time, I was careless and was ambushed by you. This time, we definitely won't lose again. After that, a man in blood-red armor walked over from afar. This person's entire body was emitting a murderous aura. There was a blood-colored saber in his hand. It was incomparably terrifying. Lin Wudy, this is the last time I ask you, will you kneel and surrender? He was none other than the Jade Immortal formed by the Heavenspan Spirit Jade. Furthermore, he was a terrifying Jade Immortal, the Triple Crown King. Moreover, it was the sanguine-killing Triple Crown King. In the surroundings, the new geniuses and the older generation experts trembled in fear. Under this murderous intent, they had no power to fight back. At the same time, they were shocked. This blood-red figure was actually a Triple Crown champion. Heavens, as expected of the ancient land of absolute beginning, any random person that came out was a Triple Crown king. Just you? Lin Xian shook his head. Not long ago, I killed another Triple Crown champion. Do you think you have the right to challenge me? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Indeed, although the Triple Crown winner was terrifying, Lin Wudy seemed to be even more terrifying. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose this battle. Kid, you are very arrogant, but the ancient land of absolute beginning has already expected this. Therefore, this time, 2 Triple Crown champions came. The cold woman sneered. Behind her, another figure walked out. This person was wearing earth armor, and his figure was tall and straight, looking extraordinarily mighty. He carried a warhammer on his back, and every move he made contained boundless power. The surrounding people went crazy. Was this a second Triple Crown champion? The ancient land of absolute beginning had actually sent out 2 Triple Crown champions at the same time. Was this the power of a forbidden land? It was too terrifying. These 2 people were enough to sweep through the true spirit world. Perhaps even on the Earth Burial planet, there was no one who could be a match for these 2 people. Xueqi's expression also changed. She wasn't worried about 1 Triple Crown champion. However, when it came to 2 Triple Crown champions, she was incomparably anxious. He said, Husband, why don't we leave first? You want to leave, do you think you can leave? The cold woman sneered. The King of Earth and the King of Blood walked out, completely cutting off Lin Xian's path. The other 4 were also Double Crown champions. They displayed their powerful strength and sealed off the surroundings. The people of the sacred land quickly retreated. They were in despair. 2 Triple Crown champions, 4 Double Crown champions, this kind of battle prowess could sweep through everything. No one could stop them. This time, Lin Wudy was really done for. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend a forbidden land. Was this something he could offend? It was said that back then, even the great emperor didn't have the upper hand against the forbidden land. No matter how strong Lin Wudy was, could he be stronger than the great emperor? Everyone shook their heads and sighed, not optimistic about Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression also darkened. 2 Triple Crown champions? They were indeed strong. Moreover, it seemed that the ancient land of absolute beginning had learned their lesson. They should have been collecting information about him during this period. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent out such a lineup. However, could 2 Triple Crown champions really stop him? Lin Xian felt that it wasn't enough. The King of Blood Massacre walked out, the battle blade in his hand pointed forward. Under the orders of the Heaven Spiritual Jade, I will kill you. Kneel and accept your death. Kid, let's see how you die today. The cold woman behind him sneered. Lin Xian raised his head, the eye of reincarnation shining brightly. Noisy, an ant, a defeated opponent, jumping in front of me time and time again. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? the power of reincarnation appeared, and the cold woman instantly hugged her head and screamed. He was taken down from the sky and was severely injured. His soul was torn apart. Ah, kill him quickly. You must kill him. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people went crazy. He was really too strong. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian couldn't beat the people of the ancient land of absolute beginning and that what he said before was just bragging. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case at all. This cold woman couldn't fight back in front of Lin Xian. Perhaps she really was suppressed before. Remember, in front of me, you really don't have any right to challenge me. Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's net and his speed reached the extreme. At the same time, he arrived beside the cold woman. Azure Sword Technique, Third Sword. He stabbed out. This was a fatal blow. The sword directly pierced through her forehead. The cold woman's pupils dilated and she fell to the ground. How dare you, the King of Earth roared and struck out with his battle hammer. The King of Blood Massacre's expression was also ugly. In front of two Triple Crown champions, Lin Xian easily killed a Double Crown champion. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Thinking of this, the King of Blood Massacre slashed out with his blade. The blade energy was shocking, like a blood dragon slashing towards Lin Xian. The power of the Blood Massacre was really too strong. However, Lin Xian laughed. The Heavens Battle map appeared in his hand and he directly grabbed it. The Heavens Battle map merged with his palm and instantly grabbed the blood blade. This blade was extremely terrifying, but it was caught by Lin Xian. This scene shocked everyone. The King of Blood Fiends also roared. He wanted to break Lin Xian's palm. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You want to hurt me? Ridiculous. The divine flame flew out from his palm. The mark of the divine flame also appeared between his eyebrows. This time, the power of the flame was extremely terrifying. The blood blade actually started to melt. Then, it broke into two. Boom, with a loud sound, the King of Blood Fiends' blade flew out. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was completely stunned. His blood blade actually broke. Damn it, how is this possible? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. They already knew that this would happen. One had to know that the immortal binding net had already melted, let alone this blood blade. However, the few people from the ancient land of absolute beginning were incomparably shocked. One had to know that the King of Blood Fiends was the Triple Crown King. The killing intent on his body was extremely shocking, but now, he was at a disadvantage right from the start. This really shocked them. The King of Earth walked over and said, "Don't fight him alone. He's extremely terrifying. Let's work together and take out our supreme weapons." After saying that, the King of Earth waved his hand. A huge cauldron appeared in his hand. It was a huge cauldron condensed from rocks. There were actually cracks on it. However, its power was really too terrifying. The moment it appeared, it swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The surrounding people were so frightened that their scalps went numb. They were incomparably terrified. What kind of power was this? Could it be an extreme weapon? No, I've seen extreme weapons before. I felt their power. It wasn't like this. A living fossil cried out in alarm. This should be a weapon unique to the forbidden land of life. Its power should be similar to an extreme weapon. What? The forbidden land of life was actually so terrifying. No wonder that the Arch had a headache in the past. After the stone cauldron appeared, it emitted a heavy power that shattered heaven and earth. Many spectators spat out blood and were sent flying. They were pushed far away and only dared to watch through the formation. Xueqi also felt a huge pressure. She shouted angrily, and the surrounding ice energy condensed around her to form a defense. However, the ice continued to shatter. Xueqi also kept retreating. Lin Xian's figure flashed and arrived beside him. Xianxia flicked his sleeves, and the heaven-devouring jar flew out. A black vortex emerged from it, blotting out the sky. It blocked the other party's supreme being aura. Boom, the collision between the two was extremely terrifying. This was a true apex weapon. After those people in the distance saw this, they cried out in alarm. They had indeed felt the power of the extreme Tao. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to fight against me with just a supreme weapon. Lin Xian smirked after blocking the opponent's supreme weapon. What do you plan to do next? Let's work together. The King of Earth took a step forward. Even though he was confident in his supreme weapon, if the other party had an extreme weapon, there was nothing he could do. However, with their lineup and trump cards, they could definitely kill the other party. The King of Sanguinity also walked over. The long saber was broken, but the murderous aura on his body became even more shocking. Kid, I'm going to use your blood as a sacrifice to my saber. An endless sea of blood appeared in his hand, sweeping through the 9 heavens. On the other side, the King of Earth took out his war hammer. The other Double Crown champions also formed seals with their palms. They were in charge of long-range attacks. Boom, kill, with a roar, the sea of blood that filled the sky surged. Terrifying murderous aura swept through the 9 provinces. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps go numb. On the other side, the King of Earth also made his move. The 2 Triple Crown champions charged over together. There were countless arrays around them that covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His expression was incomparably solemn. He split the sky with one hand and condensed a long sword with the other, sweeping it in all directions. He wanted to fight against the 2 Triple Crown champions with his own strength. Earth-shattering sounds could be heard. The 2 fought earth-shattering. Lin Xian's body and the inheritance of the Demon Emperor were displayed to the extreme. All kinds of demonic aura swept through the 9 heavens. What? He actually blocked it? This was impossible, the spectators were shocked. Even the 2 Triple Crown champions' expressions were incomparably ugly. The 2 of them combined were enough to sweep everything away. But now, they couldn't do anything to the other party? Damn it, I don't believe it. Bloodlord's saber technique. With a furious roar, the King of Sanguinity's laws condensed on his body, transforming into a blood saber that slashed out. It transformed into a saber. It was extremely terrifying. The power of this saber was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian roared angrily and slashed out with his sword. The 2 collided and retreated. At this moment, the King of Earth charged over again. Endless power surged from his body. The endless earth was under his control, enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's qi and blood were surging. Although the God of 9 Suns was terrifying, the 2 of them were even more terrifying when they joined forces. His qi and blood were surging, and his face became somewhat pale. Humph, with a cold snort, the Rinnegan was instantly activated. The King of Earth also screamed and was pushed back. He gritted his teeth. Defend the soul. The surrounding people carefully defended themselves. Then, the battle began again. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 moves had passed. They were actually evenly matched. It was hard to believe. One had to know that the lineup this time far exceeded everything. It was enough to kill anyone below the Quasi-Emperor realm. But now, they couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. The surrounding people were also shocked. Could it be that they were going to return empty-handed today? It seemed that even the Taichu ancient tomb couldn't do anything. The King of Blood Fiend gritted his teeth. I really underestimated you. However, we still have trump cards. What? Trump cards, those people from the sacred grounds exclaimed. Could it be a second supreme weapon? If that was the case, Lin Xian was really in danger. Even Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. 2 sovereign weapons had indeed exceeded his expectations. However, was there really 2 supreme weapons in the Taichu ancient land? Everyone's eyes were all on the King of Blood Fiend. The King of Blood Fiend sneered. The next moment, he took out a treasure box. It was a blood-red box. Bloody light surrounded it, and it was extremely terrifying. It had a monstrous killing intent. It made people feel like their soul was about to split open. He also took a deep breath and was incomparably respectful. He also slowly opened it. There were a few drops of blood flying inside. What was this? Could it be the blood of a great emperor? It couldn't be, right? We can't withstand the blood of a great emperor. But even if it wasn't the blood of a great emperor, it was still extremely terrifying. One drop could penetrate any expert. I feel that only a true quasi-emperor would be able to contend against it. I wonder what this Lin Wudi is going to do. Seeing this scene, the King of Earth smiled. He controlled the supreme weapon to block the heaven-swallowing jar with all his might. This kid doesn't have the supreme weapon. Let's see how you block it. The King of Blood Fiends said, Lin Wudi, I know you're powerful. But these 9 drops of blood were condensed by the heaven-connecting spiritual jade and formed the all-transformations blood. They were refined by fusing the bloodlines of countless experts. It's not something you can contend against. The drops of 10,000 transformations blood flew up in the air and flew toward Lin Xian. Boom. Boom, they were like 9 blood-red suns, and they revolved around him. Lad, you can die peacefully. Both of you will turn into a puddle of blood under this power, and you will cease to exist. Run away quickly. The people who were watching the battle from afar also started to run away quickly. This was because some people's bodies had already split open and turned into blood. This power was too terrifying, and it made their scalps go numb. This was enough to show how terrifying the 10,000 transformations blood was. Xueqi's body swayed, and she could feel the ice on her body melting quickly. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. 10,000 transformation snow, this sky spiritual jade was really strange. He also felt the blood in his body rumble, and it seemed like it was about to melt. He snorted coldly, and sword energy surged out of his body, and he slashed his surroundings to cut off this terrifying melting power. However, the 9 drops of 10,000 transformations blood were too terrifying, and they were scattered. Lin Xian couldn't destroy them all with a single sword strike. Lad, it's useless. The King of Blood Massacre sneered coldly. Before coming here, Lord Spirit Jade had already said that even a true boundary emperor would have to run away when facing this attack. It would be extremely difficult to dissolve it, let alone someone like you. You're just a Saint Lord, and you're even stronger than ordinary Triple Crown winners. However, you're still far from a true boundary emperor. So, this time I want to see how you'll die. As he spoke, the 9 drops of 10,000 transformations blood in the sky started to condense and take shape. They charged forward, and each drop of blood seemed to have turned into a sword that pierced through the 9 heavens. The aura they carried was too terrifying. At this moment, the heavens collapsed, and the earth cracked. It was as if the Azura Hell had reappeared. Xueqi quickly retreated. Lin Xian's expression turned cold, and he came to Xueqi's side and said, Use your 9 body with all your strength. Xueqi was taken aback, and she nodded. She knew what Lin Xian wanted to do. This was why she used her 9 body with all her strength. She seemed to have turned into a god of ice, and a torrent of ice and snow rose up in the glacier. It was useless. There was no way to freeze it. Lin Xian ignored him. He also unleashed the terrifying 9 Yang divine body. Half of his body turned into flames that engulfed the surroundings. Do you still want to burn? It's useless. You're no match for me. The blood of all transformations was enough to resolve everything. The 10,000 transformations blood in the sky shone brightly, dissolving the ice and flames. The people from the Holy Land shook their heads and sighed. Was Lin Wudi out of ideas? Even though the 2 godly bodies were terrifying, they were still helpless against the all transformations blood. However, Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. He asked coldly. 9 Yin and 9 Yang, which one was weaker and which one was stronger? Xueqi's expression became grave as she spoke. She then said, Yin and Yang will fuse, and he will become the ruler of the world. At this moment, the ice and flames on their bodies actually fused together. With the 2 of them as the center, the terrifying ice and flames spun rapidly. It formed a flame diagram. Kill, the 2 of them joined forces and rushed over. Not good, what kind of power is this? The King of Earth's face changed when he felt this power. He said, Don't waste any more time. Kill them quickly. The King of Blood Evil's pupils contracted as well. With a roar, the blood of all transformations blood rushed down. It turned into 9 blood-colored spears that could pierce through everything. Boom, boom. 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 At this moment, the entire sky of the true spirit world was shattered. Countless living beings prostrated themselves on the ground. Some experts from the Holy Land fainted from the shock. They were still very far away. If they were close, they would have turned into blood mist under the residual power of this energy. He wondered if Lin Wudi would be able to withstand it. Some people were worried. There were also some living fossils that were shocked beyond words. 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Heavens, this was an ancient legend. Could they really do it, Elder? What's this? The young disciple asked. The elders shook their heads. Let's wait for the results of the battle. They didn't dare to make a conclusion so easily. They could only watch from afar. The land of the glacier had completely turned into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. I don't believe that you can break through the blood of all transformations blood. The king of blood evil roared crazily. However, there was no smile on his face. That was because he was under immense pressure. 9 transformations blood of all transformations blood were blocked. The power of 9 Yin and 9 Yang in front of him turned into a flame diagram. It spun like a Tai Chi diagram. Another super strong force. 9 Yin and 9 Yang exploded once again. The transformation's blood was completely covered at this moment. No, the king of blood evil was completely stunned. His pupils shrank. He couldn't believe it. This was the blood of all transformations blood. It was something that even a boundary emperor didn't dare to go against. Could the other party withstand it? And it looked like he was going to break it. Damn it. I don't believe it. Transformations blood fused, 9 transformations blood of all transformations blood fused quickly and formed a blood-colored spear. The king of blood evil held the spear in his hand. Kill, he waved the spear and an ear-piercing sound came from it. It sounded like thousands of resentful spirits were roaring. It couldn't be helped. The blood of all transformations had melted the blood of countless experts. Naturally, it had endless resentment and killing intent. After this attack, everyone felt that hell had descended. Husband, Xueqi shouted angrily. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. They fused their palms together. They interlocked their fingers with one hand and slapped forward with the other hand. The power of 9 Yin and 9 Yang was fused by them at this moment to launch an attack. The blood-colored spear was covered by it and countless cracks appeared on it. Then, it was shattered. The transformation's blood turned into ashes at this moment. No, the king of blood evil was completely stunned. What kind of power is this? He couldn't understand it. He turned around and tried to escape. However, his soul was destroyed by this palm. Puff, the king of earth and the other double crown emperors were also sent flying by this energy. With this attack, the entire glacier was destroyed. The violent explosion lasted for a long time before it gradually disappeared. The power of 9 Yin and 9 Yang dissipated. Lin Xian and Xueqi stood in the void and looked down. The experts of the other holy lands in the true spirit world were also shocked. When they saw the scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Was this really caused by 2 youngsters? This attack was definitely not a stupid one. Xueqi, who was in the sky, was also surprised. Was this his attack? It was too powerful. It surpassed his power by more than 10 times. It was the power of 9 Yin and 9 Yang. Xueqi was surprised. There was an ancient legend that if 2 powers fused together, their might would increase by 10 times. The Holy Land's living fossil sighed with emotion. There was a saying in ancient times that once the 9 Yin and 9 Yang powers fused together, one could become an emperor. No one could rival them. They were so powerful. The Holy Land's youngsters were dumbfounded. At this moment, they looked into the distance with envy. This was a power that surpassed the Saint Realm. You actually killed the king of bloody massacre. The king of earth trembled in fear as he looked at the scene in front of him. The faces of the other double crown champions turned pale. Just now, they had been hit by the remnant energy, but they had already suffered heavy injuries. If they had been hit head-on, their fate would have been similar to the Triple Crown champions. They had been defeated. They had brought so many people with them, but they had still been defeated. Let's go quickly. The King of Earth led the remaining survivors and fled quickly. Lin Xian snorted coldly. They still wanted to leave. Demon God Seal, he attacked, and a huge black seal descended from the sky. The King of Earth roared and tried to defend himself, but he was still sent flying. As for the other double crown champions, their bodies were torn into pieces. The King of Earth vomited blood, and he quickly recalled his supreme weapon to defend himself. The stone cauldron enveloped them, and they wanted to escape. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and he controlled the heaven-swallowing jar to descend. The heaven-swallowing jar landed on the cauldron, and the supreme weapon shook violently. With a loud boom, the people inside were blasted into pieces. Soul extinguisher, Lin Xian roared again, and the heaven-swallowing jar shot out a beam of black light, which flew into the cauldron. The cauldron flew away, and Lin Xian recalled the heaven-swallowing jar. "Isn't husband going to chase after them?" Xueqi asked. "What if they called for reinforcements?" Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, the people inside were already dead." "Really?" Xueqi was delighted. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and left with Xueqi. Not long after, a crazy roar came from the land of absolute beginning. "Lin Wudi, no matter where you run to, I will catch you. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." This voice was filled with boundless killing intent, and it caused the whole world to shake violently. The people in the quintessential world were shocked. It seemed that the people who had escaped were also killed. 2 Triple Crown champions, 4 Double Crown champions. Not a single one of them had managed to leave alive. It seemed that they couldn't offend Lin Wudi. The true spirit world set off a huge storm as legends about Lin Xian spread everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had already returned to buried earth. He had returned to the Divine Union. The members of the Divine Union were also waiting. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Xian return. "Older brother Xian, that's great, you're back." Morong Qingqing also walked over. When he saw the blue-clothed woman beside Lin Xian, he asked, "You must be Sister Xueqi, right?" The blue-clothed woman also mentioned Miss Seductress. The two sides met and got to know each other. The people of the Divine Union cheered as they waited for them to obtain the true spirit and see what was happening in the world. He was shocked again. The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth. This Taichu ancient emperor sure was despicable. The Toad also said that the Devouring Shadow Clan was so strange that they could control so many families and sections. Who knew how many people would be controlled in the end? Bai Susu was indeed shocked. Were the 9 Yin and 9 Yang really so terrifying? Lin Xian asked about what had happened recently. The Golden Crow tribe had also been controlled in the few days he had been away. The Toad said, "The Golden Crow tribe deserves it for going against us. Now, they are in trouble. Kid, you mustn't save them." Lin Xian nodded as well. He wouldn't be able to save everyone. He wouldn't care about the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe should be finished. The Golden Crow tribe had indeed been controlled. Only a small number of people had escaped. These people gritted their teeth. How despicable. They were the dignified 10,000 ancient tribes and the legendary mutated beasts of heaven and earth. How could they have ended up like this? They were in despair at the thought of this. The other ancient families also sighed. They knew that it wouldn't be long before they would end up like the Golden Crow tribe. No one knew who could stop them. Now, only the Emperor clan's extreme Dao weapon could stop them. Therefore, they all joined the various Emperor clans to seek protection. Many of them were even willing to join the Divine Union. Lin Xian had asked Bai Susu and the others to make a strict selection. Not every family was qualified to enter. A year's time was almost up. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Now, more and more information was being sent to him. There were new changes every day. It wasn't just Burial Earth Star. The quintessential world, the myriad realms, and the universe were all experiencing new changes. And on this day, an earth-shattering news came. A moon in the universe was originally a planet. However, on this day, it suddenly turned into a jade rabbit. It directly jumped out of the universe. Every step it took shattered the void. The aura it carried made one's scalp tingle. It even carried a trace of Emperor's might. When this news spread to Burial Earth Star, the people on Burial Earth Star went crazy. The moon had turned into a jade rabbit. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying ancient powerhouse. There was actually such a powerhouse hidden around them. Even Lin Xian and the others were dumbfounded. They didn't know what more miraculous things would happen. Now, even if the stone under their feet turned into a powerhouse, these people would probably be able to accept it. Half a month later, another shocking piece of news came. One of the suns in the universe grew wings and turned into a golden crow. Vast flames engulfed the universe. The surrounding endless worlds were shattered. What? A sun turning into a golden crow? Wasn't this something that only existed in legends and myths? Had it really appeared, this wasn't an ordinary golden crow. It carried an emperor's might. Could it be a great emperor? Even if it wasn't, it should be a great emperor. There were countless discussions. Everyone went crazy. First, it was a jade rabbit. Now, it was a golden crow. What would happen next? 3 days later, the entire burial Earth star was in an uproar. Everyone looked up at the sky. The 9 heavens had turned into a sea of flames. There was actually an additional sun on their side. No, it wasn't a sun. It was a golden crow. The golden crow from before had actually come to burial Earth star. Could it be the patriarch of the Golden Crow clan? Had he come back to find the Golden Crow clan? Some people guessed. Lin Xian raised his head to look at the sky. His brows were tightly knitted together as he stared at the dazzling sunlight. He cultivated the 9 yang divine body, so he could sense it more clearly than others. It was indeed the power of the sun. Moreover, it was extremely terrifying. It was a great emperor. It seemed that the Golden Crow clan was not done yet. Morong Qingqing, who was next to him, also sighed. As expected, the Golden Crow patriarch had returned to find his clan. When he found out that they were controlled by the devouring Shadow clan, he was instantly furious. He launched an attack. A great emperor attacked. No matter how strong the devouring Shadow clan was, they were beaten back. In the end, they took the initiative to beg for mercy. They released the control of the Golden Crow clan and even went to apologize and sent many of their clan's treasures. Only then did the Golden Crow patriarch's anger gradually calm down. The people of the Golden Crow clan were stunned. They originally thought that they would be in despair and become puppets for the rest of their lives. Who would have thought that happiness would come so suddenly? Their Golden Crow clan's patriarch had actually appeared. The awakening of the Golden Crow ancestor. It shocked the entire burial Earth star and even spread to the other worlds. After all, even now, a quasi-emperor was a supreme existence. It was something that countless saints would look up to. After the initial shock, the people of the Golden Crow clan were overjoyed. Great! Greetings, ancestor, they knelt on the ground. They knew that they were going to soar. The existence of a quasi-emperor was comparable to the Emperor clan. It was definitely far better than before. Didn't they see that the arrogant Shireen clan had personally come to apologize? In fact, they even gave him an endless amount of natural treasures as compensation. When the other ancient families and great sects saw this scene, they were incomparably envious. The Golden Crow clan was really lucky. Do we have any slumbering ancestors in our family? Such a voice sounded in every clan and sect. However, those sect leaders shook their heads and sighed. It was easier said than done. Such a thing could not happen in every clan. The Golden Crow clan was an ancient beast. That was why there was such a quasi-emperor ancestor. The residents of the Golden Crow clan had been destroyed in the battle, but it had long been restored. On the contrary, they had obtained more treasures than before. In one of the great halls, a man was sitting. He was sitting on a throne. Below him were countless experts of the Golden Crow clan, including Elder Zhang and the geniuses. They looked forward with incomparable excitement. Greetings, ancestor. The person sitting in front was the quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow clan. Let's talk about the recent events. The Golden Crow ancestor had just woken up and wanted to know the news of this world. The Golden Crow clan leader roughly told him what had happened in the past 100 years. When he mentioned Lin Wudi, he gritted his teeth. The others also said that Lin Wudi was too despicable. He had killed many of our geniuses and experts. If it weren't for him, we would be much stronger than we are now. Lin Wudi? The Golden Crow ancestor snorted coldly. How dare he call himself invincible? Don't worry, I will kill him. No one can challenge our Golden Crow clan, especially after I returned. Ancestor, be careful. Lin Wudi is not simple. He is now the Triple Crown King and can kill the Triple Crown King. He also has an extreme weapon in his hand, so it won't be easy to kill him. Humph, so what if he's a Triple Crown champion? You guys don't understand the strength of a half-emperor or Zun emperor. He's at least a 5-crown king, so I far surpassed him. There was actually such a thing? The expert of the Golden Crow race gasped. Then, they were overjoyed. The difference between a Triple Crown champion and a Quintuple Crown champion was just too great. In other words, Lin Wude would undoubtedly die if he encountered a quasi-emperor. However, they were still a little worried about the extreme weapons. The Golden Crow Patriarch squinted his eyes. A Triple Crown champion actually had an extreme weapon and was not from a great emperor clan. He was really lucky. However, his luck had come to an end. Since I'm looking for a suitable weapon, I'll have him kneel down and offer it to me. Great, the old ancestor was going to make a move on Lin Wude. This hatred could finally be avenged. The Golden Crows were overjoyed. The Golden Crow Patriarch said, "There's no hurry. Inform the world first and let them come and pay me a visit." As a quasi-emperor, he needed countless clans and sects to submit to him after coming to this world. The Golden Crow Patriarch said, "Patriarch, don't worry, we will handle this matter." Soon, the Golden Crow race sent out invitations, inviting the experts and clans of the Tibetan Star and even other worlds to come over for a gathering. Even the clans of the martial monarchs received the same invitation. The people of the Yi family frowned. It seemed that the Golden Crow Patriarch wanted to show off his strength. The people of the Gu family snorted coldly. What was there to be arrogant about? Wasn't it just a quasi-emperor? Although that was the case, they were still incomparably envious. Because so far, their great emperor clan had not produced a quasi-emperor. In fact, there were very few quasi-emperors in the myriad worlds. Previously, there were 2 quasi-emperors, and then 1 or 2 appeared in the Forbidden Land of Life. Therefore, the number of quasi-emperors now could be counted on one hand. Of course, they were supreme existences. For a time, those clans and sects headed to the Golden Crow race. Half a month later, those clans and sects all rushed over. Even the people of the Emperor clan came. The Golden Crow race became incomparably lively. The people of the Golden Crow race were receiving these people. Each of them held their heads high with insufferably arrogance. Those who came did not dare to be angry. After all, there was a real quasi-emperor in front of them. Once a quasi-emperor was angry, he could definitely sweep through everything. After all, after the other party came, the Shadow Devourer clan directly surrendered. One could imagine how shocking this was. There were even rumors that a living quasi-emperor was even more terrifying than an extreme weapon. After all, every time an extreme weapon erupted, it required endless power. Even the Emperor clan could not withstand this power, so they could only passively defend. But quasi-emperors were different, especially those who were alive. A casual strike could cause earth-shattering power. Moreover, if a quasi-emperor wanted to deal with someone, that person would definitely go to hell. This was also why even the Emperor clan was shocked. After all, it was very difficult for them to kill a quasi-emperor. If they failed in one strike, they would be in big trouble. This time, the Golden Crow race's ostentation was very grand. It seemed that it was not a banquet, but to let these people come to pay their respects. The people of the Emperor clan were very dissatisfied. Their faces were dark. However, the other clans and sects were discussing animatedly. Many of them decided to join the Golden Crow race. They sought protection. After all, having a quasi-emperor as a guardian was really too important when the world was changing. No one knew what other 10,000 Archean races would appear. The Jade Man and the Devouring Shadow race were already a headache for them. If another quasi-emperor jumped out from the 10,000 Archean races, they really would not be able to resist. The banquet began. Everyone took their seats. The Golden Crow quasi-emperor walked over. His body carried a vast sun, and flames swept in all directions. Everyone's expressions were tense. They felt that this quasi-emperor was really too terrifying. The Heavenly Saber sect pays their respects to the Golden Crow ancestor. The Earth Fiend sect pays their respects to the Golden Crow ancestor. The Divine Fire sect pays their respects to the Golden Crow ancestor. One after another, the clans and sects came to pay their respects. The only ones who were still sitting were the few emperor clans. Their faces became even gloomier. The Golden Crow ancestor sat there and waved his hand. "Don't worry, as long as you become my disciples, I will guarantee your safety, thank you, Golden Crow ancestor." The powerhouses of these clans were incomparably happy. The Golden Crow ancestors' gaze swept across the emperor clans. Those emperor clans felt the power of the sun descend, causing their bodies to stiffen. Damn it, the other party actually dared to show off his strength. With a cold snort, the bloodline of the old phoenix erupted, and a phoenix phantom swept out. A low rumble sounded. The old phoenix stood up and said, "I wonder why the Golden Crow ancestor has asked us to come, if not, we will take our leave." The people of the phoenix race all stood up. The phoenix tribe wanted to leave. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this scene. However, they soon understood. That was indeed the case. The phoenix tribe was an emperor tribe. Now, the Golden Crow tribe was so arrogant that they did not take the emperor tribe seriously. How could the phoenix tribe be willing to accept this? Furthermore, the phoenix tribe was on the divine union's side. Lin Xian and the Golden Crow tribe did not have a good relationship. Therefore, the other party had already given them face by coming. It was normal for them to want to leave now. When they saw this scene, the eyes of the other emperor tribe members also flickered. To be honest, they did not want to stay here either. After all, they were high and mighty in other places. However, they were not valued here. Everyone's expression was gloomy. "You want to leave?" The Golden Crow ancestor looked over and snorted coldly. The flames of the sun on his body kept erupting, as if thousands of suns were sweeping forward. The expressions of the Phoenix tribe members changed as they shouted angrily. One after another, Phoenix phantoms soared into the sky. The two collided, tearing the void apart. "Sit down." The Golden Crow ancestor stretched out his hand. Golden claws covered the sky and directly arrived above the Golden Crow tribe. He waved it forcefully. The Golden Crow tribe members felt as if they were being suppressed by 100,000 mountains. Their bodies trembled as they sat down on their seats. It was not that they wanted to sit down, but they were suppressed by this force and could not stand up. Damn it. The Phoenix tribe leader, the old Phoenix, and the others gritted their teeth as their faces turned pale. However, that quasi-emperor power was really too terrifying. They could not resist at all. The others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the people from the emperor clan's pupils shrunk. One person suppressed the emperor tribe. Was this the power of the Golden Crow ancestor? He was too powerful. The Golden Crow tribe leader sneered when he saw this scene. "Humph. Everyone, who still wants to leave," he looked around and said coldly. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. No one dared to mention this matter again. The Golden Crow ancestor retracted his hand and said coldly, "If you give me face, you will be fine. If anyone dares to not give me face, I will send them to hell." His voice was extremely cold and carried a terrifying killing intent that made one's scalp go numb. Even the Emperor tribe members fell silent when they saw that the surrounding people were afraid. The corners of the Golden Crow patriarch's mouth curled up into a smile. Very good, this was the kind of absolute suppression he wanted. So what if they were from the Emperor clan? Without the age of a great emperor, it was enough to suppress everything. By the way, I heard that there was a genius called Lin Wudi recently. Where is he? Let me see who it is that is so arrogant, daring to call himself invincible. The Golden Crow patriarch spoke again after suppressing the Phoenix clan. The others sucked in a breath of cold air. It was here. Sure enough, the Golden Crow clan would not let Lin Wudi off. These people turned their heads to look at Lin Wudi. However, they soon found that Lin Wudi was nowhere to be seen. That guy didn't come. The Golden Crows were also searching. However, after searching for a while, their faces darkened. That brat didn't come. When the Golden Crow patriarch learned of the situation, he was also infuriated. He had invited everyone to a banquet, but someone didn't turn up. Was this not giving him face? He had just woken up, and there was already someone who didn't give him face. Moreover, it was a young man. He snorted coldly. How arrogant. You don't even want to come to my banquet. How arrogant. Someone, go and inform him again. Tell him that I'll give him 1 day. If he doesn't come after 1 day, I'll make the divine union disappear. Also, tell him not to think that he can be arrogant just because he has an emperor weapon. I can also borrow one. Yes. Patriarch. The 2 Golden Crow clan elites soared into the sky and flew into the distance. The others were also shocked. It seemed that Lin Wudi only had 2 paths to take this time. He could either bow his head or start a war with the Boundary Emperor. Although Lin Wudi had defeated many elites previously, including the Double Crown King and even Long Mu, those Boundary Emperors weren't Boundary Emperors. A Boundary Emperor was a real Boundary Emperor. A true Boundary Emperor was too terrifying, especially the Golden Crow old ancestor who really had a way to borrow an emperor weapon. After all, Lin Xian had more than one enemy. Lin Xian had offended too many clans previously. However, the other party was too strong and no one could suppress him. Therefore, no one dared to make an enemy out of him. However, if a Boundary Emperor appeared, those enemies might secretly help him. Therefore, how would Lin Wudi choose? They were all very curious. The 2 Golden Crow clan elites soared into the sky and headed towards Holy Abyss Ancient City. They flew through the sky, bringing with them endless flames. Finally, they arrived at Holy Abyss Ancient City. Looking at the Divine Union's building below, one of them shouted loudly. Lin Wudi, where are you? Come out. His voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. In the ancient city, countless people looked up at the sky. Heavens, who dared to scold Lin Wudi? Was this a challenge to the Divine Union, who would be so daring as to act recklessly? Countless exclamations were heard. They looked up at the sky and were stunned when they saw the 2 Golden Crow clan elites. They were also stunned. It was the Golden Crow clan. Not good. It was said that a Boundary Emperor of the Golden Crow clan had revived and was sweeping across the region. Why was the Golden Crow clan looking for Lin Wudi now? It couldn't be. Didn't the Golden Crow clan invite everyone to a banquet? Lin Wudi didn't go, it was over. This time, he had offended a Boundary Emperor. The people of the Divine Union also raised their heads and frowned. What was the Golden Crow clan doing here? Toad and the others instantly soared into the sky. How dare you come here and behave atrociously? Are you tired of living? The Golden Crow man sneered. Humph. I think you guys are the ones who are tired of living. Our patriarch invited everyone to a banquet. How dare you not go? What crime should you commit? The other woman also sneered and told Lin Wudi that our patriarch only gave him 1 day. If he still didn't go after 1 day, our patriarch would personally take action and raze the Divine Union to the ground. After saying that, the 2 of them soared into the sky and left. After all, they had only come to inform Lin Wudi. In their opinion, Lin Wudi would definitely come obediently after receiving this final order. How arrogant. They even wanted to raze the Divine Union to the ground. The Crimson Dragon also gritted his teeth. After they returned, they told Bai Susu and the others what had happened. Bai Susu and the others were shocked. Xue Qi, Morong Qingqing, and the others also frowned. Should they tell Big Brother Xian? It was better to say it. After all, this was a true Boundary Emperor. They had also felt the might of a Boundary Emperor. It was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, they went to find Lin Xian. When Lin Xian heard this, he also narrowed his eyes. The toad said, "Kid, don't go. If you have the ability, then let him do it. We will use an extreme weapon to kill him." Bai Susu frowned. No, didn't you hear? The Golden Crow Patriarch could borrow an extreme weapon. Moreover, our enemies weren't just limited to the Golden Crow clan. Those people had hidden themselves and didn't make a move. This didn't mean that they wouldn't make a move at the critical moment. For example, the Z Mansion had been very strange recently. Husband, what should we do? Xue Qi also asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, "Give me half a day." He thought of a way. A way that didn't require much effort. Looking at Lin Xian's back as he left, Morong Qingqing and the others were also puzzled. That shouldn't be the case. Brother Xian actually didn't take the initiative to fight this time. Why was it because? Could it be because the other party was a quasi-emperor, or was there something else he was worried about? They didn't know. After Lin Xian left, He asked De Long, "Are there any poisonous fruits in the sword world?" The current sword world was very mysterious. Previously, Lin Xian had eaten a fruit and his strength had increased by a lot. Then, he found another snowflake and was able to lock onto Xueqi's position. This meant that the things taken out from the sword world far surpassed those of burial earth and true spirit world. Therefore, Lin Xian immediately thought of something. There was no need to directly attack the Golden Crow Emperor. This quasi-emperor was so arrogant that he wanted him to submit. Why not take this opportunity? He might be able to severely injure him. He wanted to see if the other party would still dare to be arrogant at that time. De Long said, "There is, but I don't know if it has recovered. Go and take a look." De Long gave Lin Xian 3 pieces of information. They were 3 types of fruits that even a quasi-emperor would be poisoned if they ate them. At the very least, they would be severely injured. If they were unlucky, they might even die. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. That's right, that's what I want. With these 3 pieces of information, Lin Xian once again entered the sword world. He went to those unknown areas and began to search. The first 2 types were not there, so there was only 1 type of illusion fruit left. If there was none, then there was nothing he could do. In that case, he could only fight. But at this time, his eyes lit up. He found it. In front of a small mountain, Lin Xian saw a fruit. It was crystal clear and incomparably dreamy, like an immortal fruit. "Damn, kid, what are you looking for?" The Hellfire Dragon's soul flew over. Seeing this immortal fruit, he wanted to rush up and swallow it. However, Lin Xian said, "This is the poisonous fruit I prepared for the quasi-emperor. If you want to die, then eat it." "What?" The Hellfire Dragon immediately stopped and quickly shook his head. I don't need it." From the looks of it, he also knew how powerful the sword world was. Maybe he had also suffered a loss here. Therefore, he was very careful. Lin Xian walked forward and took out a treasure box that was completely made of divine crystals. Lin Fan carefully placed the fantasy fruit inside. This fruit was called the fantasy fruit. It looked extremely mysterious, but it contained a deadly poison. Moreover, there was no such thing outside. Only in the sword world. Therefore, the Golden Crow Patriarch would never know that it was a poisonous fruit. "Very good, Golden Crow clan, let's see how arrogant you can be at that time." Lin Xian's lips curled up as he walked out. When he came out, he was in a very good mood. He was even humming a tune. On the other hand, Bai Susu and the others were feeling rather gloomy. They had already begun gathering their strength to restore their supreme weapons. When Lin Xian arrived, they were stunned. "Why are you so happy? Could it be that you've thought of something?" "Of course." Lin Xian laughed. Then, he looked at these people and said, "What are you guys busy with?" Bai Susu said snappily. He was still preparing to activate his supreme weapon. Lin Xian said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. This time, I don't need to use the supreme weapon at all. I already have a way." "What way?" these people asked. Morong Qingqing, Xueqi, and the others were also curious. However, Lin Xian said, "Of course it was to give him a gift. Didn't he want to invite the world to a banquet? Let's go to the banquet and give him a big gift." "What?" These people were all stunned. The Crimson Dragon also jumped up. "Damn, kid, you can't be afraid, right?" They also said that this was impossible. With her temper, how could she possibly submit to him? Submit? Afraid? Lin Xian shook his head. "Do you think it's possible? This super big gift would definitely make him suffer the consequences." Lin Xian snorted coldly. The surrounding people were stunned. Then, they laughed. "Looks like you already have a way." The Crimson Dragon said, "Although I don't know what it is, I want to go and take a look." The Toad said, "Count me in." This time, Lin Xian brought the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the others on the road. Morong Qingqing, Xueqi, and Bai Susu were in charge of guarding this place to prevent others from sneaking up on them. A stream of light streaked across the sky and flew into the distance, disappearing. On the other side, the people of the Golden Crow race were waiting patiently. There's only 1 day left. Do you think Lin Wudi will come? What a joke. He's Lin Wudi. Have you seen him bow down to anyone? Didn't the 10,000 Dragons Empire and Zifu get beaten up badly by him? This time, I think he definitely won't come. That's true. Everyone nodded. With Lin Wudi's temper, it was already good enough that he didn't come knocking on their door with his supreme weapon. Bow down? What a joke. However, it wasn't going to be easy this time. The Golden Crow Patriarch was a quasi-emperor. The last time a quasi-emperor came, it was Lin Xian who came out and restrained him. Otherwise, Lin Wudi would have died at that time. This time, who could help Lin Wudi? If no quasi-emperor appeared, Lin Wudi would definitely not be able to stop them. Everyone was discussing. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Lin Wudi of the Divine Union had arrived. The voice pierced through the 9 heavens and traveled toward the main hall. Everyone in the main hall was discussing. What did they hear? Lin Wudi was here. These people stood up one after another. The people of the Golden Crow race were also stunned. They instantly became nervous. Lin Wudi wouldn't come knocking on their door, right? They had fought Lin Xian many times and naturally knew Lin Xian's temper. Therefore, they were very nervous. Patriarch, you have to be careful. That kid is very arrogant. The Golden Crow Patriarch snorted coldly. I'm here. If he dares to attack, don't panic. Let him in. Alright, the Golden Crow Patriarch had no choice but to act according to the Patriarch's instructions. Soon, the mountain gate opened and the array flickered. A few figures walked in. The people of the surrounding families and sects all widened their eyes and looked into the distance. Was Lin Wudi here? When they saw Lin Wudi, the toad, and the dark red divine flame, they were all stunned. It was really the Divine Union and only 3 people had come. It shouldn't be a war, right? Lin Wudi was still smiling. There was no murderous intent on his body. It didn't look like he was here to fight. Everyone was very puzzled. Even the Phoenix race and the Yi family didn't understand. What was Lin Xian doing here? Was he really here to submit? They didn't quite believe it. The Golden Crow Patriarch shouted coldly. Lin Wudi, what are you doing here? Lin Xian smiled. You sent an invitation and specially asked someone to inform me. What do you think I'm doing here? I'm naturally here to attend the banquet. What? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Even the Golden Crow Patriarch was dumbfounded. He was here to attend the banquet? Why did it sound like a dream? Lin Xian's words stunned everyone. They even suspected if this was really Lin Xian himself. Even the Golden Crow Patriarch frowned and snorted coldly. Kid, are you really here to attend the banquet? Lin Xian smiled. Why don't you believe me? Look, I've already prepared a gift. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a treasure box. The treasure box was rectangular and made of divine crystals. It was surrounded by multicolored light and was obviously not an ordinary item. Lin Xian opened the treasure box and a dreamy light was emitted from it. At this moment, countless people looked over. Even those from the Emperor race were shocked. What a terrifying spirit fruit. The people of the Golden Crow race were also shocked and stunned. The Golden Crow Patriarch was originally sneering, but when he saw the dream fruit, he gasped. As a quasi-emperor, he was shocked when he saw the spirit fruit. Go, bring it over. The Golden Crow Patriarch spoke. The Golden Crow Patriarch hurried over and came to Lin Xian's side. Kid, don't play any tricks. Lin Xian smiled. Your Patriarch is a quasi-emperor, are you afraid of me? Let me check and you'll know. Lin Xian handed over the dream fruit. The Golden Crow Patriarch held the dream fruit with both hands and walked to the Golden Crow Patriarch. Patriarch, please take a look. He was extremely respectful. The Golden Crow Patriarch grabbed it and an extremely terrifying flame burst out from his eyes. It was as if he had turned into 2 suns that rotated between heaven and earth. At this moment, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Is Lin Wudi really so kind to give him a spirit fruit? Could it be some poison? Countless people guessed so, but they felt that it shouldn't be. Lin Xian wouldn't be so stupid. It was really too difficult to deceive a quasi-emperor. At this moment, the Golden Crow Patriarch laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, good, it's indeed a spirit fruit. Lin Wuti, you're very sensible. As long as you obediently submit to me, I'll guarantee you a meteoric rise and wealth for the rest of your life. She was very happy. In his opinion, Lin Wuti was powerful, but didn't he have to lower his head in front of him? He didn't think that this little ant before him would dare to scheme against him. Lin Xian smiled as well. Of course, the Golden Crow Patriarch had boundless divine fire. Becoming a great emperor in the future would be a piece of cake. Hearing this, the Golden Crow Patriarch laughed proudly. The people of the Golden Crow clan also laughed. Wasn't Lin Wuti very arrogant? But now, he still lowered his head in front of them. The others also shook their heads and sighed. Was Lin Wuti really afraid? Who would be able to stop the Golden Crow clan in the future? Congratulations to the Golden Crow Patriarch for obtaining the divine fruit. A series of congratulatory voices could be heard. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. Old thing, just you wait. There will be a good show to watch soon. Even a quasi-emperor would be severely injured if they ate the illusion fruit. They might even die. He was looking forward to seeing that scene. Someone, prepare a seat for Lin Gongzi. The Golden Crow Patriarch was in a very good mood. He had obtained a divine fruit and subdued Lin Xian. He felt that nothing could stop his footsteps. Amidst the cheers around him, the Golden Crow Patriarch swallowed the illusion fruit. In the next moment, endless rays of light appeared on his body. It was dreamy. It was as if he was about to ascend and become an immortal. What a magical scene. What fruit is this? Why have I never seen it before? Heavens! Where did Lin Wuti get it? It was probably a treasure that he had kept for many years. Exclamations could be heard one after another. The people of the Golden Crow clan were even more excited. Would their patriarch break through to become a great emperor in one fell swoop? The people of the other great emperor families frowned. What was Lin Wuti doing? Was he really willing to lower his head? They didn't know. Even the Toad and the Crimson Dragon were puzzled. What was Lin Xian up to? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was very calm. He smiled and waited patiently. Another terrifying thing about the illusion fruit was that it wouldn't be poisoned at first. It would take some time. In this way, even a boundary emperor wouldn't be on guard. By the time they discovered it, it would be too late. Good, it was indeed a divine fruit. The Golden Crow Patriarch looked up to the sky and laughed. He also felt a mysterious force circulating in his meridians. When he saw the scene of the great Tao surrounding him, he really thought that he was going to become an immortal. Lin Xian, where did you get this divine fruit? Tell me the news and I will send people to look for it again. Lin Xian said. Don't worry, Golden Crow Patriarch. After the banquet, I will tell you the details. Good, good, good. Little guy, you are very sensible. Then your grudge with the Golden Crow clan will be written off. The Golden Crow Patriarch waved his hand, causing an uproar. The people of the Golden Crow clan also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they spared Lin Wuti, he had already submitted. He would be their subordinate in the future. Thinking of this, they were very happy. The Patriarch was wise, the Patriarch was mighty. They saw infinite hope. Suddenly, the Golden Crow Patriarch's pupils constricted and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. It was actually black blood. In an instant, it pierced through heaven and earth, turning into countless black holes. Heavens! What happened? The people of the Golden Crow clan were stunned. The people of the remote antiquity families were also dumbfounded. Even the people of the Emperor clan suddenly raised their heads. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. It had begun. He looked surprised. Golden Crow Patriarch, what's wrong with you? Did extreme joy beget sorrow? The Golden Crow Patriarch's face instantly darkened. Damn it, what was going on? Why did he suddenly feel as if he had been punched hard? His internal organs were about to shatter. The pain almost made him faint. No, he was poisoned. As a boundary emperor, he immediately reacted. He was poisoned. Could it be the spiritual fruit just now? In the next moment, she suddenly turned her head and stared at Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian kept shattering. The people around Lin Xian were shocked and retreated. Even the Crimson Dragon was stunned. What was going on? Was this old thing going to attack them? Damn it, how dare you plot against me? your divine fruit is poisonous. What, poisonous? Countless people were in an uproar. The people of the Emperor clan were shocked. Damn it, I knew it. How could Lin Wude bow his head? It turned out that he was waiting for the Golden Crow Patriarch here. Only Lin Wude would dare to use poison to plot against Quasi-Emperor Yuzun. If this angered a boundary emperor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Was it poison? Ha 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 ha, I knew the show was about to begin. The toad laughed, and so did the Crimson Dragon. No wonder he was so confident before leaving. It turned out that he had already thought about it. They could watch a good show next. The people of the Golden Crow clan said, "What? Their patriarch was poisoned. Damn it, take Lin Wude down." With an angry shout, countless experts of the Golden Crow clan rose into the air from all directions. They stared at Lin Xian with murderous intent. The sky was blotted out and the earth was covered. Experts flew over with murderous intent. The people from the other families retreated far away. They couldn't defeat a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was still sitting there. When he saw this scene, he laughed. Aya, the Golden Crow tribe is really shameless. I came to give you the divine fruit out of goodwill, but you repaid my kindness with ingratitude. What a bunch of nonsense. You are the one who plotted against our patriarch. The Golden Crow tribe leader was so angry that he was trembling. Lin Xian was shocked. Plotting against? No way, he was really wronged. He turned to look at the Golden Crow Patriarch and was shocked. Aya, senior. What's wrong with you? Why are you vomiting blood? Isn't it just a divine fruit? Don't be too agitated. There might be more in the future. Agitated my ass. The Golden Crow Patriarch's face turned green. Despicable brat, do you think this little poison can hurt me? When I suppress this poison, it will be your time of death. I dare to guarantee that not only you, but the entire divine union will be razed to the ground. I am really wronged. Lin Xian sighed. I forgot to tell you that this fruit is indeed a divine fruit. It's just that the strong will be fine after eating it, but the weak will vomit blood after eating it. I originally thought that the Golden Crow Patriarch was an unparalleled expert. Now, it seems that you are useless. You, the Golden Crow Patriarch trembled with anger and spat out another mouthful of blood. He almost fell to the ground. Patriarch. The Golden Crow tribe experts hurried forward to support him. They were extremely nervous. Patriarch, how are you? Patriarch, nothing must happen to you. Get lost. What are you waiting for? Suppress this brat for me. The Golden Crow Patriarch roared crazily. Those powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged over. They suppressed Lin Wude. The array flickered. Terrifying flames and rays of light fell from the sky and turned into countless heavenly tablets. Was the battle about to start? The Crimson Dragon experts took a deep breath. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Let's see who dares to make a move. Don't you want the Golden Crow Patriarch's life? The moment these words came out, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow clan were all stunned. The Golden Crow old ancestor said. Don't listen to him, I can suppress the poison. Is that so? Lin Xian looked ahead and sneered. Pour it for me. After saying that, the Golden Crow Patriarch's body swayed and fell to the ground. No, Patriarch, the powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe no longer dared to attack. Instead, they flew back frantically. They were scared out of their wits. The Golden Crow old ancestor was a quasi-emperor. For a quasi-emperor to fall from a chair, how terrifying and dangerous was this situation. The people from the other emperor clans were also shocked. Could it be that the quasi-emperor was really poisoned? They sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of fruit did Lin Wude take out? It could actually poison a quasi-emperor. Damn it, where did this guy get this thing? Some people felt their blood run cold. Previously, some families and sects wanted to see Lin Wude make a fool of himself. But now, it seemed that they were the ones who were laughing. Old ancestor, are you alright? The people of the Golden Crow race have all gone crazy. This time, the Golden Crow Patriarch was almost speechless. He was extremely shocked. How was this possible? He was a quasi-emperor who could sweep through everything. His strength was outstanding, but now, he couldn't suppress this poison. Damn kid. He knew that he was careless. From the beginning to the end, he had underestimated this Lin Wuti. Originally, he thought that the other party was just a Triple Crown champion, an ant. It would be easy for him to kill the other party. He didn't even care about the spirit fruit that the other party took out. At that time, he only glanced at it. But with his quasi-emperor cultivation, nothing could hide from him. But he was still poisoned. This meant that the other party's methods were beyond his imagination. Lin Xian didn't hide anymore. He walked out and said, "How is it? It doesn't feel good, right? But this is your own fault. If you want to recover, then so be it. If you are a quasi-emperor, I won't make things difficult for you. But after you came to find trouble with me. Why, do you really think that you can crush me just because you are a quasi-emperor? It's too ridiculous. Why don't you ask around? Have I, Lin Wuti, ever been defeated in battle in my life? As a quasi-emperor, you don't stand a chance." Lin Xian's face also darkened. Indeed, he really didn't plan to deal with the Golden Crow quasi-emperor. But since the other party attacked first, he could only accompany him to the end. Damn it. The Golden Crow ancestor tried to suppress the poison but realized that it was impossible. He could only say, "Young master, you misunderstood. I was just joking with you. Young master, why don't you help me detoxify the poison? I will definitely reward you greatly. I heard that you cultivate the 9-yang divine body, and I cultivate the fire of the sun. We can exchange pointers. I can even tell you my experience of becoming a quasi-emperor." The moment these words came out, many people's eyes turned red. Even the people from the Arch family were shocked. A quasi-emperor's experience was incomparably precious. It surpassed all Dharma treasures. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "I don't need your experience. Because you are too trashy. You can't even defeat a small sacred lord like me. What use do I have for your experience? What I want is the strength to be able to dominate the ancient times, not a piece of trash like you. You." Pfft. The Golden Crow ancestor vomited another mouthful of blood. He was about to faint from anger. "I'm a piece of trash? Damn it, who dares to say that I'm a piece of trash?" He was a dignified ancient mutated beast. When he dominated the world back then, no one could defeat him. It was just that the timing was not right back then, so he chose to sleep. Finally, he woke up at the right time. This time, he must become the Arch. However, he was plotted against by a young man as soon as he woke up. He even lowered his head to beg for mercy, but the other party still mocked and ridiculed him. How many years had he lived? He had never been slapped in the face like this. "Kid, you better detoxify my poison. Let me tell you, the strength of a quasi-emperor is not something you can imagine. I'm injured now, but I won't die. Once I recover, you know what will happen. That's not something you can bear, so take out the antidote." Lin Xian laughed as well. "You think too highly of yourself. Let's not talk about whether or not you can recover. Even if you can recover, so what? I'm not far from the quasi-emperor realm now. Give me a little more time and I will be able to surpass the quasi-emperor realm. Even if you recover, so what?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered with incomparable confidence. Indeed, with the divine fire seed, he was now able to contend with a quasi-emperor, if he broke through again. Killing a quasi-emperor would not be difficult. At this point, Lin Xian took a step forward. Demonic chi surged from his body as if he had turned into a demon god. "The Golden Crow tribe has repeatedly gone against me. Now that a quasi-emperor has awakened, I'll personally deal with you today." Lin Xian's killing intent swept through the world. Those people from the Golden Crow tribe have gone crazy. Is Lin Wuti going to make a move? Damn it, how dare you? Angry roars rang out. The array formations covered the sky and covered the earth. In the end, the great demonic sky seal shattered everything. Lin Xian walked forward like an invincible war god. Lin Xian was really too strong. It was extremely easy for him to kill the Triple Crown King. Not to mention the people of the Golden Crow race. The strongest among them was only a sacred lord. Even if a group of sacred lords went up, they wouldn't be able to kill Lin Xian with one punch. Only quasi-emperors were a little dangerous to Lin Xian. Of course, it was just a threat. Ordinary quasi-emperors weren't qualified to kill Lin Xian. The people of the Golden Crow race collapsed. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Many of them turned into a bloody mist in this attack. Patriarch, please help. They knelt on the ground. The Golden Crow Patriarch's expression became extremely ugly. Help, it was good enough that he could survive now. How could he be in the mood to care about these people? Give me your strength and I'll suppress my injuries. Then, I'll be able to help you. Really? When the Golden Crow race leader and the others heard this, they were overjoyed and quickly gave their power to the Patriarch. The laws on their bodies danced and flames swept out. They gave all their power to the Golden Crow Patriarch. A huge illusion of a sun appeared on the Golden Crow Patriarch's body, suppressing everything. The Golden Crow Patriarch's body trembled. The poison was suppressed in an instant. That was great. The Golden Crow Patriarch roared and soared into the sky. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back. It covered the sky and the earth. The entire world was engulfed by the sun god fire. The Patriarch asked for help. The people of the Golden Crow race knelt on the ground. They waited for the Patriarch to help. The Golden Crow Patriarch in the sky flapped his wings and tore open the void. He disappeared. What's going on? The people of the Golden Crow race knelt on the ground. They looked up at the sky. They were stunned. Where was their patriarch? At this moment, a young genius of the Gu family whispered. According to the situation of the spatial power, he seemed to have escaped. What do you mean he escaped? Shut up, what does a young man know? Someone immediately shouted coldly. The genius of the Gu family also lowered his head. Indeed, he was a rising genius. To be honest, he wasn't too sure. Would a quasi-emperor escape? The others didn't believe it even more. However, they waited for a long time, but the Golden Crow Patriarch didn't appear. This made them certain that the Golden Crow Patriarch had really escaped. It can't be. A quasi-emperor escaped. God, Lin Wudi's poison was too terrifying. No. Forefather, you lied to us. The people of the Golden Crow clan had all gone crazy. They had originally hoped that the Patriarch would be able to sweep through all of them once he recovered. Who would have thought that the Patriarch would actually run away? I don't care about them. More importantly, those top experts had channeled their power to the Golden Crow Patriarch. They didn't have much strength left. Lin Xian laughed. What a stray dog. Kid, hurry up, don't let him escape. The Crimson Dragon was anxious. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with light. Don't worry, he can't suppress that poison. He could not run far. He had to deal with the Golden Crow race first. Lin Xian's face darkened, and his murderous aura erupted once again. No. The chief of the Golden Crow tribe and the others turned around and knelt on the ground. They looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Gongzi, please be merciful. Lin Gongzi, please spare us. There were even people who said, Lin Gongzi, this has nothing to do with us. It's all the Golden Crow Patriarch's business. He's the one who went against you. We don't dare to. That's right, hurry up and chase after the Patriarch. Spare us. These people quickly shouted. The surrounding people were stunned when they heard this. This was really deceiving their master and destroying their ancestors. But thinking about it, the Golden Crow Patriarch didn't care about these descendants anymore. Why would these descendants still follow the Patriarch? Lin Xian shook his head. You should know what happened to the 10,000 Dragon dynasty that went against me. No. Hearing this, the people of the Golden Crow race were in despair. The chief of the Golden Crow race even said, activate the ultimate array formation. Those who can escape, leave. Facing Lin Wudi, she really had no choice. They didn't even have the strength to resist now. They could only escape. Under the ground, the array formation covered everything. One after another, the figures of the Golden Crow race quickly rose into the air. They disappeared. The ultimate array formation destroyed everything and teleported everything. It was over. Lin Xian stood up. A biting cold sword energy appeared in his hand. He raised his hands high. You were born in the sun, so you will be destroyed in the sun. 9 suns open the sky. On Lin Xian's sword energy, a scorching flame suddenly rose and surrounded it. It was an illusion of 9 suns, and it carried the sharp aura of the great dragon sword soul. He slashed down. With an earth-shattering boom, the entire Golden Crow race was split into 2. Run. The families and sects that came to attend the banquet quickly rose into the air and fled in all directions. Many of the Golden Crow race's people were turned into ashes under this sword. The entire array formation shattered and the sky split open. After this sword strike, the Golden Crow race disappeared. The Golden Crow race, including the experts, didn't have time to escape and died just like that. Kid, some people have been teleported out. Do you want to chase after them? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said. There's no need. They're just ants. There's no need to care about them. Let's go and chase after the Golden Crow Patriarch. Lin Xian and the others rose into the air, leaving behind only ruins. The surrounding experts of the families and sects felt their scalps go numb after seeing this. From then on, the Golden Crow race disappeared from Burial Earth. Some people knelt on the ground in fear. They really couldn't provoke Lin Wuti. Even a quasi-emperor wasn't a threat in front of him. There were also some people from the Emperor clan who were happy. Let's go and take a look. Previously, the Golden Crow Patriarch was very arrogant and didn't even put their great Emperor clan in his eyes. Now, they were going to watch the show. For example, the Phoenix race and the Gu clan followed. The group quickly followed. In front, Lin Xian and the others tore open the void. Lin Xian looked with her Rinnegan. In the next moment, the corners of her mouth curled up. As expected, she didn't run far. There was a golden light in front of her. It was the Golden Crow Patriarch. However, his speed wasn't fast and he was about to fall from the sky. After obtaining the power of the Golden Crow race's experts, the Golden Crow Patriarch suppressed his injuries and turned to escape. As for the family, what did it have to do with him? As long as he was alive, he could start another family. Therefore, there was hope for him to be alive. However, not long after flying out, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. The poison was too terrifying and couldn't be suppressed at all. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head because he saw a sword chi slashing down from the sky. The Golden Crow race was split apart by the sword. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I will take revenge for this. Lin Wuti, I won't let you off. He tried his best to fly. But not long after, he was scared out of his wits because he found that Lin Wuti had caught up. Impossible, how did he know where I was? He flew quickly in fear. However, not long after, Lin Xian caught up to him. Old thing, why don't you fly? Ha 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 ha, you can't do it, right? The toad sneered and spat on your face. It shot out poison that filled the sky again and flew over. Although this poison was useless against the Emperor clan, the Golden Crow Patriarch didn't have the chance to resist, so when it landed on his body, countless rays of light appeared. Damn it, damn toad, the Golden Crow Patriarch had gone crazy. Now, he was being slapped in the face by some juniors. Why, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Get out of here. The Crimson Dragon directly stretched out its dragon claw and slapped the other party's face. The Golden Crow Patriarch was like a kite with a broken string, falling down. You 3 ants, just you wait. I definitely won't let you off. The Golden Crow Patriarch gritted his teeth and roared. The Crimson Dragon sneered. You still want to escape. The toad also rushed over. Now, they were going to beat the dog while it was down. Damn it, why are this guy's bones so hard? The toad was in so much pain that its claws were shaking. The Crimson Divine Dragon also grimaced. Although they were powerful, they were still unable to withstand the pressure. Although they were powerful, they couldn't break through the defense of a quasi-emperor with their current strength. However, they specialized in hitting the face. Even if they couldn't hurt the other party, they had to hit the other party's face hard. Ah! The Golden Crow Patriarch's lungs were about to burst. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over and slashed with his sword. The Golden Crow Patriarch originally thought that it was just a slap in the face, but he didn't expect his body to be sent flying. He spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. Damn it, this kid is so strong. It was unbelievable that a Triple Crown champion could pose a threat to him, a quasi-emperor. One had to know that the Golden Crow Patriarch had the strength of a quasi-emperor. The gap between the two was especially big. The other party seemed to be able to break through his defense. However, he could only threaten him. It was impossible for him to kill him. He ignored the three little ants and flew quickly with his head lowered. Kid, quickly kill him. The Crimson Dragon shouted. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The divine fire seed between his brows jumped. Another sword, 9 suns opened the sky. It carried the power of the divine fire seed. The Golden Crow Patriarch suddenly turned around. When he sensed this scene, his pupils constricted. Damn it, impossible. How do you have such power? He was so scared that he hurriedly retreated. Boom. He was still hit by the sword. A sword mark appeared on his body, and even his bones were exposed. He was stunned. You can actually break through my defense. This time, it wasn't just a threat, but also an injury. He was injured even more. No. This is the power of a quasi-emperor. How do you have it? He felt the other party's power that surpassed the Bible. This was an immortal energy seed. Damn it, the other party is a Triple Crown champion. Are you kidding me? Damn it, who exactly are you? He roared crazily. Lin Xian swung his sword again. Another sword mark appeared on Patriarch Golden Crow's body. In the end, even Lin Xian was frowning. He had to admit that the Golden Crow was really powerful. It was too difficult to kill such a strange beast. It seemed that he would have to borrow the power of an extreme weapon. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the heaven-devouring jar. The Golden Crow Patriarch was driven mad by the power of the extreme-grade weapon. To be honest, the power of the seed of divine fire was able to hurt him. However, he also had the immortal Qi seed. He could still handle the collision between the two. So what if he was injured? It wasn't easy to kill him, but now that the extreme Dao weapon was out, the Golden Crow Patriarch had completely lost his temper. He was only a boundary emperor. An extreme weapon possessed the power of a great emperor. It was not something that he could contend against. If it was a sacred ancestor wielding an extreme Dao weapon, he wouldn't be worried. However, Lin Xian was too terrifying, so he ran away like a madman. Trying to escape, the heaven-swallowing jar struck out. The Golden Crow Patriarch gritted his teeth and screamed. Incarnation, one of his wings instantly split open and was swallowed by the devouring vortex instead of him. As for his remaining body, it quickly tore open the void and escaped. He actually escaped. As expected of an ancient strange beast. Lin Xian frowned. He felt that the Golden Crow Patriarch was even more terrifying than the Boundary Emperor from Mount Eternal that he had encountered before. It was even more terrifying, much more terrifying. One had to know that the Golden Crow Patriarch was currently poisoned. He was actually able to dodge the attack of an extreme-grade weapon. He should be even more terrifying when he was at his peak. This guy shouldn't be an ordinary Boundary Emperor. An ordinary Boundary Emperor had the strength of 5 Crown Kings. Lin Xian guessed that the Golden Crow Patriarch might be 6 Crown Kings. No matter how many Crown Kings he was, Lin Xian continued to chase after him. Another sword Qi slashed out, shattering the void. The Golden Crow Patriarch's figure appeared. Damn it, he could still lock onto him. He had gone crazy. In the next moment, he felt the power of 6 reincarnations crushing down on him. 6 paths of reincarnation. The Golden Crow Patriarch was really shocked. He only knew that there was a Triple Crown King in the Divine Union called Lin Xian. He was the enemy of the Golden Crow clan. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Xian would be so powerful. The flames from before were at the level of an immortal Qi seed. Although the heaven-devouring jar was only half, it was still an extreme-grade weapon. Now, 6 paths of reincarnation had appeared. How many more secrets did this kid have? How could all these powers be gathered on one person? Just like that, Lin Xian chased after the Golden Crow Patriarch all the way. The injuries on his body were getting worse and worse. Many parts of his body were even broken. Behind him, the people from the Emperor clan rushed over and were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Lin Wudy was chasing after a quasi-emperor. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that a boundary emperor was a supreme existence now. If the Great Earth Emperor didn't appear, a boundary emperor was the strongest. The Emperor clan had to lower their heads in front of a boundary emperor. However, a boundary emperor was now being chased by Lin Xian. How could they not be shocked? The Golden Crow Patriarch could also sense that the people from the Great Emperor clan were watching from behind. They said, "Fellow Daoist from the Great Emperor clan, please lend me an extreme grade weapon. Please lend me an extreme Dao weapon, and I will repay you 10,000 times in the future." A hint of hope appeared in the Golden Crow Patriarch's eyes. If he had an extreme grade weapon, he could completely reverse the situation and kill the other party. Let's see who dares to help him. You are my enemy. The end result is the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The hearts of those from the Emperor clans thumped wildly. Indeed, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the extremely terrifying dragon race among the Great Emperor clans, was still beaten up miserably. In the end, a group of experts fell and the remaining people left. Their whereabouts were still unknown. Therefore, no one dared to respond. Damn it, a bunch of cowards. The Golden Crow Quasi-Emperor shouted angrily and continued to escape. Actually, these Emperor clans couldn't be blamed. The Golden Crow Patriarch had just recovered. He had never experienced Lin Xian's terrifying era. These Emperor clans had personally witnessed Lin Xian's growth. From an ant in their eyes, he had grown step by step to a supreme expert above them. This period of time was very short. Therefore, these people from the Emperor clans didn't dare to easily go against Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in the Golden Crow Patriarch's mind. These Emperor clans are all very timid and don't dare to help you. However, I will give you a clear path. Go to the Purple Mansion. There are also extreme grade weapons there that can protect you. The Golden Crow Patriarch was stunned. He quickly looked around, but he realized that there was no one there. His face darkened. Was he going to that place? He naturally knew about the Purple Mansion. That place was related to the Permitha realm. Its strength was terrifying and unfathomable, but it was only as a last resort. She really didn't want to go to that place because the price she had to pay was too great. It was over. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly stood up. He held the dragon-shaped sword energy with both hands and slashed down. This sword was really too terrifying. When the Golden Crow Old Ancestor sensed it, his expression changed drastically. The power of the Great Dragon Sword, damn it, you actually have such power. He had really gone crazy. He had heard of such an invincible power before. It was absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Although the kid in front of him was not as strong as him and could not unleash the full power of the Great Dragon Sword, it would still be very troublesome for him. He absolutely could not be hit. Roar, he roared towards the sky, emitting a terrifying whistling sound. The flames on his body quickly bloomed as if he had turned into a sun. At the same time, a thunderous sound erupted from his body. Obviously, the Golden Crow Old Ancestor was going all out. At this moment, he actually turned into a sun again and quickly fled. Boom, his speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he suddenly erupted and dodged the sword. The place where he was originally standing was completely shattered. The Golden Crow Old Ancestor's expression became incomparably ugly. Fortunately, he had gone all out at the last moment. Although this way, his injuries would be even more serious, and the poison in his body would not be able to be suppressed. Compared to the Great Dragon Sword, he felt that it was worth it. If he had been hit, his fate would have been even more miserable. Damn it, the other party had the Great Dragon Sword and an apex weapon. He was no match for him at all. It seemed that he could only choose the last option, which was to join the Purple Mansion sect. Thinking of this, he sighed. He had been careless. If he had not been poisoned at his peak, so what if the other party had the Great Dragon Sword? He would have dared to fight. But now, he could not even use 1% of his strength. Pfft. He spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and his body became even darker. The poison was about to spread throughout his body. No. He accelerated again and turned into a sun. Then, he turned into a stream of light and charged into the distance. He actually did not hit. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that he had really underestimated the other party. The Golden Crow Quasi-Emperor was not an ordinary Quasi-Emperor. He snorted coldly and sped up. The two of them, one in front and one behind, chased and killed while the other fled. Everyone on the buried Emperor star looked up at the sky. Heavens, what is that? A sun. Is Lin Wuti chasing a sun? No, that was the Golden Crow old ancestor, a quasi-emperor. Lin Wuti was a Triple Crown champion. Was he already capable of hunting down quasi-emperors? Countless people were terrified. The people from the monarch clans were shocked. Even the people from the Forbidden Lands came out to investigate the situation. The Golden Crow Grand Elder is really an idiot, the people of the Forbidden Land of Life sneered. But soon, they frowned. This Lin Wuti was really a scourge. Sooner or later, they had to get rid of him. He absolutely could not let the other party become a quasi-emperor. They had already begun to lay out their plans. Fellow Taoist of the Zifu sect, hurry up and save me. The Golden Crow Patriarch couldn't hold it in any longer. His entire body had turned black, turning into a black sun. Poisonous blood kept falling from the sky, and the ground below was shattered. The people from the Z government were also stupefied. Heavens, what was going on? Was a sun going to fall on their mansion? What kind of joke was this? Did the Golden Crow clan want to attack them? However, when they heard the cry for help, they were stunned. The Golden Crow old ancestor was asking them for help. To save or not to save? Those people frowned. Of course, this was not something they could decide. The mansion master walked over and said as he activated the extreme Dao weapon, the dragon pattern cauldron. Boom. There was a rumble, and a huge cauldron appeared between heaven and earth. There were two dragons revolving around it, and it was abnormally terrifying. The dragon's roars shook the sky. After the dragon pattern cauldron appeared, it directly enveloped the Golden Crow old ancestor. Thank you, fellow Taoist. When the Golden Crow old ancestor sensed this scene, he was completely relieved. With a whoosh, he disappeared from the Z government. In an instant, Lin Xian rushed over from behind. When he saw this scene, his face turned gloomy. He slashed the sky with his sword again. The dragon-shaped sword chi hit the cauldron. The dragon pattern cauldron shook violently. A monstrous power swept out, and the terrifying aura caused the people on the buried Emperor star to crawl on the ground again. A battle of extreme Dao. Lin Wuti, if you want to fight in advance, I will accompany you to the end. The mansion master of the Z government walked over. Previously, she had already recovered from her injuries. The reason why she was in seclusion was to wait for her father's arrival. However, this time, she was forced to take action for the Golden Crow old ancestor. It did not mean that she was afraid of Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Are you sure you want to protect the Golden Crow old ancestor? Mansion Master Z said. That's right, Lin Wuti, we will protect the Golden Crow old ancestor. You can't kill him. Also, let me tell you one last time. Cherish your remaining time because you will go to hell soon. Go to hell? I'm afraid it's you. Isn't there still half a year left? Do you think I don't know? Hearing this, Mansion Master Z's pupils constricted. Damn it, how did you know? What else do you know? He was really too shocked. Although some people knew that a great fortune was about to happen, they did not know the exact time. However, the moment Lin Xian opened his mouth, he asked for half a year. Because there was indeed only half a year left. The other party was so accurate. Could it be that he had obtained some information? Who gave him the information? The Heavenly Court. Or other extreme Dao weapons? Mansion Master Z was very nervous. Lin Xian laughed loudly. Take your time to guess. Because in half a year, the ones who will go to hell will be you. After saying that, he said loudly, Golden Crow old ancestor, do you think you will be safe after entering the Purple Mansion? There will be a day when I will destroy both your soul and your heart. It won't be long. Within 3 years, I will kill you personally. After saying that, Lin Xian turned and left. His voice spread throughout the entire buried Emperor star. Countless people were shocked. They did not expect that the battle would not start. However, Lin Xian had already said that he would kill the Golden Crow old ancestor within 3 years. After hearing that, the people from the emperor race frowned. He was too arrogant. Although the Golden Crow old ancestor was being chased this time, it was because he was poisoned. If the poison recovered, with the Golden Crow old ancestor's strength, even 10 Lin Wudi would not be able to defeat him. Where did Lin Wudi get his confidence from? Did he think that he could do it just because he had an extreme Dao weapon? When the time came, he could also lend his purple mansion to the Golden Crow old ancestor. Therefore, everyone frowned again. In the purple mansion, the Golden Crow old ancestor was about to faint. After hearing that, he fainted from anger. An ant actually dared to threaten to kill him within 3 years. How despicable. Let's go back to. Mansion Master Z took back the dragon pattern cauldron, closed the mountain gate, and returned. When he saw the injured and poisoned Golden Crow old ancestor, he frowned and snorted coldly. He did his best to save him. The array formation in the purple mansion activated, and at the same time, all kinds of spirit pills and miraculous medicines were sent to the Golden Crow old ancestor. However, the Golden Crow old ancestor's poison was still not cured. What was going on? How could there be such a terrifying poison? How did Lin Wudi do it? The elders of the purple mansion were also shocked. They had never seen such a situation. Mansion Master, what should we do? The people of the purple mansion were out of ideas. The head of the Z government was also frowning. He was personally going to investigate. 2 days later, his face sank. Damn it, what's going on? I can't do anything. Could it be a poison that doesn't belong to the mortal world? Thinking of this possibility, the mansion master was shocked. Impossible. How could Lin Wudi have such a thing? How could he have a power that doesn't belong to the mortal world? Damn it. This kid is too strange. The mansion master of the purple mansion had no choice but to summon his father's phantom in his body. A middle-aged man walked out and asked about the matter again. When he heard about it, he frowned. Is he poisoned by a poison that doesn't belong to the mortal world? It's really troublesome. However, the Golden Crow ancestor is also extraordinary. He's a rare beast, 6-crown king. His strength can still increase in the future. More importantly, he can control the fire of the sun. It might be of great help to attack the solar god palace. So, we can save him. Let's freeze him first. Half a year later, we'll descend and bring pills to save him. The middle-aged man said. The mansion master of the purple mansion used this method to freeze the Golden Crow ancestor. Then, he waited patiently. There's only half a year left. It's very close. 100 years later, Lin Wudi will die. And they will rule the world. The Golden Crow patriarch had been sealed in ice, and the news had spread. Countless people were shocked. The Golden Crow ancestor's life was unknown. Lin Xian chased him all the way, shocking the world. That's a quasi-emperor. It seems that even a quasi-emperor can't easily offend Lin Wudi. In an instant, countless people were in awe of Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, 5 months passed. There's only 1 month left. Lin Xian was also very nervous. There were ancient existences everywhere in the universe that were awakening. There were even some unknown creatures that appeared. The forbidden land of life appeared more and more frequently as if it was going to appear completely. A few emperor clans joined forces to attack the devouring shadow clan because they controlled too many clans and sections. If this continues, it'll be a great threat to the Great Earth clans. Under the attack of the extreme weapons, the devouring shadow clan was forced to retreat. No matter how strange the 10,000 ancient races were, the emperor races were still the strongest existences. Unless a true great emperor had awakened or someone like the Golden Crow patriarch had awakened. Only by wielding an imperial weapon would one be able to pose a threat to the imperial clans. In the 6th month, a projection suddenly appeared in the sky like a mirage. Between the clouds and mist, there were all kinds of mountains and seas surrounding them. Pavilions, palaces, and stars were everywhere. That scene was even more spectacular than the Great Earth family. Everyone even thought that it was an immortal palace descending from the clouds. Was that the creation that was about to appear? countless people looked at the scene and were extremely shocked. Not only on buried Earth, but the entire universe seemed to have a mirage. There was an illusion of a celestial palace. It was really too mysterious. Could it be that an immortal palace was about to appear in the universe? Was this the so-called creation? Countless people cried out in surprise. They couldn't wait any longer. The appearance of the illusory immortal palaces made countless people excited. The power of the entire universe was boiling. The martial artists and saints felt that their bottlenecks were about to disappear. The living fossil was shocked. Heavens, I'm about to break through, tears streamed down their faces. Some cultivations had limited them for thousands of years. It was difficult to take a step forward, but now they saw hope. Some living fossils even knelt down in the void and kowtowed to the illusory immortal palaces. The people of the divine union naturally saw it too. They were also nervous. They didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Lin Xian frowned. He felt a mysterious power. At the same time, he felt a little familiar. This power was very similar to the power in the sword world. However, the only difference was that the illusory image in the universe was illusory. The sword world was a real existence. Lin Xian asked De Long, "What is that?" De Long said, "You guessed right. It's about the same power as the sword world. Next, that space will descend. Countless people would be able to obtain opportunities and good fortune. It will depend on your luck and strength. Of course, you are different from them. Apart from being able to compete for opportunities and treasures in the space that appears, you will also be able to obtain opportunities. You'll also be able to obtain opportunities in God's domain. You'll even have to rely on yourself to deal with the upcoming enemies." Divine Realm, hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked. He said that was the name of the sword world. De Long had hidden it for so long. Finally, in the last month, he told him some things. "That's right, the world in your body is called the Divine Realm. It's very magical. What exactly does it need you to explore? With the arrival of the world's fortune, the Divine Realm in your body will slowly recover. Therefore, your great opportunity has arrived." Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the 6th month, he didn't go out. Instead, he explored the Divine Realm with all his might. He discovered that, apart from the resources and power given by the Arch family, the Divine Realm was revived. The Divine Realm seemed to have its own power and was gradually recovering. This power was even more mysterious. Lin Xian saw that some of the remaining withered flowers had bloomed and the broken fruits had recovered. That aura was even more terrifying than the illusory image in the universe outside. Moreover, it felt more real. Lin Xian could even feel the divine flame imprint in his heart beating non-stop. It seemed very excited. At the same time, he was surprised. The space in his body was called the Divine Realm. Could it be related to the divine flame, and this newly appeared illusory space, could it be related to the immortal Qi? Lin Xian could only make such a guess. After all, the two paths to becoming an emperor were the divine flame and the immortal Qi. And the quasi-emperors he had seen before. The Golden Crow quasi-emperor and the quasi-emperors of Mount Eternal didn't cultivate the divine flame. They all cultivated the immortal Qi. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if there were very few people who cultivated the divine flame path. The paths were different, but the end point was the same. Therefore, Lin Xian was very determined. He had to cultivate the divine flame to the extreme. On this day, Lin Xian was exploring the divine realm in his body. He also found a very dangerous place. It was a valley. The aura was very terrifying. Although it had recovered a little, it still had an endless desolate aura. More importantly, Lin Xian saw something in the valley with his Rinnegan. It was a broken ancient book. The ancient book was very big. He didn't know what kind of metal it was made of. There was rust and dust on it. It seemed to be a broken book that had been sealed. Although the aura was terrifying, when Lin Xian approached, he could feel his great Tao boiling. The broken ancient book was definitely extraordinary. Lin Xian wanted to explore, but he found that he couldn't enter the valley. Was his cultivation not enough? It seemed that he still had to increase his strength. Although he had chased after the Golden Crow Patriarch, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to defeat him at all if he was in his peak state. Even if he used an extreme weapon, it would probably only be a draw. It wouldn't be easy to kill him. The Golden Crow Patriarch was only 6 crown king. Although he was very terrifying in this quasi-emperor realm, he was only a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian wouldn't forget who his enemy was. It was the Permetha realm. There was even half a frog in the Permetha realm. If it discovered him, it would definitely attack him crazily. He had offended a great emperor. Therefore, Lin Xian urgently needed to increase his strength. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the divine realm. He searched around and finally found another fruit. Previously, Lin Xian had eaten a fruit here and his strength had increased by a large margin. Now that he had another one, he might be able to break through. Of course, he had to ask De Long in advance if this thing was poisonous. It was still unknown whether the Golden Crow Patriarch was dead or alive after eating it. Lin Xian didn't want such a thing to happen. He showed it to De Long. De Long said, "It's okay, you can eat it. Moreover, this thing contains a lot of power. Be careful not to shatter your divine body." Lin Xian didn't believe it before. Was it that scary? But when he ate it, cracks appeared on his body. Damn, it was actually so terrifying. Lin Xian realized that he had underestimated the divine realm. This seemed to be a power that didn't belong to the mortal world. It was really too magical. Now, he didn't have time to think too much. He took a deep breath and absorbed with all his might. All kinds of great Tao laws surged and his divine body bloomed. The divine fire jumped, the 6 paths of reincarnation, the yin-yang laws, and the Taiji diagram all flew out. Beside him, they surrounded him. Lin Xian was immersed in his cultivation. At the same time, the living beings of the universe outside were getting more and more excited. Those people also exclaimed because they realized that the illusions in the universe's sky were becoming more and more real. It was as if a real world was about to descend above their heads. Heavens, what was that? Was there such a world in the universe? Could it really be the immortal world? Countless people had already begun to speculate. Even the elders of the great monarch clans knelt on the ground. They were all clans that had produced great emperors before, so they knew a lot more. Back then, when their old ancestor became a great emperor, he was unable to advance. Legend had it that the great emperor realm was not the end. One could enter the immortal realm. He could even become an immortal. However, there didn't seem to be any records of an emperor becoming an immortal. Some people even guessed that the great emperor was the end of the martial path, and becoming an immortal was just a beautiful dream. It did not exist. But now, the scene of an immortal palace had descended from the sky. They were shocked beyond belief. Perhaps there really were immortals. However, every time, he had to wait for the immortal palace to open. Had their patriarchs missed the opportunity? There were also people who laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha, our luck is really good. We were born in a golden age. Now that the immortal palace has descended, not only can we become emperors, we might even become immortals and live forever in this world. The eyes of some of the young geniuses glinted fiercely. The eyes of Kuanpingzi, Yi Wudao, and the others also shone with a sharp light. If they wanted to become emperors, they had the most hope. In particular, the 2 princes clenched their fists tightly. Father missed the opportunity back then, so this time I won't miss it. I want to inherit father's legacy. Become an immortal. Kuanpingzi's eyes shone with a yin and yang aura. On the other side, the fire Qilin also moved quickly. Once the illusion in the sky became real, the Qilin clan would enter. In the cold darkness, there were countless ancient tombs. It was an ancient battlefield. Back in the ancient times, a great battle had taken place here, and it was extremely tragic. Now, it had become a land of death, and no one came here. However, there was a silhouette that was walking non-stop in this place. This figure was dressed in cotton clothes, but his face was cold. It was Yao Guang. At this moment, his aura was also that of the Triple Crown King. Previously, he had been cultivating in the Purple Mansion, and the Purple Mansion Triple Crown King had chased him away as soon as he came out. After he came out, he swore that he would take revenge. Later, he began to search for the tombs and ancient battlefields of various experts, devouring their corpses and power. Finally, he became the Triple Crown King. However, he was not satisfied. This was because he knew that there would be even more experts coming soon. As expected, when the illusion of the immortal palace appeared in the sky, the ninth firmament quasi-emperor in his mind also became excited. Great, it's finally here. Yao Guang was shocked. He asked the ninth firmament quasi-emperor many times, and finally, he knew something. It seemed that a great opportunity was coming. And he could use the demonic heaven-devouring skill to be one step ahead of others. Lin Wudi, one day, I'll trample you under my feet. The ninth firmament quasi-emperor was even more shocked. Soon, in less than a month, the Nirvana realm will descend. When that time comes, I'll be able to reconstruct my true body. He looked up to the sky and laughed proudly, shattering the endless void. The universe. Surrounded by the great Tao, this was the gate of Tao. It was also a place of ancient inheritance. In the gate of Tao, Zhong Lingxiu also looked at the mysterious illusion. He took a deep breath. Is everyone ready? Those from the gate of Tao asked. Princess, don't worry, we'll search for it as soon as possible. In an ancient ruin. Chao Tianxing also stood up, the stars in his eyes flickering. As the only existence of the Light Clan, it was even more mysterious. Legend had it that the Light Clan could travel through time and space when cultivated to the peak. He looked up at the sky and sighed. It's finally here. As he spoke, he picked up an ancient weapon. Whisper. It seems that my mission is about to begin. In another part of the void. There were 365 mysterious figures sitting cross-legged between heaven and earth. Among these voices, there was a beautiful woman. She also opened her eyes and stood up. The surrounding 365 phantoms all entered the space between her brows. She was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia's cute face had a hint of mystery. He said, it seems that it's time to go back. His figure swayed, and he disappeared. In a land of nothingness. At this moment, the laws were everywhere, and the aura was terrifying. There was definitely no third person who dared to come here. There were two figures in front of him. A figure with a carefree expression sat there, drinking wine from a gourd. The other figure had an extremely terrifying aura, as if it could split heaven and earth apart. He was so angry that he kept roaring. Damn it, damn it. He was the Chaos Quasi-Emperor. Previously, he was blocked by the mysterious man who came out. The two fought all the way to the depths of the universe. However, he couldn't do anything to the other party, and the other party didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. The other party only restrained him. This made him so angry that he stomped his feet. However, when the illusion of the immortal palace appeared in the end, the Chaos Quasi-Emperor could no longer stay calm. Could it be that this was really the place in the legends? Did it really appear? Great, my opportunity has come. He was overjoyed because he knew some ancient legends. However, in his opinion, those were all myths and legends, and it was impossible to find them in reality. Now, it really appeared in front of him. How could he not be excited? He had hope of becoming an emperor. Damn drunkard, don't blame me for fighting you if you dare to stop me. The great opportunity was right in front of him and he couldn't let it go. In front of him, Lord Alcohol opened his eyes. He glanced at him and said, "Get lost." At this moment, there seemed to be a trace of sadness in his eyes. It was unknown if he was thinking of the past. Drunkard, just you wait. After I break through and become an emperor, I'll suppress you first. The chaotic force snorted and turned to leave. After he left, Lord Alcohol stood up and sighed. What was to come had come. It's time to end some things. His eyes suddenly shone with an extremely cold light. Heavenly Court. An existence that once went against the Purple Mansion was said to be extremely mysterious. After recovering, the Heavenly Court also recovered. At this moment, the experts in the Heavenly Court also looked up at the sky. Their expressions were solemn. Black Mountain, who was dressed in a black robe, walked over and said, "Humph, finally out." However, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious this time. A trace of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Behind him, the Northern Demon walked over and said, "Master. I prepared everything you asked me to do." Black Mountain turned around and smiled. Is that so? That's good. Oh right, make a trip to the Divine Union and pass some news to Lin Xian. There are some things that he needs to do. Yes. The northern demon nodded respectfully and turned to leave. Extreme Tao World. After the dragon transformation battle started, the world was sealed and could only be opened at a specific time. At this moment, the Extreme Tao Emperor weapons in the Extreme Tao world were also discussing. Is it here? It's faster than expected. Damn it, the Valley of No Return suddenly broke open. This time, the opportunity has come early again. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. No, it's ahead of our plan. If the Permitha realm descends, we won't be able to use some methods. We can't stop it. It seems like we can only delay it for a while. Although we can't stop the entire space from descending, we can stop the Permitha realm. That's right, the Permitha realm can't descend so quickly. At least, it can't make it so easy for them. The few Extreme Tao Emperor weapons discussed and flew towards the Slanting Moon Cave. Slanting Moon Cave. The huge Bodhi tree swayed and radiated. There was a stone monkey. Beside him was a monkey, who was cultivating with his eyes closed. It was Sun Qitian. Sun Qitian heard some movement and immediately turned his head. He shouted coldly. The next moment, when he sensed the presence of several extreme weapons, he immediately stood up. He bowed respectfully to the seniors. Little monkey, how has your cultivation been recently? The black tortoise asked. Sun Qitian said, it's already the triple champion, but I think it's still not enough. Brother Annihilation said. Don't worry, you will break through again very soon. You still don't know the situation outside. Go out and take a look. But Sun Qitian said, I still want to stay here. Stupid, the destructive halberd harumphed coldly. A man's ambition was to travel all over the world. He had to ascend to the Supreme Tao. Why do you miss this place so much? Where is your Tao heart? What about your martial path? A cold shout shook Sun Qitian's body. The Aquarius of Life flew over and said, Little monkey, don't worry. I know you miss your father. However, you have to leave and become stronger. Perhaps one day, your father will return. Really? Sun Qitian's body trembled, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. The Aquarius of Life said, after you see the scene outside, you will know that anything is possible. What exactly happened outside? Sun Qitian was also at a loss. After entering the Slanted Moon Cave, he never went out again. He had no idea what was happening outside, and he couldn't even sense it. Because the Extreme Path world was extremely terrifying, the Slanted Moon Cave was even more mysterious. Could it be that something had happened outside? Sun Qitian rose into the air, left the Slanted Moon Cave, and even flew out of the Extreme Path world. When it first appeared, he was completely shocked. What was this? He looked up at the sky. Above the ninth heaven, there was a scene of an immortal palace, flowing water, waterfalls, and strange flowers blooming. And it was getting more and more realistic, as if a mythical or legendary scene had appeared in front of him. Sun Qitian was completely shocked. He had never seen such a scene before, and he had only heard of it in legends. It seemed that a great creation was about to happen. No wonder the seniors said so. Maybe I can really see my father again. Sun Qitian clenched his fists and said telepathically, Seniors, thank you for your guidance. I'll be back. After saying that, he instantly rose into the air and left. After he left, an iron staff flew out of the Slanted Moon Cave, soared into the sky, and caught up with Sun Qitian. Father, Sun Qitian held the iron staff, and his eyes turned red. He said, I'll inherit your will, ascend to the ninth heaven, and stand at the peak of martial arts. I'll become an emperor, I'll become a god. Sun Qitian put away the iron staff, then rose into the air and disappeared. After he left, the few Extreme Path weapons in the Slanted Moon Cave looked at the stone monkey and said. This time, the deity ground descended 100 years earlier than expected. We're not fully prepared, so we have to stop the Permitha realm. We can't let them appear so easily, so we have to rely on your power. The few Extreme Path weapons also had the power of the Extreme Path, and they were the existence of the young master in the heavens. But now, in front of them, they were extremely respectful, and they didn't dare to be careless at all. The stone monkey didn't say anything, and he didn't even move, as if he was really a stone. However, at this moment, another ray of light flew out from the stone platform below him. It was a page of the heavenly book, and it was extremely mysterious. Seeing this scene, the treasured bottle of life and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Annihilation took the page of the heavenly book and said, "We can definitely stop him. This time, we won't lose." They turned around and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, a sound of something breaking through the air came from the depths of the slanted moon cave. In the next instant, a second ray of light appeared, and it was also a page of the heavenly book. It shone brightly. The mysterious great path on it was different from the one in their hands. The three extreme path weapons were stunned. They looked into the distance, and then they gasped. Has he awakened? The treasured bottle of life was extremely excited, and it even wanted to inject its life force into it. Black Tortoise said, "No, don't alarm him." He took the second page of the heavenly book, then took a deep breath. "Let's go." They walked out and left the slanted moon cave. However, they didn't leave this world. Instead, they entered the world. The ground kept cracking, and an underground passage appeared. They walked all the way to the center of this world, where there was a broken ancient book. They didn't know what kind of metal it was made of, and it was extremely mysterious. However, it had long been broken, and many parts were missing. There were also many cracks in the places where it existed. Looking at the broken ancient book, the few extreme grade weapons sighed. Then, they inserted the page of the heavenly book in their hands into it. The ancient book in front of them started shaking violently. The two pages of the heavenly book were perfectly fused together, which was very surprising. It seemed like the page of the heavenly book came from the broken ancient book. The other page is with Lin Xian. We can borrow it when the time comes. The Black Tortoise said. The Aquarius of Life also nodded. She said that we might not need that page. Let's wait. When the deity ground really descends, we will activate the heavenly book. The few extreme grade weapons started preparing. In the universe, all the realms. Everyone was waiting excitedly. The Z Mansion was the most excited. The mansion master of the Z Mansion had not closed his eyes for the past few days. He looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. Great. In a few days, the deity ground would really descend. At that time, the world would be theirs. At the thought of this, he laughed proudly. Ha ha ha, outside. The people of the Z Mansion felt their scalps go numb. An elder said, "Is the mansion master provoked? Is he crazy? Is it related to the heaven and earth vision in the sky? I don't know. Let's not provoke the mansion master." The Higan Heavenly King was standing behind the Z Mansion. Only the mansion master himself knew this. The others did not know at all. Therefore, they did not know why the mansion master was so happy. In the divine union, Lin Xian was still cultivating. He had swallowed a divine fruit in the deity plane. The power in his body exploded, causing his body to crack. However, he carefully absorbed the power in the fruit. His strength continued to increase. Although he was still in the divine ancestor realm, his strength was increasing rapidly. The flame mark between his eyebrows became even more dazzling. With a boom, lightning fell from the sky. Lin Xian roared at the sky and started to transcend the tribulation. Not only was there lightning, but there was also a mysterious flame. He was going to transcend the lightning and fire tribulation. Did he break through again? In the distance, near the Four Spirit Valley, the Hellfire Dragon was shocked. This kid was too crazy. If he broke through again, he would be a quadruple champion. Xiaoqian wanted to see Xiaoqian beating up quasi-emperors before he became a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian went through a lot of hardships during his tribulation, but with his trump cards and strength, he managed to survive. Above his head, there were 4 illusory crowns that floated up and down. Lin Xian was currently breaking through to become a quadruple champion. He raised his head and roared, causing the void around him to tremble and create a terrifying storm. What a powerful force! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He felt that he could kill all those Triple Crown champions who had gone against him with a single slap. This was the difference between a quadruple champion and a triple champion. Furthermore, Lin Xian possessed the seed of the divine flame. In other words, Lin Xian was now able to contend against an ordinary quasi-emperor. For example, the quintuple crown king level quasi-emperors. Lin Xian was confident that he would be able to fight even against 6 crown kings, such as the Golden Crow, even if he had recovered from his injuries. It was too powerful. The power of a single fruit was too terrifying. He looked around and sighed. Although there were other fruits around him, their power could not be compared to the one he had swallowed before. In other words, there were strong and weak divine fruits. The divine fruit that Lin Xian had swallowed before must have been very powerful. He would consolidate his power and then go out to wait for the descent. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and began to consolidate his power. Outside, countless people cried out in alarm as they felt a terrifying aura pressing down on them. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shattering. Burial Earth Star was also shaking violently. Burial Earth Star had even begun to merge with the quintessential world. This miraculous change shocked countless people. The people of both worlds were stunned. The great emperor clans also looked solemn. Previously, they were in the quintessential world. Later, they went to Burial Earth Star. However, it seemed that it was not a coincidence that they were in the quintessential world. Burial Earth Star and the quintessential world were originally one. However, they became 2 worlds later on. Now, they were going to merge again. Next, there were even more terrifying changes. The phantoms of the immortal palaces in the sky became more and more real. In the end, they completely appeared in front of everyone. It was hanging above the 9 heavens. There were flowing water, waterfalls, and flying flowers. A mysterious and terrifying aura descended from the sky. The worlds in the entire universe also began to boil. The original plants grew crazily. Those that were dozens of meters grew into hundreds of meters. Those that were thousands of meters grew into tens of thousands of meters. Those that were tens of thousands of meters broke through and became terrifying demonic beasts. They became mutants of heaven and earth. The light of the great Tao danced, and rainbows filled the sky. The cultivation of some living fossils instantly broke through with a boom. The same went for those young geniuses. The Qilin son of the Fire Qilin clan looked up at the sky with incomparable excitement. A ray of light enveloped him. In an instant, he roared at the sky. Above the 9 heavens, an endless mysterious aura turned into a vortex and swept toward him. It enveloped him. The power of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands all surged toward him. He roared angrily, and a thunderous sound came from his body. He turned into a Qilin, stepping on all directions and being attacked by 10,000 flames. In the next moment, 3 crowns appeared above his head. He broke through, His Highness broke through. Heavens, did His Highness become the Triple Crown King? When the people of the Qilin clan saw this scene, they cried tears of joy. The Qilin son had been the Double Crown King for a long time, but he couldn't break through. They didn't expect that the moment the phantoms of the immortal palaces in the sky appeared, the mysterious power they carried would allow their highness to break through. If they could enter the space above, their highness would definitely be able to break through. He might even become a great emperor. Boom, the Fire Qilin roared at the sky. Great. His eyes were filled with shock. Did he break through and become the Triple Crown King just like that? In the next moment, the lightning in the sky descended. He began to transcend the tribulation. It wasn't just him. The Kuanping son of the Kuanping clan transformed into the god of yin and yang. One of his wings was black and the other was white. He also absorbed the power of the deity ground above the 9 heavens. The power of the deity ground turned into a vortex and enveloped him. Above his head, the Triple Crown King appeared. He also broke through. His Highness. The people of the Kuanping clan were overjoyed. Even the powerhouses and geniuses of the emperor clans were rapidly increasing their strength. It wasn't just these 2 clans. The Phoenix clan, the Yi clan, the Gu clan, the Skyblade sect, the Longevity Hall, the Divine Fire Palace, the Daozhong clan, and the Sky sect were all experiencing the same thing. Even the Divine Union was experiencing the same thing. This was a great fortune, a fortune given to the entire universe. The arrival of the deity ground brought with it too much mysterious power. This was because the deity ground would only descend once every tens of thousands of years. Once it did, it would be a golden age. All the living beings in the universe would break through at the same time. The cultivation bases of Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, the Crimson Dragon, Xueqi, Bai Susu, the Toad, and Fu Hongye had also increased. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and Xueqi had all been double crown kings. Now, they had broken through and become triple crown kings. The Toad and the Crimson Dragon had also become double crown kings. The Crimson Dragon was even more excited when he sensed the power of heaven and earth. In the later stages, he cultivated the earth scripture and was considered an array master. He made use of the power of heaven and earth. Now that the power of heaven and earth was countless times stronger than before, the power of the array formed by it would be far more powerful than before. Quickly inform Lin Xian and ask him to come out of seclusion and accept this opportunity. The Crimson Dragon roared and quickly transmitted his voice. Inside the divine realm, Lin Xian was cultivating. Suddenly, a bell on his body shook, and the voice of the Crimson Dragon came from inside. "Brat, come out quickly. This is a great fortune, we have all broken through." After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes lit up. It seemed that the mysterious space above had finally descended, and a great fortune had arrived. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian walked out of the sword world. When he came out, he changed his body because he felt the power descending from the sky. It was too terrifying. It was incomparably vast. He looked up at the sky. What was this? It was actually so terrifying. The dragon said. This is called the celestial ground, just like the divine realm in your body. However, the divine realm had been shattered and withered before, and was currently recovering. But the celestial ground was different. Although the celestial ground had experienced battles, it had not been shattered. It was just that it was drifting in the wilderness. It would only appear in certain years. And every time it appeared, it would be a golden age for cultivation. Kid, this is your chance. Hearing this, Lin Xian clenched his fists. The space above was called the celestial ground? Lin Xian took a deep breath. At the side, Morong Qingqing and the others saw Lin Xian come out and hurried over. However, when they sensed the aura on Lin Xian's body, they were shocked. Brother Xian, did you break through? Morong Qingqing and the others exclaimed. It was too unbelievable. Lin Xian's aura was much stronger than before, even stronger than theirs. They were already the Triple Crown champions, but Lin Xian was even stronger. Could it be that he was the Quadruple Crown champion? Lin Xian had become the Quadruple Crown champion without going through the power of the celestial ground. It was truly shocking. Lin Xian looked at Morong Qingqing and the others in shock. Qingqing and the others had actually broken through to become the Triple Crown champions. This speed was indeed surprising to him. And from the looks of it, the celestial ground enveloped the universe. There would probably be many people who would break through. Lin Xian recalled the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Back then, the Yuhua immortal dynasty was filled with immortals. Was this the situation? Boom. He threw his head back and roared. All kinds of laws, the heavens battle diagram, the Tai Chi diagram, and his divine body opened up again to absorb the power. However, he soon frowned. Although his strength had increased, he found that he did not break through again. On the other hand, Morong Qingqing and the others had already broken through to become Triple Crown champions. However, their progress was slowly coming to a halt. From the looks of it, the Triple Crown was his limit. If he wanted a better breakthrough, he would have to go all the way to the immortal land. However, this was already good news for Lin Xian. Lin Xian had just broken through to become a Quadruple Crown king, and with the power of the immortal soil, his cultivation level had completely stabilized. Not only that, Lin Xian even felt that he had improved. He took a deep breath, but he didn't soar into the air. Instead, he asked, Dao Long, what I cultivate is the seed of divine flame. This is called celestial soil. Will it suppress or repel me? No, don't worry. Your enemy is Higan. The other shore was in the immortal ground, but there was more than that. The celestial ground was vast. As long as you don't meet anyone else, everything will be fine. Lin Xian understood now. If the immortal soil was a world, then Higan should be the overlord of the immortal soil. His enemy was the otherworld heavenly king, not the celestial ground. With that, Lin Xian was able to relax. This way, he could also absorb some of the treasures and opportunities in the immortal soil. The Great Tao Convergence. At this moment, Lin Xian finally understood. Many people in the Yi family had broken through. Even the elders were overjoyed. Yi Wudao sighed. He was still a triple crown champion, not a quadruple crown champion. However, his strength had increased by a large margin. It seemed that he had to go impersonally. Not only him, but the light-shaking realm in the universe also felt it. He was also a triple crown champion. 9 Firmament Sub-Emperor said. Although the future is mysterious, what you feel now is just a trace of the immortal soil's aura. Triple crown champion is the limit. If you want to break through, you can enter the immortal soil and become a quadruple crown champion. Becoming a quintuple crown champion or even an emperor wouldn't be a problem. She was extremely excited because he was about to recover. Light-shaking realm's eyes shone, but he was vigilant. Previously, he was able to survive with 9 Firmaments Sub-Emperor because they each had their own needs. 9 Firmaments Sub-Emperor needed his strength, and he needed some of 9 Firmaments Sub-Emperor's knowledge. However, the situation seemed to have changed. Although he had become a triple crown champion, he was still not a sub-emperor. If 9 Firmaments Sub-Emperor's strength recovered, would he still help him? Would he kill him or take over his body? These were all fatal questions. Light-shaking realm had to think of a way out for himself. Therefore, he looked up at the sky and didn't act rashly. Although he didn't move, someone else had already moved. Another member of the Twins of Destiny broke through. Among them, more than a dozen figures rose into the sky. Among them were a few elders and even a triple crown champion, a young genius. They had just broken through. They charged directly toward the immortal soil. This kind of breakthrough made them ecstatic. If they entered the immortal soil, they might become immortals in a day. Therefore, how could they miss it? Countless people looked up at the sky. Oh no, did he beat them to it? We're almost there too. The other families and sects rose into the sky one after another. Not only on planet Burial, but all the people in the universe also rose into the sky, wanting to enter the path of immortality. Boom, suddenly, there was a roar, followed by screams. Everyone's scalp went numb. Those who rose into the sky were also stunned. Because they saw more than a dozen figures of the Twins of Destiny turn into dazzling lights in an instant. Then, a rain of blood fell. Those elders, including Triple Crown Champion, were killed in an instant. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Those who still wanted to enter the immortal soil all stopped in their tracks. Damn it, what's going on? Is this the immortal soil or hell? Why is it so terrifying? Can't they go in? Some people were desperate. It was as if a huge treasure was right in front of them, but there was a cage that locked them up. They could only watch, but they couldn't go in. This feeling was too uncomfortable. No. Why is it like this? These people have gone crazy. Roars came from all over the universe. The Purple Mansion Master also looked up at the sky. The people of the Purple Mansion were also excited. They also wanted to attack. However, the Purple Mansion Master said, "Stop if you don't want to die." Those people stopped. Seeing fate, when the people of the Gemini clan fell, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Great, if the Purple Mansion Master didn't remind them, they would definitely be dead. Said the chief of the Purple government with a cold smile. What an idiot. Even though the celestial ground had appeared, it was still too late. Although the immortal soil has appeared, it hasn't completely stabilized yet. If they go in now, they will be torn to pieces by that supreme force. Wait, when the immortal soil stabilizes, they can go in. He was not in a hurry. He had waited for so many years. He didn't care about this day. 1 or 2 months, or even 1 or 2 years, so what? Anyway, the immortal soil had already come out. It was only a matter of time before they went in. The others gradually calmed down after their initial panic. They were no longer anxious. Instead, they started to analyze. They also felt that the force above was terrifying and mysterious. However, it was extremely cold. It seemed that it hadn't stabilized yet. Therefore, they started to wait patiently. They knew that the process wouldn't be too long. Even if they didn't go in, the force that fell down was enough to make them go wild with joy. Divine Union. Everyone had a breakthrough. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and Shuiqi had all become Triple Crown champions. Toad, Crimson Dragon, and Fu Hongya had all become Double Crown champions. Nailan Liang, Shangguan Shaoxian, and the others had also become Triple Crown champions. The others also had a breakthrough, which made them really happy. The overall strength of the Divine Union had increased. Lin Xian, you are out. The North Demon had also come. He had also experienced a breakthrough. He looked at Lin Xian and said, Master, I have a message for you. What about Heishan? What did he have to say to me? Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. He hadn't seen this guy in a long time. Northern Monster said. His master said that Permitha was extremely terrifying. He told you not to start a fight with them and to accumulate strength in secret. Finally, he would make a move against them. He absolutely could not let them catch him. The Permitha? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He took a deep breath. Don't worry, I know. Lin Xian's eyes shone coldly. Would it not be long before he would be able to see his true enemy? Then, he patted Northern Demon's shoulder. Long time no see. Let's have a drink later. Northern Demon nodded. Then, he was shocked. You're already a quadruple crown king, why do I feel that you're even more terrifying than a triple crown king? Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others also sensed it. They all looked over. And Hong and the others were shocked. Lin Xian's aura was too mysterious. It was even stronger than before. Once released, it seemed like it could suppress them. Lin Xian said. He was indeed a quadruple crown king. That's great. Morong Qingqing and the others were overjoyed. If Lin Xian was truly strong, he would be about as strong as a quasi-emperor. This way, they would have a much higher chance of winning against their enemies. Northern Demon said. From what I know, many people have broken through. Some top geniuses have even become triple crown kings. There are even more people from great emperor clans. This doesn't include the 2 forbidden lands. That's true. Bai Susu also said. According to the information we gathered, Kuanpingzi and Fire Qilin are already triple crown kings. Other than that, a few people have also become triple crown kings. The others also made corresponding breakthroughs. Some living fossils have also become stronger. It's all because of the space above. Is it because of the celestial ground? Lin Xian looked up at the sky and said. It's all thanks to him that my cultivation as a quadruple crown king has stabilized. It even improved a lot. Celestial ground, Bai Susu and the others were shocked. Is that the name of the mysterious space? Heavens, could it really be related to immortals? Lin Xian nodded and then said, the celestial land has appeared and you all have broken through. In fact, you are very close to the boundary emperor stage. In the future, when you enter the deity ground, all of you have a chance to become quasi-emperors. I'll tell you some secrets now. Hearing this, Bai Susu and the others grew excited. What secret? Lin Xian said. Do you know the difference between a quasi-emperor and a saint master? Wasn't his cultivation higher? Nailan Liang said. Lin Xian said that this was only one of the reasons. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a divine lord was that quasi-emperors could condense a kind of power. This power was above that of the sacred ancestor. What kind of power was that? Bai Susu and the others were very curious. Lin Xian formed a hand seal, and a divine flame mark appeared between his eyebrows. A terrifying flame aura filled the air. Everyone acted as if they were facing a great enemy. It was as if they were going to worship him. This power was called the Divine Flame Seed. This was the power of a quasi-emperor. Of course, the other quasi-emperors should be condensing immortal chi seeds. Seed of Divine Flame, Seed of Immortal Chi, too powerful. Was this the power of a quasi-emperor? They were surprised. No wonder he could definitely surpass the saints. It turned out that the power he cultivated was different. However, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian also had such power. What was more terrifying was that Lin Xian was not a quasi-emperor yet. Once Lin Xian became a quasi-emperor, he would probably be even more terrifying. Lin Xian told them more about the Divine Flame Seed and the Divine Flame Seed. After all, in his opinion, many of his friends would become quasi-emperors in the future. This world had changed. This was a golden age. No one knew how great the changes would be in the future. He gave them some information in advance. In the following time, everyone waited patiently for the celestial ground to stabilize. At the same time, something else happened. Before the battle, these people's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Some even broke through and became the Triple Crown champion. How could they hide such joy? They had to release it. Therefore, the battle broke out. Kuanpingzi and Qilinzi had been looking for people to fight. The two of them even had a fight. The others also made their moves one after another. Battles broke out every day. Every day, there were new people rising. The people of the Divine Union were extremely quiet. They knew that this was just the beginning. It was too early to attack. They had to gather their strength and wait for the celestial ground to become quasi-emperors. The people of the Forbidden Lifelands did not attack. The people of the Purple Mansion also waited patiently. On the contrary, the ancient families attacked quickly. They seemed to want to challenge the monarch race. Some people even came to challenge the Divine Union. In the end, Bai Susu, the Toad, the Crimson Dragon and the others defeated them. The Fire Qilin also came. He was ready to challenge Lin Xian. Previously, he had been suppressed by Lin Xian and was very unhappy. Now that he had broken through and become the Triple Crown champion, he decided to challenge Lin Xian. He wanted to defeat Lin Xian and rebuild his confidence. He wanted to trample on Lin Xian. Lin Wudi, come out and fight with me, a loud voice rang out. The people of the ancient city also looked up. It was the Qilinzi. Had he broken through and become the Triple Crown champion? Had he come to challenge Lin Xian? No way. Although he had received benefits, Lin Wudi had been the Triple Crown champion before. With such good fortune, he should be even more powerful. Some people said that it was not certain. Yi Wudao had been the Triple Crown champion before, but there was news that he had received good fortune to improve his strength. So now it seemed that Lin Wudi was only the Triple Crown champion. The Qilinzi might be able to fight. You are no match for me. Lin Xian's voice rang out. He did not even go out. This made many people frown. Lin Wudi was too arrogant, wasn't he? That was right. Now that the world had changed, the celestial ground had descended. The strong would overturn everything. The strong might not be able to laugh now, but the later generation might be able to surpass them. Why was Lin Wudi still so arrogant? Those who said this were all people who had improved their strength. They were extremely arrogant. In their opinion, they could challenge everything. So they naturally wanted to start with the strongest person, and that was Lin Wudi. If Lin Wudi was defeated, it meant that a new era had arrived. The Fire Qilin also said, Lin Wudi, today is different. In the past, you were strong, high and mighty, but now the era is different. The era of immortals has arrived, and I have broken through. Come out and fight with me. This guy is really courting death. The Crimson Dragon and the others frowned. Kid, go out and slap him to death. The Toad also said, yeah, what was he so arrogant for? He was just a Triple Crown champion. You are already a Quadruple Crown champion. Killing him is as easy as flipping a hand. Lin Xian opened his eyes. He waved his hand and opened the array. Come in if you want. I am not afraid of you. Today, I am here to fight. If anyone dares to sneak up on me, don't blame the Qilin clan for being merciless. The Qilinzi was not afraid. He strode in. Inside the Divine Union. Countless people looked at the Fire Qilin. The Fire Qilin sneered. Lin Wudi, come out. I'm here for a one-on-one. Don't tell me you're so cowardly that you don't dare to fight me, stupid thing, I advise you to get lost now. The Crimson God sneered. The Toad also said, idiot, water must have entered your brain. How dare you come here? I'll see how you die later. What are you two talking about? The Qilin child took a step forward and the power of the Triple Crown King erupted. The Qilin phantom roared at the sky. Outside. Some people were still waiting. They actually went in to fight. They couldn't see it. What a pity. They didn't know who would win. Look, that's the Qilin Phantom. Could it be that they had already fought? These people could only wait outside the Divine Union. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. The toad snorted. The Crimson Dragon also said, come, I'll fight 300 rounds with you. However, at this moment, Lin Xian walked over and said, do you want to fight me? I advise you not to do so. Lin Wuti, you're too arrogant. I'll let you know my ultimate technique. The Qilin child's eyes shone coldly. Lin Xian shook his head. You're too ignorant. I'll let you see my power. The next moment, she raised her head and looked at the Qilin child. The power of the Quadruple Crown King swept out. At this moment, the entire cave shook violently. Even the 9 heavens were shattering. The earth continued to rumble and churn. The smile on the Qilin child's face disappeared and was replaced by fear. His body trembled. He couldn't help but want to kneel down. He looked up at the sky and raged. His imperial bloodline was unleashed to the extreme. A Qilin roared at the sky and surrounded him. Countless cracks appeared on the Qilin. He took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. You've surpassed the Triple Crown King. You've broken through. This is impossible. He had really gone crazy. Before coming, he had received news that Yi Wudao had not broken through. No one could become the Quadruple Crown King. Therefore, in his opinion, it was impossible for Lin Wuti. However, Lin Wuti had become the Quadruple Crown King, completely surpassing him. It would be a piece of cake for the other party to kill him. Thinking of this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Don't misunderstand. I was just joking with you. I just wanted to see what realm you've broken through to. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned around and wanted to run. In an instant, he tore open the void and arrived outside the Divine Union. The people waiting outside were also stunned when they saw this scene. What's going on? The Fire Qilin actually came out. Could it be that the battle had ended? He didn't seem to be badly injured. Could it be that he had already defeated Lin Wuti? Oh God, was Lin Wuti trampled? It was too unbelievable. It seemed like the ranking of the geniuses had changed, and the latecomers had caught up. Countless people were shocked. If this news were to spread, it would probably shake the entire universe. The Fire Qilin didn't care about what these people thought. He turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice came from below. Did I say you could leave, Weng? The Fire Qilin's fleeing figure stopped, revealing an expression that was uglier than crying. The surrounding people were also shocked. It was Lin Wuti's voice. He wasn't dead. What was going on? The Fire Qilin stopped running. Could Lin Wuti's voice have scared the Fire Qilin? Impossible. No matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was only a triple champion. Even if he could defeat Lin Wuti, it would be with his full strength. After all, it wouldn't be easy for him to win in a battle of the same level. Countless people analyzed and discussed. The Fire Qilin said, what do you want? You can think for yourself what I want. I don't have a good temper. Lin Xian said coldly. Did these people think that they could challenge him just because they had improved their strength? What a joke. The Fire Qilin's expression changed. In the end, he sighed, knowing that he had kicked an iron plate. Forget it, this guy was ruthless. He didn't want to experience the fate of the 10,000 Dragon Court again. Thus, he took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Lin Gongzi, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I won't dare challenge you again. Please spare me this time. This scene was like being struck by lightning, causing the spectators to be dumbfounded. Oh God, what was going on? The Fire Qilin apologized. Oh God, could it be that the Fire Qilin was defeated? Damn it, what just happened? I didn't see anything. Countless people exclaimed. They had all gone crazy. The Fire Qilin had broken through and become a triple champion. Her strength had undergone a tremendous change. She was now a top expert. Even so, she had to lower her head in front of Lin Xian. What level had Lin Wuti reached? He was too unfathomable. Lin Xian said, not enough. Cut off your own arms and leave your storage ring behind. His voice wasn't loud, but it spread clearly in the surroundings. Everyone's pupils constricted. F*CK, an apology wasn't enough. Lin Wudy was too arrogant. The Fire Qilin definitely wouldn't do that. The Fire Qilin was of the Arch with the Arch family behind her. She would definitely dare to challenge the divine union. Countless people analyzed. However, the Fire Qilin gritted her teeth. A terrifying flaming blade appeared on her body and cut off her arms. At the same time, she threw the storage ring away. He said, "Are you satisfied?" What? The Fire Qilin really cut off her own arms? Wow, what the heavens, was the Fire Qilin so afraid? What had Lin Wudy done? Everyone was even more curious about what had happened before. Lin Xian waved his hand, grabbed the storage ring, and said, "This is the last time. This is the last time. I'll spare your life. Next time, if you challenge me again, I'll destroy your soul. Get lost." Hearing this, the Fire Qilin's face darkened. She gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She probably wouldn't dare to challenge Lin Xian again in this life. Did she leave? The people watching from afar were shocked. The Fire Qilin had come aggressively. They had thought that there would be a fierce battle. Who would have thought that it wouldn't be the case? The Fire Qilin cut off her own arms, bowed her head, apologized, and fled in a hurry. Lin Xian didn't even appear from the beginning to the end. He had won just like that. The news spread throughout Burial Earth. Those people were shocked. Some of the Arch family members also gasped. They had originally wanted to challenge Lin Xian, but now it seemed impossible. They were all hesitating. Lin Wudy was unfathomable now. They couldn't provoke him easily. Forget it, they'd better wait first. After entering the deity ground, they would increase their strength and challenge that kid again. Countless discussions could be heard. The people of the Fire Qilin clan were also shocked when they saw the Fire Qilin return. Their Highness was injured. How could you be defeated, Your Highness? Did that brat use an extreme-grade weapon? Damn it, we'll take revenge for you. Some elders were ready to use extreme weapons to take revenge. However, the Fire Qilin's words frightened them. Don't go. Lin Wudy is already a quadruple champion. I'm no match for him. He's already giving the Fire Qilin clan a lot of face by not killing me. The Qilin clan's anger was extinguished instantly. They looked terrified. Quadruple crown champion, they used all their strength to shout out these few words. How was that possible? Wasn't it said that the triple crown champion was the highest? How did Lin Wudy do it? I don't know. I'm very annoyed now. Don't bother with me. The Qilin's son said coldly. He turned around and went into seclusion. The surrounding Qilin elders also sighed after seeing this. They were like rubber balls that had lost their air. His Highness seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Lin Wudy was too monstrous. Anyone who went up against him would be affected. The news of Lin Xian taking the Qilin's son away spread throughout the Burial Earth Star. Lin Xian didn't care. The Qilin's son couldn't be his enemy now. Unless the Qilin's son had a fortuitous encounter and improved by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, the Qilin's son wouldn't be able to catch up with him in this lifetime. The aura of the celestial ground in the sky was getting more and more stable. Everyone was happy. It seemed like it wouldn't be long before they could enter. The people of the Purple Mansion were even more excited. The Purple Mansion master's eyes shone brightly. Soon, I can feel their power. Lin Xian looked solemn. He could also feel that they didn't have much time. He should be able to enter soon. There might be an earth-shattering battle when the time came. However, on this day, an aurora streaked across the sky. It was very fast and very careful. It didn't alert anyone. It only released a few auras when it came to the divine union. Lin Xian suddenly rose into the sky. Morong Qingqing and the others exclaimed. Who was it? They could feel a terrifying power. Lin Xian said, "Old friend. Greetings, Senior Black Tortoise." The aura in the sky turned into a black tortoise. He smiled and said, "Kid, your soul is getting stronger. You found out it was me in an instant." Morong Qingqing, the Crimson Dragon and the others also bowed. They didn't know why this extreme weapon had come. The black tortoise looked at Lin Xian in surprise. You're already a quadruple crown champion? He was indeed powerful. No wonder the divine flame thought highly of him. Lin Xian smiled. Senior, you flatter me. The black tortoise nodded and then changed the topic. Although you've broken through, I still have to give you a reminder. This time, the arrival of the deity ground was probably brought forward by 100 years. The specific reason was unknown. However, some of our methods haven't been fully formed yet, so it will be very difficult to stop them when the time comes. Especially you, little guy. You'll probably be the main target, so we can't let Higan descend so soon. Bai Susu asked. Senior, is Higan very powerful? We have 3 extreme weapons on our side. In addition to the 3 seniors, how could they not be able to defeat them? Indeed, 6 extreme grade weapons were enough to defeat any great emperor clan. However, the black tortoise shook his head. You've underestimated the heavenly king. You don't understand the deity ground at all. The power of the Permitha is beyond your imagination. It is an existence that overrides everything. Not to mention us, even if we doubled our strength, we still wouldn't be a match for him. What? Was he that powerful? Bai Susu and the others were dumbfounded. Not even twice as much power? They felt a sense of despair. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. He asked, Senior, what can we do? The black tortoise said, we'll activate the Book of Heavenly Tao to stop Higan and prevent him from descending in advance. The Heavens battle map that you took previously is one of the pages of the Book of Heavenly Tao. All right. Lin Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, he took out the Heavens battle map. The battle map turned back into the Book of Heavenly Tao. The black tortoise said, all right kid, leave the rest to us. We'll activate the Book of Heavenly Tao. The black tortoise left, leaving the divine union in shock. How powerful was the heavenly king? Lin Xian wasn't very sure either. He only knew that the enemy was very strong and had at least the strength of a half-step emperor. Was there a true great emperor? He didn't know. However, based on the extreme grade weapons and the others' expressions, there might really be a complete great emperor on the heavenly king. If that was the case, things wouldn't be good. Lin Xian entered the sword world again and worked hard to cultivate. He wanted to break through and become a half-step emperor in advance. After the black tortoise returned, he integrated the page of the Heavens battle map into the broken book. In the blink of an eye, the 3 ultimate weapons were activated. This was the ancient heavenly tome. A ray of light tore through the void, shot up to the 9 heavens and entered the deity ground. Then, a radiance bloomed on the deity ground. Heavens, what's going on? Is there another change? Can we go in? Everyone looked up at the celestial ground with great excitement. They realized that there seemed to be an additional ancient book there. What was that? Countless people were curious. The ancient book in the sky bloomed with radiance and endless great Tao descended. It engulfed everything. After the purple mansion master saw it, his pupils constricted. Damn it, he felt that it was a kind of imprisoning power. Was someone trying to stop it from descending? Damn it. At the same time, a cold voice came from Mount Eternal. The Book of Heavenly Tao actually still existed. Fortunately, it wasn't the one who sealed us. In addition, a cold laugh came from the desolate tomb. In the deity ground, a mournful roar came. How dare you seal us, a mere broken Book of Heavenly Tao? In the next moment, they saw a claw coming towards them from the celestial ground. Heaven and earth shook, and countless people's scalps went numb. They felt that there seemed to be a battle between gods above. It was the supreme powerhouse in the deity ground. There was actually someone in the deity ground? Was it an immortal? Countless people went crazy. At the same time, they were even more shocked. What was the Book of Heavenly Tao? It even dared to seal an immortal? Buzz. After the attack, the Book of Heavenly Tao shook violently, and the radiance on it dimmed a little. However, it didn't disappear. Instead, it continued to use the laws. There seemed to be a kind of heavenly Tao law slowly forming in it. Damn it! That huge green claw attacked once again, crazily attacking. However, it seemed to be unable to shake the Book of Heavenly Tao. The 3 extreme grade weapons of the extreme Tao world snorted when they saw this scene. You can't break half of the green-robed great emperor. What if I join in? At this moment, another figure appeared in the deity ground. The figure was blurry, but it was incomparably majestic. He was like a peerless god of war. His appearance caused the Book of Heavenly Tao to shake violently. "Damn it, it's actually him!" Black Tortoise and the others exclaimed. "He actually came out too, the situation is not good. It seems that things are really out of our expectations this time. It's over. The Book of Heavenly Tao is not complete. It can't stop him at all. If he makes a move, the Permethal will really descend. It seems that we can only send away some seeds of hope." The three extreme-grade weapons expressions were extremely ugly. Heavenly Court. Black Mountain and the others were also paying close attention. When they saw the figure appear, their expressions also changed. At the same time, even the Chaos Quasi-Emperor and the people of Mount Eternal gasped. In the depths of the universe, there was an endless black vortex. Inside was Lord Alcohol. He frowned as he looked at the figure in the sky. It was earlier than expected, but it was not a hopeless situation. There was still a way. His eyes flickered with a cold light. All these years, they had also been plotting. Therefore, if they really had no choice, they would fight. It was no big deal. Divine Union. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. He even felt a familiar aura. He walked out of the sword world and frowned when he saw the purplish-green claws in the sky. Green-robed Great Emperor, this was the other half of the frog. He would never forget this aura. It seemed like the frog was getting impatient. Did it want to come out early? Could it be that the Book of Heavenly Tao could not seal it? However, when he saw the Book of Heavenly Tao, he was stunned. This was because it looked very familiar. Wasn't this the broken book he saw in the Valley of the Sword World? At that time, he felt that it was extremely mysterious, but he couldn't get close. He didn't expect it to be the Book of Heavenly Tao. Could it be that the Book of Heavenly Tao in the sky was the same as the one in his sword world? Lin Xian asked De Long about this matter. De Long was also surprised. "That's right, kid, did you really find the other half?" Lin Xian nodded. De Long said to see if there was any way to get it out. The combination of the two should be able to successfully seal the other side for a period of time. Lin Xian nodded. He could see that the situation was very dangerous. In addition to the half of the frog in the sky, there was also the figure of a man. The aura on his body was no weaker than the half of the frog. This was very likely a true Great Emperor. Of course, this was only Lin Xian's guess. In addition, the Book of Heavenly Tao was also extremely mysterious. Even a Great Emperor might not be able to completely break it. Lin Xian entered the sword world and arrived at the mysterious valley. There was a broken book inside, emitting an ancient aura. It seemed that he could only use the heaven-swallowing jar to swallow it and then send it out. Lin Xian took out the heaven-swallowing crown and began to devour. A huge black vortex quickly appeared. Above the 9 heavens, everyone was nervously watching because every once in a while, there would be a violent rumble that spread throughout the heavens like heavenly thunder. Everyone knew that a fierce attack was taking place in the celestial ground. They weren't sure if the person inside could come out. Once such a terrifying person came out, who would be able to fight against him? Headmaster Z sneered. What a foolish thing. Did he really think that he could contend against them? Just you wait. When we descend, all of you will die. He was so confident that he didn't care about the other half of the Book of Heavenly Tao at all. However, a few days later, when the other half of the Book of Heavenly Tao was about to fall, another ray of light rose up. Everyone realized that another half of the broken book had flown out. As soon as the scroll appeared, it merged with the Book of Heavenly Tao in the sky and formed a complete scroll. Radiance blossomed between heaven and earth. At this moment, the terrifying might of the Heavenly Tao was extremely terrifying. It was as if a heavenly god had been resurrected. The two figures that were about to appear were instantly blocked. Damn it, the complete Book of Heavenly Tao, no. It was already broken. How could it appear again? Frenzied roars could be heard. However, no one answered. The Book of Heavenly Tao flew out from inside. The 9 ancient words were nailed into heaven and earth and even sank into the celestial ground. The 2 silhouettes also slowly disappeared under the attack of this power. Damn it, only a resentful voice was left. Was it blocked? The headmaster of Z Mansion was also dumbfounded. How could this be? Who was it? Who was it that still had the other half of the Book of Heavenly Tao? In the Extreme Tao world, the 3 Extreme Tao weapons were also stunned. They had already prepared for the worst. They were prepared to use the remaining power to send some seeds of hope away. However, they didn't expect the situation to be reversed. The Book of Heavenly Tao had completely merged. Who was it? Even they didn't know. Back then, the Book of Heavenly Tao had been broken in the battle. They only had half of it, and they couldn't find the other half. It seemed that some people had already awakened. That's great, we're finally not fighting alone. The 3 Extreme Tao weapons were overjoyed. Although they couldn't seal the other shore forever, they could extend it for a period of time and provide them with an opportunity. When the 9 ancient words appeared in the Book of Heavenly Tao to resist the other shore, the celestial ground was completely stabilized. Everyone seemed to feel that an immortal realm had descended in front of them. On this day, someone finally tried to enter. They found that they weren't killed. They really entered that space and stepped onto the ground of the celestial ground. Those people were so excited that they cried. They knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. This was a golden age. Even those from the monarch races couldn't help but make a move. They also descended. Feeling the terrifying aura and heavy pressure around them, they were extremely excited. Had they returned to the primordial age? Legend had it that in the primordial age, there were countless experts. They had once created the 10,000 ancient races. Their cultivation had reached the peak. However, after that era ended, they declined. In the end, many of the 10,000 ancient races had disappeared. Now that the celestial ground had descended, it seemed like it was going to restart the primordial age. This was their chance. This time, someone would definitely become a monarch. They even felt that there might be more than one. Moreover, there might be hope for them to become an immortal. This was because this world was too mysterious. The people from the monarch races quickly mobilized their disciples and experts to explore. The other ancient families and great sects also entered. It wasn't just Burial Earth Star. There were people from all over the universe who went there. This was a matter of the entire universe. A piece of the celestial ground descended into the universe. It was too vast and boundless. It seemed to cover the entire universe. Let's go. Lin Xian also came out of seclusion on this day. He led Morong Qingqing and the others from the Divine Union and soared into the sky. Everyone finally landed on the celestial ground. What a terrifying aura! Morong Qingqing and the others exclaimed. The moment they stepped into the celestial ground, the pressure increased by more than 10 times. It felt like it was dozens or even hundreds of times stronger. It was too terrifying. This also showed that the power of heaven and earth in this place far exceeded that of Burial Earth Star or any other world. Here, they would be able to obtain even greater opportunities. Everyone felt the pressure. However, there was one exception, and that was Lin Xian. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes when he felt the power of the celestial ground. The pressure was similar to that of the sword world. Lin Xian had already adapted to the pressure in the sword world. Therefore, he was like a fish in water here. After taking a deep breath, Lin Xian said, Ruzalong, Qingqing, split the Divine Union into several groups and enter from different directions. Don't go too far at first. Check out the situation first and gather information. I think there shouldn't be too much danger at first. Lin Xian split into 3 groups. He, Yan Ruyu, and Morong Qingqing each led a group of divine adorable beasts. All 3 of them had extreme grade weapons, so even if there was danger, they could retreat safely. Lin Xian was followed by Xueqi, Nailan Liang, and the others. They walked cautiously. The ancient trees around them towered into the sky, and the scenery here was 10 times or even 100 times more magnificent than on planet Tibetan. The ancient trees here were like immortal trees, and the aura of the great path surrounding them was too terrifying. However, there were no fruits hanging down. This caused Whitey to sigh. Whitey blinked its big eyes and kept probing. It babbled, this space is too mysterious. I can't explore it clearly. When the sky turned dark, Lin Xian stopped. He knew that this world was extremely terrifying. It was better not to act rashly. They stopped to rest. Some people took the risk to move forward. However, in the latter half of the night, screams were heard. The screams pierced through the sky, making the scalps of countless explorers go numb. They didn't know what they had encountered. When the sun rose the next day, they found some corpses that were badly mutilated. They seemed to be from the Stone Clan. Their defense was unparalleled, and their strength was boundless. Did they die? They felt that this person's cultivation seemed to be at the level of the Double Crown King. What on earth did they experience? Were they killed by the mysterious existence in this deity ground? Or were they killed by other clans? No one knew. When Lin Xian arrived, he also saw this scene. He opened his Rinnegan. He also didn't understand. He asked De Long if there were any living beings. De Long said that there were, but there shouldn't be many of them outside. The deity ground was vast and boundless. Lin Xian and the others were only at the outermost area, so there shouldn't be any danger. However, they couldn't be sure. What if there were some supreme living beings wandering around, waiting to be hunted? They continued their journey. Lin Xian and the others had extreme-grade weapons, so they were at ease. They continued their search. Along the way, they saw mountains and rivers. The mountains were millions of miles high, like immortal mountains. The river water was even more terrifying. It was bottomless. Even a divine ancestor would be instantly swallowed if he went in. Even though there were opportunities in the celestial land, there were dangers as well. In just a few days, many people had already fallen. The people from the Purple Mansion also went in. Housemaster Z didn't care about any fortuitous encounter at all. She flew towards the depths of the immortal land like a madwoman. Damn it. Initially, they had thought that they would be able to rule over the world after descending. But who would have thought that there would be a book of heaven's path blocking their path? The people of the otherworld Heavenly King couldn't come out at all. Damn the rules, damn it. Since the other party couldn't come out, he could only go in. However, with the power of the celestial land, even with his strength, it was very difficult for him to walk. After walking for a few days, he was on the verge of breaking down. On the other side, Yao Guang had also entered. He was incredibly excited. In his mind, the Emperor of the Nine Firmaments was roaring. Who was this bastard? Don't let me find out who released the Heavenly Tao Ancient Book. Otherwise, I will definitely tear that person into pieces. Yao Guang was very happy. The people of the Permitha realm could not descend, and this Nine Firmament Quasi-Emperor could not recover. He was temporarily safe. He said. Tell me where the fortuitous encounter is first. If my strength increases, that's good too. I'll help you take revenge. Well, let's see if I remember. The Nine Firmament Quasi-Emperor gritted his teeth and said. In the next few days, Yao Guang set off. On this day, he found a broken ruin in front of him. He didn't know what it was made of. Although it was broken, the great Tao on it was incomparably terrifying. Even with his identity as the Yao Guang Triple Crown Champion, he couldn't see through it. This should be a supreme palace. Could it be that a great emperor had lived here before? He was overjoyed. If he could devour the corpse of a great emperor, who would he be afraid of? He couldn't wait to rush over. The Nine Firmament Quasi-Emperor reminded you to be careful. This celestial land was very mysterious, but Yao Guang didn't care. His heaven-swallowing demonic technique was very powerful. It could definitely devour everything. He attacked crazily, striking the ground with his palm. With a loud boom, the ground split open and a crack appeared. Yao Guang frowned. The celestial land was much more terrifying than the Burial Earth Star. On the Burial Earth Star, his attack would definitely be able to pierce through heaven and earth. However, here, he only managed to create a crack that was 100 meters long. One could imagine how sturdy the celestial land was. He continuously struck with his palm hundreds of times before he managed to create a deep hole. With a clang, there was metal below. Yao Guang was overjoyed and increased his speed. Finally, he dug out an ancient coffin. The broken ancient coffin emitted a cold aura. Great, let me see what's inside. The Nine Firmament Quasi-Emperor said, wait, let me check. However, it was already too late. Yao Guang was too anxious. He urgently needed power, so he ignored the Nine Firmament Quasi-Emperor and directly opened the ancient coffin. After opening it, he regretted it. A black wind blew past, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other came from the ancient coffin. In the next instant, a black shadow swept past, and Yao Guang was sent flying. Half of his body shattered. Damn it, what is this thing? His pupils constricted, and his shattered body recovered. The heaven-swallowing demonic technique created an endless black vortex around him that could devour heaven and earth. He charged forward. However, the ancient coffin in front of him stood up. The figure was covered in black scales and was incomparably terrifying. With a claw, it tore open the black vortex. Then, it laughed sinisterly. The 9 firmament quasi-emperor's expression changed, and he quickly fled. Damn it, the corpse of a quasi-emperor, 6 crown king. Hearing this, Yao Guang turned around and ran. He was only the triple crown king. 6 crown king was much stronger than him. Furthermore, this corpse was still alive. The celestial ground was too strange. Just by casually digging, a 6 crown king appeared. Boom! Yao Guang's back split open. A black claw pierced his heart, severely injuring him. Damn it! Boundless light appeared on Yao Guang's body as he pushed his strength to the limit. The 9 firmament quasi-emperor had no choice but to use his soul laws again. With the two working together, Yao Guang tore open the void and disappeared. 6 crown king did not chase after the corpse that came out. He looked around coldly and laughed sinisterly. Then, he disappeared. In another space, Yao Guang came out covered in blood. Damn it, he gritted his teeth. The 9 firmament quasi-emperor also said. Didn't I warn you before? Don't act rashly. This is not planet Tibetan. This is not any world in the universe. This is the celestial ground. Even I don't know the secrets here. You are actually so bold. Aren't you afraid that you will really dig out a martial emperor? Yao Guang's expression was unsightly. Originally, he thought that the Triple Crown King had nothing to fear. He even dared to challenge a quasi-emperor. However, it looked like he was too naive. The horror of this world far exceeded his imagination. He said, I know. I will listen to you in the future. The 9 firmament quasi-emperor snorted coldly, and his voice softened. Back then, a supreme war happened in this celestial ground. More than one martial emperor fell here. Hence, anything could happen. You have to be extremely careful. For the next period of time, everyone was very careful. Nothing much happened. The Qilin clan had almost mobilized the power of their clan to search. The son of the Qilin clan looked extremely solemn. Last time, he lost to Lin Xian, which made him feel despair. However, he was still able to adjust. He knew that the resources of the immortal land were really too vast. As long as he could find enough treasures here, he could rise again. This was his last hope. He would not miss out on any possibilities. Your Highness, don't work too hard. We still have time. An elder next to him said in a deep voice. The son of the Qilin clan nodded and said, I know. This area is almost cleaned up. Let's go in and take a look tomorrow. The surrounding people nodded. They all sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate and recover. In the latter half of the night, a deep voice suddenly sounded. The elder of the Qilin clan opened her eyes. Who was it? As soon as she finished speaking, her body changed and shattered. The sound of bones breaking was heard. With a scream, she was split in half. After seeing this, the surrounding people also stood up abruptly. The son of the Qilin clan roared angrily, Who is it? Get lost. He threw a punch that pierced through heaven and earth and charged toward the other party. The surrounding people also made their moves. A great battle broke out in an instant, but when they saw the enemy, their scalps went numb. It was a figure with terrifying scales on his body. The death chi on his body was extremely terrifying. What was that? Some of the elders were shocked. The son of the Qilin clan had an ugly expression. The power of a quasi-emperor was really shocking. Why would a quasi-emperor come? Which clan was this? The people of the Qilin clan were completely crazy. They only knew a few quasi-emperors so far. Why was there a new one? Could it be that he was not a quasi-emperor from the burial planet, but from the immortal land? When they thought of this possibility, they became extremely unsightly. The immortal land was incomparably mysterious. The quasi-emperors there were probably not people they could resist. Damn it, let's go, let's go. Those people roared in a frenzy. The son of the Qilin clan roared and took out the Qilin divine furnace. There was a violent roar, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands were shaking. Even in the immortal land, an extreme weapon was an extremely terrifying existence. The surrounding people all saw it. They raised their heads to look at the sky, their faces full of shock. Heavens, what is that? This should be an extreme weapon of the Qilin clan. Who was the Qilin clan fighting with? Could it be that he was in danger? One had to know that when the emperor clans attacked, there was nothing they could do about it. Up until now, they had mostly used extreme weapons for defense. This was because he didn't have much strength left. It was as if the primordial Qilin had come back to life and sent the black figure flying. The quasi-emperor's pupils shrank. Her body was completely shattered by this attack. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the fatal attack and was only hit by the aftershocks. Looking ahead at the fleeing Qilin clansman, the man in black let out a furious roar. However, he did not give chase. He knew how terrifying an extreme-grade weapon was, so he changed his target again. Not long after the Qilin clan attacked, another clan let out a miserable cry. This time, the people of the Holy Heavens race received the attack of the mysterious quasi-emperor. For a time, they suffered heavy losses. Apart from them, the other clans were also attacked one after another. The Yi clan was also attacked. They immediately took out the Heaven and Earth Cauldron to block the attack and avoid more losses. For a time, everyone panicked. Everyone knew that a monster had appeared inside and it wasn't something they could fight against. Damn it, why did it turn out like this? Countless people were roaring. They had suffered heavy losses not long after entering the Holy Heavens race. The people of the Divine Union also heard the news. They were also on high alert. Lin Xian said, "Be careful." Everyone nodded. Suddenly, a terrifying oppressive might appeared in the sky. When Xueqi sensed this, she cried out in alarm. Heavens, this is a quasi-emperor, right? Lin Xian roared, "Scram!" He slashed out with his sword. It turned into 9 suns. The terrifying sword light slashed into the void, but it was blocked by a black palm. The terrifying quasi-emperor sneered and attacked. Lin Xian roared. He rushed up and fought with the quasi-emperor. After a single attack, the quasi-emperor retreated. 6 Crown King? Lin Xian frowned deeply. However, so what? When the heaven-devouring jar appeared, a black vortex covered the sky. The quasi-emperor frowned when he saw this. Why was there another extreme-grade weapon? Damn it, he retreated unwillingly. Lin Xian roared. Where are you going? So what if you are the 6th Crown King? Do you think the Divine Union is a pushover? How dare you try to kill us? This time, he was going to make the other party pay the price. The heaven-devouring jar appeared. At the same time, Lin Xian unleashed a dragon-shaped sword qi. A terrifying sword technique swept across the sky. The quasi-emperor in black was also furious. He had left, but the other party still dared to chase after him. He turned around and unleashed a monstrous nomological law. A black seed jumped between her eyebrows and a black flame appeared. It turned into a terrifying hell scythe. The two of them fought fiercely. Give me power! Lin Xian roared. Below, Xueqi and the other people of the Divine Union channeled their power into the heaven-devouring jar. The heaven-devouring crown shone brightly. On the other hand, Lin Xian used the power of the sword world. The great dragon sword soul erupted and slashed his opponent to the ground. The quasi-emperor in black roared at the sky. Fear appeared in his eyes as he turned around and fled. He was injured. He had been injured by a young man. Previously, the Arch clan had only forced him to retreat. They had not injured him. Just you wait, I will take revenge for this. She spoke in a hoarse voice. However, it was very strange. It seemed like she had not spoken for many years. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You ran fast enough. Otherwise, I would have cut you down with my blade. Did he leave? The people of the Divine Union heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was really mighty. Xueqi had indeed said that he should not be a quasi-emperor that they knew. Lin Xian nodded. The aura on his body was very ancient. He should be a quasi-emperor of this deity ground. It was really good news that they had met the moment they arrived. They wondered what they were going to do. Following that, everyone was very careful. Actually, they were all overly worried. The deity ground was scary. However, they were at the edge of it now and were not in too much danger. Yao Guang had accidentally dug out this quasi-emperor. If Yao Guang had not done anything, if Yao Guang had not moved, such a scene would not have happened. Of course, no one knew that Yao Guang would not dare to speak about it. Yao Guang probably wouldn't dare to say it out loud for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he would be hunted down by this large clan. 10 days later, everyone stopped. They discovered an ancient and broken city in front of them. They finally saw a building. Did someone once live in the deity ground? Who was that? Was it an immortal? Looking at the city that was about to collapse, countless people cried out in surprise. Heavens, there really are ruins. Could this be a place where immortals once lived? Great, we're rich. These people were very excited. Go in. They rushed forward. The closer they got to the ancient city, the greater the pressure they felt. Therefore, it wasn't easy to enter. However, these people wouldn't give up so easily. At the same time, Mount Eternal, Desolate Tomb, and Taichu Ancient Land also began to move. After waiting at the beginning, these forbidden lands finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Countless figures walked out of these forbidden lands. What was even more terrifying was that 3 figures walked out of these 3 forbidden lands. They soared into the sky and directly charged into the depths of the deity ground. Boom boom boom, a monstrous power appeared. When they cut through the void, the explorers in the deity ground also felt their scalps go numb. One by one, the great emperor clans were terrified. What was this? Why did they feel as if the great emperor had been reborn? Even Lin Xian and the others' pupils constricted. This was the power of a human sovereign. The human sovereigns had finally made their move at this moment. 3 forbidden lands, 3 human sovereigns. This power was too strong, completely surpassing that of a quasi-emperor. It wasn't something they could resist. They even felt that even if they held extreme weapons, they wouldn't be a match for these 3 people. For a moment, everyone was in despair. When such people came, who could defeat them? Everyone was on the verge of facing a great enemy. They were ready to escape at any time. After waiting for a long time, they realized that the 3 human sovereigns weren't here at all. They had directly entered the depths of the deity ground and disappeared. They didn't attack, some people cheered. Those from the Emperor clan's side. They were thinking too much. In front of such people, they were all ants. They would probably enter the depths to fight for the immortal opportunity. Some people sighed. It was sad to be in the same era as such people. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Were they going to fight for the immortal opportunity? It was really shocking. Although he was envious, he was confident. However, he wasn't defeated because he believed that one day, he would surpass these people. Human sovereigns had their own opportunities. They didn't care about ordinary treasures. They are searching for supreme treasures, which gives us a chance. The people of the Great Emperor clan said, "Let's take down this ancient city first." The others nodded as well. That was indeed the case. Everyone was fighting for the opportunity. Could they catch up with Jizun's footsteps? Although they didn't know, they had to work hard to improve themselves. These people charged forward with all their might. The members of the Divine Union also headed forward. Among them, Lin Wudi was the fastest, which shocked countless people. This person's invincible strength was too strong. Could it be that he was not affected by the pressure here? Damn it, how did he do it? Countless people were shocked. And at this time, the world was in a state of chaos as more experts arrived. The surrounding people turned their heads to look, and in the next moment, they all cried out in alarm. This was a forbidden land of life. That's right, they noticed that the newcomer had an inextinguishable fighting spirit and a terrifying aura of death. His body was covered with runes. The people from the 3 great forbidden lands had come to collect them. Damn it, didn't they say that they didn't care about this place? No, we made a mistake. It's the human sovereign who doesn't like him. However, there were more than just supremes in the forbidden land of life. I'm afraid that other people will also come here to compete with us for resources. So what? We're not afraid of him, cold voices rang out one after another. Although they said so, they still acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Stupid ants, kneel down in front of us obediently and submit to us. Perhaps you can still live. The expert from Mount Eternal sneered. What did you say? The Kuanping race was furious. The people from Huangling also walked out. It seems that you still don't understand. Didn't you see that our human sovereign has come out? Can you resist that kind of power? Our human sovereign is going to fight for the treasures now. When they come back, they can kill you with one slap. Now, whoever submits will live. Otherwise, you will all die. Hearing this, everyone's face turned ugly. Damn it, could it be that they were really going to submit to him? At this time, Lin Xian sneered. Submit to you? Did water get into your heads? Get lost, or I'll kill you. At that time, even if your human sovereign comes back, he won't be able to save you. Hearing these arrogant words, everyone was shocked. Who was it? The people from the Forbidden Lands were even more furious. Who was so reckless? They suddenly turned their heads and found that the one who spoke was Lin Xian, who was standing in front of them with his hands behind his back. The people from the 3 Forbidden Lands looked at Lin Xian with gritted teeth, because they all had a grudge against Lin Xian. It's time to get rid of you. The people from the 3 Forbidden Lands sneered and walked up. One of the stone men stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. Lin Xian punched out, and the power of his divine body shattered the opponent's fist. At the same time, he took a step forward and released the demon god seal to suppress it. The stone man screamed and was torn apart. Damn it! You dare to hurt me? He was crazy. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? Do you really think you're a human sovereign? Let's work together to kill him. On Mount Eternal's side, someone walked out with a terrifying black stone tablet on his back. There was another person who was equally terrifying. He had a bronze scythe on his back. It was a death scythe. He was from Huangling. Not good. Feeling this aura, everyone's scalps went numb. The one with the black stone tablet was a quasi-emperor, and the one with the bronze scythe was also a quasi-emperor. With the appearance of 2 quasi-emperors, Lin Wudi was in danger. Did he really think that there was no one in the Grand Primordium Ancient Tomb? Another angry shout was heard, and the same strange stone flew over. This strange stone was in the shape of a human. As soon as it appeared, the killing intent on its body shook the heavens and earth. In front of these people, the monarch race powerhouses were terrified and trembled. Yi Wudao, Kuanping Zi, and the others felt their scalps go numb. This was because they felt that even with their strength, they couldn't withstand a single blow in front of the other party. This was also a quasi-emperor. 3 quasi-emperors had arrived. The 3 of them stared at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, let's see who can save you this time. The others went crazy. It's over. Lin Wudi is dead for sure. No one had expected 3 quasi-emperors to appear. The expressions of the people from the Divine Union became incomparably solemn. Not good. Boss, why don't we leave first? They looked at Lin Xian with ugly expressions. Although they had extreme weapons, the 3 quasi-emperors were too terrifying. These people might have supreme weapons in their hands. Once they fought, it would be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. If they were suppressed, there would only be one outcome. They would die. Want to leave? Too naive. The quasi-emperor from Mount Eternal sneered. The black stone tablet on his back soared into the sky and suppressed the world. A stone tablet sealed the entire space and everyone felt that they could not escape. They were in despair and fear. No, this has nothing to do with us. Some of the clans roared crazily and pushed them to the back. Even the emperors and clansmen had grave expressions on their faces. On the other side, the Huangling quasi-emperor waved his bronze sickle and slashed out. The entire space seemed to shatter under this slash. This was the deity ground. One could only imagine how terrifying this slash was for such a phenomenon to occur. Boom, on the other side, the human-shaped stone also walked out. The sky shook and the earth shook with each step. At this moment, everyone's bodies were torn apart. They were too strong. These 3 quasi-emperors were not injured or poisoned. They were quasi-emperors at their peak. How could Lin Xian fight against them? Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. 3 quasi-emperors, although it was beyond his expectations, so what, now that he had grown up, he might be able to fight them. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He looked at the people beside him and said, "Push them far away later. I will fight them next." "No. Young master, this is too dangerous." "Yes, 1 quasi-emperor is fine, but 3 quasi-emperors? We can't fight them." "Why? Do you still want to fight us?" "What a joke." The quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal snorted. "Stupid ants. Today, I will make the divine union disappear." The quasi-emperor of Desolate Forest also stepped out. A great battle was about to break out. At this moment, a vortex appeared between heaven and earth. Everyone thought that Lin Xian had used the all-engulfing heavenly crown. However, Lin Xian also raised his head. He was stunned. Lord Alcohol, the wine-sword immortal's figure appeared between heaven and earth. He yawned and said, "We meet again." Lin Xian was overjoyed. He finally saw Lord Alcohol again. The Emperor clans on the Tibetan Earth Star were shocked. It was this man. They would not forget that this man was also a quasi-emperor. When quasi-emperors first appeared, this man appeared. Back then, the primal chaos quasi-emperor came to the divine union to kill Lin Xian. In the end, the devouring quasi-emperor appeared and took him away. Now that the other party had come out, it seemed like the battle with the chaos quasi-emperor had ended. A quasi-emperor had arrived, the members of the divine union cheered. The quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal sneered. "A quasi-emperor fighting against the 3 of us? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The quasi-emperors of the Desolate Forest also laughed coldly. "Kneel down and kowtow to us, and we will let you leave alive. If you dare to meddle in our affairs again, I'll destroy your soul. You should know how difficult it is to cultivate to quasi-emperor." "Do you want to die for this kid?" Lin Xian also said, "Lord Alcohol, let's fight together." He knew that Lord Alcohol was very powerful, but he didn't have any confidence in facing 3 quasi-emperors. Therefore, he was also prepared to participate. Lord Alcohol smiled and said, "Little fellow, don't worry. It's just 3 ants. I don't care about them." Lord Alcohol was very calm. When the surrounding people heard this, their scalps went numb. What did he say? Did he just call the 3 quasi-emperors ants? Heavens, you're also a quasi-emperor. Where did you get the confidence to fight at the same level? How dare you call me an ant? The 3 quasi-emperors were also angry. Among them, the quasi-emperor of the Desolate Tomb walked out. "I want to see what right you have to be arrogant in front of me." He held the bronze scythe and slashed out. The bronze scythe turned into a bronze ray of light, splitting the space of the deity ground. This slash directly enveloped Lord Alcohol. "Not good, retreat quickly." The surrounding people exclaimed, and Lin Xian also became nervous. Lord Alcohol sneered. He pointed his finger, and a black vortex appeared at his fingertip. It directly swallowed the bronze ray of light. The next moment, he waved his sleeve. The black vortex suddenly became bigger, covering the sky and the earth, and directly swallowed the bronze scythe. Not only that, half of the quasi-emperor of the Desolate Tomb was also covered by the black vortex, and his flesh and blood were indistinguishable. He let out a miserable cry and turned to escape. How could this person be so powerful? Damn it, who are you? Our human sovereign is here, he roared crazily. But it was useless. The black vortex completely swallowed him, and only some rain of blood fell. The surrounding people went crazy. What happened? Did a quasi-emperor die just like that? It was so quiet. He was killed in one move, their scalps went numb. The other 2 quasi-emperors were so frightened that they took 2 steps back. They were terrified. Who exactly are you? How could they not be afraid? The dead quasi-emperor was on par with them, but he was killed in one move. Me? I am the wine-sword immortal. Lord Alcohol stood with his hands behind his back, and sword chi rushed out from his body, turning into a black devouring sword that floated between heaven and earth. At this moment, he was extremely domineering. The 2 quasi-emperors were about to kneel in front of such a phenomenon. The other great emperors' clans gasped in shock. The Yi family patriarch said, It seems that this is not an existence that we can imagine at all. The Phoenix family patriarch also shook his head and sighed. Last time, he took away the Chaos Quasi-Emperor, and we thought that he was just an ordinary Quasi-Emperor. Now it seems that is not the case at all. Last time, he did not reveal his strength. This time, there is no need for him to hide the opening of the deity ground. Indeed, now that Lord Alcohol and the others were about to start the final operation, they naturally would not hide their strength. Even if Lord Nine wanted to kill the Chaos Quasi-Foundation, it would be a piece of cake. However, he did not do so. He was prepared to leave the Chaos Quasi-Emperor to Lin Xian and let Lin Xian deal with him personally. To be honest, his strength had not fully recovered yet. Heavens, is this an expert of the Divine Union? The people of the Divine Union were also shocked and excited. Even Lin Xian was surprised. To be honest, he had previously guessed that Lord Alcohol was only a quasi-emperor. Now it seemed that he was not. To be able to kill a quasi-emperor in one move, even if he was a quasi-emperor, was extremely terrifying. How many crowns had he reached? I am just passing by this time. My strength has not fully recovered, and I want to go to the depths of the deity ground. As he spoke, everyone was even more shocked. If he could kill a quasi-emperor in one move without fully recovering his strength, wouldn't he be heaven-defying if he recovered? How did Lin Xian know such a terrifying person? He's here. At this moment, Lord Alcohol looked up into the distance. The surrounding people were stunned and looked over as well. Who else was coming? They saw an old man with a sage-like demeanor. He was standing on an auspicious cloud and flying over. Old Xia! Lin Xian exclaimed when he saw him. It was Xia Jiuyou. The others also exclaimed. The living fossil of the Yi family was also shocked. They had heard that the previous temple master of the Divine Hall had gone to Jiuyou. Was he still alive? No way, he was an even more terrifying living fossil. People like Qilin and the others were even more shocked. Wasn't Xia Jiuyou the champion of the previous Hualong competition? He was actually still alive. How terrifying was he now? Xia Jiuyou looked at Lord Alcohol and nodded. Obviously, the two of them knew each other. Xia Jiuyou said, I saw the human sovereign enter the depths of the deity ground. Lord Alcohol said, I was also about to go, but I met the little guy, so I stopped. Xia Jiuyou said, there's no time to lose. Let's move. Obviously, their destination was the depths of the deity ground. The surrounding people were shocked again. Were these people going to deal with the human sovereign? Lin Xian was also surprised. What exactly was in the depths of the deity ground? He said, Lord Alcohol, Elder Xia, be careful. There's a Permitha in the deity ground. Lord Alcohol smiled and looked up at the sky. Half of the Book of Heavenly Tao in the sky was released by you, right? With the Book of Heavenly Tao, the Permitha won't come out for the time being. Xia Jiuyou also said, little guy, you did the right thing this time. You blocked the Permitha and gave us a chance to win. After a few words, the monarch race people were shocked. Half of the Book of Heavenly Tao was released by Lin Xian, they sucked in a cold breath. At this point, Xia Jiuyou lowered his head and looked down. He said, the people of the Forbidden Land still dare to come out. Die. As he spoke, he slammed his palm toward the land of absolute primordium. This attack was too terrifying. Resplendent light swept out in all directions, illuminating the entire space. Everyone was shaken by this palm. The quasi-emperor of the land of absolute primordium also shouted angrily, damn it, you dare to underestimate me? Endless killing intent rushed out of his body, turning into 12 swords of killing. The 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered under these sword chi. The 12 swords of killing charged forward together. Old thing, die. Boom. The two collided, and raging waves crashed onto the shore. The 12 swords of killing kept cracking. In an instant, the strange stone shattered into pieces. He was penetrated by a palm and directly slapped to death on the ground. Xia Jiuyou was filled with endless dominance. He retracted his palm and snorted coldly. Land of absolute primordium, back when I was at my peak and swept through the world, you probably didn't dare to come out. Shocking, incomparably shocking. Even Lin Xian was stunned. Xia Jiuyou's strength was actually so terrifying. As expected of the previous dragon transformation war emperor. It was just that such a person didn't become a great emperor last time. What did one have to experience to become a great emperor? He was even more confused. The surrounding people were all stunned. The Phoenix race people were shocked. This person had the qualifications to become a great emperor. He was from the previous era and didn't become a great emperor. What a pity. They didn't know if there was still a chance in this era. Countless people were shocked. The two experts who appeared killed the quasi-emperor of the Forbidden Lands in 2 moves. It was like a legend. Lin Xian was shocked. He thought of his father again. He wanted to ask. Lord Alcohol, he had just spoken, and Lord Alcohol had already arrived. You want to ask your father, right? You don't have to ask me, just ask him. Lin Xian was stunned and suddenly turned his head, his Rinnegan blooming. In the next moment, he became excited. Father, he saw a stalwart man walking over in the air. This person's fighting spirit was really too strong. The moment it appeared, it crushed down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Countless living beings could not help but want to kneel down and submit at this moment. Many people swallowed their saliva. The Emperor Clan's people also felt their scalps go numb. What kind of person was this? The stalwart man in the sky came to Lin Xian's side and said, Xian, you've grown up. Father, Lin Xian's eyes turned red. Father, I've grown up. I can fight by your side. Lin Zhan smiled too. He patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Good. Then, he waved his hand and the space beside him split open. A beautiful middle-aged woman walked out. Xian. The moment this woman appeared, she also looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's soul trembled. Mother. He was really stunned. He hadn't seen his mother for a long time. Child, I've made you suffer. Actually, you don't have to suffer so much. The middle-aged woman's tears fell. Men don't cry easily. At this moment, Lin Xian also cried until he couldn't speak. Throughout his growth, everyone had been paying attention to his cultivation and strength. But only his mother knew that she had suffered. Alright, didn't we meet now? We will have more time in the future. But not now. Lin Zhan spoke at this moment. The middle-aged woman nodded and said, Xian, you have to take good care of yourself in the future. Lin Xian was stunned. Was he going to leave again? Lin Zhan said, Xian, I'll wait for you in the depths of the celestial ground. As he spoke, he soared into the air and punched out at the same time. This punch illuminated the ages. This punch turned into eternity between heaven and earth and charged towards the quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal. That quasi-emperor also roared angrily at the sky. He merged with the black sky monument. I'm immortal, his body emitted a monstrous immortal intent. Suppress, he transformed into the sky monument and suppressed this fist. However, the battle intent on this fist was too terrifying. Under this punch, the sky monument turned into powder and scattered with the wind. Did he die again? He killed a quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal with a punch, and Mount Eternal was known as an immortal existence. This man called Lin Zhan was even more terrifying. Moreover, he was actually Lin Xian's father. Lin Xian indeed had a great background. In an instant, countless families trembled in fear. Lin Zhan killed a quasi-emperor of Mount Eternal with a punch without even looking. It was as simple as crushing an ant to death. He soared into the air and said, Xian, we'll wait for you. The middle-aged woman also entered the spatial rift and slowly disappeared. Her voice floated out. Xian, take care of yourself. Xiao Jiuyo and Lord Alcohol also flew into the distance. Lord Alcohol said, Little guy, we'll wait for you. Then, the 3 of them turned into streams of light and flew into the depths of the deity ground. Lin Xian looked into the distance and took a deep breath. He would definitely walk into the depths of the deity ground. In the next moment, he landed and said, People of the Divine Union, follow me into the ancient city. He took the lead and his divine body shone brightly. The power of the 4-crowned king swept out. He rushed toward the ancient city with large strides. The surrounding people were still in shock. 3 quasi-emperors, a sure-kill situation, had been resolved so easily. He had killed them in 3 moves. The people of the great emperor families also trembled. They were both envious and frightened. This was because their great emperor families had yet to produce a quasi-emperor. However, they still had a trace of hope, and that was their ancestor. Was the great emperor still alive? Would he be able to return? Let's go. We can't think about the ancestors' matter, but we must produce a quasi-emperor. These great emperor families also gritted their teeth. They had to nurture a quasi-emperor in the shortest time possible. They had to use extreme weapons to open a path and kill. The Gu family's patriarch roared and the heaven and earth cauldron appeared. It suppressed the surroundings and charged toward the ancient city. The Gu family, Kuanping race, Phoenix race, and Qilin race all did the same. The extreme aura reappeared. The people of the great emperor families went completely crazy at this moment. They had been stimulated. They had to seize the opportunity. On Lin Xian's side, he even used his body to open a path. His divine fists were opened and closed. Yin and yang sword qi swept across. Finally, the group of people entered the ancient city. The ancient city was majestic, but there was no one in sight. There was an aura of desolation and time inside. The buildings were filled with plants. Although there was no one, those plants were extremely extraordinary. These were plants that grew in the deity ground. Charge, kill, the people of the Gu family roared. The Qilin race, Kuanping race, and other great emperor families instantly rushed over. Behind them were the peerless great sects, ancient families, and itinerant cultivators. At this moment, everyone's eyes were red as they charged forward. The void mirror shone brightly between heaven and earth. Elder Gu Shao of the Gu family roared, "Scram!" Terrifying spatial cracks spread in all directions, and many people were instantly teleported out. "Hurry up and run!" The others quickly retreated. Some of the remote antiquity families gritted their teeth. At the same time, the Qilin family and the Kuanping family also took out their extreme weapons. The Qilin son said, "Those without extreme weapons should leave this ancient city." "That's right," the Kuanping family also said coldly. The surrounding people were in despair. It seemed like the emperor family was going to join forces to clear the place. "Damn it, you want to leave just because you want to? That's right, the ancient city is so mysterious, and it doesn't belong to your family." Some families and sects were unwilling to leave, so they retreated to the side and waited. They wanted to see if there was a chance to reap the benefits. However, they soon regretted it. Their scalps went numb, and they fled in panic. Because the two emperor weapons collided. The emperor family was also fighting with each other. Now, whoever produced a boundary emperor first would be able to dominate the others. Therefore, these people were really angry. Extreme weapons collided. How could the people around him possibly withstand it? Many of them did not escape, and they were instantly turned into ashes. After seeing this, the others did not dare to stay any longer. They were not a match at all. Lin Xian also took out the sky-devouring crown to fight. He charged towards one of the palaces. There were endless plants there, and there was also a tree that was shining with 5 colors, and there were 5 elemental laws on it. Moreover, it was surrounded by mysterious fragments. Lin Xian felt that it might be an immortal artifact fragment, and he felt an unusual aura. Attack! Lin Xian led his people and rushed over, directly swallowing the 5 elements sacred tree. Damn it! After the Gu family saw this, the void mirror shone brightly. It was blocked by the black vortex that filled the sky. Lin Wudi! Leave the treasure behind, another angry roar. However, Lin Xian snorted and left. He waved his hand and led the people of the Divine Union away quickly. They had already obtained a treasure, so there was no need for them to enter the vortex again. The people from the Gu family did not continue their search. Instead, they went to other places to search. After Lin Xian and the others stopped, Lin Xian took out the 5 elements tree. The 5 elemental nomological laws blossomed with radiance as everyone from the Divine Union widened their eyes. Lin Xian said as they sat down cross-legged to comprehend. Xueqi and the others took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, and started comprehending the 5 elements' power. Lin Xian was also standing under the tree. He didn't cultivate the power of the 5 elements. Instead, he was sensing the immortal equipment fragments. At the same time, the mark of the divine flame opened between his eyebrows. He wondered if this fragment could increase the power of his seed of the divine flame. However, the power of the seed of divine fire did not increase. It seemed that the two of them had different powers. However, Lin Xian discovered that he seemed to be able to condense immortal qi seeds as well. What an unexpected discovery! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He was called an abandoned immortal and could not cultivate. Only then did he know that the masterminds were the Z Mansion and the Nirvana Realm. In other words, it was the Nirvana Realm's red spider lily that had sealed him. Now that he was in the deity land, Lin Xian discovered that it was possible to cultivate immortal qi seeds. What would happen if he cultivated both of them together? Lin Xian asked. Delong said. You can give it a try. There might be unexpected changes. Has anyone else walked this path before? Lin Xian asked. Delong said. It had been a very long time since the last immemorial era. No one had taken this path. People either cultivated immortal qi or divine flame. There were very few people who cultivated both at the same time. You might be able to walk a different path. Lin Xian took a deep breath after hearing this. Delong said, Kid, you can give it a try because you have a deity domain. This is something no one else has. Divine Jade can increase the power of divine flame. The deity land can also increase the power of immortal qi. Hence, this is your chance. I understand. Lin Xian nodded. Since that was the case, he would fuse with the immortal qi seeds. Lin Xian absorbed the immortal artifact fragments on the 5 elements tree and began to try to condense them. However, one 5 elements tree was not enough for him to condense immortal qi seeds. However, Lin Xian already had a mysterious aura in his body. What a pleasant surprise. The others also gained something. They had all condensed the 5 elements laws. Everyone seemed to be able to condense 5 elements tree leaves in their hands. Some were strong and some were weak. They could be said to be very powerful weapons. After being absorbed by so many people, the 5 elements tree finally dimmed. It seemed to have become an ordinary tree. Lin Xian knew that it was about time. He said, Let's go. The group rose into the air again. At this moment, the battle in the ancient city was abnormally terrifying. Several emperor weapons collided with each other. The people from the emperor race were really fighting crazily. Lin Xian did not participate anymore. The deity land was very big and there were many opportunities. There was no need to fight to the death with these people. They rose into the air and left the ancient city, heading to other places. Old ancestor, there is an ancient city in front of you. The emperor clan's people were fighting over it. Treasures, let's go too. At the same time, in the vicinity of the ancient city, chaotic energy filled the air. The Hundun clan had also arrived. They were excited because their primal chaos ancestor had returned. This was a true quasi-emperor. The Hundun clan had once again reached the pinnacle. The primal chaos quasi-emperor's gaze pierced through the heavens and earth as he looked ahead. He said, Oh, then let me do it. So what if they were facing the clans of great emperors? This was the world of quasi-emperors. The primal chaos patriarch waved his robe and reversed the universe. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the ancient city. Feeling the pressure from the ancient city, the people from the Hundun tribe felt their scalps tingling. How terrifying. Was this the city of the celestial land? It was truly unbelievable. A terrifying radiance erupted from the primal chaos quasi-emperor's eyes. I can feel the power of the immortal qi seed. Near the ancient city, there were many clans and sections. These were the ones who had been chased out. They gritted their teeth but were unwilling to leave. They could only linger nearby. When they saw the chaos quasi-emperor, they also gasped. Was another quasi-emperor here? The chaos quasi-emperor looked at these people and snorted. These people were not qualified to enter. He strode forward. Suddenly, he was stunned. He waved his hand and tore the void apart. Stay here, with an angry roar, the heavens and earth shook. The surrounding people went crazy. Who was the chaos quasi-emperor attacking? They all looked up. The shattered void blocked the group of people. Lin Xian and the others stood in the spatial crack. They were also angry. Did someone dare to attack them? Lin Xian lowered his head and looked at the Hundun clan below. How dare you block my way? Do you want to die? It was the Primal Chaos tribe and the Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor. When Xueqi, Nalan Liang, and the others saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Another Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor had arrived, Lin Xian sneered. Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor, he was very surprised that you were still alive. Did Lord Alcohol not kill this guy? Or did he not bother to do so? Humph, kid, do you think you can defeat me just because the devouring Quasi-Emperor protected you last time? Let me tell you, he only fought to a draw with me. Moreover, she has already left and disappeared. Let's see who can protect you this time. The Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent. The kid in front of him had killed their Primal Chaos body, so he had to kill him for revenge. The surrounding people exclaimed when they heard this. What? The Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor could fight to a draw with the devouring Quasi-Emperor? It can't be, right? Not long ago, they had seen Lord Alcohol kill a Quasi-Emperor with one palm strike. His strength was shocking. Had the Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor become so terrifying, the people of the Divine Union were also worried. If it was such an existence, they would not be able to resist at all. It seemed that even an extreme weapon could not scare the Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor. Lin Xian laughed heartily. You are evenly matched with Lord Alcohol? You must be out of your mind. Do you know why you are still alive? Because you are too weak and Lord Alcohol did not bother to attack you. Otherwise, how could you still be alive, stupid thing? Are you trying to provoke me? The Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor was furious. How dare Lin Xian say that he was weak? If it had not been for that Quasi-Emperor, he would have killed Lin Xian with one finger. However, it was not too late now. Kid, do you know the consequences of offending a Quasi-Emperor? Today, I will let you know. With that, the Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor stretched out a finger and attacked. This finger enlarged between heaven and earth, turning into an eternal light pillar. The chaotic aura on it was enough to split heaven and earth. He pointed a finger at Lin Xian, intending to kill him. The people of the Primal Chaos tribe laughed. Stupid thing, do you think you can fight against a Quasi-Emperor? Lin Wudi, today is the day you die. They had infinite confidence in the Primal Chaos ancestor. Lin Xian sneered and punched out as well. Divine fire danced on his fist, turning into a sun as he charged toward the finger. Not running, attack. Seeing that the other party had attacked instead of fleeing, the Primal Chaos Quasi-Emperor shook his head. Kid, you've been too arrogant recently. I heard that you've grown very quickly recently, but so what? Compared to a Quasi-Emperor, you are still an ant. Under this finger, turn into ashes. His finger sped up. Speed. With a clang, it collided with the golden fist. Divine flames danced in the sky and swept out. This part of the world had lost its luster. Everyone's souls shook violently, and they all retreated to the back. Hundun Quasi-Emperor's expression also changed. She felt as if she had struck an ancient mountain with her attack. How could his opponent's fist be so hard, it did not shatter? Has this brat's physique reached the large success stage? He was extremely surprised. The people of the Hundun tribe were also stunned. Lin Xian could fight against a Quasi-Emperor, wasn't it just a triple crown winner? Lin Xian sneered. Old thing, how long has it been since you last gathered information? Don't you know my strength? With an angry roar, the divine fire on Lin Xian's fist continued to erupt, then turned into a palm and slapped forward. Cracks suddenly appeared on the finger of Hundun Quasi-Emperor, then with a crack, it broke. With a muffled groan, the Hundun Quasi-Emperor retracted his finger, with blood dripping from it. You can actually hurt me? He was extremely shocked. An ant could hurt an elephant, which was completely beyond his understanding. Lin Xian sneered. Hurt you? I'm going to kill you. He soared into the air and waved his hands. An extremely terrifying sword chi appeared in his hand. Slash, the sword slashed down with the power to split the sky. Damn it. You're courting death. Chaotic palm. The Hundun Quasi-Emperor was also furious. His broken finger healed, then he struck out with his palm. His hand seemed to have turned into the sky, sweeping across the void. He admitted that he had been careless. He did not expect Lin Xian's strength to increase so quickly. But so what? An ant was still an ant. No matter how unexpected it was, it could not be compared to a true dragon. Boom boom. There was another violent explosion, and the Hundun quasi-emperor kept retreating, his blood boiling. He was really shocked. How is this possible? He let out an angry roar, like a god roaring. The surrounding people fainted from the shock. The people of the Hundun tribe were also in disbelief. Lin Wuti really had the combat strength of a quasi-emperor. Damn it. Has his cultivation surpassed the Triple Crown winner? Lin Xian laughed. Hundun quasi-emperor, have you seen the truth? It's impossible for you to kill me. The Hundun quasi-emperor's face turned black. He looked forward, gritting his teeth. The power of the Quadruple Crown winner. No, how can the Quadruple Crown winner challenge me? What other trump cards do you have? He roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted. Do you want to know? Then take a good look. The mark of the divine fire appeared between his brows, and a terrifying power swept out. What is this power? The Hundun quasi-emperor had really gone crazy. The seed of the divine fire, you actually have such a thing? Isn't this the power that a quasi-emperor should have? How did he get it in advance? No wonder he could fight against a quasi-emperor. I have to kill this kid, I can't let him grow any further. The Hundun quasi-emperor roared and charged over. Die. Her fists danced non-stop, releasing a bright light that shook heaven and earth. At this moment, nothing could stop her. The might of a quasi-emperor could sweep through everything. Lin Xian laughed loudly, demonic chi surged from his body, and the demon emperor's special skills appeared one after another. The divine fire between his brows was also jumping non-stop. When these powers fused together, his combat strength was terrifying. Although Lin Xian was the Quadruple Crown winner, he could already challenge the Quadruple Crown winner. And this Hundun quasi-emperor only had the strength of the Quadruple Crown winner. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged 30 moves. They were evenly matched. Lin Xian's expression was calm, and the more he fought, the braver he became. The Hundun quasi-emperor was really mad, and she was getting more and more anxious. Damn it, why is it like this? I won't lose. Yang Tian roared, and the Hundun energy on his body condensed into a sky-splitting axe. He held it in his hand. I can split heaven and earth, and killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Universe-splitting axe, split everything. The Hundun giant axe in his hand chopped down. At this moment, a huge crack appeared in heaven and earth, and the whole ground shook violently. It seemed like this attack could split the deity ground. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Old thing, you are not my match. So what if you have the power of universe-splitting heaven? I will let you see my power. Lin Xian's Rinnegan exploded with endless light, and he wanted to use the opponent's shock as an opening to attack. 6 paths of reincarnation, summon the sword of reincarnation, the light of reincarnation quickly condensed. A sword shadow appeared between heaven and earth. The sword of reincarnation slashed down. Between heaven and earth, a sword chi flashed with the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Clang, when the sword slashed down, the surrounding heaven and earth shook, and the others felt as if their souls were being crushed. The Chaos Emperor's expression changed drastically. He really didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to make such an attack. Thinking of this, he roared and used the cosmic axe in his hand, even more terrifying. The cosmic axe had the power to split heaven and earth, and endless laws surrounded it as if it was going to split the entire world. This attack was really extraordinary. Legend had it that the Chaos Clan had the power to split open the world. Now that it was used by a quasi-emperor, its power was even more terrifying. In the next moment, the two collided, and countless people became nervous. The people of the Chaos Clan were full of confidence. In their opinion, Lin Wuti would definitely not be able to withstand it. A cracking sound was heard, and everyone's heart beat violently. Whose weapon was it that broke? They looked forward carefully. In the next moment, they gasped, and the people of the Chaos Clan were even more dumbfounded. The cosmic axe was extremely terrifying and could split the world, but at this moment, a crack appeared on it. Then, the crack quickly spread like a spider web. In the end, it shattered under everyone's shocked gaze. Those fragments were all swept into the six worlds and disappeared into the reincarnation. It wasn't over yet. When the sword slashed down, the power of the six paths of reincarnation surrounded all directions. The surrounding heaven and earth shattered, and the Chaos Quasi-Emperor was enveloped by this power. He let out a miserable cry. Damn it, he had used the law of chaos to the extreme, but he was still sent flying. 6 cracks appeared on his body, penetrating his entire body. Chaos blood kept dripping, and it was terrifying. Was he defeated? That was a quasi-emperor, and a quasi-emperor of the Chaos clan. He was so powerful that no one could compare to him. But now, he was defeated by someone else. They couldn't imagine. Ancestor! Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Chaos clan knelt on the ground, and some of them shouted, Ancestor, kill him. His Rinnegan could only be used once. Indeed, they had all seen Lin Xian's Rinnegan before. After using it once, Lin Xian closed his eyes and his eyes bled. When the primal Chaos Patriarch heard this, he roared angrily and attacked again with 6 wounds on his body. But soon he stopped. His face was full of shock, because he found that Lin Xian didn't close his Rinnegan this time. The reincarnation energy in his eyes was still extremely terrifying. What was going on? The other people also noticed this, and they all gasped. It seemed that after Lin Wudi broke through to the quadruple crown, his soul had also improved greatly. Now, the power of the Rinnegan had also become stronger. After using the reincarnation sword Phantom once, it still didn't close. It was incredible. Lin Xian sneered. A mere quasi-emperor only had such strength. You're really disappointing. Next, you will also experience my divine ability. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine flame seed between Lin Xian's eyebrows spread its power throughout his body. His palms formed the Devil's Overture. After obtaining the divine fire seed, Lin Xian finally understood what a true god art was. Previously, those who were below the quasi-emperor level had only used some tricks. With the power of the divine fire seed, that was a true god art. And now, Lin Xian was using such a god art. The martial arts of the great emperors were already terrifying. At this moment, it was even more terrifying. Between heaven and earth, demonic qi rolled and seemed to have turned into a demonic guqin. It floated in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and gently flicked. With a boom, the Devil's Overture exploded, and the demonic sound pierced through the 9 heavens. At this moment, the people of the primal chaos race held their heads and screamed. Many people's souls actually cracked at this moment. The primal chaos quasi-emperor was the first to bear the brunt, and his face became extremely ugly. The shield of chaos. Endless laws condensed, forming a huge shield in front of him. But it was useless. It was too strong, and he was sent flying. The shield of chaos instantly shattered, and there were only 6 cracks on his body. Now, it had turned into hundreds of cracks, almost tearing his body into pieces. The others felt their scalps go numb. They were also affected and fled. Lin Wudi's strength was really too strong. The primal chaos quasi-emperor's face was also ugly. A seed of immortal qi appeared between his brows. The primal chaos aura on it quickly healed his injuries, but he still couldn't help but vomit blood. How is this possible? You have cultivated this power to such a high level. He realized that although the other party was thousands of years younger than him, the power of the divine flame seed that the other party cultivated surpassed his. Now, he was no longer a match for the other party, not to mention that the other party had not even used an extreme weapon. Damn it, run, run. The primal chaos quasi-emperor no longer had the will to fight. He just wanted to escape. This thought was so laughable before. He would never have thought that he would be afraid of a small ant. But now, he couldn't beat the other party at all. Everyone, run. With this order, the people of the primal chaos race went crazy. Just as they were in a daze. The primal chaos quasi-emperor tore open the void with both hands and fled into the distance. Lin Xian sneered. With the ancient demonic guqin in his hand, he kept playing the Devil's Overture. 10,000 miles of pursuit. As the song was played, the Devil's Overture turned into the most terrifying killing sword, killing in all directions. In the blink of an eye, thousands of primal chaos race experts died. When the primal chaos quasi-emperor saw this scene, his eyes were bleeding. Damn it, with a wave of his hand, he led the others away quickly. The divine flame seed also appeared between his eyebrows. This is too much, he kept running, leaving behind a sky full of primal chaos blood. Was he defeated? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Heaven and earth were extremely quiet. That was the primal chaos quasi-emperor. When he appeared back then, he was an existence that swept across the heavens. Even now, there were not many people who could contend against him. But now, he was defeated by Lin Xian. And it was a complete and utter defeat. Countless experts of the primal chaos race died. The people of the clan of the ancients were in despair. Who could compete with Lin Xian now? Even the great emperor clans were no match for him. Perhaps only the people of the forbidden lands of life could compete with him. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with admiration. The people of the Divine Union were extremely excited. This was great. Boss Lin's strength was really too strong. He was definitely not weaker than a boundary emperor now. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He could only unleash the true power of the divine flame seed after becoming a quadruple crown king. Was this the true superpower? It was indeed much stronger than the previous nomological laws. At this moment, an extremely terrifying sound suddenly erupted from behind. The entire ancient city shook. What happened? Everyone turned their heads and saw 5 extreme weapons colliding in an instant. The terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Run! The experts who were originally loitering outside, ready to take advantage of the situation, fled. In an instant, they fled. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He waved his hand and led the people of the Divine Union away quickly. The toad jumped in fright. Damn, are these emperor races crazy? What are they fighting for? Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed like the emperor races were really anxious. They probably wanted to create a quasi-emperor as soon as possible. There was no need for him to fight with these people. He was prepared to leave and take these people to other places to find opportunities. After all, the deity ground was huge. Next, Lin Xian and the others from the Divine Union went to other places. In the dilapidated ancient city, the battle between the extreme Dao realms did not end. Instead, it became more and more terrifying. It seemed that the great imperial clans were truly enraged. In the end, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The endless void was filled with cracks. This was the deity ground. This world was incomparably sturdy. If they were on planet Songdi, the world would have been shattered. Even so, it still caused countless people to be terrified. The emperor races fought for it while the others changed places to search for opportunities. At the same time, more and more people from the original myriad worlds were preparing to enter the deity ground. However, the pressure on the deity ground was really too strong. Ordinary sages could not withstand it. After entering, they would be instantly crushed into pieces by the pressure. They could only receive some of the energy at the edge of the deity ground and cultivate. Originally, it was peaceful. However, gradually, they realized that this was not the case. The deity ground was originally suspended above the 9 heavens. However, it was getting closer and closer. Everyone realized that the deity ground was constantly descending. According to this situation, it was very likely that it would eventually overlap with the myriad worlds. In other words, their original world would be crushed by the deity ground and turned into pieces. It would no longer exist. Although there was still a certain distance, the deity ground would truly descend sooner or later if it continued to descend at this rate. At that time, the myriad worlds would no longer exist. This was not good news because not all living beings could withstand the pressure of the deity ground. Most living beings could not withstand it at all. Now that there was a distance, it was still okay. Even if they could not enter, they would still be safe. Once the deity ground really descended, no one would be able to escape. Everyone would be crushed into pieces. In an instant, those people went crazy. Some people cultivated like crazy, wanting to increase their strength at the last moment to avoid being crushed. True Spirit World, Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. When the celestial ground appeared, the people of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty all raised their heads and stared at the sky. At the same time, some ancient experts who were in deep slumber were revived. For example, the few people from the mystic realm walked out and knelt down in excitement. This era had arrived once again. The geniuses and disciples of the various immortal foundation powers were all stunned. Ecstasy. Soon, they learned from these living fossils that the Yuhua celestial dynasty had encountered the descent of the celestial ground during its heyday. Back then, the overlord of the Yuhua immortal dynasty had planned to lead the entire Yuhua immortal dynasty to ascend together. Obviously, he wanted to obtain something from the deity ground, but failed in the end. The Yuhua celestial dynasty was destroyed. This time, after countless years, the celestial land had descended once again. However, the ancestor did not appear again. Would their Yuhua immortal dynasty still be able to seize this opportunity? There were some quasi-emperor corpses and fragments in the secret realm. Perhaps they could still come out. Several immortal foundation pavilion masters spoke in a deep voice. However, the living fossils that had awakened shook their heads. Quasi-emperors were nothing in front of the celestial ground. If they wanted to continue their ascension, they could only resurrect the venerable emperor. Ancestor. What are you guys thinking? Those powerhouses were shocked. A cold light burst out from the eyes of the ancestor. We have an idea to resurrect the venerable emperor. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The resurrected venerable emperor was too shocking. Moreover, he had been dead for tens of thousands of years. How could he be resurrected? The venerable emperor had left behind some methods back then in order to wait for the celestial land to descend once again. It's just that too many years have passed, so you guys don't know about it. However, we know some things. We can use the methods left behind by the venerable emperor back then to resurrect him. The people of the various immortal foundation powers became excited. They were all the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. If the venerable emperor was resurrected, he might be able to bring them along with him to ascend in this era. Achieving the wish of the past. Everyone was excited. We will follow the orders of the ancestor without any complaints. A cold light burst out from the eyes of the ancestor. They began to take action. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, there was an ancient planet. That place was desolate and lifeless. This planet was also very famous back then, but later on, it declined. At this moment, some figures stood on this planet. These figures had prominent horns and powerful auras. Their bloodlines were even more terrifying. Even on planet Tibetan, such people were powerhouses that could sweep through a region. But now, they could only stay here. There was no choice. They were beaten out. They were people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Back then, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty fought with Lin Xian on planet Tibetan. After being defeated by Lin Xian, they left the buried Emperor Star. Because in that battle, their losses were too heavy. All the top experts had fallen, leaving only some weak and seriously injured people. These people quickly fled and came to this dilapidated planet. Originally, they planned to rest and recuperate. After tens of thousands of years, they would return. But now, it was different. They saw hope. The celestial land had descended. It was an existence with great opportunities and great luck. If they could obtain the fortune inside, they could rise again. Of course, they were a group of dragons without a leader. If they went to fight with Lin Xian now, they would be courting death. They went to a place. The origin of this dilapidated planet was mysterious. This was also the reason why they came here. It was said that the wife of the Dragon Emperor, the Dragon Queen, lived here. Moreover, there was an ancient legend in the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. That was that the Dragon Queen was not dead. In the end, she was sealed by the Dragon Emperor. Logically speaking, she should be in a deep sleep like the Dragon Prince. Therefore, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty placed all their hopes on this legend. If the Dragon Queen came out, they would still have hope. When the celestial land descended, the power on it swept in all directions. It also reached this planet. They absorbed this power and sent it into the protective array formation on this planet. The array formation flashed and finally opened an underground palace. There were countless god crystals in the underground palace. At this moment, most of them had disappeared. However, in the deepest part, there was a woman sealed in ice. That woman was wearing a laurel crown and a Taoist robe. Her eyes were closed, but she still gave off a supreme majesty and coldness. She was like a saintess of the 9 heavens. The Dragon Queen, this was really, when the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty saw this, they shouted excitedly. They knelt on the ground. Dragon Queen, please wake up and take revenge for us. The power of the celestial soil poured down, and the frozen woman slowly opened her eyes. Am I awake? Her eyes were a little blank. She looked at the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty in front of her and said, which generation are you? What age is this? The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court recounted everything that had happened. When she heard that the Dragon Prince had been killed, the Dragon Queen was finally enraged. She let out a mournful cry, the entire planet instantly shattered, and the surrounding universe turned into a land of death. Endless cracks were everywhere. Lin Wudy. How dare he kill my son? I'll make him suffer. The Dragon Queen floated in the void. Divine crystals surrounded her. At this moment, she had turned into a demoness. The murderous aura on her body was too shocking. The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Someone said that the Dragon Queen had to plan carefully. Lin Wudy's current strength was very strong. He was above the Emperor's son, and the divine union that he had established was not weaker than the Emperor's. It was really too difficult to kill him. You bunch of trash, you boost the morale of others and destroy your own. The moment the Dragon Queen appeared, her might covered the world. His eyes gradually turned cold. Back in the day, our 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was so powerful that it dominated the ancient times. Even the 10,000 worlds submitted to us. How did it fall to such a state? The people of the 10,000 Dragon Court were so frightened that they did not dare to speak. It was not that they were weak, but that the enemy was too strong. That was Lin Wudy. He had swept through everything and was invincible among the young people. Even a tombkeeper like Long Mu had been killed by the other party. Such a person was the young emperor of the past, the existence that would stand at the peak of the universe in the future. They really could not resist. Needless to say, I have to take revenge. Now that the deity ground has descended, I've waited for the best opportunity. I want to summon the 7 dragon generals. I want the 10,000 Dragon Court to reappear in the world. And it will reach its peak. The Dragon Queen's aura became more and more terrifying. She formed a seal with her palms, and endless ancient Dragon Dao characters in the sky swept across the 9 heavens. These great Dao runes disappeared into the vast universe. On planet Tibetan, the Dragon Emperor's tomb had long been sealed, and it became even more mysterious. However, at this moment, the great Dao runes in the tomb flickered and disappeared. In the deepest part of the tomb, the 7th Dragon General, who had been turned into a statue, suddenly opened his eyes. He roared at the sky, and endless power erupted from his body. At this moment, it was as if he had really come back to life. The Dragon Queen is summoning me. He rushed into the sky, tore open the tomb, and disappeared. On the shattered planet, everyone was waiting. Could the 7 dragon generals really be summoned? Wasn't it an existence that had died many years ago? However, at this time, they discovered that in the dark universe, a stream of light was streaking across. A figure appeared. He was tall and mighty. He was like a god of war. His appearance made everyone want to kneel down and worship him. This was the aura of a quasi-emperor. After the figure arrived, he immediately knelt down on one knee. The 7th Dragon General greeted the Dragon Empress and congratulated her on her awakening. It's him, 7th Dragon General. When the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty saw this scene, they cried out in shock. They had seen him in the Dragon Emperor's ancient tomb. Didn't he become a puppet statue? Now, he had actually come back to life. The Dragon Queen's methods were too shocking. The Dragon Queen looked at him and nodded. She smiled and said, "Long time no see." However, after waiting for a while, he frowned. "Why is it only you?" "Where are the other 6? The 7th Dragon General said. Reporting to the Dragon Empress, "After I woke up, I was the only one left in the tomb. The other 6 disappeared." After hearing this, the Dragon Queen frowned, but she soon smiled. It seemed that Brother Tian was behind this. After hearing this, the people around were also shocked. To be called Brother Tian by the Dragon Queen, only their ancestor, the Dragon Emperor, Long Shao Tian, the Dragon Queen was excited. She rose into the air and said, "Let's go, follow me to Brother Tian's ancient tomb." The seventh Dragon General said. General Mo led the way. He rose into the air and led the way in front. The group followed. Soon, they arrived at the Songdi Star and went directly to the ancient tomb. With a wave of the Dragon Queen's hand, the ancient tomb split open and the group went in. This time, the group was not blocked at all. Those puppet mechanisms and formations seemed to have all failed in front of the Dragon Queen. Soon, they arrived at the place where the seventh Dragon General was sleeping. Once again, the group saw 6 open passages that directly connected to the depths of the ancient tomb. The Dragon Queen also frowned. The ancient tomb had been broken through by someone. Who was it? Who had such methods? His figure flashed and rushed in. The people around him followed. In the next moment, they saw an ancient coffin in front of them. The aura emitted by the ancient coffin was really terrifying. This was the ancient coffin that buried the Dragon Emperor. Everyone knelt down. The seventh Dragon General also knelt on the ground. His expression was incomparably sincere. Only the Dragon Queen walked forward. Although she was still frozen in the divine crystal, her magic power was still there. The Dragon Queen was also a quasi-emperor. With a wave of her hand, a monstrous power swept out. Immortal technique, Dragon Spirit Hand. In front of her, endless power condensed into a dragon claw that grabbed forward. The aura on the palm was really terrifying. It stunned the people of the Thousand Dragon Court. They were all using the law of the dragon, but the Dragon Queen's execution had completely surpassed theirs. Moreover, the other party was shouting an immortal technique. What kind of power was this? This palm directly opened the Dragon Emperor Ancient Pass. The Dragon Queen looked over impatiently. Soon, her pupils shrank. There was indeed no one. When the others heard this, they were also stunned. What did this mean? The Dragon Emperor was not in the Dragon Emperor Ancient Coffin, who took the Dragon Emperor's body away. However, at the same time, they had another thought, which was that the Dragon Emperor was not dead. The Dragon Queen used the Dragon Spirit Hand again and grabbed a battle robe from inside. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Cenotaph. Brother Tian, are you still alive?" The people of the Thousand Dragon Court were excited. If their Dragon Emperor was still alive, then they had hope of rising up. Once the Dragon Emperor was out, who could fight against him? Across the universe, even the great emperor families would have to kneel in front of him. Lin Wuti could not withstand a single blow. Revenge. They had hope of revenge. However, they were also puzzled. If the Dragon Emperor was not dead, then where had he been all these years? He had never appeared. He did not even appear when the Dragon Emperor died. What was the reason? The Dragon Queen said, "Even if Brother Tian is alive, he will not be in the universe. Because there was no power here that could help him improve. He must have gone to the deity land and was in the depths of it. We are also preparing to go to the deity land to follow Brother Long, of course. There was also one more thing, which was to kill Lin Wuti and avenge her son. Revenge. Could they finally take revenge? The people of the dragon race were excited. Soon, they set off for the deity land. At this moment, the battle in the deity land was abnormally intense. The battle between the great emperor families was also coming to an end. They did not have any extra power to use their supreme Dao weapons. However, the results of the battle were shocking. Because someone from the great emperor families had finally become a boundary emperor. Elder Gu Shao of the Gu family. Originally, he was a peak divine ancestor. His strength and laws were extremely strong. It was just that he did not have a chance to break through. However, the descent of the celestial ground this time around allowed him to take a step into the realm of saints. Coupled with the battle of the ancient city this time around, he obtained an opportunity and finally broke through to become a boundary emperor. The people of the Gu family were so excited that they cried. This was great. They finally had a boundary emperor. After Gu Shao became a boundary emperor, his strength increased tremendously. A void seed formed in his glabella. The power of the void in it was way too terrifying. Was this the power of a boundary emperor? It was completely different from that of a saint. Elder Gu Shao was so excited that his body started trembling. This void seed had caused his strength and laws to undergo earth-shattering changes. There was a mysterious aura forming around him. Boom, he formed hand seals and slapped out a void palm, sending all of the people of the Qilin race flying. The people of the Qilin race spat out mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! How could he be so strong? The other boundary emperor was from the Kuanping race. Kuan-su. This was a middle-aged woman. Her white hair danced in the wind and she looked exceptionally terrifying. At this moment, a pair of black and white wings appeared behind her back. The aura of yin and yang gathered continuously. It formed a yin and yang seed in his glabella. With a roar, it was as though she had turned into a yin and yang god, possessing the power to split the world. The people of the Yi family were forced back as well, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Not good. Hurry up and leave, the Yi family head led Yi Wudao and the others away. The other emperor races also retreated one after another. Now that two boundary emperors had appeared in the emperor races, they were invincible. Indeed, the might of a boundary emperor coupled with an extreme weapon was way too strong. In an instant, this news spread out and shocked the world. Were there finally boundary emperors in the emperor races? After hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. According to the news, these two people had just become boundary emperors. With the emperor weapons in their hands, their strength was unparalleled. The emperor races were truly not to be underestimated. Even though they were lagging behind for a short period of time, once they had such a huge opportunity, they would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Right now, the emperor races were still the overlords. That was indeed the case. The rise of Lin Xian, the appearance of the Violet Palace, and the Forbidden Lands had caused the Grand Emperor clans to lose their position as overlords. They had even been challenged by the Man in Jade. After that, the Celestial Land descended. Everyone broke through one after another. The clans of the ancients didn't seem to care about the monarch clans anymore. They felt that everyone was like a dragon. They all had the opportunity to break through and stand above everything else. However, reality proved that the Emperor clan was still that Emperor clan. Before these opportunities and luck, the Emperor clan's people were too strong. They seized the opportunity and soared into the heavens. Right now, the two sovereign races and the two quasi-emperors had secured their position as overlords once again. Moreover, Lin Xian believed that there would be more people from the Emperor clan who would become quasi-emperors. There might even be more and more of them. This was the foundation of a great Emperor clan. However, he also knew that this process was extremely dangerous. There would definitely be countless experts who would fall. It was even possible that the Crown Prince would fall again. That was indeed the case. Although this battle had created two quasi-emperors, many experts and geniuses had also fallen. It made the hearts of those Emperor clan people bleed. On this day, Gu Xiao and Kuan Su joined forces to gather the other Emperor clans. Even the Divine Union was summoned to gather together to discuss something. What was it? The toad frowned. Could it be that these two Emperor clans want to join forces to kill us? Lin Xian said. It shouldn't be. The other Emperor clans will probably go as well. I think there should be something. Lin Xian led his people over. His Emperor clans also gathered. Although they were suppressed now, they still had the confidence. After all, they still had an extreme weapon. There were two figures standing in front of him, looking like two gods. One of them was standing there. The void power on one of them was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had merged with the entire world. It was Gu Xiao quasi-emperor. The other was a woman. Yin and yang aura circulated around her body as if it was splitting the world apart. This was Kuan Su quasi-emperor. The appearance of the two quasi-emperors made everyone feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. They were very strong. The strength of these two people was not weaker than the Chaos quasi-emperor. And the two of them had just broken through. In the future, it was very likely that they would reach the level of the Golden Crow Old Ancestor. Lin Xian was probably the only one present who could comment in such a calm manner. The others were as if they were facing a great enemy. May I know why you have called us here? The old phoenix said in a deep voice. The other emperor clans were also nervous. Gu Xiao quasi-emperor said. You should know how tragic the previous battle was. Even though I have become a quasi-emperor, the Gu clan has lost many experts. Qilin snorted coldly. Are you here for revenge now? The others were as if they were facing a great enemy. They even displayed the power of their extreme weapons. Elder Kuan-Su said. In the battle of the Great Tao, it is very normal to die. Moreover, there are deaths in all clans. We are not here for revenge. We feel that this kind of competition is too harmful to us. So we thought of a way. What way? The Yi clan's patriarch also frowned. Could it be that he wanted them to withdraw? Gu Xiao said again. Our emperor clans have a foundation and extreme weapons. Once they collided, the power would be shocking. The consequences would be difficult to control. Moreover, the immortal land is so vast. Why should we only fight for a city or a mountain? Each of our emperor clans can choose a direction. This way, not only would he be able to search for fortuitous encounters, but he would also be able to avoid having to rely on them in advance. Why not? Once these words were said, the surrounding people raised their eyebrows. This was indeed a way. Because of the previous battle, their hearts were also bleeding. I agree. The people of the Qilin clan nodded. The Yi clan, Phoenix clan, and others also agreed. Lin Gongzi, what do you think? Quasi-Emperor Kuan-Su looked at Lin Xian and asked. This scene shocked countless people. One must know that this was a quasi-emperor. Lin Xian was just a young man. Moreover, he was only a divine ancestor. Now, he was asking for his opinion. However, everyone also heard that the primal chaos quasi-emperor came to fight with Lin Xian. In the end, he was seriously injured by Lin Xian and fled. This time, Lin Xian did not seem to have used any extreme-grade weapon, nor did he use any poison. Instead, he defeated a quasi-emperor with his own strength. Although this battle's strength was not that of a quasi-emperor, it was not weaker than a quasi-emperor. Therefore, even if the two emperor clans had broken through one after another, they still attached great importance to Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, I have no objection. This was also good news for him. Alright, since this is the case, let's start to choose a direction. I choose the north. I like the south. I choose the southeast. One after another, voices sounded. Lin Xian also chose a direction. He chose the east. That's good. Elder Gu Xiao stood up and said, Everyone, let's go our separate ways. The figures of the Gu clan swayed, using the power of the void, and disappeared. They were heading north. The Yi clan, Phoenix clan, Qilin clan, and Kuan-Pung clan also left one after another. The people from the emperor race had left, leaving only the divine union. Lin Xian looked at the people from the Mountain Alliance and said, Next, we will head to the east. However, there was still a vast area in this direction. Everyone could move freely. Everyone had their own opportunities. Lin Xian could not let these people stay by his side forever. He also could not bring so many people with him. He had his own opportunities and so did the others. If they wanted to improve, they would have to face danger. This was unavoidable. The others knew this too. They took a deep breath. Lin Xian said, When you are outside, remember that you are from the divine union. Do not bully others. Of course, if you are bullied, you do not have to bear with it. The men of the divine union should sweep through everything and fight with passion. Did you hear that? Lin Xian shouted coldly. The people from the divine union raised their arms and cheered. We will not embarrass the divine union. Very good. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said, Ruzalong, pass the things to everyone. Everyone was puzzled. Countless tokens appeared in the sky. What was this? Everyone was curious. Lin Xian said, This is the new divine union token that I asked Ruzalong to make for everyone. Everyone will have one. Carry it with you. When you are outside, this is a symbol of your identity. It also has an important function. I told Ruffian Long to set up a teleportation formation on each of the command medallions. Once his life was in danger and he could no longer defend himself, he would crush the token. The transportation array inside will send you to the Divine Union headquarters. It can also save your lives. Hearing this, the people from the Divine Union were delighted. Really? That's great. Thank you, Boss Lin. Thank you, Boss Ruzalong. They were very happy. This was equivalent to having an extra life. They could leave safely in times of danger. Next, these people took their tokens and flew into the sky. Only the Crimson Dragon and the others were left beside Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon asked, "Kid, what do you plan to do?" Lin Xian said, "Let's split up. We'll gather again in 3 months and see what we've gained. Also, if you encounter something similar to a forbidden ancient city, don't go there rashly if there is danger. We can note down the location first, and when the time comes, we can go and crack it together." The Crimson Dragon and the others nodded and left. Lin Xian took a deep breath and soared into the air as well. With a stomp of its foot, it turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. Let me see what's so special about this celestial ground. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. Furthermore, he already had the battle strength of a quasi-emperor. Therefore, he wanted to fly inside. After flying for about 10 days, Lin Xian stopped. The heaven and earth pressure here was already very terrifying. If he were to continue forward, it would be difficult for him to bear the pressure. Lin Xian decided to search this area for the time being. 2 days later, Lin Xian saw a valley up ahead. The entrance of the valley was very big, and the inside was even more spacious. There was also a mysterious power inside. There was a stone tablet next to the valley. It seemed to have stood there for thousands of years without falling, with dragons flying and phoenixes dancing on it. The Heavenly Sound Valley. This valley is extraordinary. Let's go in and take a look. There was no one around, and there were no living creatures. It was extremely quiet. Lin Xian walked in. The moment he entered the Heavenly Sound Valley, Lin Xian's body trembled, and his soul shook. Because it was extremely quiet outside, but there was an extremely terrifying sound in the Heavenly Sound Valley. As soon as he entered, Lin Xian heard the sound of drums. The sound of the drums was like a sudden clap of thunder, startling Lin Xian. It was so terrifying. No wonder it was called the Heavenly Sound Valley. There was a mysterious sound in here. Lin Xian activated his Rinnegan and looked around. He didn't see any big drums here, but he could hear the sound of the drums. It wasn't over yet. Lin Xian exerted the power of the law and walked inside to resist the sound. But about 100 meters later, the sound suddenly became sharp, like the sound of a flute, tearing through the sky. The attack power of this sound was very strong, causing the laws around Lin Xian to shake non-stop. Lin Xian snorted and activated his Rinnegan. The light of the Rinnegan formed a huge defense, shrouding him. The Heavenly Sound Valley was extraordinary. It could temper the soul. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure on his soul. But if he could resist it, his soul would be improved to an incredible level. There were not many things that could pressure Lin Xian's soul. He didn't expect the Heavenly Sound Valley to be so mysterious. This was just a valley in the deity ground. What kind of mysterious existence was there in the depths? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. He continued to move forward. The next day, Lin Xian heard the sound of various musical instruments. It was like the sound of the great Tao, resounding through the sky. Lin Xian didn't even know where the sound came from or who made it. Or was this terrain formed naturally? In short, it was very strange. The next day, Lin Xian was already very far into the valley, but he stopped. It was not to rest, but because there was finally a change in front. In front of him, the law of heaven and earth condensed into a guqin. The guqin floated in the air. When Lin Xian approached, the guqin began to play. A sound like a sharp sword directly tore through the void. It slashed toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared and slapped out the demon god seal. A huge seal like an ancient mountain stood in front of him and collided with the sound of the other party. It made an earth-shattering sound. Lin Xian stopped and frowned. The power of the guqin was extraordinary. It was interesting that he was able to threaten him. The strings on the guqin in front of him vibrated violently, turning into musical notes one after another, floating between heaven and earth. And those musical notes turned into demonic beasts one after another. These were sound-type demonic beasts. They were extremely terrifying and had a strangling power. They directly attacked Lin Xian's soul. Heavenly Path of Reincarnation, Hand of Heaven. Lin Xian used Rinnegan. Suddenly, a huge hand of God appeared in the sky and mercilessly fell, shattering all these sound-type demonic beasts. And after those sound-type demonic beasts were shattered, they quickly combined and condensed, forming even bigger demonic beasts. It was as if they were immortal and indestructible. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The path of reincarnation shook the 9 underworlds. The ground cracked as if forming a 9 underworlds. And the power of reincarnation turned these sound-type demonic beasts. They were all suppressed in the 9 underworlds. Just like that, Lin Xian fought. A day later, Lin Xian split the Guqin in half. The Guqin shattered and turned into a great Dao that flew toward Lin Xian. It contained an extremely strong soul aura, which was of great help to the improvement of the soul. Lin Xian did not hesitate. He used Rinnegan and swallowed this power. Rinnegan bloomed with an even colder light, and its power was even more terrifying than before. Lin Xian felt that his soul might be the first to reach the 5 Crown Kings cultivation. Next, Lin Xian continued on his way. The sound of the great Dao ahead was getting more and more terrifying. Other than the Guqin, there were also guzheng, flute, and other musical instruments. The sound above even pierced through the clouds and went straight to the soul. All kinds of heavenly sound demonic beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian continued to move forward, sweeping in all directions and fighting with them. Finally, after 3 days, he stopped again. There was a huge bell in front of him. It was very tall, standing there like an immemorial mountain. The great Dao of sound carried by it was too terrifying. There was no need to release it at all. One could feel the terrifying aura it carried. This time even Lin Xian took a deep breath. The road was blocked. He could either continue to move forward or turn around and leave. With Lin Xian's temper, it was impossible for him to leave just like that. Therefore, he directly charged over. He took the initiative to attack. His Rinnegan turned into a ray of reincarnation light with a bright radiance. It was like a divine sword that slashed down. With a clang, the sword slashed on the ancient bell. The bell shook violently. A monstrous sound swept out, and the surrounding sky and earth cracked. The entire valley seemed to be on the verge of shattering. It was as if nothing could survive under this sound. Lin Xian naturally felt the huge impact. He roared angrily, and the 9 yang divine body bloomed with radiance. At the same time, he punched in all directions. 9 suns opened the sky. With a sword, even the entire world was split open. Those sounds couldn't get close under the sword chi. Lin Xian quickly rushed over. He arrived in front of the ancient bell and punched it. With a clang, his fist shook. Lin Xian's body also shook violently. The bell erupted even more violently, and an even more terrifying sound erupted. It swept out. Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed with terrifying radiance. 6 paths of reincarnation. The phantoms of 6 worlds shrouded him to resist the murderous sound. With a punch, Lin Xian punched again. The demon god seal erupted and fiercely blasted on it. Following that, all kinds of monarch secret arts emerged one after another. Lin Xian was also fiercely impacted. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the bell was. However, after tens of thousands of attacks, the heavenly tone bell finally shattered. A crack spread out, and then it shattered into pieces, scattering all over the ground. Lin Xian's face was pale, but his Rinnegan was getting brighter and brighter. Boundless power flew out from those broken fragments. It poured into his Rinnegan. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and quickly absorbed the energy. He felt that his Rinnegan was going to improve. 10 days later, he opened his eyes with a smile on his face. His Rinnegan was much more powerful than before. Even if he cast the illusion of reincarnation, he could now cast it twice. Previously, it could only use it once before it closed its eyes and cried. But now, he could use it twice, which was an earth-shattering change compared to before. Lin Xian calculated that his soul was equivalent to the level of the 5 Crown King Quasi-Emperor. The heavenly sound valley was really magical. Lin Xian stood up and looked into the distance. The power in front was even more terrifying. He didn't know what was at the end. At this moment, there was a laugh. The little guy was quite strong. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian's hair stood on end, and his pupils shrank. Who was it? The Rinnegan bloomed, turned into the light of reincarnation, and pierced in all directions. However, Lin Xian didn't find anyone at all. He frowned tightly, and his face became incomparably ugly. Could it be that he was hallucinating because he heard too much of the sound of the great Tao? Lin Xian felt that it was possible. After all, the big bell just now was a headache even for a quasi-emperor. He might not even be able to break it. So it was normal to have a little illusion. He was ready to recover again. However, at this moment, the voice sounded again. It's not an illusion. I'm really praising you. Lin Xian frowned completely this time, and he felt a little creeped out. The voice sounded again, but he couldn't find anyone. This meant that the enemy's strength was far beyond his. Not the 5-crown king, but the 6-crown king. He frowned and shouted coldly, "Who are you? Come out and see me." So what if it was the 6-crown king? Even if he couldn't win, he could protect himself. The voice disappeared again, and it didn't appear again. Pretending to be mysterious. Lin Xian snorted coldly, but his Rinnegan couldn't find the other party at all. He could only pretend. When night fell, the voice sounded again. "Young man, you haven't left yet, why don't you chat with me for a while?" Lin Xian was completely angry. At this moment, De Long also said, "In front." Hearing De Long's words, Lin Xian's demon god wings appeared on his back, and he quickly flew over. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front. The pressure here was even more terrifying. Lin Xian didn't go forward anymore. He asked, "De Long, where is it?" De Long said, "It's still in front, but it's already very close. Do you see a tree over there? It's under the tree." Lin Xian, on the other hand, saw that there were countless large monsters circling around the tree. It was extremely terrifying. That tree should be formed by the sound of the great Tao. Lin Xian still walked over. The distance was still close, and he felt that he could deal with it. He wanted to see who was pretending to be mysterious and daring to scare him in the middle of the night. When he got close to the tree, a voice sounded in Lin Xian's mind. It was as if a god was shouting angrily. The power of this voice was really too strong. Fortunately, Lin Xian had a breakthrough in his Rinnegan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. When they arrived at the foot of the tree, countless demonic beast phantoms rushed over. The killing sound carried by them could tear everything apart. Lin Xian was angry and summoned the reincarnation sword. A light appeared in his eyes, and the phantom of the reincarnation sword slashed down between heaven and earth. With a bang, these monsters were all turned into ashes. Not only that, but the ancient tree was also split into two halves by the sword. The phantom of the reincarnation sword was very terrifying, and it was one of Lin Xian's trump cards. After using it, Lin Xian's face was a little pale, and half of his soul force was consumed. But it was much better than before. He took a deep breath, swallowed a pill to absorb it, and at the same time, walked forward to observe. The sound of the great Tao there had long been shattered, and some of it was still under Lin Xian's feet. It made a thunderous sound. Lin Xian looked around. Except for the broken fragments of the great Tao, there was nothing else. He said, "De Long, there's nothing." De Long said, "Underground, under the ancient tree, there is heaven and earth." Lin Xian was surprised. His Rinnegan didn't notice it. He punched out, and it was like a sun descending, directly hitting a crack in the ground. Then, he grabbed the crack with both hands and waved it hard. "Open for me." The whole valley shook violently, and a big crack was finally torn open by him. Lin Xian looked down, and in the next moment, he took a breath of cold air. From the cracked ground, countless rays of light swept out, illuminating the night. It was as if the god of the sun had descended. Not only that, Lin Xian also saw that there was a pagoda under the crack. The pagoda was simple and strange, emitting a primitive aura, especially the power on it, which was too mysterious. Lin Xian felt that this was not the power of an ordinary great path, but the power of the immortal Qi seed. It surpassed the saint level and was at least at the level of a quasi-emperor. There was even a stronger power, because Lin Xian could only feel it roughly. There was such a pagoda under the ground. Why was it here? Did the mysterious voice just now come from the pagoda? I've found you. Don't pretend to be mysterious. Come out. Lin Xian did not go down, but said cautiously. He could feel that the power below was really too terrifying. Young man, you're really strong to be able to find this place. To be honest, there were many people who entered the Heavenly Sound Valley, but very few could come here. You are the only one who was able to discover me. You are the only one. Who are you? Speaking of my name, I'm very famous. Boy, you're too lucky. There's a great fortune waiting for you. The old voice sounded. Lin Xian frowned. I know you're a liar. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Don't. Don't go. The old voice was a little anxious. He chuckled. Boy, have you heard of the Raging Fire Ancestor? The Raging Fire Ancestor shook his head. He had heard of the Golden Crow Ancestor, but not the Raging Fire Ancestor. You don't know, how many years have passed? Does no one remember me? Then you should know about the Raging Fire tribe, right? I don't know. Lin Xian shook his head. This time, his aged voice was completely stunned, and he even started to roar. You don't know? That's impossible. Which valley did you come from? How could you not know about the Raging Fire tribe? Lin Xian smiled as well. Are you guys very famous? Why should I know? The old voice was stunned for a long time, then he laughed. Interesting, really interesting. Kid, you're not from the celestial land, are you? You must be someone from the outside universe. I didn't expect you to be able to come in. This time, the celestial land had come again. Lin Xian's brows furrowed tightly when he heard this. He understood what was going on. Although he had never heard of the Raging Fire Ancestor, from their conversation, he knew that the Raging Fire Ancestor should be an indigenous expert of the deity ground. It seemed that other than the Nirvana realm, there were other powerful beings in the deity ground. Of course, this could be a powerhouse from the Nirvana realm. After all, Lin Xian had seen half a frog being suppressed before. Could this be another peerless expert suppressed by a great emperor? Kid, aren't you shocked at all when I tell you where you came from? The old voice asked. Lin Xian did not answer. Instead, he asked, Are you from Higan? You know about Higan? This time, the old voice was even more shocked. One had to know that the otherworld Heavenly King was extremely terrifying. It was impossible for the people in the small universe to know about it. However, the person in front of him didn't know that they had chosen Lai Hua, but he knew about Higan. Who are you? The old voice also had a hint of shock. Lin Xian lied. He said, I'm from the Purple Mansion. You should have heard of me. The old voice was surprised. So that's how it is. How should I address you? I'm not from Higan, but I've heard that there are some sects and forces in the small universe. They are in charge of gathering information and waiting to be welcomed. Hearing that the other party was not from Higan, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This way, he was not an enemy. If he met someone else, even if Lin Xian couldn't kill them, he would add 2 more seals. He would completely suppress the other party. The old voice said, Can the Purple Mansion's young master help me break the seal and let me out? I'll give you a great opportunity. What opportunity? Lin Xian asked. He also wanted to see what the indigenous people in the deity ground had. The old voice said, I won't give you any immortal techniques. If you can go to Higan, the immortal techniques you learn will be stronger. I'll give you some resources and insights. Immortal techniques? Lin Xian frowned. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Was it a stronger martial technique? He kept silent and didn't reply. Instead, he asked DeLong. DeLong said, Immortal techniques are for people who cultivate the celestial path. They are formed by combining their strength. This was the name of the martial techniques practiced by those above Quasi-Emperor. Actually, there is another name that you are more familiar with, which is God Arts. When he heard this, Lin Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. Gods, saints, and kings all cultivated God Arts. But DeLong said, no, saints didn't cultivate true God Arts. Only those above Quasi-Emperor could be called God Arts. However, this saying was passed down. Then, there were fewer and fewer Quasi-Emperors, which was why saints started to call them God Arts. To be honest, they couldn't be considered true god arts. Immortal techniques and god arts were for people who had immortal energy seeds and god flame seeds. Only those powers could display the true strength of immortal techniques and god arts. Lin Xian asked again, do the people in the celestial ground all cultivate immortal techniques? Most of them do, but there are also god arts. It's just that there are fewer true god arts. Kid, you don't have to worry about the number of god arts because the god arts in some great emperors are true peerless god arts. After you have the god flame seed, you should be able to sense it. Lin Xian nodded. That was indeed the case. After he had the god flame seed, the demon emperor god arts that he cultivated were many times more powerful than before. However, Lin Xian asked again, since the golden crow ancestor and the others cultivated immortal energy seeds, what they used should be called immortal techniques? However, this time, De Long shook his head. No, they also cultivated god arts, not immortal techniques. This time, Lin Xian was puzzled. What's going on? Don't they match? De Long said. The reason was very complicated. It was related to the peerless battle countless years ago. I can't explain it to you in a short time. In short, I'll tell you that some of the cultivation techniques passed down in the universe are god arts. As for the current boundary emperors, except for the few you are familiar with, the rest are all immortal energy seeds. Therefore, their cultivation techniques and powers don't match very well. Wanting to become a great emperor is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Xian was surprised after hearing that. It seemed that there were a lot of secrets. Fortunately, he cultivated a theurgy, and what he condensed was a divine flame seed. However, he was still puzzled. Didn't you say that the paths are different but the great Tao is the same? There shouldn't be any difference between these two powers. At this point, De Long gritted his teeth. There was no difference before, but it was different with the Permitha realm. Damn the Permitha realm. They are too despicable. That's why they created the current situation. Therefore, you are compatible with the god flame and god arts. Once you are discovered by the Permitha realm, you will be mercilessly hunted down. Lin Xian didn't know much about the Higan Heavenly King. He only knew that the Higan Heavenly King was very powerful. The current situation of the deity ground and the universe seemed to be caused by the Higan Heavenly King. What happened back then? Lin Xian wanted to ask. At this moment, the old voice sounded again. Kid, what are you thinking? Are you suspecting me? I can swear that I will definitely give you opportunities and won't attack you. De Long said, Kid, I can save him, but I have to add another condition. Ask him to give you immortal techniques. The great emperors and ancient scriptures left behind by the emperor clans outside are all peerless superpowers. Without immortal techniques, it would be difficult for you to come into contact with them under normal circumstances. This is an opportunity. Lin Xian was surprised. The Yi family, the Gu family, and the Qilin clan, these great emperors all cultivate peerless superpowers? So they are the same as me. Then where are the great emperors who cultivate immortal techniques? Could they be from the Higan Heavenly King? Lin Xian was just guessing. He came back to his senses and said, It's not impossible to save you. But it will take a lot of effort. The conditions you mentioned are not enough. Although I have the Higan Heavenly King behind me and I have countless immortal techniques, I have also heard of the immortal techniques of the Blazing Fire clan. I'm a little interested. Give me your immortal techniques and I can consider saving you. Hearing this, the old voice was stunned. He was a little confused. However, he had been trapped here for too long, so he was eager to get out. He didn't care about this little doubt. He said, Okay, I will teach you my best immortal technique. Lin Xian said, Teach it first, then swear that I will save you. No problem. The old voice was excited. He taught one of his peerless immortal techniques to the other party. Immortal technique, Unparalleled Blazing Sunday. After Lin Xian received it, he was also very surprised. It was indeed different from superpowers. However, he could also cultivate it. Even if he cultivated it to greater success, his power would not be as strong as the other party. For example, these quasi-emperors, the Golden Crow Ancestor, and the Chaos Quasi-Emperor. They had condensed immortal chi seeds, but they cultivated peerless superpowers. In other words, these two people's superpowers could not be unleashed at all. At most, he could only unleash 70% of his power. Of course, this was something that Lin Xian did not know before. Even the quasi-emperors did not know. Probably not many people in the universe knew about it. For a long time, this was how everyone had been cultivating. However, things were different now that they were in the deity land. Soon, the gap between them would become apparent. Lin Xian had obtained this immortal technique. With his strength, he could also cultivate it. Firstly, this was equivalent to having an additional trump card. Moreover, Lin Xian was currently trying to condense the immortal chi seed. If he succeeded, then he would possess the divine flame and the immortal chi. Then he would be able to cultivate immortal arts and mystiques. This was what Lin Xian was looking forward to. He wondered what would happen when the time came. Because according to his knowledge, even those emperors rarely took this path. Therefore, he wanted to create a path that belonged to him. Alright, tell me what you've comprehended. Next, Lin Xian gained some insights. These were all insights of cultivation breakthroughs. This allowed Lin Xian to avoid many detours. As for the cultivation resources, the old voice said, I don't have them yet. However, my family definitely has them. When I return, I will definitely give them to you. Lin Xian nodded. The other party had already sworn on his Tao heart and soul. He would not go back on his words. He was not afraid. Therefore, he said, tell me how I can save you. Actually, it's very simple to save him. Because he was carrying the pagoda, he was accidentally suppressed. He just needed someone to strike the 5 elements law on the 3rd floor of the pagoda. The 5 elements law was the most basic law in the world. It was also the law that most people cultivated. Therefore, the possibility of encountering it was very high. However, this old man was suppressed under the ground. Lin Xian's Rinnegan could not see through him. Not to mention others. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find him. Therefore, this old man had been trapped for a long time. Lin Xian struck the 5 elements law on the 3rd floor of the pagoda. This process would last for half a month. Lin Xian formed a clone. While helping the other party, he also watched the other party's comprehension and silently cultivated immortal techniques. The entire valley fell silent again. At the same time, it was extremely lively outside. The people of the emperor race each chose a direction to advance. They also scattered the powerhouses and geniuses to search for their own opportunities. The few princes took the lead. They swept through all directions. At first, no one was their match. They felt that they could kill their way into the depths of the deity ground. They broke through to the quasi-emperor realm. However, not long after, something unexpected happened. They met other people in the deity ground and soon had a conflict. In the end, all the powerhouses of the emperor race were defeated. Some were even killed. Even the Qilan's son and the Kuimping's son were defeated. After the news spread, countless people were shocked. There were actually other martial artists in the deity ground. Moreover, they were extremely terrifying. They were stronger than them. The princes were defeated one after another. Some powerhouses were killed. For a moment, countless people were terrified. They did not even dare to continue forward. The Qilan son frowned. There were 3 figures in front of him. They were 3 men. They were wearing flaming battle robes. The aura of the flames was extremely terrifying. You're from the outside universe, right? The man in the lead said coldly. This man had flaming red hair. There was a mark of fire between his eyebrows. I've never seen anyone from the outside world in my life. Why don't you kneel down and become my battle servant? Let me study you properly. The red-haired man said with a smile. The other 2 people beside him also laughed. Young master, it's said that the people from the outside world are all ants. Why bother discussing with him? He can kill him with a slap. These people did not take the Fire Qilan seriously at all. The Fire Qilan was instantly furious. Damn it, these people were looking down on him? How dare they slap his face like this? He instantly became cold, and a terrifying killing intent swept out. Previously, the fire Qilin was defeated by Lin Xian. Indeed, it was very depressed, but it was not embarrassing. Lin Xian could be said to be the #1 person of the younger generation. He was even the #1 person below the Boundary Emperor. Not to mention the fire Qilin, even the other powerhouses could not defeat Lin Xian. Therefore, it was not embarrassing to be defeated by Lin Xian. However, who were these people in front of him? He did not even know them, but they dared to provoke him. I think the 3 of you are the ants. Go to hell. He shouted angrily and threw out a punch. On the fist, there were endless fire lotuses, which turned into the illusion of the fire Qilin. It roared between heaven and earth. The 3 people opposite him were furious. A tall and thin man snorted coldly. You're courting death. He also threw out a punch. The 2 collided, and there was a shocking explosion. In the next moment, the tall and thin man took 3 steps back. His blood was boiling. The Qilin son also took a step back. He was also extremely shocked. The other party could actually block his attack. Good boy, you can actually force me to retreat. It seems that you have an extraordinary background in the small universe. Tell me, are you the strongest person in the small universe? The tall and thin man shouted coldly. Qilin sneered. You think you're qualified to scold me? You're not that strong either. Seeing that the other party's strength was about the same as his, Qilin regained his confidence. The Qilin phantom on his body became even more terrifying. Damn it, how dare you underestimate me? The tall and thin man was angry. However, at this moment, the red-haired man in front of him walked out. He said, let me do it. I'm really curious about the people in the small universe. Young master, are you going to make a move? The tall man was surprised. Then, he looked forward and said, boy, you're dead meat. Our young master will make a move. Kneel and wait for your death. The red-haired man walked out and said, your strength is indeed not bad. If you submit to me, I'll train you well. Cut the crap. Take my fist. Qilin was angry and threw out a punch. This time, a terrifying primordial Qilin appeared on the fist. Qilin arm. This punch shocked the people on the other side. The red-haired man's eyes also burst out with an extremely terrifying light. It seems that you are indeed extraordinary. But you are no match for me at all. Immortal technique, fire palm. He stretched out his palm, and there were extremely terrifying flames surging on his 5 fingers. They turned into a palm and swept out. The power on it was extremely terrifying. It was different from the power in the small universe. Qilin's pupils constricted when he felt it. Is this the power of the deity ground? He raised his head and roared angrily, activating his bloodline to the extreme. There was an earth-shattering roar. In the next moment, he was sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. There were cracks on his Qilin arm. How is that possible? Qilin's son was stunned. How can you be so powerful? I told you, you are no match for me. The red-haired man retracted his palm and stood with his hands behind his back. The tall young man next to him smiled and said, did you see that? Our young master's immortal technique is not something you people from the small universe can resist. Kneel down obediently. Damn it. Qilin's face turned ugly. He knew that the man in front of him was very mysterious. His methods were incomparably terrifying. He had never heard of that immortal technique before. That power also shocked him. It seemed that the celestial ground was indeed extraordinary. He would have to go back and investigate. He turned around and left. You want to leave? The red-haired man sneered. You can't get away from me. Immortal technique, blazing cage. With a wave of his hand, he formed a seal with his palm. Boundless energy condensed into a cage that sealed off all directions. In his opinion, there was no way the other party could escape. Indeed, the fire Qilin's Qilin arm did not shatter it. Do you see that? You can't escape at all. Ants, kneel down. The tall man shouted angrily. The red-haired man walked forward. He reached out to grab the Qilin son's head. The Qilin was furious. The divine furnace cauldron rushed out from his body and directly shattered the void. The Inferno Immortal technique was instantly shattered. The red-haired man's expression changed as well. He was pushed back by this force. The tall man's face was filled with horror. What kind of power was this? It was too terrifying. They didn't dare to act rashly. They could only watch as the Qilin's son drove the furnace away. This was the power of the extreme Tao. Was he from the Great Emperor clan? The red-haired man was also shocked. He should be the number one young person in the small universe. He was only SOSO. The tall man snorted. If he didn't have an extreme Tao weapon, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The Great Emperor clans in the small universe had long declined. Our deity land was the strongest. Not to mention the supreme overlords of the deity land, even the chosen immortal clan wasn't something they could fight against. The few of them sneered. Let's go. They had seen the fire Qilin's power and felt that it was only SOSO. It was just that the weapon was more powerful, so they didn't take it to heart at all. The three figures turned into lightning and disappeared. On the other side, the Qilin's son's expression was ugly after he left. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? Also, what were immortal techniques? Why did it feel so much stronger and more terrifying than divine powers? The Qilin's son went crazy at this moment. Not only him, but Kuanping's son, Yi Wudao, and the others were also shocked. They had all encountered different chosen immortal clans. After a huge battle, they were shocked. Heavenly Sound Valley. Lin Xian hadn't met the chosen immortal clan yet, but he met a patriarch of the chosen immortal clan. The Raging Fire Patriarch. At this moment, he was helping the other party break the seal. Lin Xian's clone struck with the power of the 5 elements. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's real body was studying the immortal technique, Unparalleled Sunday. He had to admit that it was indeed a unique technique. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. At this moment, Lin Xian's clone also stood up. He slowly disappeared. His real body also took a few steps back. He said, "Kid, I'm coming out." A voice sounded, and the pagoda below shook violently. Then, a ray of light appeared. It was an old man who roared at the sky and waved his arms. His voice tore through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian also frowned. His eyes shone as he resisted. This guy was even stronger than the Golden Crow Patriarch. He wondered if he had become the 7-crown champion. Lin Xian didn't know much about this. Because he realized that the old man's body was actually illusory. Was he just a soul? Patriarch Scorching Sun landed. He said to Lin Xian, "Young master, thank you for saving my life." Lin Xian said, "You're just a soul?" Patriarch Scorching Fire sighed. "I had no choice. I was trapped for 13,000 years. My power was almost gone inside. I dissolved my body and turned it into power so that my soul could continue to survive. I became in my current state." Lin Xian was even more shocked when he heard that. He had been suppressed for 13,000 years. No matter how strong this old man was, he was only a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor could live for so long. As expected of the deity ground. In the outside universe, only the great emperors could live for so long. Others had no hope at all, unless they were completely sealed and in a deep sleep. However, such a person's lifespan didn't count. Even if they were resurrected, they would only maintain their previous appearance. However, this old man had lived for 13,000 years. "Young master, don't go to the depths of the Heavenly Sound Valley anymore. I accidentally went there before and was suppressed. That place is too terrifying. I can't see through it. I'll give you the resources I promised you in the future. Take this ring. Even if I don't come back in the future, you can take it. The Raging Fire clan needs resources." As he spoke, Patriarch Scorching Fire gave Lin Xian a red ring. The ring was surrounded by multicolored light and raging fire, like a sun. It was forged. It was extremely dazzling. Lin Xian took it and nodded. "Okay. Young master, we'll meet again. I still have something to do." Patriarch Scorching Sun rose into the air, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Only endless flames were left. After Raging Fire Ancestor left, Lin Xian continued to cultivate here. He didn't move forward either. He didn't move forward because he could feel that there was a mysterious and terrifying force ahead. She didn't want to be suppressed here. Just like that, Lin Xian stayed in the valley for the time being. About 5 days later, another group of people arrived near the three valleys. They were wearing blue robes with sea phantoms floating on them. Judging from their uniform, they should be from the same family and sect. This should be the place. They stopped near the valley. A woman walked out. She had an oval face and big, bright, and watery eyes. She looked ahead and her cherry lips curled into a faint smile. That's right, this is the place. The roar we heard before came from this valley. Let's go in and take a look. Xianxia, I think we should be careful. At this time, a man walked out from behind. He was wearing armor and had an extraordinary aura. His eyes were long and narrow, but his gaze was like a blade. He said, "This valley seems to be called the Heavenly Sound Valley. It contains all kinds of sounds of the Great Tao and is extremely terrifying. Before entering, we should guard our souls. Otherwise, we might be injured." So powerful? Xianxia was also surprised and said to the people behind her, "Since Mr. Luo said so, we should be careful." As they spoke, they formed seals with their palms and a teardrop-shaped rune appeared between their eyebrows. Then, it turned into a waterfall and surrounded their souls. The group was ready to go forward and investigate. At the same time, another group descended from the sky. The aura of this group was extremely terrifying. They were surrounded by flames and stepped on a sea of fire. Like the god of fire, they were extremely powerful. In an instant, they arrived above the valley. Boom, boom. The sea of fire spread and swallowed everything. A super powerful force swept everything. Xianxia and the others' faces changed. Was there a sneak attack? Boundless seas appeared on these people and fought against them. When the two sides collided, Xianxia and the others retreated. The people in the sky also lowered their heads. There's someone else? What a beautiful woman. Among the group of people surrounded by the sea of fire, a man's eyes shone with a bloody light. He stared ahead and said with a smile, "Mr. Lifeng, give me some time. Let me make a move." That shouldn't be a problem. There was a red-haired man in front of him. His eyes were cold as he looked down and smiled. The immortals chose the Shuiyun clan? What, you like him? That should be Xianxia from the Shuiyun clan. She was quite famous. He's the chosen immortal, the apple of the Aqua Cloud clan's eye. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down for attacking him? I, Blood Sword, have never been afraid of anyone. So what if Xian chooses the Water Cloud clan? It's fine as long as you don't stop me. Don't worry, if you want to make a move, go ahead. Lifeng nodded. Blood Sword laughed when he heard this. He walked forwards and said, "Little girl, I like you. Come with me." Hearing this, the people from Xianxian's Water Cloud race were all furious. Did he not know the difference between life and death? How dare you be rude to my princess? Who are you? Come and accept your death. Angry roars rang out one after another. Blood Sword laughed. He walked out and said, "I am the blazing Blood Sword. Are you not convinced?" What? They were from the Blazing Fire clan. The faces of the people from the Water Cloud race changed. Damn it, why did they meet them? Xianxia also frowned. Their two clans were in conflict with each other. Although they were not life and death enemies, their relationship was not good. Now that they met here, a battle was unavoidable. This Blood Sword was even more terrifying. It was said that he was not from the Blazing Fire clan. However, he was a guest of the Blazing Fire clan. His sword skills were very high. However, he was vicious and merciless. None of the women who were targeted by him could escape. Xianxia's face turned pale. She did not expect to be targeted by this guy. They have a lot of people. Do not fight with them. Let's leave first. Xianxia ordered. Although the people from Xianxian's Water Cloud race were unwilling, they still quickly retreated. You want to leave? Blood Sword sneered. He waved his sword and cut off heaven and earth, directly blocking the other party's path. Leave? Sure, Xianxia, if you stay, I will let your clansmen leave alive. Damn it. This was too much. The people from the water cloud race were also furious. A figure walked out. It was also a man with a tall figure. His eyes were biting cold and filled with anger. Blood Sword, don't be too arrogant. Today, I will see what qualifications you have to say such words to our princess. He waved his sleeve and a monstrous sea swept out. It was like a bottomless abyss, killing its way forward. Blood Sword chuckled. That was true. You don't know the meaning of death. True Blood Sword technique, he sneered and waved his sword. A sword energy covered the sky and directly split the sea in half. The blood energy contained in the sword made the tall man retreat with a pale face. One of her arms had been pierced through. Damn it, why are you so powerful? You are really weak. Is there anyone else in the water cloud race who can fight? Once these words were spoken, the people from the water cloud race were furious. A few more experts walked out, but they were all defeated by Blood Sword. Blood Sword was even more pleased. Xianxia, do you still want your clansmen to suffer? I did not kill them before because I gave you face. Now, I will kill them. The killing intent on his body continued to permeate the air. Xianru's expression was unsightly. She wanted to attack. However, the people around her persuaded her. Princess, you can't. Your body is priceless. If anything happens to you, we will not be able to explain. Damn it. Xianru's face tightened. The Raging Inferno clan was too much of a bully. He looked up at the sky and said, Lai Feng, are you so arrogant? Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the two clans? The red-haired man in the sky who had been watching the show, Lai Feng, laughed. Blood Sword is my brother. I will support whatever he wants to do. I feel that there is nothing wrong with you being his woman. Humph, Xianru snorted and did not continue the conversation. It seemed that these people were not willing to give up. Could he only use some of his trump cards? This time, Yang Kai also brought some artifacts with him, but each time he used them, he would only be able to use them once. He had originally planned to explore the valley. He did not expect to use them in advance. At this time, the armored man who had been silent all this time spoke. Xianxia, let me do it. I won't let you get hurt. Lu Qianli walked out. His eyes were filled with confidence. He was also not from the water cloud race. He was from another clan. However, he had been in love with Xianru for a long time. It was just that he did not have a chance. Now was the time to be a hero and save the beauty. If he won, Xianru would definitely be grateful to him. At that time, he would have a chance. Thinking of this, Lu Qianzhong walked out. With me here, I won't let you be arrogant. Lu Qianzhong said coldly. Blood Sword, leave quickly. You aren't my match. Not my match? When Shuijian heard this, he sneered. You really don't know what's good for you. Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty? But do you have the ability? Blood Sword laughed coldly. He attacked swiftly and slashed out with the sword in his hand. The cold sword light slashed forwards with a cold blood aura. Lu Qianzhong scoffed coldly and charged over too. The battle between the two shook heaven and earth and was really terrifying. The Shuiyin race people were really nervous. Do you think Lu Qianzhong can do it? He should be able to. He was a top genius and Blood Sword wasn't weak either. So, they weren't confident. After 100 moves, Lu Qianzhong hollered in rage. Endless light appeared on his body. His body grew larger, and a single black horn grew from the corner of his head. Then, he hacked out. He slashed out and sent Blood Sword flying. Blood Sword's arm was pierced and his expression became really ugly. Damn, he didn't expect him to actually injure him. The members of the Shuiyun clan also cheered. Lu Qianzhong's strength was much stronger than they had expected. This time they weren't in danger. All of them were delighted. Blood Sword, aren't you amazing? You dared to target our princess? Blood Sword knelt down and apologized. Sneers could be heard one after another. Damn. Blood Sword gritted his teeth and his expression was really ugly. Damn, you actually dare to look down on me. I will let you know how amazing I am. The sword of true blood, the evil god, descended. He roared furiously, and endless phantoms appeared in his swordsmanship. An even colder bloodlust appeared. It was like a blood god had descended. He slashed out and 36 swords appeared in the area. The energy was like a sword steel that sealed the area. The terrifying sword steel covered Lu Qianzhong. There was an intense explosion and Lu Qianzhong spat out blood as he flew out. Did he lose? The Shuai-Yun race people's expressions became really ugly. They had won, but in the blink of an eye, they lost. Blood Sword scoffed coldly. You are just SOSO. Lu Qianzhong, if you want to defeat me, you have to cultivate for another 100 years. He laughed viciously and looked towards Shui Yanru. He flew over. You're mine now, my beauty. Damn it, retreat quickly. Shui Yanru shouted angrily and retreated quickly. You want to leave? Behind them, the people of the Raging Inferno tribe had been waiting for a long time. They had completely sealed off their escape route. What to do? Princess? They asked. Shui Yanru gritted her teeth. It seems like we can only go to the Heavenly Sound Valley. These people rushed in. Have they entered the valley? Humph, then it's like catching a turtle in a jar, Shui Jian sneered and took the lead to charge over. When Lai Feng saw this, he waved his hand. Let's go. The group also entered the valley. The pursuit began just like that. After entering, they even fought several great battles. The injuries of the Shuiyun clan's people became more and more serious. Their expressions were extremely ugly. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than a day. There was a possibility that they would be defeated and suppressed by the other party. Then, what awaited them would be despair. I've already sent a message to the family, but this place is so far away. By the time the family arrives, we won't have time. An expert from the Water Cloud clan said through gritted teeth. Shui Yanru looked around. He had said that the Heavenly Sound Valley was extremely terrifying. We have already seen this point. If we continue walking further in, we might be able to encounter the terrifying Tianyin. This way, we can resist the attacks of the Blazing Fire clan. This was the only way. They flew in with their heads lowered. In the end, their speed became slower and slower. The people from the Blazing Fire clan behind them sneered. Are you trying to kill us with a borrowed knife? I'm afraid that you will be killed by Tianyin before we even make a move. They weren't in a hurry. They slowly sealed the path behind them. When the time came, they would make the other party kneel at their feet. In the end, another battle broke out. The sound of the battle was earth-shattering. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. In the depths of the Heavenly Sound Valley, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He frowned slightly. There were fighting sounds. Who was it? After he saved Scorching Sun Ancestor, he had been cultivating and comprehending here. A few days had passed. He originally wanted to cultivate more, but since someone had come, he was ready to leave. Her figure swayed and she walked outside. Outside, Shui Yanru and the others were in despair. Lu Qianzhong was already severely injured. It was difficult for them to resist. Shui Jian sneered. Kneel down obediently and submit. Behind them, Lai Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He was like a supreme deity. He had been looking at them coldly. It felt like a game of cat and mouse. Just as Shui Yanru and the others were in despair, a voice suddenly came from afar. Are you the ones who disturbed my cultivation? Hearing this voice, the people in front were stunned. Is there anyone here? They were surprised. Shui Yanru and the others were hopeful. The person cultivating here must be a martial arts expert. He might even be a super mighty. Great. Senior, save us. They turned around and cried out in alarm. The people from the Blazing Fire clan also muttered to themselves. Not good. They also turned around. However, when they saw the figure behind them, they were stunned. Shui Jian and the others even laughed out loud. The people from the Shuiyun clan also looked terrible. They realized that the person behind them wasn't a super mighty. It was a young man who seemed to be about their age. What was the use of such a person? He couldn't help them at all. Could it be Tianju and the others? It's useless. A useless ant won't save you. Shui Jian sneered and continued to walk forward. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He looked ahead and said, "The Blazing Fire Clan? It really surprised me. Well, I'll fulfill my promise in advance." The Blazing Sun ancestor still owed Lin Xian a lot of resources. Lin Xian wouldn't forget that. Therefore, he walked forward and said, "The Blazing Fire Clan, right? Who are you?" The people from the Blazing Fire Clan frowned. Shui Jian snorted coldly. "Kid, do you dare to interfere in our business? I'll give you 1 second to get out of my sight. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial place." Shui Jian roared angrily. Lin Xian frowned. How arrogant. How dare he ask him to get out? In the next moment, he used Shadowless Heaven's net and instantly appeared in front of him. He slapped out. A crisp sound of a slap rang out as the blood sword was slapped away by someone. Half of his face was smashed. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Heavens, this guy dared to attack Shui Jian and succeeded. Damn kid, how dare you hit my face? Shui Jian was also furious. He didn't think that the other party could compete with him. He didn't notice that the other party had launched a sneak attack. You've successfully angered me. I can guarantee that you'll end up 10,000 times worse than the Shuiyun clan. He pulled out the long sword on his back and walked toward Lin Xian. The Shuiyun clan was already his, so he didn't care. He wanted to get rid of the kid who attacked him first. Not good, this kid is in danger. The members of the Shuiyun clan sighed when they saw this. Shui Yanra shook his head and smiled bitterly. He told him to be careful and run. They were really strong. Although he didn't know Lin Xian, he didn't want him to die here for no reason. Lu Qianzhong scoffed coldly. How stupid, he actually dared to attack Blood Sword. To him, that slap was definitely a sneak attack. In terms of true strength, this kid wouldn't be able to take a single hit. After all, even he lost to Blood Sword, so how could Lin Xian be his match? Shui Jian thrust out his long sword, which transformed into a blood dragon and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face sunk. You dare to attack me? Are you asking to die? His body shook and he dodged the attack. At the same time, his Rinnegan shone brightly. A hand of heaven appeared in the sky and it seemed to be wrapped around by the heavenly Tao as it slapped down. This strike was like the palm of a heavenly god. Everyone's soul felt like it was shaking. Blood Sword's pupils constricted. He retreated and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Soul attack? You dare to sneak attack me? Are you asking to die? Lin Xian laughed. Sneak attack? Why didn't you say that you were too weak? Soul attacks have many variations. You don't understand and you say that it was a sneak attack. You are really ignorant. Also, that slap was because you couldn't keep up with my speed. You only know how to find excuses for yourself. You are just a weakling. Are you asking to die? Lin Xian actually dared to look down on him. True Blood Sword technique. Blood Sword was furious. He decided to use his strongest attack to kill Lin Xian. A sword steel appeared in the sky and continued to descend. When he saw this, Lu Qianzong laughed coldly once more. So what if he was a soul expert? He was only suitable for sneak attacks. Once he paid attention, his soul wouldn't have a chance at all. He was definitely going to lose this time. He had been defeated by this move. As far as he was concerned, it was impossible for the kid in front of him to block it. Oh, was he going to go all out? But it wasn't enough. Lin Xian shook his head. Reincarnation, human path. Reincarnation power gathered on his body. With Rinnegan as the center, it spread all over his body. In the next moment, he raised his hand and punched. 6 Tao fists. He punched out, and the phantoms of 6 worlds surrounded him. At this moment, the power it carried was simply too strong. The sword steel in the sky actually broke apart with a loud bang, turning into countless pieces of rock that scattered all over the ground. Shui Jian was also sent flying by the punch, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Was he defeated? The members of the Raging Flame tribe were stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. The blood sword was so terrifying. The members of the Shuiyun clan were also dumbfounded. From the beginning to the end, they didn't have much hope. But this brat actually defeated Shui Jian, which really surprised them. Shui Yanru's hope soared. This was great. They had a chance to be saved. Lu Qianqing's pupils constricted. It was impossible. This kid was so powerful. Had he already surpassed him? This made his expression extremely ugly. Damn brat, Blood Sword wanted to attack again, but when he stood up, his soul shook. That punch earlier had not only injured his coercion, but it had also severely injured his soul. He no longer had the strength to attack. He could only look towards Lai Feng. Lai Feng's brows were also tightly knitted together. He originally thought that this was a game of cat and mouse. Who knew that an ant would suddenly appear and spoil his fun? He frowned and scoffed coldly. Report your name. You dare to go against my Raging Flame tribe? You must be tired of living. As expected from the Raging Flame tribe. Lin Xian said. Hand over your storage rings and then half of you scram back to your families to get more resources for me. The members of the Raging Flame tribe went crazy. Was this kid robbing them? You are asking to die, those people all shouted in rage. Lai Feng frowned. You really don't know your place. However, Lin Xian smiled. This is what your clan owes me. Owes you? Who are you? Lai Feng was furious. You dare to challenge my Raging Flame tribe? I don't think you need to live anymore. He walked out. Shui Jian laughed coldly. Kid, don't think that you can be proud just because you sneak attacked me. Big brother Lai Feng is much stronger than me. Just wait for your death. Young master, be careful. Lai Feng is really strong and is a quadruple crown king. His flames are even more terrifying. Don't take it head on. Shui Yanru shouted from afar. He said, Young master, please help us leave. My Shuiyun tribe will definitely thank you. To him, Lin Xian could fight Shui Jian, but he definitely couldn't beat Lai Feng. However, if he helped them escape, he should be able to. This was why he gave such conditions. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Celestial selection, Shuiyun tribe? That was interesting. It's not that I can't save you, but what can you give me? As long as young master helps us leave safely, you can name any conditions. Shui Yanru said quickly. He really didn't care about anything because if he fell into Shui Jian's hands, he would rather die. When Lin Xian heard this, he said, Okay, then show me your family's celestial techniques. What? Don't be too much. A male from the Shuiyun tribe shouted in rage. The others frowned too. Cultivation techniques were the treasures of each family and they wouldn't be passed down to outsiders. This kid wanted to see their techniques right away. Moreover, it was a celestial technique. This was too much. Shui Yanru frowned too. Lin Xian shrugged. You don't want to? Then forget it. I'm not related to you. There's no need to save you. Lin Xian shook his head and prepared to leave. Wait, Shui Yanru said, Okay, I'll give you a celestial technique. Fairy, if you keep your word, I'll protect your lives. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't care about the Lai Hua tribe at all. This made Lai Feng and the others furious. What was the meaning of this? Did this kid think they didn't exist? He even dared to protect the Shuiyun tribe, he was looking for death. Big brother, I'll kill him. While they were talking, a tall man walked over. He was called Lai Shan and his body was very large. He stretched out his palm like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at once. Go to hell, kid. Scram. Lin Xian glanced at him. His gaze turned into a terrifying, murderous sword. It pierced through heaven and earth. Lai Shan's vitality was pierced through and countless cracks appeared on his body. He fell to the ground and his body trembled. It was as if he had walked through the gates of hell just now. Everyone gasped. This young man was too strong. He defeated an expert with just a glance. His strength was a little terrifying. Lai Feng frowned too. You guys step back and let me do it. He could also see that although Lin Xian was arrogant, he did have some tricks up his sleeve. Then he would kill him personally. He was the quadruple champion and his strength was terrifying. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill this kid in front of him. He walked out and said in a deep voice, "How do you want to die?" As he spoke, a fiery long saber condensed in his hand. It carried an extremely terrifying flame power and slashed over. This saber was much more terrifying than the true blood sword technique that Shui Jian had used before. One could imagine how terrifying Li Feng's strength was. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He didn't care about dodging. His opponent was a quadruple champion. So was he. Even if they were at the same level, Lin Xian had never lost. "Young master, dodge quickly," Shui Yanru exclaimed when she saw this. But it was too late. Lu Qianxian snorted coldly. Idiot. In his opinion, Lin Xian couldn't fight against Li Feng. Under this blade, this brat was dead for sure. Lin Xian didn't need to dodge at all. A terrifying flame appeared on his body. The 9-yan divine weapon bloomed. He was like a sun, a god of war. He slapped forward. This guy was also a fire elemental warrior. Countless people exclaimed when they saw this. But could this flame be compared to the Lihua tribe? Under their shocked gazes, their eyes widened. A rumbling sound rang out as the two attacks collided in the sky, creating a deafening sound. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. Did he block it? These people were shocked. Li Feng frowned. He felt as if his attack had hit an ancient mountain. His opponent's physique was so strong. It was beyond his expectations. Such a person shouldn't be a nobody. He said coldly, "Who are you? Tell me where you came from." Lin Xian laughed. "Me? I'm your ancestor. You're courting death." Li Feng was furious. His opponent actually dared to take advantage of him. His body was filled with killing intent. "Kid, you have a sharp tongue. I'll let you see my true power. I'll let you know my Lihua tribe's immortal techniques." A mysterious power rose from his body, and the power of the flame was rapidly increasing. "Great, big brother Li Feng is serious." The Lihua tribe laughed. "Let's see how this kid dies." In Li Feng's hand, a flame spear quickly formed. The immortal energy shards on it kept flickering. It was extremely terrifying. If this spear stabbed out, it would definitely destroy heaven and earth. It would destroy everything. However, Lin Xian stretched out his hand. His 5 fingers were facing the sky. Radiance bloomed between heaven and earth. Everyone became nervous. Was this brat going to use some kind of ultimate technique? However, what was surprising was that there was none. That palm did not release any power at all. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look." What is this? It turned out that on Lin Xian's 10 fingers, there was a fiery red ring that shone with a mysterious light. What could a ring be? The members of the Shuiyun clan were puzzled. The people of the Raging Flame tribe didn't care. Li Feng even snorted coldly, pretending to be mysterious. He was about to attack. Lin Xian was enraged as well. What an idiot. Why aren't you kneeling when you see your ancestor? As soon as he finished speaking, endless flames flew into the fiery red ring. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the fiery red ring emitted a monstrous pressure. A huge phantom of a ring appeared in the void. The fiery aura emitted from it caused the people who chose the Raging Flame clan first to tremble. What the hell is going on? I could feel the suppression of my bloodline. Some people even knelt on the ground with a thud, unable to stand up at all. Even Li Feng didn't dare to make a move. His expression became extremely ugly. His bloodline was firmly suppressed. She looked up in horror. "Who are you? Who are you? How could the other party suppress him?" This was too terrifying. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. The people of the Shuiyun clan were also stunned. What was going on? The appearance of a ring made everyone kneel. This brat's methods were too powerful. Lin Xian said. "Haven't you heard of the Blazing Sun Ring? Don't tell me that no one knows about it now." "What? The Blazing Sun Ring?" The people of the Raging Flame tribe felt their scalps tingle. Li Feng's pupils constricted. Impossible. This ring had been missing for more than 10,000 years. How could it be in your hands? As soon as he said that, countless people exclaimed. This ring was very famous. It was a supreme treasure in the Raging Flame tribe. However, it had disappeared for a long time and was listed as a mysterious incident. They didn't expect it to appear now, and in the hands of this young man. Who the hell was this young man? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since you know, why aren't you kneeling? Don't you recognize your ancestors? Lai Feng had no choice. The bloodline suppression from above forced him to kneel. He knelt down on one knee. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you? Brat, where did you get the blazing sun ring? Tell me. You have too many questions. And who do you think you are? Do you have the right to ask me questions? I'll teach you to leave all your resources, storage rings, and magic treasures here. Then, get out of my sight in 3 seconds. Otherwise, you'll suffer the consequences." If someone dared to speak to them like this before, they would definitely make that person suffer a fate worse than death. But now, they couldn't. Just this ring alone was enough to make them faint. They only wanted to escape now. These people took off their storage rings and threw them in front of him. Then, they turned around and fled. When Lai Feng left, he said, "Just you wait. This is our clan's treasure. We won't allow it to fall into the hands of outsiders. Just you wait to suffer the wrath of our clan." Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to activate the blazing sun ring. A flame directly hit Lai Feng. Lai Feng was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he didn't dare to say anything. He turned around and fled. In the blink of an eye, the arrogant Raging Fire clan fled. Only the storage rings were left on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian grabbed all of these items. The next moment, he also put away the blazing sun ring. The things that Ancestor Scorching Sun gave him were really useful. But it was not enough. These resources were not enough to offset the resources that Ancestor Scorching Sun owed him. It seemed that he would have to make a trip to the Scorching Sun clan in the future. After putting away the storage rings, Lin Xian turned to look at the Immortal Water clan. Well, he had left. To be honest, the people of the Immortal Water clan were still in a daze. Their peerless enemy, the Raging Fire clan, had actually knelt down. And he had actually escaped. Who was this brat in front of them? Shui Yanru was also trembling in fear. Could it be that he was Ancestor Scorching Sun, who had been missing for more than 10,000 years? Thinking of this possibility, the surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was an old monster after all. He was an extremely terrifying existence among the quasi-emperors. If he wanted to attack, none of them would be able to escape. Lu Qianzhong was so scared that his scalp went numb. He buried his head deep in the ground and didn't dare to come out. Lin Xian shook his head. "What's wrong with your eyes? Am I very old? I'm not that old, man. I'm not even as old as you guys. Well, no matter who I am, I saved you guys. Fulfill your promise and show me your clan's cultivation method." Lin Xian had been cultivating divine powers in the burial planet. After coming here, he obtained an immortal technique, the Blazing Sun Peerless, which inspired him. He was very inspired, so he urgently wanted to get more immortal techniques to study. After all, he would definitely encounter more and more chosen immortal clans in the future when he searched for treasures in the deity ground. When the time came, he would have an easier time dealing with them with immortal techniques. Hearing that the other party was not an old monster from 10,000 years ago, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they heard the other party's request, the Shuiyun people's expressions turned ugly. Shui Yanru said, "Young master, don't worry. You saved us, so I will fulfill my promise. However, young master, please follow me back to the family. I want to thank you properly." "No need. Let's just stay here." Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know what would happen after he went back. However, the people from the Shuiyun clan were surprised and had strange expressions on their faces. Lin Xian frowned. "What's wrong?" Shui Yanru said, "Young master, you don't know. How can we carry immortal techniques with us? Although we can cultivate them, we can't pass them to you. If you want to see them, you have to go back to the family. Only the family's Khanate stone tablet has immortal techniques recorded." Lin Xian frowned when he heard that. It can't be. He snorted coldly. Do you think I'm easy to fool? I've seen someone use their soul to impart immortal techniques to me before. You can't even give me a scroll? Shui Yanru said, you're talking about a quasi-emperor senior, right? After becoming a quasi-emperor, you can indeed impart your immortal techniques to others. However, young master, do you think any of us are quasi-emperors? At most, we're triple crown champions. Lin Xian was shocked to hear that. There was such a thing. He asked Delong. Delong said, indeed, the deity ground is different from other places in the universe. You can find out the strength of the Shuiyun people. If they're not too terrifying, you can go there. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. He asked around and found out that the Shuiyun people did have quasi-emperors. However, there were no quasi-emperors. This made him feel relieved. He came with an extreme weapon. Even if they shed all pretense of cordiality, it wouldn't be easy for them to kill him. At most, he could take the sky-devouring crown and leave through the void. Without any worries, Lin Xian nodded. He said, okay, then I'll go back with you. Many people were surprised. This person really dared to go back. Wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't be able to come out? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was calm. What are you waiting for? Lead the way. Yes, young master, don't be anxious. We'll leave now. Shui Yanru regained her senses. They led the way and respectfully invited Lin Xian back. Along the way, Lu Qianzhong's expression was unsightly because he realized that Shui Yanru's attitude towards him had changed. Previously, Shui Yanru was very polite to him and relied on him for everything. However, things were different now. The other party had been hovering around Lin Xian. That kind of smile and amiable attitude was something he had never experienced before. This made him incomparably jealous. He had always been pursuing Shui Yanru. Although he didn't succeed, he felt that he was about to succeed. However, he didn't expect that he would fail at the last step. Thinking of this, he looked at Lin Xian with an even colder gaze. Humph, stupid thing, as long as you're not an old monster, you're dead. So what if you saved Shui Yanru? If you covet the Aqua Cloud clan's immortal arts, I think even 10 lives won't be enough for you. After flying for about 5 days, a team appeared in front of them. It was the Water Cloud tribe's team. They were here to rescue him. When they received the news, they immediately rushed over. The journey was long and they could only come here. Fortunately, it was more daunting than dangerous. When they found out what had happened, they were furious. The Raging Inferno tribe was too arrogant. They definitely wouldn't let them go. Just you wait, Yuner, we will definitely take revenge for this. Those experts gritted their teeth. When they saw Lin Xian, they were first filled with gratitude. However, when they heard Lin Xian's request, their faces turned gloomy. What? A hot-tempered person was furious. Brat, are you asking for too much? Change your request, or you will regret it. What, are you going back on your words? Lin Xian sneered and looked at Shui Yanru. Shui Yanru's expression changed. She said, Seniors, please listen to me. She brought a few experts over and whispered. She said, the situation was urgent and I swore on my martial path. Seniors, please forgive me. I have to bring this Lin Gongzi over. After hearing that, those people sighed. Alright, we'll act according to the situation. Even if this brat saw it, he wouldn't be able to walk out alive. After another 2 days, they returned to their tribe. When they returned, the Shuiyun tribe received the news. They were shocked and furious. They looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. There were even some young geniuses who were deliberately looking for trouble. However, because Shui Yanru was by their side, they didn't have the chance to fight. Lin Xian didn't mind. Although the immortal technique was a secret of every tribe, since he had agreed, he had to keep his word. After all, Lin Xian wasn't idle. He wouldn't go around saving people. Previously, he had risked defending a powerful tribe to save them. Therefore, this request wasn't too much. Shui Yanru also knew this, so she had been trying her best to mediate. However, it seemed that she was unable to do so. In addition, Lu Qianzhong was secretly fanning the flames. This made the Shuoyun tribe even angrier at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. First, he had made a decision with Shui Yunru. Second, he wanted to see an immortal technique. As for what immortal technique it was, he didn't care. In the main hall, the elders of the Shuoyun tribe gathered to discuss this matter. An outsider wanted to see their immortal technique. This was something that had never happened since the beginning of the world. Rower was too reckless. Some people also said that if this brat hadn't helped back then, he would have gone to hell by now. Therefore, in a way, they did have to thank this brat. However, this brat didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Although he was their savior, he shouldn't be so arrogant. Let's talk to him one last time and see if he's willing to change his condition. If he's willing, give him some heavenly treasures and ask him to scram. If he's not willing, then don't blame us. The conversation here was extremely secret. However, they didn't know that Lin Xian had seen it. Lin Xian's rinnegan bloomed with endless light. It seemed to have passed through the void of the universe. Seeing this scene, his face darkened. Biting the hand that fed him? First, he went back on his word. Now, he bit the hand that fed him. The people of the deity land were just SOSO. In this case, he wouldn't be polite. He took a deep breath and exerted the power of the rinnegan to the extreme. At the same time, the seed of divine flame between his eyebrows bloomed. That power combined with the rinnegan. He began to search the entire Shuoyun tribe. Finally, his eyes bloomed with light, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Found it. He saw a few stone steels in the depths of the Shuoyun tribe. Those stone steels were connate great daos with extremely terrifying runes on them. The immortal technique should be recorded on them. Thinking of this, Lin Xian stood up. Since these people didn't agree, he would go and see it himself. The eighth elder's face was gloomy. With his hands behind his back, he led the two middle-aged men to the courtyard in the distance. Stepping on the path made of divine crystals, his eyes flickered. He was thinking about how to say something to scare the young man so that he would not be so arrogant. They would definitely not allow the immortal techniques to be spread. When they arrived outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man walked out and said, "Lin Gongzi, the eighth elder is here to visit. Get ready." His voice was clearly heard inside, but there was no response. This made the eighth elder frown. This young man was really arrogant. Did he think that he could be so arrogant after saving Shui Yunru? He would let him know that it was not so easy to take advantage of the Shuoyun clan. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly and gave a look. The middle-aged man beside him quickly walked forward and opened the array with a palm. The eighth elder walked in and looked around, but he was stunned. There was no one. The two of you go and investigate. Don't let go of any place. With an order, the two middle-aged men moved like lightning. They left countless afterimages and searched in all directions. However, they did not find anyone, which made them frown. Eighth elder, there was no one. The eighth elder was stunned, then he laughed. I thought it was an arrogant kid, but now it seems that he was just a coward. He probably ran away because he was afraid. Let's go, no need to bother. The eighth elder's mood became very good. He had chased away an arrogant kid for the clan, which could be considered as a merit. When he returned, his status should be able to rise. He returned to the main hall proudly. In the depths of the Shuoyun clan, there were arrays everywhere. There were 12 laws of water in front, which surrounded each other like the Milky Way. It formed a great array of heavenly water. The array was extremely mysterious and coordinated with each other. It could stop a quasi-emperor. No wonder there were no guards around, because there was no need at all. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the great array of heavenly water. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not run away. He had received the news in advance. He knew that the Shuoyun clan wanted to go back on their word, so he was prepared to do it himself. However, he did not expect this array to be so terrifying. However, he soon snorted coldly. So what if it was terrifying? They could stop a quasi-emperor, but they could not stop him. He took a deep breath and a terrifying sword aura appeared in his hand. It kept flashing and then slashed forward. With a swoosh, the sword chi slashed into the heavenly water array. the Milky Way of the heavenly water kept tumbling. Honestly speaking, even a quasi-emperor's attack might sink into the sea here. However, Lin Xian's sword qi was incomparably sharp, capable of slicing through the void. No matter how terrifying the heavenly water array was, it was gradually broken apart by the invincible sword qi. Not long after, the first sky-water Milky Way split open, and Lin Xian walked in. Next, he continued to attack. Wherever the sword qi went, it was unparalleled. Nothing could stop it. Finally, a crack appeared in the heavenly water grate formation. Lin Xian walked to the front and put away his sword art. He looked at the connate Dao steels in front of him. The laws revolved around it, causing one to faint just by looking at it. How mysterious! Lin Xian was astonished. Was this an immortal technique? It was indeed powerful. Those below the quasi-emperor level would faint just by looking at it. It seemed that those below the quasi-emperor level could not come here to learn it personally. It should be a quasi-emperor imparting the technique. Only a true quasi-emperor could come here and learn the real connate immortal technique. Although Lin Xian was not a quasi-emperor, his strength was not weaker than an ordinary quasi-emperor. In addition, he had the Rinnegan, so he was fully qualified to stand here. The Rinnegan bloomed, and Lin Xian began to explore the secrets on the connate Dao steels. Next, his palms continuously formed one magical seal after another. He began to cultivate the immortal technique. He saw that this heavenly steels was a sword art called the true water sword art. This sword art was good at using softness to overcome hardness, silently killing the enemy. All of Lin Xian's previous attacks were bold and fierce. He just happened to lack this sword art. Therefore, Lin Xian instantly decided to cultivate this true water sword art. He knew that he could not cultivate all of these connate Dao steels. He could only choose one. After all, the Shuiyun clan was not to be trifled with. It would not be long before they found out that the heavenly water array had been broken. Lin Xian's guess was not wrong. There was a special person watching the heavenly water array. However, at this moment, the guardian elder was not there. To be precise, he was asleep. There was no other way. As the guardian of the array, Elder Hai had been hacking for more than 1,800 years. To be honest, it was really boring. Usually, there was nothing to do because no one dared to come here and behave atrociously. Not to mention the heavenly water array, which was incomparably terrifying. Even a quasi-emperor could not enter. Other than cultivating here, he could only drink. This time, he used a 10,000-year-old heaven and earth treasure to refine a pot of good wine. It was named Drunken Immortal. One could imagine the name. After Elder Hai finished drinking, he was drunk. He was drunk for a few days. When he woke up, he yawned. It was really comfortable. This feeling could not only get drunk but also cultivate in a drunken dream. He felt that his nomological laws had improved by a lot. It seemed that he should brew a few more pots of Drunken Immortal next time. Elder Hai got up. His body emitted a blue light and an illusion of the sea surrounded him. Suddenly, he was stunned. What was going on? There was a problem with the heavenly water array. That was impossible. Elder Hai thought that he had not sobered up yet, so he opened his eyes wide with all his might. When he saw a figure in the heavenly water array, he felt like he was struck by lightning. Damn it, how did someone enter? Who was it? Only 2 people could enter the heavenly water array. They were the 2 quasi-emperors. Of the 2 quasi-emperors of the heavenly water clan, one was out and the other was in seclusion. They would not come out for a while. How could someone enter? Could it be that a disciple of the clan sneaked in? However, that was even more impossible. The heavenly water array could not enter under the heavenly water array. Therefore, she was instantly furious. It was an outsider. She shouted angrily. Who was it? Barging into the array. This voice transformed into a thunderclap from the 9th heaven and spread in all directions. The entire Shuiyun clan was alarmed. Those elders and disciples looked up at the sky. What was going on? It seemed that there was a problem with the Shuiyun array. What? That was the place where the immortal techniques were stored. Could something have happened? Let's go and take a look. In an instant, countless figures soared into the sky. The 8th elder and the others also came. They asked, "Guardian Elder, what's going on?" The Guardian Elder's face was cold. Someone was inside. What? Someone was inside? The surrounding people discussed animatedly as they looked up. Could it be that the patriarch had come out of seclusion? However, when they saw that the figure in front of them was not the patriarch, their faces turned ugly. Who was it? Shui Yunru also came. She looked at the figure in front and said, "Why does it look like Lin Gongzi?" Which Lin Gongzi? The surrounding people were stunned. The eighth elder's pupils constricted. Impossible, that kid has already left. I personally went to check. Wait, could it be that the kid didn't leave their clan but went to the forbidden area alone? Damn it, this kid is too daring. The surrounding people also understood. It was actually the kid who saved Shui Yunru. However, they were extremely puzzled. How did he get in? The heavenly water formation was extremely terrifying. Those below the quasi-emperor level couldn't enter. They had checked this kid before and found that he wasn't a quasi-emperor at all. He was just a sacred lord. With such a cultivation level, he would probably be sealed the moment he stepped into the heavenly water formation. What made them even more puzzled was, when did this kid get in? They all looked at Elder Hai. Elder Hai's expression changed. He said that it should be a few days ago. Don't bother about these details. Capture him first. We can't let him secretly learn immortal techniques inside. I'll open the heavenly water formation. You guys go in. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm. The heavenly water formation in front of him kept spinning and opened up a passage. The eighth elder and the others took the lead. They quickly rushed over. Little thing, get out here. The eighth elder shouted angrily. He stretched out his palm like a monstrous demon claw. He grabbed at the other party. He didn't hold back in this attack. Even if it was a sacred master, if he was hit, his body and soul would be destroyed. The world in front of them shook. A terrifying power spread out and enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned his head and frowned. Get lost. With an angry shout, she struck back. The demonic aura on this palm was monstrous. It was like the palm of a demon god. It collided with the other party's attack. The eighth elder instantly vomited blood and flew backward. His hands were broken and turned into a bloody mist. His entire body flew out of the formation like a kite with a broken string. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were shocked. How could the eighth elder be injured? He couldn't beat the other party. How strong is this kid? Another 3 elders rushed over. The 3 of them worked together and attacked Lin Xian with terrifying sword light and blade shadows. They also had the intention to kill. Lin Xian still wasn't afraid. He turned around and waved his hand. Blue sword chi appeared in his hand. As the sword shadows revolved around them, it was like the Milky Way, completely enveloping the attacks of the 3. Then, it bound him like a chain. Primordial water, 1000 trick lock. With a single move, he had neutralized all 3 of their attacks. This scene stunned the people outside the array formation. The 3 elders cried out in surprise. You actually know the true water sword technique. They had all gone mad. Damn it, had this guy completely stolen their immortal techniques? Damn it. Kill him. I can't let him leave here alive. Our immortal techniques cannot be passed to outsiders. The 3 elders shouted angrily. Nomological laws erupted from their bodies as they also unleashed their immortal techniques. One of them displayed the primordial water Aquarius. Another person also used the steaming water sword art, while the last person slashed out with his saber. The seawater in the sky swept out, capable of engulfing everything. The 3 of them unleashed 3 immortal arts. The power of their immortal arts was incredibly terrifying. So what if his opponent was a Triple Crown champion? He was still going to die. Lin Xian waved his arm again and attacked with the true water sword art. It was like a water dragon that was extraordinarily mighty. It carried the power of the great dragon sword soul, and its power was much stronger than that of the 3 elders. It directly shattered the 3 immortal arts. The 3 elders also vomited blood and were sent flying. Their blood was boiling. The true water sword art was incomparably powerful. Moreover, it used softness to overcome hardness. There were no wounds on their bodies, but they were already seriously injured. Their internal organs were all shattered. This was impossible. She had only practiced it for a few days. How could his sword art be so powerful? One of the elders went crazy. He had cultivated for thousands of years, but he still couldn't defeat the other party. How could they know that although Lin Xian didn't have the immortal qi seed and couldn't fully unleash the power of the immortal arts, however, he had the divine fire seed, and his strength had long surpassed these people. Moreover, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul was unparalleled in combat strength. Fusing it with the sword art was not something these people could imagine. The power of the immortal arts was really not bad. Lin Xian was very satisfied with the true water sword art. Outside, the people of the Shuiyun clan had indeed gone crazy. Damn it, go and get the patriarch. They felt that they couldn't do anything to the other party at all. The young man in front of them was very terrifying. Therefore, they had to ask the patriarch for help. Some of them rushed outside, while Lin Xian strode out in large strides. Stop him, don't let him out of the array. Elder Hai hurriedly closed the array, but it was still too late. The demon god wings rushed out from Lin Xian's back, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, before the array was closed, he rushed out. Stop him, don't let him run away. The surrounding elders rushed over, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were over 100 of them. In the distance, there were even more. Tens of thousands of Shuiyun clan warriors and geniuses soared into the sky. They covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping Lin Xian. The laws that filled the sky all attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. True water sword art, true water barrier. 5 streaks of blue sword chi shot out from his 5 fingers. As it surrounded him, it formed a terrifying true water vortex. Like a natural barrier, it blocked his side. Using softness to overcome hardness to defend. How could he be so powerful? The elders of the Shuiyun clan went crazy. They outnumbered the other party by tens of thousands, but they couldn't do anything to him. This could only mean that the other party's strength far exceeded theirs. Could it be that he was a quasi-emperor? But they didn't feel the emperor's aura at all. Thinking of this, they all went crazy. At this moment, a cold snort came from the sky. Who is it? Do you want to die? How dare you behave so atrociously in my Shuiyun clan? As soon as the voice fell, the monstrous sea turned into a saber light that slashed over in the air. Lin Xian roared and punched out. Boom, the golden fist descended like the sun, evaporating the surrounding sea water. The saber light disappeared before it got close. How was that possible? He blocked the patriarch's attack. The surrounding people went crazy. They increasingly felt that the person in front of them was a quasi-emperor. Because their patriarch was a quasi-emperor. Who are you? The void broke open, and a figure in a blue robe appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man. His face was fair and beardless, and he looked like a scholar. However, there was a trace of emperor's aura on his body. There was a blue immortal qi seed between his brows. He was one of the 2 quasi-emperors of the Shuiyun clan. Quasi-emperor Tianshui. He was cultivating in seclusion when he suddenly received a distress signal from the elders. He was shocked. Who dared to behave atrociously in their clan? After coming out, he saw that it was a young man. He was instantly furious and attacked with his saber. Originally, he thought that this attack would be able to injure and kill the enemy. But he didn't expect the other party to block it. This shocked him. The other party was a quasi-emperor. Could such a young quasi-emperor be from the depths of the deity ground? Therefore, his expression was extremely solemn. The deity ground was very vast and boundless. The Shuiyun clan was one of the chosen immortal clans, but compared to those in the depths of the deity ground they couldn't compare at all. Therefore, if it was really someone from the deity ground, then things would be troublesome. Lin Xian looked at the other party and narrowed his eyes. Are you ready to come out? You should be the Shuiyun clan's old ancestor, right? You won't be able to stop me. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He used his Rinnegan to check the other party's aura. Although he was a quasi-emperor, he was only the 5-crown king, about the same as the chaos quasi-emperor. He could definitely defeat such a person, so it was impossible for the other party to stop him. Hearing this, the Tianshui quasi-emperor's pupils constricted. What an arrogant kid. He frowned and said coldly, "What's going on?" The eighth elder, who was below, quickly reported the matter. Lin Xian said coldly, "Do you know why I attacked? It's not that I'm arrogant, but your Shuiyun clan. You've gone too far. You went back on your word after agreeing to the conditions." "Nonsense, we didn't go back on our word. We were about to discuss it with you. You attacked first. You didn't take us seriously this time." The eighth elder shouted angrily. The others were also brimming with killing intent. Lin Xian sneered after hearing this. "Why, are you still pretending to be innocent?" His Rinnegan bloomed with brilliance, displaying all the scenes he had seen before. The eighth elder and the others were shocked. "How is it possible? How could you know?" This was the content of their discussion. It was extremely confidential, and there were countless arrays outside the hall. How did the other party see it? And recorded it. What kind of eyes are these? It's too terrifying. What else is there to say? Lin Xian snorted coldly. The Tianshui quasi-emperor's face became extremely ugly. These people are really useless. But if he just let the other party leave like this, where would the Shuiyun clan's face be? So he said coldly, "Even so, you can't steal our immortal techniques." "Oh, I'll learn it." "What do you want?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. This matter was not his fault. Thus, he did not back down. The Tianshui quasi-emperor said, "I won't kill you. Stay in our Shuiyun clan for 300 years. After 300 years, I'll let you leave." "You want to imprison me?" Lin Xian smiled. Tianshui quasi-emperor was also furious. "Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you blocked one of my attacks. What kind of secret technique did you use just now? How long can your attacks last? I am a true quasi-emperor. My strength is not something an ant like you can imagine." He took a step forward, and his quasi-emperor aura burst forth. It released a piercingly cold radiance, and a terrifying aura swept across the four seas. "Do you want to fight?" "As you wish." Lin Xian also walked out. A terrifying divine flame imprint also appeared between his eyebrows. Suddenly, he frowned and looked into the distance. "What? Kid, are you scared?" Seeing that Lin Xian did not make a move, the eight elders below sneered. Shui Yanru's complexion also became incomparably pale. To be honest, this whole thing started because of him, but he couldn't make the decision now. Now that the Grand Ancestor had come out, he had no right to speak. He could only sigh, "Lin Gongzi, I have let you down." Lin Xian did not make a move, not because he was afraid, but because he felt the power of another quasi-emperor approaching quickly. And the aura of that person was from the Shuiyun tribe. Was the second quasi-emperor coming? His face was cold, and he held up the sky-devouring jar, ready to use his ultimate weapon at any time. Two quasi-emperors were still a great challenge to him. Tianshui Grand Ancestor also felt it. The next moment, she exclaimed, "Great, true water is back." "What? Is it our true water Grand Ancestor?" The people of the Shuiyun tribe around also looked up to the sky and cheered. "Great, haha, kid, you are dead. Our true water Grand Ancestor is even stronger. Let's see how you will die this time." It was easy for two quasi-emperors to kill each other. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and his Rinnegan shone brightly. He looked for an opportunity to leave at any time. However, when he saw the figure coming, he was stunned, and then smiled. "Oh, is that so?" He did not leave, because he realized that the situation seemed to have changed. The void broke open, and a beautiful woman in aqua-blue armor appeared. His face was pale, and he was injured. Some parts of his body were even black. He was injured and poisoned. When he flew into the sky, he swayed and swayed. In the end, he could not help but fall from the sky. What was going on with true water? When Tianshui Grand Ancestor saw this, she hurriedly struck out a nomological law to catch him. "You are injured," she exclaimed. The people of the Shuiyun tribe around also went crazy. Impossible? Their true water Grand Ancestor, Six Crown King, was very strong. How could he be injured? Who could injure their grand ancestor? They were all stunned. At this moment, no one cared about Lin Xian anymore. They all surrounded him. Grand Ancestor, are you okay? Grand Ancestor, don't scare me. Xianxia Grand Ancestor, save True Water Grand Ancestor. Go, activate the Cloud Sea Array. Xianxia Grand Ancestor could not care less about Lin Xian. He took True Water Grand Ancestor and quickly flew into the depths of the clan. The surrounding elders also scattered in all directions. In the next moment, they struck out beams of terrifying light, and the Cloud Sea Array was activated. A sea of clouds appeared, and the two quasi-emperors entered. The power of the Sea of Clouds enveloped True Water Grand Ancestor. Don't worry, you will be fine when you return to the clan. Xianxia Grand Ancestor said in a deep voice. When the power he struck entered True Water Grand Ancestor's body, his body trembled, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Damn it, what's going on? No effect? Open up the treasury and take out everything you have. As soon as the order was given, one after another, pills, herbs, and treasures were taken out. However, True Water Grand Ancestor laughed bitterly. He was very weak. He said, "It's useless. Don't waste resources. I am poisoned." There was no cure for the poison of the Great Path. It could only be cured by the power of time. Perhaps if I am cured, I will fall below the level of a quasi-emperor. True Water Grand Ancestor was sad, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. He had lived for countless years to achieve his current cultivation, but he was injured. From now on, his cultivation could not improve any further. He might not even be able to maintain his cultivation as a quasi-emperor. The poison of the Great Path was terrifying. Do nothing? Impossible. Xianxia Grand Ancestor roared at the sky, as if he had gone mad. Who did this to you? How despicable. The surrounding members of the Water Clan also knelt on the ground, their eyes red from crying. Was there no hope for their Grand Ancestor? On the other side of the sky, Lin Xian stood there, frowning. The poison of the Great Path. He had heard that the Dragon Prince had been poisoned by the poison of the Great Path. He had almost died back then. Back then, the Thousand Dragon Court had used an extreme weapon to attack the spirit domain. They had used the Divine Tree of Life to save the Dragon Prince. One could imagine how difficult it was to cure the poison of the Great Path even for an emperor clan. The current Shuiyun clan was terrifying, and they had two quasi-emperors. However, it was difficult to cure the poison of the Great Path. No use. No use. Damn it. What should I do? Patriarch Heavenly Water was going crazy. The people from the other clans were also terrified. Could it be that one of their ancestors was going to fall? He was a boundary emperor. If he died, it would be more terrifying than the sky falling. Patriarch Heavenly Water opened his eyes and said weakly. It was useless. If they wanted to cure the poison of the Great Tao, they would have to enter the depths of the deity ground and obtain some treasures. Patriarch Heavenly Water sighed. Although he was a boundary emperor, they were from the chosen immortal clan. However, the area they were in now was not the core area. They did not dare to enter the core area. It was too scary. Who was the detestable one? Who was it that injured you? If they could find the enemy, they might be able to find the antidote. Patriarch Heavenly Water roared. He was most worried about the people in the core area of the deity ground. However, Patriarch Heavenly Water shook his head. It was the dragon race. The dragon race? He frowned. There was no dragon race in the chosen immortal clan. They came from the outside universe. Patriarch Heavenly Water was even more shocked. How could you enter a dragon race from the outside universe? Could it be the Great Emperor clan? That's right. They had extreme weapons. I was poisoned when I was escaping. Damn it. Was it the Emperor clan? Patriarch Heavenly Water gritted his teeth. He had no other choice. The Great Emperor clan was not in the deity ground but in the outside universe. However, it was still a terrifying existence. They might not be afraid in terms of strength. However, they would be helpless if they had extreme weapons. Lin Xian was also stunned. The dragon race? Extreme weapons? You mean the Thousand Dragons Court, you know. Patriarch Heavenly Water was stunned. How did you know? Could it be that you are not from the deity ground? Are you from the outside universe as well? He was indeed suspicious because the emperors and elders of his clan were also at a loss. After all, the deity ground only descended once in countless years. They knew too little about the outside world. Only boundary emperors like them knew some information. The others did not know much. They only knew that the people from the outside universe were ants and trash. Apart from a few great emperor clans that they couldn't afford to offend, the others weren't enough. But now, the young man in front of them could easily say the name of the emperor race, shocking them. In other words, the other party came from a small universe. The others gasped. That was impossible. Didn't they say that the people from Little Cosmos were all trash? How could he be so powerful? That's right, he's still a young man. Has the small universe outside become so terrifying? Was this person the Emperor clan's emperor's son? In their opinion, only such a bloodline could be so heaven-defying. Lin Xian ignored him and walked forward, stopping in front of the two patriarchs. She asked in a low voice, I'm asking you if it's the 10,000 Dragons Court. He frowned. That shouldn't be the case. The 10,000 Dragons Empire had already been destroyed by him. Back then, the strongest expert, Long Mu, had been killed by him. The remaining saint ancestors and saint kings had all perished as well. Only a few kings and saints remained. How could such a person rise up in such a short time? Even if the celestial ground descended and everyone broke through, everyone would be like dragons. It was impossible for them to injure a boundary emperor, so he was very confused. It seemed that there were other opportunities in the 10,000 Dragons Court. He had to figure it out. After all, both sides were enemies. Would the 10,000 Dragons Court attack the gods? What do you want to do? Patriarch Xianxia was also facing a great enemy. After all, this kid was very powerful. Get lost, he shouted angrily and struck out with his palm. However, Lin Xian blocked it. The demon god's palm blocked the other party's attack. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He stared at Xianxia. Patriarch Xianxia said. It should be the 10,000 Dragons Court. The leader was a woman who was very strong and had reached the boundary emperor realm. His entire body was sealed in ice by divine crystals, as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep. Beside him was a tall man who was also a boundary emperor. Other than that, the remaining people were weaker. There were 4 women in the lead. Lin Xian was even more confused. He originally thought that it was related to the Dragon Emperor, but now it seemed that he couldn't figure it out. Moreover, this woman had just woken up. Was she also an ancient living fossil? De Long said, she might be the Dragon Queen. Dragon Queen? Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that the Dragon Emperor's wife was still alive? De Long sent a voice transmission. Legend had it that the Dragon Queen had not died but had been sealed by the Dragon Emperor. That was why she was still alive. It was very likely. Was it another person who had been sealed and had just woken up? Lin Xian frowned. What exactly was the Dragon Emperor planning? He had even sealed his wife and son. Could it be for the descent of the deity ground? His expression turned ugly. The Dragon Emperor's wife was extremely terrifying among the boundary emperors. She even knew many of the Dragon Emperor's secrets and could even use some of the Dragon Emperor's methods. He guessed that the tall man beside her should be the 7th Dragon General. After all, he was the only dragon race boundary emperor that he knew of. Then, would the remaining 6 dragon generals be summoned as well? Once they were summoned, the 10,000 Dragons Court would be too strong and the Divine Union would be in danger. No, it seemed that the Divine Union lacked the power of a boundary emperor. Now, only Lin Xian had the power of a boundary emperor. The others did not have it yet. It was too dangerous. He had to find a few boundary emperors to form an alliance. In the next instant, he looked at the 2 quasi-emperor ancestors in front of him and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Damned brat, what are you smiling about? Are you mocking us? Gloating, Xianxia was instantly enraged. He stood up with a murderous aura around him. Lin Xian said. Do you want to live? I can save him. What? Xianxia was stunned when he heard this. Ancestor True Water also opened his eyes abruptly. A look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. When he took a closer look at this young man, he sighed. Even boundary emperors like them had no solution. Would this young man have a solution? This brat was spouting nonsense. You are toying with me. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian shook his head. I am serious. I really have a way to save him. Tianshui frowned when he saw Lin Xian's serious expression. Are you sure? This brat in front of him was indeed very strange. Perhaps he had a solution. He said, what do you want? If you can save him, you can choose any immortal technique. I don't need any immortal technique. I just want to save him. I want the two of you. What? The two old ancestors were stunned. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with an aura of disdain. I want the two of you to respect me. You are courting death. The surrounding Shuiyun tribe members were completely enraged when they heard this. The old ancestor respected him? What a joke. Was he looking down on their Shuiyun tribe? Boundary Emperor Tianshui's expression also darkened. He was furious and murderous. Lin Xian was not angry at all when he saw how angry the people around him were. He smiled and said, I can understand. It's hard for a boundary emperor to lower his head to a divine ancestor. But what if I'm stronger than you? What did you say? You? Boundary Emperor Tianshui was furious. Kid, you've gone too far. Lin Xian said, come on, it seems like you want to fight. Let's fight. He won't die anytime soon. I'll save him after I defeat you. I'll make both of you convinced. Lin Xian waved his hand and rose into the air, standing above the 9 heavens. Boundary Emperor Tianshui also flew into the sky. He said, all right, let's see how you can be so arrogant. Below, the people of the Shuiyun clan roared, kill him, Patriarch. Patriarch, he's too arrogant. Teach him a lesson. Roars of anger could be heard one after another. Shui Yanru's face was also pale. He was completely stunned. Lin Gongzi dared to challenge the Patriarch. Was it really okay? He started to worry about Lin Xian's safety. Lin Xian waved his hand in the sky. The true water sword technique flew out and turned into 5 true water swords. It carried the power of using softness to overcome hardness, and instantly, it moved forward like a chain to bind him. Damn it. Patriarch Tianshui was furious. Let me show you what a true immortal technique is. He also used the true water sword technique. The two collided and shattered Lin Xian's true water sword technique. Great, Patriarch is mighty. Haha, I told you, he's no match for Patriarch. In an instant, Patriarch Tianshui gained the upper hand. The people of the Shuiyun clan were extremely happy. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead meat. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Just as I thought. The reason why he used the true water sword technique was to test the difference between the divine fire seed and the immortal chi seed. It seemed that the immortal chi seed cultivated all its power. However, he did not only know immortal techniques but also divine powers. With the help of the divine fire seed, he was able to unleash the full power of his abhijna. Therefore, Lin Xian smiled and said, immortal techniques? Very good. I'll have a good taste of the true immortal techniques. As soon as he finished speaking, countless bolts of lightning appeared beneath his feet. Shadowless heaven's net. His speed was extremely fast as he charged forward. He punched out, and the golden sun shone brilliantly, rolling between heaven and earth. Countless amounts of water evaporated. What a terrifying flame power! Patriarch True Water was shocked when he sensed this power. Although he was injured and poisoned, he could still feel it. The young man in front of him was absolutely terrifying. He even started to worry for the Heavenly Water Patriarch. Ancestor Tianshui roared furiously. Heavenly Water Art. He quickly attacked, and his long saber fell like the Milky Way. It wanted to split Lin Xian in half. However, Lin Xian's speed was really too fast. For a moment, all he slashed were illusions. Lin Xian said, you should experience a true peerless theurgy. He struck out with his palm, drawing a large black seal. Demonic God Seal. It covered the sky and covered the earth. Everywhere it passed, the light of heavenly water was shattered. The two collided, and the saber light in the sky disappeared. Lin Xian was like a demonic god, stepping in all directions. He said, "Your strength is only so. Heavenly Water was stunned. He realized that this young man's aura had changed, becoming extremely mysterious. His aura was even somewhat similar to his. It was just similar, but not the same. Especially when he heard the words, peerless theurgy, his pupils shrank. Could it be that you're cultivating the divine fire seed? That was impossible. Firstly, the divine fire seed was very rare. More importantly, even if one had the divine fire seed, one would be a boundary emperor. The other party was only a divine ancestor. How could he have such power? He was really crazy. Lin Xian said. There are many things you don't know. He continued to attack, opening and closing. He used all the demonic emperor's peerless theurgy. Damn it, so what if it's a peerless theurgy? My immortal techniques are definitely not weaker than yours. The two fought again, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 50 moves. At this moment, the demonic chi on Lin Xian's body condensed. In front of him, it formed a black guqin. Demonic song, demonic overture. With a clang, the guqin exploded, and the overture began. Demonic music surrounded them, as if a true demon was attacking. It roared in the ancient past. Everyone felt their souls tremble, and they all knelt on the ground. This young man was really too powerful. The Heavenly Water Patriarch's expression also changed. The Heavenly Water law on his body was constantly shattering. This power could threaten him. Damn it. The Heavenly Water Battle Armor's law condensed, forming a battle armor that surrounded him. At the same time, the long saber in his hand merged. Heavenly Water Saber, this saber was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed out loud. The demonic song moved the universe. The sound of the guqin changed again, bringing with it a terrifying killer aura that shattered the 9 heavens. The entire Heavenly Water tribe shook violently, and endless cracks spread in all directions. The Heavenly Water Patriarch's expression finally changed. Not good. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. She was sent flying by this power. The battle armor on her body shattered, and her body was also torn apart. She fell from the sky while vomiting blood. Patriarch. The people who were watching from below went crazy. Their patriarch was actually injured. Defeated. Defeated by a young man. Impossible. These people were dumbfounded. When the Heavenly Water Patriarch saw this, he sighed. It was just as he had guessed. Heavenly Water Patriarch was defeated, but he also had hope. Because the stronger this young man was, the truer his words were. Perhaps he could really save her. You have lost. Are you convinced? Lin Xian looked ahead and said in a low voice. The Heavenly Water Patriarch's mind was in a daze. She had never thought that she would lose to a young man. And it was such a thorough defeat. She gritted her teeth, unwilling to admit defeat. But at this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's body. Within the vortex, an extremely terrifying aura exploded. Sensing this aura, the Heavenly Water Patriarch's expression changed. Extreme aura. Although their family did not have any extreme weapons, they were the most sensitive to extreme aura. This was an aura comparable to that of an emperor. It could instantly suppress them. It made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. This young man had an extreme weapon in his hand. This meant that it was not impossible for him to kill her. At the thought of this, she begged for mercy, young master. I admit defeat. The crowd was in an uproar. They had not expected their patriarch to yield. This was like a dream to them. Shui Yanru was also stunned. The young man who had saved her was actually more powerful than their patriarch. This was really unbelievable. Lu Qianzhong was so frightened that he knelt on the ground. Lin Xian said. Then do you respect me? The Heavenly Water Patriarch became extremely respectful. He bowed deeply. From now on, he would respect young master. Young master, please save my senior sister. All right. Lin Xian laughed heartily. After subduing 2 boundary emperors, the divine union would become stronger. At that time, so what if the Dragon Queen was revived? Lin Xian's eyes emitted a terrifying radiance as he looked at the Heavenly Water Patriarch. True Water Ancestor said weakly. As long as young master can heal my injuries, I am willing to respect young master. Lin Xian nodded. He said, wait a moment. I'll recover and treat you tomorrow. Lin Xian was respectfully invited by the ancestor into a large hall. Countless treasures were presented. He also warned that no one was to disturb him. After Lin Xian entered, he sat down cross-legged and set up an array. He prepared to enter the sword world. He had no way to treat the poison of the great Tao, but there was an antidote in the sword world. De Long had already told him that a few fruits could cure the injuries of the great Tao, so Lin Xian only needed to find them for the other party to consume. Entering the sword world again, it became even more mysterious than before. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure when he entered. He was surprised and continued to walk inside. Lin Xian even swallowed 2 fruits on the way, causing the power of his divine fire to become even more terrifying. Lin Xian felt that he was an extremely terrifying existence among the 4 champions. He was not far from breaking through to become a quasi-emperor. However, before that, Lin Xian did not plan to completely break through and become a quasi-emperor. He wanted to condense the immortal Qi seed first, and then break through to become even stronger. Although the sword world had become mysterious, there were not many fruits. Lin Xian picked another one and gave it to Little White. Basically, he could not find it even if he looked into the distance. Fortunately, he found a pitch-black leaf in the end. This leaf was as big as a millstone. After Lin Xian picked it, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. This could cure the other party's poison of the great Tao. After cultivating in the sword world for another half a day, Lin Xian came out. The next day, the Heavenly Water Ancestor arrived early and waited outside the hall. He was nervous and perturbed, but he did not dare to disturb Lin Xian, so he could only be extremely anxious. At this time, the door to the hall opened. The Heavenly Water Ancestor suddenly raised his head. When he saw Xianxia, he said, "Young master, is that enough?" Lin Xian was shocked. "You're up really early." However, he also knew that the safety of a quasi-emperor was extremely important to a family. He nodded and said, "It's about time. Lead the way." Soon, they arrived at the Sea of Clouds again. At this moment, all the elders were waiting there. When they saw Lin Xian, their bodies trembled, especially 8th elder. He walked over and knelt down. "Young master, please spare my life. I offended young master before, please punish me." Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Forget it, you may leave." He was now an ancestor, so he didn't care about other people. "Thank you, young master. In the future, I will definitely go through water and tread on fire for young master." The 8th elder was extremely grateful. Originally, he thought that he was going to die. Who would have thought that the young master would be so magnanimous? The young master had arrived. Within the Sea of Clouds, Patriarch True Water opened his eyes. Her beautiful face was pale and bloodless. She was probably extremely weak and did not have much strength left. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out the black leaf. He said, "Eat it." When he saw the black leaf, Patriarch True Water was stunned. He examined it carefully, and then his expression was extremely strange. "Why did it feel like the leaf was filled with poison?" Lin Xian said. "Why? Don't you believe me?" Patriarch True Water said, "I'm already so injured. Can it get worse?" "I believe young master." She took the black leaf and swallowed it bit by bit. In the next moment, her body shook, and her entire body turned black. She kept spitting out black blood. Everyone was on guard. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was calm and at ease. Her condition would improve in 3 days. Everyone waited patiently for 3 days. They realized that Patriarch True Water's face was no longer pale, and she could even stand up. "She's really fine. Thank you, young master." Patriarch True Water came to Lin Xian and bowed deeply. From now on, young master would be the leader. There was no choice. Lin Xian's methods were too mysterious, and he was extremely strong. Following such a person, they might have a chance to soar into the sky. "Don't worry. When I need you guys," Lin Xian nodded. Then he said, "Yes. You don't want revenge? Tell me in detail about the 10,000 Dragon Court." young master, this way please. The two boundary emperors invited Lin Xian in, and then they discussed in the main hall. It turned out that True Water had gone out to look for opportunities. He also knew that the deity ground had descended. Not only could people from the outside enter, but some places in the deity ground would be opened as well. Indeed, some places that were originally sealed were opened. There was a place that was very mysterious. Legend had it that when the moon was full, the moon palace would appear in the sky. Hence, Patriarch True Water waited there. He did not expect to meet people from the 10,000 Dragon Court. Both sides had a conflict, and in the end, he was injured and fled. Moon Palace? Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Patriarch True Water said. That was a very mysterious place in the deity ground. Legend had it that it was related to the Moon Immortal. Of course, there was an even older legend related to the Moon Immortal. But no matter what, it was an extremely mysterious place. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Gods and immortals were related, interesting. Such a place was filled with great opportunities. He would not miss it. She asked about the Moon Palace and prepared to head there. Young master, the Moon Palace opens on the night of the full moon. There is still some time. I heard that young master was looking for an immortal technique. We are willing to give young master another one. Patriarch True Water brought Lin Xian to the Xiantian stone tablet to look at the heavenly water art. Lin Xian memorized it and nodded. Thank you. You guys can recover here first. When it is time for revenge, I will look for you. Thank you, young master. The two boundary emperors respectfully sent Lin Xian away. Lin Xian got the immortal technique just in case. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and Xueqi would definitely become boundary emperors in the future. However, he did not know whether he would walk the divine path or the immortal path. Hence, he prepared some immortal techniques. There was no harm in it. Moreover, he could cultivate on his own. After leaving the Shuiyun clan, Lin Xian headed to the Moon Palace. Along the way, he walked and comprehended, feeling the mysterious power of the deity ground. Just like that, Lin Xian started on the path of cultivation. However, a few days later, Lin Xian stopped. He heard the sound of battle ahead. There were people, and he saw the illusion of an immortal king. It was the Yi clan. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian charged forward. Yi Ying's face was pale and his eyes were filled with anger. Damn it, they were attacked. The Yi clan chose a direction and there were no other great emperor clans on the way. The Yi clan was divided into many teams, and Yi Ying was one of them. They were scouting nearby. However, a day ago, they met an enemy, a terrifying enemy. The other party was a boundary emperor. They could not resist such a person at all, so they were prepared to retreat. However, they did not expect that the other party would not let them go. Damn it, the Yi clan is a great emperor clan. Do you really want to be enemies with us? The great emperor's family? That's even better. All of you have fragments of the great emperor's bloodline in your veins, right? Although it's not much, it's better than nothing. Hand over your bloodline obediently and I can give you a quick death. An extremely cold voice came from the void, making everyone's scalp tingle. Damn it, how dare you have designs on our bloodline? Yi Ying's eyes were red. We'd rather die than submit, they fought their way out of the encirclement. With an angry roar, the people of the Yi family quickly flew in all directions. Still want to run? It's useless. Go to hell. A sneer came from the sky, followed by endless black fog that covered the sky and earth. It completely enveloped the entire space. Heaven and earth turned dark in an instant. They couldn't even see their own fingers. Some of the people of the Yi family were instantly deprived of their bloodline. They turned into white bones and fell to the ground. No. Yi Ying was in despair. Could it be that all of them were going to die here? At this moment, the void was suddenly split open. A huge crack tore the darkness apart. Sunlight shone in. In the next moment, a sun bloomed between heaven and earth. Flames fell and swept in all directions. Someone helped us again. The people of the Yi family looked up. The face of the quasi-emperor in the sky darkened. Who is it? You're courting death. How dare you meddle in my affairs? Everyone turned their heads to look. They saw a man walking over. This person was like a sun war god. Lin Gongzi, it's you. Ying was overjoyed when he saw him. Although he wasn't a member of the Yi family, he was a friend of the Yi family. This was Lin Wudi. They hurriedly ran over and said, Lin Gongzi, please save us. They were well aware of Lin Xian's strength. Hence, they saw hope. Don't worry, no one can hurt you with me around. Lin Xian said. The Yi family had always been Lin Xian's friends. How could Lin Xian ignore them? I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be a young child. You want to fight against me? The black fog in front of them filled the air. Then, an old figure appeared. This was an elder dressed in black robes. His face was gloomy and cold, and his entire body was extremely skinny, as if he was a dried corpse. His body carried an extremely terrifying aura that made one's scalp go numb. Brat, do you know the consequences of offending a quasi-emperor? Scram, Lin Xian said coldly. The old man's pupils constricted. You're the first person who dares to speak to me like that. I'll let you have a taste of what it means to wish you were dead. Kaiser Blood raised his head abruptly, his eyes turning blood red. In the next moment, he rushed over. Two streaks of mist danced in the air and turned into two ghostly claws, grabbing down from the air. Young master, be careful. He is a quasi-emperor. Ying and the others hurriedly reminded him. Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was a quasi-emperor? He took a step forward, and the flames on his body instantly turned into a sword chi that slashed forward. With a clang, the ghost claw was split into two halves. Damn it, he was actually able to block it. Kaiser Blood's expression changed. Was this young man a boundary emperor? He checked carefully, but he realized that he was not. Just as he was puzzled, Lin Xian had already rushed to the sky and arrived in front of him. A golden fist punched out. A thunderous sound rang out, hitting Kaiser Blood's body. Kaiser Blood's blood was boiling. He looked up to the sky and roared. You're courting death. His sharp claws continued to attack Lin Xian in close combat. When the two collided, Lin Xian frowned slightly. Kaiser Blood's body was shriveled, but his physique was extremely strong. Moreover, his body was extremely cold, as if he was a dead man. He was indeed strange. Brat, you're really courting death to compete with me in terms of physique. Kaiser Blood sneered and attacked again. He was very confident in his physique. This was because he had once absorbed the bloodlines of countless powerhouses, and then condensed this body. It was definitely incomparably powerful. The brat in front of him would not be able to defeat his physique at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian raise his hand and a ray of sword chi gathered. It was useless. Kaiser Blood snorted and punched out again. However, this time, he screamed in pain. He retreated. His arm was split open. This sword had broken through his defense. How was this possible? Kaiser Blood was going crazy. Lin Xian sneered. Azure sword technique. He stabbed out 5 times in a row, piercing through Kaiser Blood's body. Kaiser Blood was injured. His blood dyed the sky red. At the same time, he was even more shocked. This brat in front of him was so strange. He escaped. He did not continue fighting. He turned and ran. He turned into ghost fog and floated in all directions. Lin Xian snorted and did not chase him. He still had to rush to the Moon Palace. The Yi family members were shocked. Was he defeated? That was a boundary emperor. Just like that, Lin Xian was easily defeated. They knew that Lin Xian was powerful and wanted to use Lin Xian's heaven-devouring jar to defeat a boundary emperor. However, Lin Xian did not use any supreme Dao weapon at all. He had defeated a quasi-emperor with his own strength. Oh heavens, has Lin Wudi's strength reached such a terrifying level? They were shocked. Ying and the others bowed to Lin Gongzi, thanking him for saving their lives. Lin Xian nodded. That guy would not dare to come back. Be careful from now on. With that, he rose into the air and flew into the distance. Ying and the others looked up enviously. When would they be as strong as Lin Gongzi? Don't think about it. I think he's already a boundary emperor. Even our saint, Yi Wudao, is no match for him. These people sighed and then left. The mountain range where the Moon Palace was located was called Moon Mountain. However, as the celestial land descended into the small world, the ceiling formation was also activated. Many people were already flashing around. However, the night of the full moon had not arrived yet, so they could not enter the Moon Palace. At this moment, some people stopped nearby. Lin Xian also came to Moon Mountain. He looked around, his eyes flashing. He opened his rinnegan. He could feel the extraordinariness of this mountain range. He could even sense an even more mysterious aura above the 9 heavens. However, it was too ethereal. Even with his current rinnegan, he could not completely lock onto it. It was indeed terrifying. It should be the aura of the Moon Palace. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Perhaps he could obtain a great fortune in the Moon Palace. It would be best if he could condense an immortal chi seed. This way, his strength would increase. At that time, it would not be a problem for him to challenge the 6-dan king. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked to the left. There seemed to be the essence of the moon in Moon Mountain. The plants, stones, and some monsters that grew here all had the information of the moon. It belonged to the yin of yin and yang. After Lin Xian walked over, a yin-yang image appeared under his feet. It seemed to have merged with the great path. This place was indeed extraordinary. Lin Xian sighed. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from ahead. "It's you, kid." Hearing this voice, Lin Xian also turned his head. When he saw the other party, he smiled. "So it's you guys. Why are you here to pay respects to your ancestors again? Damn kid, you're courting death." These people were none other than Blood Sword and the rest. When they saw Lin Xian, they immediately gritted their teeth. Because last time, they all knelt down to Lin Xian. This was unacceptable to them. They swore that they would kill him when they saw him. They didn't expect this kid to come to Moon Mountain. This was a good opportunity. "Sixth uncle, it's him. It's this kid. We must capture him." The people of the Blazing Fire tribe were also roaring crazily. Their eyes were red. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked out. He squinted his eyes and said, "Last time, it was him who made you guys kneel." "That's right, sixth uncle. This kid has a ring in his hand. It's the Blazing Sun ring that was lost for more than 10,000 years. I don't know where he picked it up from. We must get it back. This is something that belongs to us. We can't let this despicable person be so arrogant." Voices came one after another. That middle-aged man had a square face. His eyes were like copper bells, filled with flames. His hair was like a fire python that kept dancing. It even coiled around his body. It was extremely terrifying. This Moon Mountain didn't only have the Blazing Fire tribe. There were other figures. They were also here to investigate the Moon Palace. At this moment, when these people saw from afar, they were all shocked. Heavens, that's the Blazing Fire tribe, right? Is someone courting death and challenging the Blazing Fire tribe? It's just a young man. Who is this person? Which family is he from? The surrounding people were discussing, but they realized that they didn't know him at all. But when the middle-aged man walked out, they all exclaimed, "Blazing Demon!" "It's actually him," an old man exclaimed. After hearing this, the others sucked in a breath of cold air. "What? The Blazing Fire tribe's demon hunter? I heard that he's extremely terrifying. Is he back?" This demon hunter was extremely terrifying. It was said that in order to break through, he attacked crazily and challenged the 10 great families alone. He killed many experts of the 10 great families. In the end, the 10 great families were enraged and sent countless experts to kill him. There were hundreds of experts there, but they were all killed by the demon hunter. Their blood was red. The 9 heavens turned into azure hell. Ever since that battle, the major clans were completely terrified and didn't dare to make a move again. However, this was already something that happened more than 1,000 years ago. In the past 1,000 years, the other party had been cultivating in seclusion. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Right now, the other party was only one step away from Quasi-Emperor. More importantly, this person was very young, less than 3,000 years old. Becoming a quasi-emperor at this age meant that his future was limitless. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying existences in the Mesozoic era. Now that he wanted to make a move, how could this young man in front of him possibly withstand it? The people of the Raging Fire tribe also laughed loudly. With their sixth uncle making a move, the other party would definitely die. A figure appeared on a nearby mountain peak. It was a woman with a pair of pure white wings on her back. They fluttered gently, making her look like an angel. He squinted his eyes and said, "Young man, run quickly. You are no match for him." Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at the man. Was he that powerful? Since he was not even a quasi-emperor, he should be trash. Hearing this, the woman with white wings was also stunned. As for the people of the Raging Fire tribe, they were even more stunned. Quasi-emperor? Do you think quasi-emperors are cabbages in the celestial land? They were also extremely terrifying existences. Their sixth uncle was not even 3,000 years old. He could be said to be very young. Moreover, he was very close to becoming a quasi-emperor. He could definitely become one at the age of 3,000. This was an extremely young quasi-emperor. His future was limitless. How dare this kid look down on him? Stupid thing, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have the blazing sun ring. This time, we will not hesitate to make a move. Blood Sword and the others also roared crazily. You people, are you not going to follow the rules of your ancestors? In that case, I won't be polite. Lin Xian walked out and said. You are called sixth uncle, right? If you obediently kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, I will spare you. Otherwise, I will let you know the taste of despair. The demon hunter in front was also angry. He snorted coldly. Kid, no one dares to challenge me. Even a quasi-emperor would place great importance on me. Just you alone, I will give you a chance. Attack me with all your strength. Otherwise, you are dead. However, Lin Xian shook his head. To deal with you, I don't need to attack. One look is enough to kill you. Arrogant, he is really too arrogant. The spectators all shook their heads and sighed. This brat was too reckless. Does he really not know who a demon hunter is? Fiery Demon's face also darkened. Good kid, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Demon Fire Palm. His palm stretched out with black flames. It was like the flames of the demon world. He slapped forward. This aura was really terrifying. It was very close to that of a quasi-emperor. The spectators felt their scalps go numb. Being targeted by such a person, the outcome would be very tragic. However, Lin Xian stood there and did not move at all. This kid was scared silly. Of course, how could he be a match for his sixth uncle? The fiery demon race sneered. In the sky. The lady from the flying feather race shook her head and sighed. What a pity. You are quite handsome. I wanted to save you, but you are brainless. Demon Hunter sneered. Looks like his clansmen were frightened by Blazing Sun's ring the last time. This time, he would attack without hesitation. He would kill his opponent and take back the Blazing Sun ring. At the thought of this, the demon fire on his palm became even more terrifying. However, at this moment, Lin Xian moved. He did not make any extra movements. He just glanced forward. Reincarnation, soul snatching. Buzz, Demon Hunter's palm stopped in midair. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why isn't sixth uncle attacking? Does he not want to attack? Is he softening his heart? Impossible. Sixth uncle must be playing a game of cat and mouse. He wants to play me to death. Voices rang out one after another. At this moment, sixth uncle's face became incomparably ugly. What's going on? What kind of eye is that? At this moment, the scenery around him disappeared and was replaced by an eye. An eye that was filled with the power of reincarnation was looking down at him like a god. He felt that he could not move at all. It was not that he did not want to attack, but that he could not. He felt that his soul was being mercilessly crushed by a hand. In the end, he screamed as his soul was torn apart and he was sent flying. Boom, a violent explosion rang out as the void shattered. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this scene. Sixth uncle was sent flying. He was injured. Damn it. What did that kid do? Why didn't they see anything? The spectators were all stunned, their eyes and mouths agape. The world was silent except for sixth uncle's screams. The female from the Flying Feather clan narrowed her eyes. That was impossible. She thought that Lin Xian was dead for sure and sighed. It was a pity that such a handsome person died. But who would have thought that Lin Xian was unharmed and the one who was injured was Demon Hunter? What just happened? Did you see that? I don't know. It seemed that this kid was really injured after looking at the other party. What was that? Super eye technique? These people were crazy. Sixth uncle was even more shocked. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth. Who are you? He had dominated the world for more than 2,000 years. 1,000 years ago, he challenged hundreds of experts from the 10 great clans. But he still won. From then on, his reputation was unmatched. He was called the strongest person below the Boundary Emperor. He was the most promising person to become a Boundary Emperor before the age of 3,000. He was so terrifying. But now, he was defeated. He was defeated by an extremely young person in one move. He couldn't accept it. He had to know who the other party was. He guessed that it wasn't a young person. It was an old monster. A Boundary Emperor. But Lin Xian said, "You're too weak. Ants don't have the right to know who I am." Li Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. He was about to go crazy. The people from the Blazing Fire tribe felt their scalps go numb. They kept retreating. You want to leave? Kneel down. Lin Xian took out the blazing sun ring and put it on his finger. The people around were so angry that they vomited blood. They felt their bloodline being suppressed. Plop, plop. The people from the Blazing Fire tribe were all forced to kneel on the ground, their bodies trembling. When the others saw this, they all sucked in a cold breath. The Blazing Fire tribe was kneeling. Heavens, don't hit people in the face. Was he going to become the enemy of the Blazing Fire tribe? Shuijian was also trembling. His mother was from the Scorching Fire clan, and his father was from the Kaiser Blood clan. Therefore, she could be considered half a member of the Blazing Fire race. At this moment, he also gritted his teeth when he saw the scene. Brat, don't be arrogant. The Blazing Fire tribe has 3 quasi-emperors. This is not something you can imagine. You'd better let us go. Oh, really? So what if there were 3 quasi-emperors? Are you a quasi-emperor? If not, get down on your knees. With a furious roar, the blazing sun ring blossomed with radiance. Bloodsword was forced to kneel on the ground. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted. Damn it. Kneeling again, he was actually kneeling in front of the other party again. How could someone as prideful as him tolerate this? He roared madly as the law of strength erupted from his body. Damn it, my grandfather, the Blood Lord, is nearby. If he sees you treating me like this, he'll make you wish you were dead. Frenzied roars spread in all directions. When the surrounding people heard this, they all cried out in surprise. This was a blood sword, right? That's right, he was very strong, and his grandfather, Kaiser Blood, was also a quasi-emperor. His methods were cruel. No one who had offended them had ever been able to leave alive. They all lived a life worse than death. How dare this young man offend Kaiser Blood's grandson? Countless voices of discussion could be heard. At this moment, a roar came from afar. Who dares to hurt my grandson? The voice was filled with endless killing intent, causing the void to crack. The others gasped. Kaiser Blood was here. The people of the Raging Fire tribe also looked up at the sky. They saw hope. Bloodsword even laughed. Haha, kid, you're dead. My grandfather is here. My grandfather is a true quasi-emperor. I'll see how you die this time. He decided to take revenge and let his grandfather cripple this kid. Then, he would torture him for 1,000 years. He would make him wish he was dead. Kid, why aren't you running? The woman from the Flying Feather race sighed. She felt that Lin Xian was really too arrogant. He didn't even run when a quasi-emperor came. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Kaiser Blood? He was just a defeated opponent. It wasn't like he hadn't fought him before. Why would he run? Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face, causing everyone to be stunned. Could it be that this kid still had some trump card? Impossible. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't beat a quasi-emperor. That's right. Who does he think he is? Grandfather, I'm here. Kill this kid. He dares to bully me. I'll make him wish he was dead, Bloodsword quickly shouted. Dark clouds covered the sky, causing the entire sky to darken. The moon mountain was projected by the huge clouds. In the mountain range, many people trembled. A quasi-emperor had come. Heavens, it's Kaiser Blood, who is it? Offend him? I can feel his shocking killing intent. Grandson, don't be afraid. I'll capture him now. I'll cripple him. I'll let you torture him for thousands of years. An old man appeared in the sky. He looked like a zombie and stretched out a ghost claw. He grabbed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't attack at all. Instead, he turned his head and said, "You dare to attack me? Do you want to die?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. A young man dared to scold a quasi-emperor. He really didn't want to live. Kaiser Blood was also angry. Where did this ant come from? Did he want to die? But when he saw Lin Xian, his pupils constricted. His ghost claw stopped in the sky. The next moment, he widened his eyes with all his might, and his body began to tremble. Damn it! It's him. He realized that it wasn't anyone else. It was the young man he met when he attacked the Yi family. He had fought with Lin Xian before. In the end, he was beaten up by Lin Xian and was injured. He had just recovered from his injuries when he rushed over. He didn't expect to meet Lin Xian again. That damn grandson. Isn't this a trap, grandfather? Why aren't you attacking? Hurry up and attack. Grandpa, are you thinking of using some kind of method to torture him? I've already thought of it for you. First, use the blood spirit song to torture his soul. Then, use the blood sword to penetrate his organs. Finally, use the water of the blood god to break all his bones and make them rot. Kaiser Blood didn't attack when he heard that. Instead, he stopped. He landed and looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression on his face. Lin Xian smiled. Good, good. Old man, did you hear what your grandson said? You know what to do. Everyone was stunned. Was this guy asking for death? Kaiser Blood took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Lin Xian. He cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Lin Xian. Greetings, young master. The people around them went crazy. Many of them knelt on the ground. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground. Oh my heavens, what was going on? The great Kaiser Blood was greeting a young man. Did this young man have a powerful background? Who exactly was he? Countless exclamations and discussions rang out, and the people of the Raging Flame tribe were even more confused. They felt as if they had fallen into an abyss. Bloodsword was even more confused. Grandfather, what are you doing? He's just a useless ant. Hurry up and kill him. Kaiser Blood frowned even more. His grandson didn't know what was good for him. He didn't dare to resist. He could only say, my grandson doesn't know his place and has offended young master. Please punish him. The people around him went crazy. A member of the blood race was being so humble. Lin Xian said, how should I punish him? Your grandson has already said so. Do as he says. No? Hearing this, Bloodsword screamed crazily. That was a method that made one wish they were dead. He did not want to take it. Grandpa, you can't do this. I'm your favorite grandson. However, the blood race's face was cold. He bowed to thank young master for not killing him. Then, he turned around and attacked Bloodsword. His hand turned into a sharp sword and pierced through Bloodsword's organs. Then, he broke all the bones in his body. Bloodsword fainted like a dead dog. The surrounding members of the Raging Flame tribe also sucked in a cold breath. Bloodsword was tortured to such a state. They were kowtowing non-stop. Young master, please spare us. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Get lost. Kaiser Blood waved his sleeve and sent the people of the blazing fire race flying. They were like kites with broken strings. They spat out blood and flew into the distance. Young master, please don't be angry. Kaiser Blood smiled at the side. Lin Xian said, tell me, how much do you know about the Moon Palace? Right now, Lin Xian truly did not care about those ants. Kaiser Blood told him everything he knew about the Moon Palace. Lin Xian frowned slightly when he heard that. He was not very satisfied. Kaiser Blood's face changed. Young master, I didn't lie to you. The Moon Palace was too mysterious. This area was sealed. No one could enter. It's not easy to know this. Alright. Looks like I have to search for it myself. Lin Xian found a place to sit down and waited for the full moon. The people in the surrounding area left. Lin Xian was too shocking. Even a boundary emperor did not dare to offend him. They did not dare to offend such a young man. Kaiser Blood found a place far away from Lin Xian and sat down cross-legged. Everyone was waiting. Soon, the full moon was coming. Everyone became excited. At this moment, the entire Moon Mountain was filled with experts. Boundary emperors could be seen everywhere. Other than that, there were also quadruple crown kings and triple crown kings. Lin Xian sighed in amazement. As expected of the celestial land. In the outside world, the Triple Crown champion was atop existence. Quasi-emperors were even more supreme overlords. But in this place, it seemed to be very ordinary. But he also knew that the celestial land was extremely mysterious. Its power and immortal chi far surpassed that of the outside universe. Therefore, it was understandable that there were many experts here. In addition to these chosen immortal race, Lin Xian also detected some familiar auras. Very clearly, the people from the Emperor clan also came. Night gradually fell. A full moon rose into the sky, illuminating the 9 heavens. Everyone became excited. In the moonlight, a phantom appeared. Illusory images of palaces appeared, shocking everyone. They all sucked in a breath of cold air. It really was the Moon Palace. Lin Xian also looked up at the sky. His Rinnegan was shining brightly. It was so mysterious, as if it had descended from another world. Its spatial techniques were so terrifying. Lin Xian guessed that the origin of the Moon Palace was definitely extraordinary. It was very likely to be related to a certain emperor. Perhaps there was the power he needed inside. The other quasi-emperors also stood up one after another. Although the celestial land was mysterious and powerful and had many quasi-emperors, there were still very few emperors. The goal of these quasi-emperors was to become emperors, so they would not miss the Moon Palace. Buzz, an illusory image danced in the air, directly charging towards the 9 heavens. It was a black shadow, a bat that had reached the cultivation of the quadruple crown champion. The old man sneered. Everyone, I'll go first. The shadow bat was very fast. The others were angry. How dare you? You're courting death. They roared one after another. However, at this moment, a scream came from the sky. When the shadow bat approached the Moon Palace, its body actually turned into nothingness. No, it turned around and wanted to escape. But it was useless. In an instant, it turned transparent and disappeared. What's going on? Is it dead? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Moon Palace was too terrifying. Some quasi-emperors sneered. Foolish. The Moon Palace was still an illusion and had not truly descended. The spatial energy above was extremely terrifying. If they went in now, they would be courting death. The one who said this was the Gu clan's quasi-emperor, Elder Gu Shao. They were the clearest about spatial energy. Hence, they did not act rashly. When the others heard this, they also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was impossible to snatch the initiative. They could only wait patiently. Everyone started to wait. Not long after, a rumbling sound came from the sky. The ground trembled, and the void shook as if it was about to split open. Everyone's hearts sank. Even the quasi-emperors were on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. Their bloodlines froze. Lin Xian also stood up and looked into the distance. An expert was coming. Furthermore, it was an extremely terrifying quasi-emperor. Everyone saw an illusory image appear in the sky. This figure was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, he was jumping over. With every step he took, the entire space shook as if it was about to shatter. What was that? Looking at the mountain-like figure, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian used the samsara eye to take a look and was also stunned. He realized that it was a rabbit. It was very huge. Rumor had it that some time ago, the sun turned into the golden crow ancestor, and the moon turned into a jade rabbit that jumped away. Lin Xian had already fought the golden crow ancestor and defeated him. Could that jade rabbit be the one in front of them? This was a moon. It was probably at the level of the golden crow ancestor. The others also exclaimed. It was a quasi-emperor, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Could this rabbit be related to the legendary jade rabbit of the Moon Palace? Countless voices of discussion and exclamation sounded. The jade rabbit came nearby. Its tall body seemed to be even larger than the Moon Mountain. It stood between heaven and earth, looking up at the Moon Palace. It seemed to be crying. It was crying. Her tears rolled down like the Milky Way piercing through the 9 heavens. Everyone's scalps went numb. It was too terrifying. A single tear of a quasi-emperor could crush a saint. After the jade rabbit came, it did not take action. Instead, it waited. In the latter half of the night, the Moon Palace was very solid. It was as if it had really descended into the sky. Buzz. The jade rabbit's body swayed, and its huge body directly jumped forward. The void beneath its feet shattered, and a large crack spread. Everyone retreated. However, their eyes were wide open. The jade rabbit took the lead. Was there any danger this time? They watched as the jade rabbit jumped directly into the Moon Palace and disappeared. It went in. Nothing happened, that's enough. Hurry up and charge. The surrounding people rushed over crazily. Buzz. After the jade rabbit, the door of the Moon Palace completely opened. Bright moonlight shone down from inside. The moonlight rotated rapidly, forming one great Tao after another. In the end, they turned into moon beasts. They rushed over in an overwhelming manner. These were the souls of demonic beasts that had fused with the power of the moon. Many of the people who had rushed to the front were caught off guard and were instantly sent flying. Some of the Triple Crown champions were torn into pieces. Even the Boundary Emperor's faces turned cold. Damn it, this Moon Palace is indeed mysterious. A Boundary Emperor from the Flying Fish race roared. Its wings turned into a heavenly blade and slashed forward, splitting all the moon beasts apart. There was another old man. He sat cross-legged on a giant python and formed a seal with his palms. Open, a low roar sounded like the roar of a god. The moon beasts in the surrounding void were instantly shattered. The other Boundary Emperors also used their own methods to kill their way in. Those who were not Boundary Emperors did not have it so easy. These moon beasts were very powerful and there were many of them. Everyone engaged in an intense battle. Lin Xian also made his move. He said coldly, Kaiser Blood, come over and open a path for me. Kaiser Blood was originally very far away and wanted to act alone. But when he heard Lin Xian's words, he almost cried. He did not dare to run away. He obediently came in front of Lin Xian and opened a path for Lin Xian. Kaiser Blood's cultivation technique was very terrifying. Even though he had lost to Lin Xian, he was still a quasi-emperor. Hence, he had no scruples along the way. Finally, he came to the front of the Moon Palace and walked in. Lin Xian, who was behind him, had his hands behind his back and strolled leisurely. He entered the Moon Palace under the envious gazes of countless people. Behind them, others came one after another. Among them, there were 2 figures with pale faces. They had also arrived near the Moon Mountain. When the surrounding people saw this, they sneered. One was a double crown champion and the other was a single crown champion. The people behind them sneered. Little fairy, don't run. You can't run away. Come back with me obediently and become my servant. I will make your strength increase by leaps and bounds. There were some pine trees behind them. Some of them were in human form while others were uprooted from the ground. It was very terrifying. These people were very strong, far stronger than the 2 in front of them. The person in front gritted his teeth. Damn it, this celestial ground is so powerful. Be careful, it looks like you're in danger. I'll protect you, you better leave quickly. Xianxia shook her head. No, senior brother, let's go together. I'm really touched, but neither of you can leave. A pine tree in front of him walked over. Its branches swayed, and those pine needles were drawn into peerless sharp weapons, piercing through everything. Vhumad unleashed a sky full of red leaves to fight back, but she was still injured and coughed up blood. He was sent flying. How pitifully weak. Your true form should be a maple tree, right? But unfortunately, you're only an ant, and you're utterly unable to compare to our blue pine clan. The people in the little universe outside were really trash. These people laughed loudly. Xianxia shouted angrily. Shut up. Our junior master Lin is not here. Otherwise, he could kill you with one slap. Junior Master Lin? Was he very powerful? Humph, Xianxia said, of course he's powerful. My senior brother Lin, the quadruple crown king, can defeat a boundary emperor. Hee, I'm dying of laughter. Aunt, you must be dreaming. No matter how strong the quadruple crown king was, he would not be a match for a boundary emperor. The people in the little universe outside were really idiots. The people around them laughed coldly. The people of the Blue Pine clan said. They did not intend to let you live. Die. They unleashed a peerless attack. Were they going to die? Vhumad and Xianxia. They were in despair. However, at this moment, a saber light slashed down from the sky, sending the people of the Blue Pine clan flying. Who was it? Who dared to meddle in our business? They looked up at the sky. In the next moment, their pupils constricted, because they realized that it was a boundary emperor who had arrived. Boundary Emperor Xianxia. Greetings, senior. The people of the Blue Pine clan did not dare to be presumptuous anymore, and all of them bowed respectfully. Xianxia and Vhumad were also dumbfounded. It was not their junior master, but another boundary emperor. They did not know this boundary emperor. Would he save them? They did not think so. Boundary Emperor Xianxia was originally here to investigate the Moon Palace, but when he was flying, he heard Xianxia's conversation below. The quadruple crown king could defeat a boundary emperor, and he was from the little universe. This reminded him of someone. It was Lin Gongzi whom he had just met. He guessed that there was only one such heaven-defying genius. The junior master Lin Xian that these people were talking about was very likely to be Lin Xian. That was why he decided to save them. He asked, may I ask if the junior master that you two are talking about is called Lin Xian? Senior, you know our junior master? Xianxia and Vhumad exclaimed. Where was he, as expected? Boundary Emperor Xianxia nodded. He said, I know him. He looked up at the people of the Blue Pine clan and said, these two people are somewhat related to me. You guys can leave. Yes, we dare not disobey senior's orders. Although the people of the Blue Pine clan were unwilling, they could not do anything in front of a boundary emperor. Therefore, they could only retreat. Xianxia and Vhumad began to ask about Lin Xian. Boundary Emperor Xianxia said, perhaps he has already entered the Moon Palace. This is not a place where the two of you can come. Leave. He waved his hand and sent the two of them away. Then, he also rose into the air and flew toward the Moon Palace. On the other side, the people of the Blue Pine clan gritted their teeth after leaving. They were unwilling to die. Were they going to let those two people go just like that? Don't worry, Boundary Emperor Xianxia will definitely go to the Moon Palace. We will make our move after Boundary Emperor Xianxia leaves. They did not give up but continued to wait for an opportunity. It seemed that they wanted to make a move on Xianxia and Vhumad. Inside the Moon Palace. After everyone entered, they were extremely shocked. The inside was much bigger than they had imagined. It seemed to be a space of its own. After Lin Xian and the others entered, they looked around cautiously. The aura inside was extremely mysterious and ancient. This should be related to a certain emperor. They were surprised. Boom boom. All of a sudden, the void trembled as a terrifying wind blew past. There seemed to be ancient battle armor in the wind. Those people were extremely cold and creepy. Heavens! They should not be the legendary Yin soldiers, right? The surrounding people were shocked. Poof, at this moment, the Yin soldiers in the wind attacked. One of the sabers slashed over, instantly cutting a few people in half. Miserable screams rang out. The others also shouted angrily, "Damn it, attack!" They were bold because of their skills. Some of them were triple crown champions, quadruple crown champions, and even boundary emperors. Therefore, they were not afraid of anything. In an instant, they charged toward the back. However, at this moment, a quadruple crown champion screamed. His heart was instantly dug out and crushed. The other two triple crown champions were beaten into pieces. Even a quasi-emperor was knocked back. Everyone was stunned. Damn it, they were too strong. These were not ordinary Yin soldiers. They could not resist. Moreover, as the wind blew, there seemed to be an overwhelming number of Yin soldiers in the surroundings. Those people stood in the darkness, staring at them like the Grim Reaper. Retreat, retreat quickly. At this moment, the surrounding people were terrified. They quickly retreated. At this moment, a figure seemed to appear in the sky. It was a huge, pale face. It looked like it was crying and laughing at the same time. Just like that, it pressed down from the sky. Everyone looked up at the sky. Their scalps were numb, especially some of the girls. They were so scared that they were about to cry. What kind of existence was this? This was especially true for that pale face. The aura of death that was emanating from it was simply too terrifying. Some of the quasi-emperors were instantly sent flying. The pale face let out a breath. Instantly, more than 10 triple crown champions turned into white bones. Run quickly. These people retreated in all directions. They were all stunned. Who would have thought that the Moon Palace would be so terrifying? How was this the Moon Palace? This was hell. Some of the triple crown champions were even afraid and wanted to return. However, they realized that there was no way back. It was an abyss. Run. They could only run inside. In an instant, everyone scattered. Lin Xian also frowned. Kaiser Blood, who was beside him, exclaimed. What the hell was this? He threw out a few palms, but his blood was in turmoil. Let's go. Lin Xian looked around with his Rinnegan. His expression was not good. He realized that the number of Yin soldiers was greater than he had imagined. Once they came out, even he would not be able to stop them. Therefore, they all rushed forward. Screams could be heard from behind. Many of the triple crown champions and quadruple crown champions had fallen. Even a quasi-emperor was severely injured. His internal organs were torn apart, and his body was split in half. Everyone fled as if they had gone mad. However, the people outside did not know that. There were even more people rushing over from afar, flying towards the lunar palace. Among them, the Skywater Patriarch entered. After him, a mysterious girl arrived. She was surrounded by a golden vortex. Her eyes shone with starlight. She was dressed in white and was extremely beautiful. If Lin Xian was here, he would definitely recognize her. She was Xianxia. When Xianxia arrived at the Moon Palace, her body trembled. In the next moment, she took a deep breath and flew inside. After Xianxia was Yao Guang. Yao Guang was also here. Quasi-Emperor Nine Heavens said, "Do you want to go in and take a look?" Yao Guang nodded and flew in as well. It was at this moment that another group of people flew over from afar. The auras of these people were incomparably powerful, and they even carried with them a powerful bloodline pressure. They were dragons, and there were countless of them. All of them flew up into the air toward Yufeng. The one in the lead was a tall man. He was Long Jiang. The seventh dragon general swept out with his spear, breaking through everything. Behind him, surrounded by countless dragons, was a woman with a laurel crown on her head. She was like a peerless queen, high and mighty. He was the Dragon Queen. The group of people arrived at this place and quickly went in. After these people entered, they were all blown by the Yin wind. Following this, Yin soldiers appeared and a great battle erupted. The old ancestor of the heavenly Yin sect felt his scalp go numb as he instantly fled. However, Xianxia seemed to have expected this and wasn't shocked at all. A total of 365 vortexes appeared on his body, with mysterious figures spiraling inside them, emitting heavenly voices. The surrounding Yin soldiers seemed to have stopped moving. Instead of attacking him, they opened up a path for him. Xianxia quickly walked in and disappeared. The Dragon Queen and the others who came in later were also attacked by the Yin soldiers. The people of the Thousand Dragons court gasped. The seventh dragon general shouted coldly, "How dare you be so rude to the Dragon Queen?" He stabbed out with his spear, breaking open the heavens and earth. However, the Yin soldiers did not run away. Instead, they quickly rushed over. A pale face appeared in the sky. Looking down from the sky, it was like a ghost. It made one's scalp tingle. The Dragon Queen said coldly, "I am the Dragon Emperor's wife. I am here to seek cooperation." His voice was instantly transmitted into the room. In the next moment, the Yin soldiers retreated like the tide. The Dragon Queen waved her hand. She quickly led her people in and disappeared. The others were not so lucky. After entering, they could only move forward. Turning back was an abyss. They had no way out. At first, everyone was in the main hall. But then, everyone fled in different directions. Lin Xian had many people with him. Among them, Kaiser Blood followed Lin Xian. He wanted to run away, but he changed his mind. When the Yin soldiers came from behind, they could not beat them at all. However, Lin Xian could send the Yin soldiers flying with one strike. This kind of strength was extremely powerful. Especially Kaiser Blood, he could feel that the sword chi was invincible. It could even break the Yin soldiers. Such power was something he could only look up to. As such, he chose to stay by Lin Xian's side. But fortunately, the Yin soldiers only chased for a short distance before disappearing. Another gust of wind blew and all of them disappeared. They heaved a sigh of relief. This was great. They could go back now, right? Some of them wanted to go back. However, after a few steps, the Yin soldiers appeared again and pierced through them. There was no way back. From the looks of it, they could only continue to press forward. The group of people continued walking forward. Finally, they stopped. There was no road ahead. There was a huge river in front of them. It was surging and roaring. When they arrived, they were even more shocked. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. This river was too strange. It was like stagnant water. This was especially so when there was a stone stele on the riverbank. There were 2 words written on it, Yellow Springs. When everyone saw it, they were stunned. Even the quasi-emperors were shocked. Yellow Springs? Isn't this the legendary existence of hell? Why would it appear here? Is this really the lunar palace? Who cares about the Yellow Springs? I don't believe it. A middle-aged man charged over. A boundless sea appeared on his body. He was a water-attributed quadruple crown king. He charged forward. In an instant, he arrived in the Yellow Springs. He wanted to cross the Yellow Springs. However, at this moment, a white claw appeared from the Yellow Springs. That claw was made of bones. Then, it grabbed this middle-aged man and pulled him into the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs churned. That middle-aged man instantly turned into white bones, dead. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all went crazy. Although the quadruple crown king was not a quasi-emperor, he was still the strongest under quasi-emperor. Yet, he died silently just like that. There were Yin soldiers behind them and the Yellow Springs in front. Did they have nowhere to go? Kaiser Blood's scalp went numb. He did not believe it. He used the law of his shoes to form a clone and flew forward. However, when he arrived above the Yellow Springs, his clone shattered. Kaiser Blood's chi and blood churned. The other quasi-emperors all tried, but it was the same. For a moment, they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, the Yellow Springs churned again. A head floated up. The face of the head was pale, as if it was swollen. Yellow spring water flowed from its mouth as it spoke in a cold voice, "Divine Tao, Immortal Tao, what is Tao?" The voice was hoarse, making one's scalp go numb. Kaiser Blood's pupils constricted when he saw the other party. He must be from the Shuiyun clan. Lin Xian frowned. Don't talk nonsense. I know the 2 boundary emperors from the Shuiyun clan. Kaiser Blood said. No, he should be the Boundary Emperor from 50,000 years ago. I've seen his portrait before. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. The others were stunned when they heard that. A Boundary Emperor from 50,000 years ago had died here. The other old woman also frowned. Now that you mention it, I remember that there was an incredible Boundary Emperor from the Shuiyun clan 50,000 years ago. He reached the level of 7 Crown King and was extremely terrifying. However, he mysteriously disappeared later on. I didn't expect him to die here. 7 Crown King. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He was an extremely terrifying existence even among the Boundary Emperors. How did he die? And why did he come to the Yellow Spring? It seems that he died because of the Great Tao. This place is really too strange. Suddenly, the Boundary Emperor's head turned in the Yellow Spring water. He stared at Lin Xian and the others and said in a cold voice. Tell me. What is the Great Tao? His voice sounded like the roar of a ghost. The water of the Yellow Springs was boiling as it rushed over in an overwhelming manner. Oh no, don't touch it. The old woman shouted angrily. There was a strong death chi on it. He pushed out his palms and turned them into a forest to block it. The forest that covered the sky and the earth appeared in the sky. However, when it came into contact with the Yellow Spring water, it instantly disappeared. The trees kept withering. Heaven and earth are righteous. At this moment, another middle-aged man shouted angrily. He took a step forward and formed a seal with his palms. In the center of his palm, a huge illusory figure appeared, as if it was a god. The phantom had an aura that could sweep away everything and fought against the Yellow Spring water. There was a loud bang. It blocked the attack. Great. The middle-aged man smiled. It's called the Haoran Quasi-Emperor. It cultivates the righteous energy of heaven and earth. The rest of the people also had hope. However, there was a loud bang. The righteous energy of heaven and earth. It suddenly shattered. The Haoran Quasi-Emperor was also sent flying. One of its arms had turned into bones. The others were in despair. This Yellow Spring's water was too terrifying. These Quasi-Emperors were powerless to do anything. At the other side, Lin Xian was also enveloped by the Yellow Spring's water. He coldly snorted. 9 suns opened the sky. The flames on his body turned into a sun and soared into the sky. In an instant, it turned into the sun god sword and slashed forward. This young man was too reckless. Quasi-Emperor Haoran frowned. Even he wasn't a match for him, so why was a quadruple champion trying to be a hero? The people around him also shook their heads. In their opinion, Lin Xian should be a junior brought here by Kaiser blood. Such a person dared to be so arrogant in such a place. And from the looks of it, Kaiser blood didn't seem to have any intention of helping. Could it be that this young man had been abandoned by Kaiser blood? How sad. A violent boom was heard as the sword hit the Yellow Spring water. The Yellow Spring was directly split open. A crack appeared in the Yellow Spring, and it flew past Lin Xian on both sides. Lin Xian was safe and sound. The surrounding people were shocked. Quasi-Emperor Haoran's pupils constricted. Quasi-Emperor Mandela was also surprised. The surrounding people were even more shocked. This young man was too terrifying. Was he really just a quadruple champion? Why did they feel that he was more terrifying than a quasi-emperor? They wanted to ask Kaiser blood who he was. But at this moment, they saw Kaiser blood respectfully say, I admire young master's strength. The surrounding people were stunned. They didn't expect Kaiser blood to be so respectful. Could it be that they had guessed wrongly? It wasn't this young man who followed Kaiser blood, but Kaiser blood who followed this young man. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this an old monster from the depths of the deity ground? They were extremely puzzled at this thought. Quasi-Emperor Haoran walked over and said with a fist salute. How should I address you? Quasi-Emperor Mandela also asked Kaiser blood. Kaiser blood didn't know either. He was defeated by Lin Xian. He didn't know who Lin Xian was. My name is Lin Xian. You don't have to be so polite. This Yellow Spring is very strange and we need to work together. So it's Lin Gongzi. Quasi-Emperor Mandela smiled. Young master, if there is a way, we will do our best. However, there were also people who frowned, such as the Rakshasa quasi-emperor. This was a woman. Her face was dainty and beautiful, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She said coldly, "Lin Gongzi, you are too careless. Although you are strong, don't forget that the owner of the head inside is Seven Crown King. All of us together are no match for him." As soon as she said this, the other people also began to discuss. "Yes, does this young man really have a way?" Lin Xian said. Seven Crown King was powerful when he was alive, but he was dead and seemed to have been dead for a long time. "A head can't cause a storm, how arrogant." Quasi-Emperor Luo Sha snorted. At this moment, the quasi-emperor's head in the yellow spring also let out a mournful roar. Countless white bones and corpses appeared in the yellow spring. Then, the water of the yellow spring roared and turned into a hell dragon. It roared between heaven and earth. "Damn it, you brat, you've angered him. Hurry up and retreat." Quasi-Emperor Luo Sha and the others quickly retreated. Only Lin Xian was still standing there. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "You are already dead. Do you still want to appear here, enter reincarnation?" Lin Xian's Rinnegan bloomed and formed the 6 paths of reincarnation that rotated between heaven and earth. It pressed forward. The quasi-emperors behind him were shocked when they saw the power of reincarnation. This was the aura of reincarnation. It was unbelievable that he had this kind of power. Who exactly was he? These quasi-emperors were all from the chosen immortal clan, but they had never heard of any chosen immortal clan that had the power of reincarnation. Unless he came from the depths of the deity ground. Their scalps went numb when they thought of that place. Even Quasi-Emperor Luo Sha did not dare to say anything. The illusion of the 6 paths of reincarnation collided with the yellow spring in the sky, letting out an earth-shattering roar. For a moment, the two sides were in a deadlock. At this moment, the quasi-emperor's head also let out a mournful cry. "It's just the 6 paths of reincarnation. It's not the real 6 paths. It can't do anything to me." His head began to swallow the water of the yellow spring and became incomparably swollen. A terrifying aura of death spread out. Lin Xian frowned. As expected of the 7 Crown King, he was still so terrifying even after death. He turned his head and said to the people behind him, "What are you waiting for?" He injected his power into the 6 paths of reincarnation. The quasi-emperors behind were stunned. They were all old ancestors who had lived for countless years and were worshipped by many. After being worshipped by countless people, a young man actually dared to reprimand him. It really made them angry. But they still did as they were told. Because they realized that they could only continue to walk forward with the help of Lin Xian's power. In the sky of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the phantoms of the 6 worlds became more and more terrifying and began to suppress the Yellow River. The yellow river that filled the sky was suppressed. Lin Xian was like the god of the heavenly Tao, stepping on the 6 paths of reincarnation. He walked forward. The surrounding quasi-emperors also followed him. They finally passed the Yellow River. These people all heaved a sigh of relief after passing the Yellow River. They felt like they had survived a disaster. At this moment, someone snorted coldly. "Kid, don't you think you went too far before? Who do you think you are? How dare you scold us?" Some quasi-emperors instantly turned hostile. If not for the fact that Kaiser blood was still around, the quasi-emperors would have attacked Lin Xian already. They felt that Lin Xian only had the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation and his true strength was no match for these quasi-emperors. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and sneered. "What, you dare to be arrogant now? Why didn't you shout when you asked me for help before? Since you asked me for help, you should have the attitude of a beggar. If you feel uncomfortable and don't want to bow down, you can leave by yourself." The 2 quasi-emperors left. One of them said coldly, "Kaiser blood can't always be by your side. When you are alone, I will let you know what despair is." They sneered. The 2 of them turned into flowing light and walked forward. The surrounding quasi-emperors were also thinking about whether they should continue to stay by Lin Xian's side. Suddenly, there was a loud clang in front of them, followed by a scream. Everyone's soul shook. The quasi-emperors also retreated as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. The miserable shriek in front of them was incomparably familiar to them. It was because it was the two quasi-emperors who had just left. What happened? These people used their soul to look, and the next moment, they were extremely shocked. They discovered that of the two quasi-emperors in front of them, the man's body had been torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. The other old man was also in a miserable state. Half of his body was gone. "Save us," the two of them quickly called for help. The other quasi-emperors didn't dare to help at all. The two of them looked at Lin Xian and begged him to help. Lin Xian sneered. "What, now you know how to beg me? Who was it that wanted to kill me?" Clang. Another sound rang out. The two people in front of him were instantly annihilated. All the quasi-emperors gasped. Two quasi-emperors had died just like that. What was that sound? It was too dangerous ahead. It seemed that Yellow Springs was only the beginning. There were even more terrifying existences behind them. They had originally wanted to leave, but now, they chose to stay by Lin Xian's side. A woman said. "Lin Gongzi, this place is so dangerous. Why don't we go together? At least we can take care of each other." "Yes, Lin Gongzi, let's go together." The other old woman also spoke. Kaiser Blood followed closely behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled. So what if he was a quasi-emperor? He still had to lower his head in front of him. He said, "All right, let's go and see what's up ahead." With Lin Xian leading the way, the quasi-emperors felt a little safer. After all, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation was extremely terrifying. It might even play a key role. The group of people walked forward cautiously. The nomological laws on their bodies danced continuously, and the power of the immortal chi seed surrounded them. Finally, they came to the front and saw a sky full of blood mist, as well as the broken pieces of weapons. The quasi-emperors' faces turned ugly. The two quasi-emperors who were with them earlier were now completely annihilated. And what exactly was that voice? They looked ahead carefully. The next moment, they were stunned. There was a large bell in front of them. It stood there like a small mountain. The bell was green and seemed to be made of jade. It was unusually mysterious. There were flowing lights on it. At the bottom right corner of the bell, there was a crack. There was even a gap where it connected to the ground. The bell was damaged. Could it be that the sound just now was from this bell? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, Quasi-Emperor Mandela exclaimed. Could it be the legendary Azure Bell? What, it can't be? The other people also exclaimed in surprise. This was a legendary weapon that was extremely terrifying and mysterious. However, it had long disappeared in the passage of time. They didn't expect it to appear here now. It should be the Azure Bell. Damn it, what kind of existence is this moon palace? Why does it have such a lost thing? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. He said, "What is the Azure Bell?" The blood ancestor said. A long time ago, there was a terrifying expert in our deity ground. He had the hope of becoming an emperor. He forged a weapon called the Azure Bell. When the bell rang, it could destroy anyone's body and soul. However, later on, he competed with others to become an emperor and failed. He died. In that battle, a crack had appeared in the Jade Drop sect. It was incomplete. Later on, that person died with hatred, but the Azure Bell was passed down. Later on, it was said that another person obtained the Azure Bell and swept through the world like the sun at noon. Everyone thought that there would be a second person who became an emperor. However, that person and the Jade Drop Bell disappeared together, never to be seen again. Was it a weapon refined by someone who almost became an emperor? Lin Xian was also surprised after hearing this. This thing was very terrifying. He also felt an extremely terrifying and mysterious aura from it. However, Lin Xian was not afraid. This time, he came with half of the sky-devouring crown. The sky-devouring jar was an extreme weapon. Although Lin Xian only had half of it, it should be no problem for him to fight against the Azure Bell. Therefore, he began to seriously size it up. Could he take it away? Thinking of this, Lin Xian stretched out a large hand. The boundless fire of the sun condensed into flames. The palm grabbed forward. At the same time, the 6 paths of reincarnation opened to suppress it. The surrounding people were stunned. They were thinking about how to escape. However, Lin Xian wanted to take it away. No, they exclaimed. At this moment, the nine-yang hand had already grabbed the azure bell. It wanted to take it away. However, the azure bell let out a rumbling sound. With a clang, the flames that filled the sky were shattered. The nine-yang hand was also shattered. The 6 paths of reincarnation shook violently. Suppress, Lin Xian roared angrily. The 6 paths of reincarnation suppressed it. But this big bell was really too mysterious. The 6 paths of reincarnation shook violently. At this moment, another bell rang. The 9 heavens and 10 earths seemed to be about to shatter. The 6 paths of reincarnation also seemed to be about to shatter. This sound swept in all directions. All the boundary emperors turned around and fled. They were all in despair. Under this sound, no one seemed to be able to resist it. Lin Xian was also the first to bear the brunt. Even the 6 paths of reincarnation could be shattered. This bell was indeed powerful. He snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and used the power of the sky-devouring jar. A black vortex appeared and swallowed the sky and earth, blocking the sound. The boundary emperors were facing a great enemy. They were originally in despair, but in the next moment, they were all stunned. They were not dead, not even injured. What was going on? They were puzzled. Suddenly, Kaiser Blood said, "Look, it's Lin Gongzi." They looked up and saw a black vortex in front of Lin Xian. It seemed to be able to swallow everything. It blocked the azure bell. Lin Gongzi still had some tricks up his sleeve. Previously, they thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation would not be able to suppress him and they were in despair. However, they did not expect that there would be a black vortex. What was this black vortex? When they wanted to ask, they found that the black vortex on Lin Xian's right hand had disappeared. "Young master is very powerful and we admire you." Kaiser Blood hurriedly returned and cupped his fists. The others also returned and expressed their gratitude. If it were not for Lin Xian, they would have died just now. Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that he had underestimated the azure fall bell. He wondered if the heaven-devouring jar would be effective. He was prepared to use the heaven-devouring jar to devour the azure fall bell. However, he was stunned at this moment. The next moment, he felt as if he was facing a great enemy. He did not attack again. The other quasi-emperors also felt their hair stand on end. Their bodies seemed to be frozen. They could not move. This was because they found that a figure had appeared beside the azure fall bell in front of him. A man was standing there. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were empty as he stared at them. It made their hair stand on end. Who was this person? Everyone was stunned by his aura and seemed to be unable to move at all. Lin Xian also frowned. He also felt as if he was facing a great enemy. This person was far more powerful than the experts he had seen before. Damn it. Could it be at the level of the half-frog again? However, the last time, the half-frog was sealed. Now, this figure was not chained and there was no seal around him. If such a person were to attack, it would be extremely terrifying. The figure in front stretched out his hand and gently patted the azure fall bell. Suddenly, the azure fall bell let out an extremely terrifying sound. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The quasi-emperors all vomited blood. Their eyebrows cracked. Damn it, how could this be? Quasi-Emperor Mandela roared crazily. No one could defeat the azure fall bell and no one could get close to it. How could it be used? Lin Xian also shouted coldly. He threw out a few black vortexes to resist. He also frowned. Was this person related to the jade drop bell? Kaiser Blood's face turned pale. Could it be him? He's still alive, that was impossible. Young master, save us. They all flew towards Lin Xian. That was because only the black vortex could resist the jade drop bell. Lin Xian's expression was similarly ugly. It could still contend against the emerald drop bell alone. If another mysterious man appeared, things would be troublesome. At this moment, a clear laugh came from behind them, like a silver bell. Everyone felt their blood run cold once again. Even Lin Xian turned his head abruptly. Did someone else come? He actually didn't sense it. They turned their heads to look. A woman walked out from behind. Her skin was fair, but she was wearing a black robe. The two colors formed a strong pair. The black-robed woman chuckled and said, "You dare to offend the king of Jade Fall? Are you tired of living, what?" King of Jade Drop, Kaiser Blood was shocked. Quasi-Emperor Mandala said. "He's still alive," Lin Xian frowned. "Who's the king of Jade Fall?" Kaiser Blood said, "Young master, do you still remember the story I told you? The king of Jade Fall was the second person to obtain the Jade Drop Bell. He was very likely to become a great emperor, but he mysteriously disappeared. At that time, the king of Jade Fall had already reached the level of 8-crown king. Countless people thought highly of him. Later on, he mysteriously died, causing countless people to sigh. They didn't expect him to be in the Moon Palace. And after so many years, he was still alive, 8-crown king." Lin Xian's pupils constricted when he heard this. Even among quasi-emperors, this was extremely terrifying. After all, the legendary 10-crown king was very difficult to achieve. 8-crown king was already very terrifying. De Long also said, "Kid, be careful. If someone like this makes a move, hurry up and use an extreme weapon to escape." Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Was 8-crown king really that terrifying? Of course, he knew that if 8-crown king worked with the Jade Drop Bell, he would be able to sweep through everything. However, who was the woman behind him? They had encountered many terrifying existences before, such as the Een soldiers and the quasi-emperor's head. Moreover, there was the king of Jade Fall in front of them. No one could communicate with them. Only this mysterious woman behind them could. Could it be that this woman was also a quasi-emperor? Quasi-Emperor Mandala said, "Miss, which clan are you from? Since you know where he came from, can you take us away?" Yes, the other quasi-emperors also spoke up. "Which clan are you from? Humph, you must be from the outside. You're really bold. How dare you come to this place? But since you're here, don't think about leaving. As for who I am, I've been here since I was born. I don't know which clan I'm from. But I remember that they all called my father the Soul Emperor." Soul Emperor, the quasi-emperors were stunned. Was she the daughter of a great emperor? Lin Xian was also shocked. The daughter of a great emperor in the deity ground was much stronger than the Fire Qilin and the others. She was at least a quasi-emperor. With such a cultivation, coupled with her bloodline, she was terrifying to the extreme. The quasi-emperor's expressions were ugly. They naturally knew that the Soul Emperor was a supreme great emperor who had corroborated his soul. He was extremely terrifying. But shouldn't a great emperor go to the depths of the deity ground? Why would he appear in the Moon Palace? Moreover, the Soul Emperor had a daughter who had been staying in the Moon Palace all this time. What was in the Moon Palace? So it was the princess. "Greetings, daughter of the Soul Emperor." The quasi-emperors around them bowed. Someone asked, "Is the Soul Emperor still here?" The Soul Emperor's daughter shook her head, "I don't know. I don't know how long it has been since I last saw my father. But I'm really surprised that you all can appear here. Because in these years, I've only seen a few strange fellows. I've never seen normal people like you all. Quickly tell me, is it fun outside?" The quasi-emperors were about to cry. The king of Jade Fall was still standing beside them. "Who would be in the mood to talk about the outside world?" Lin Xian said, "If I tell you, can you take us away? Or help me subdue the Jade Fall Bell?" The quasi-emperors cried again. "Young master, please don't have any ideas about the Jade Fall Bell, okay? We can't afford to be tormented like this." The Soul Emperor's daughter shook her head, "I can leave by myself, but can I take you with me?" "I'm afraid not. Because you've already offended the king of Jade Fall. That guy is terrifying. I don't want to be enemies with him." Everyone fell into despair. Even the daughter of a quasi-emperor was afraid of the king of Jade Fall. One could imagine how terrifying the king of Jade Fall was. At this time, Dalong said, "If she was the daughter of the Soul Emperor, then she should also cultivate the Soul Tao. If you give her the Soul Calming Wood, she should help you. The Soul Subduing Wood should be in the Sword World. As for its use, according to Dalong, Lin Xian didn't need it for the time being. However, the other party seemed to be very useful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. "Little White, go and find the Soul Subduing Wood for me." Little White had been sleeping and eating spirit fruits in the Four Spirit Valley. At this moment, hearing Lin Xian's voice transmission, he quickly flew towards the depths of the Sword World. Not long after, Little White flew out. What a cute little monkey. The Soul Emperor's daughter was also happy when she saw it. The surrounding quasi-emperors were also surprised. Lin Xian actually had a pet, I've never seen it before. The Soul Emperor's daughter originally wanted to take a closer look at the little monkey, but when she saw the soul-subduing wood in Little White's hand, she was stunned. She sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be the soul-subduing wood? She exclaimed. The surrounding people were also surprised. It can't be, the soul-subduing wood is an extremely rare item. This little monkey actually has it. Little White gave the soul-subduing wood to Lin Xian, then with a swoosh, it turned into a white light and disappeared. The little guy liked to stay in the sword world during this period of time. Lin Xian said. That's right, it's the soul-subduing wood. I'll give it to you. How about you take me out of here safely? Alright, I'll give it a try. There shouldn't be a problem. The Soul Emperor's daughter nodded. Although the Jade Drop King ahead was very terrifying, the soul-subduing wood was extremely useful to him. He wanted it. When the others heard this, they were stunned. What? The Soul Emperor's daughter was willing to help. They were anxious. Lin Gongzi, please take me with you. Lin Gongzi, we're together. You can't leave us behind. The quasi-emperors were very anxious. The Blood Kaiser came to Lin Xian's side and said, from now on, I will respect the young master. If the young master has any orders, I will do anything. He was an old fox. He knew that ordinary words wouldn't be able to move the other party. He had to pay a price. The surrounding people were shocked. Damn it, they didn't expect the blood ancestor to lower his head like this. Could it be that he no longer wanted the dignity of a quasi-emperor? Lin Xian looked at Kaiser Blood and said, thank you, I can take you away. Thank you, young master. Kaiser Blood was overjoyed. He was so pleased with himself that he forgot about the quasi-emperors around him and laughed coldly. Between face and life, which was more important, when the surrounding people heard this, their souls trembled. There was no way they would be able to defeat Bai Luo if they were to stay here, especially when the Moon Palace was so terrifying. Aside from the Jade Drop King, there should be other unknown dangers lurking around. If they couldn't get out, they would definitely die. Therefore, these people also said that from now on, they would follow young master's lead. We are willing to respect young master, voices rang out one after another. Helpless, these quasi-emperors could only lower their heads. Oh, really? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. The corners of his lips curled up. Although he knew that these quasi-emperors did not sincerely submit to him, so what, as long as the other party stayed by their side, he would convince them sooner or later. Because his trump cards were not limited to these. He said, then I ask the daughter of the Soul Emperor to lead us away. Alright, I'll give it a try. There are so many of you, hurry up. The daughter of the Soul Emperor said. Lin Xian said, everyone, follow me. The other quasi-emperors followed him and retreated. At this time, Bai Luo moved again. His hollow eyes turned around and stared at the crowd. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. It was as if they were being stared at by an ancient demon god. The surrounding void continued to shatter as an oppressive aura spread out in all directions. Lin Xian took a deep breath and formed the black vortex again to resist. At the same time, the daughter of the Soul Emperor also moved. He waved his hand and put away the soul-calming wood. Buzz. He formed a seal with his palm again. A terrifying and mysterious aura appeared around him as well. Then, a bead appeared in his hand. It was called a soul bead. As soon as it appeared, a terrifying soul energy swept out in all directions. The other quasi-emperors felt their scalps go numb. As expected of the daughter of the Soul Emperor. The thing in her hand was definitely left behind by the Soul Emperor. After the soul bead appeared, a mysterious voice sounded. It was bleak and ancient, as if it came from the ancient times. The Bai Luo bell in front of them shook incessantly. 8-Crown King roared at the sky. He let out a shrill cry as if he had gone mad. It was as if he had gone mad. The daughter of the Soul Emperor said, hurry up and leave. I can't hold on for much longer. Lin Xian and the others didn't dare to stay. They immediately flew away. They were extremely fast. In an instant, they turned into lightning and disappeared. After that, the daughter of the Soul Emperor also tore open the void and disappeared. Once they were gone, the king of Jadefall's eyes began to glow with a strange green light. He roared at the sky and the Bailuo bell erupted. Raging waves slammed against the shore. The shrill sound caused the 9 heavens and 10 earths to shatter. Countless black holes appeared in the surrounding void. Under this sound, even a quasi-emperor would undoubtedly die. On the other side, although Lin Xian and the others had left, they still felt the terrifying sound behind them. They sucked in a breath of cold air. This time, it was all thanks to the daughter of the Soul Emperor. Otherwise, they would have died. Even Lin Xian was surprised. As expected of 8-crown king, he was indeed strong. Although there was something wrong with Bai Luo's condition, he was still undefeatable. The voice of the daughter of the Soul Emperor drifted over. Thank you for the soul-subduing wood. He didn't follow the others. He left alone. Lin Xian nodded. The surrounding people were surprised. The daughter of the Soul Emperor was indeed extraordinary. At the same time, they were somewhat disappointed. If she had been with them, they would have been much safer. Kaiser Blood came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Gongzi, let's go. The other quasi-emperors also turned around. Although the daughter of the Soul Emperor wasn't with them, Lin Xian was. It was also much safer. They also said, Lin Gongzi, we are willing to follow you. The group set off again. In fact, they weren't the only ones in danger. The other places were also in danger. Some quasi-emperors joined forces to resist, but they still couldn't stop it. Many people had died because of this. The double crown kings and triple crown kings were even more miserable. They couldn't resist at all. At this moment, an extremely terrifying might of the extreme Tao erupted between heaven and earth, vast and desolate. Many people looked up. It was an extreme Tao weapon. Did a heavenly emperor clan enter? Who was it? Lin Xian also sensed it. He looked at the void mirror in the distance. The Gu clan had also entered. He didn't know what kind of danger they encountered, but they actually activated the void mirror. On the other side, a man in cotton clothes walked through the passageway. There was no one around. A cold wind blew, making one's hair stand on end. It was Yao Guang. Yao Guang's face was cold. He said, Damned old man 9 firmaments, why is this place so dangerous? Are you trying to trick me? 9 firmaments also said, how would I know? This moon palace was previously sealed. This should be the first time it's been opened. Who knew that it would be so dangerous? Hurry up and find a way out. 9 firmaments was a quasi-emperor, but the current situation exceeded his understanding. There were so many terrifying existences around. He even saw 8-crown king. Such a person was here, his eyes empty, like a puppet. Just who was behind the moon palace? It was probably a heavenly emperor. He didn't dare to be impudent here. Yao Guang said as he went to look at the other corpses. There were so many experts who had fallen here. If he could obtain some, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He might even break through to become a quasi-emperor. However, the situation was beyond his expectations. Those who had fallen were all enveloped by the yellow spring water. Yao Guang roared, Scram! He charged towards the yellow spring water. A terrifying black vortex swallowed the heavens and the earth. He executed the extremely terrifying heaven-devouring demonic art. He wanted to snatch back those quasi-emperor corpses. However, countless white bone claws appeared in the yellow spring water and charged towards him. There was even a quasi-emperor's head that let out a mournful roar. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. Yao Guang fought for a while and was actually sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was injured. Damn it, he could only give up on these quasi-emperor corpses. Damn it, he couldn't get any benefits at all. He gritted his teeth. On the other side, the beautiful Xianxia was still walking. Wherever she passed, she actually avoided those mysterious and terrifying existences. She kept walking towards the depths of the moon palace. Finally, she arrived in front of an ancient stone door. The stone door emitted a mysterious aura, an ancient great Tao flickered on it. Xianxia stood there for a long time. Finally, she stretched out her jade-like hand and gently pushed forward. A rumbling sound rang out, and the stone door kept shaking. It finally opened, and Xianxia walked inside. After she walked in, the stone door closed again as if it had never been opened. No one knew the entire process. However, a sigh came from the depths of the moon palace. It disappeared in an instant, making people think that it was an illusion. On the other side of the moon palace, there was a mysterious sea. There was a statue in the sea that stood there like a supreme goddess. At the same time, a group of people walked over from the mysterious ocean. The leader was a woman like the queen of the 9 heavens. Her body was sealed by ice crystals. It was the Dragon Queen. She brought the people of the 10,000 dragon court here, and the 10,000 dragons' picture surrounded her body. The Dragon Queen said in a deep voice, "I finally found you. How is it? Do you want to join forces? You're actually still alive." In the mysterious sea ahead, the statue of the goddess suddenly let out a deep voice. It was as if it had crossed space and time. At the same time, the world shook as a powerful pressure swept out. The people from the 10,000 dragon dynasty felt their scalps go numb. What kind of existence was in front of them? If it weren't for the Dragon Queen, they probably wouldn't have been able to reach it in their lifetime. The 7th dragon general beside him also looked like he was facing a great enemy. Two mysterious and terrifying women began to negotiate here. Lin Xian did not know that Xianxia had entered, nor did he know that the Dragon Queen had entered. He could only continue walking forward. Their path of retreat had been sealed. If they wanted to leave, they could only continue to explore. There were many passageways in the surroundings that led to many places. Lin Xian stood there and looked around. He said, "Go investigate in different directions and report back after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." The surrounding quasi-emperors began to move. Unknowingly, they had already begun to respect Lin Xian as their leader. Because Lin Xian was really too calm. Such a scene scared these quasi-emperors out of their wits. They could only listen to this youth. These quasi-emperors began to search their surroundings. Even Kaiser Blood had left for the moment. For a moment, only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He waited. At this moment, footsteps sounded behind him. Lin Xian turned his head to look. He saw 3 figures behind him. 2 of them were quasi-emperors and 1 was a quadruple crown king. The quadruple crown king was a youth. It seemed that they were also from the chosen immortal tribe. The 3 people behind him were also surprised when they saw Lin Xian. Someone had actually arrived here before them. When they saw that Lin Xian was only a quadruple champion, and that he was by himself, they all laughed. "Humph, it's actually a youth. It's really surprising that he could come here. I think he's just lucky." "That's good. We're lacking someone to scout the way. Let this lucky kid scout the way for us." The 2 quasi-emperors sneered. The quadruple crown king also walked out and said, "Kid, listen to us and we'll let you live. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." They had extremely terrifying auras. They were from the giant sea race. "With just you 2, Lin Xian snorted coldly. "It's best if you submit and apologize. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." 2 quasi-emperors want to threaten me? One had to know that Lin Xian was not alone now. A group of quasi-emperors had gathered around him. However, those people had gone to scout the way and had not returned. Once they returned, they would completely outnumber the other party. These 2 quasi-emperors were not qualified to be arrogant in front of him. The 2 quasi-emperors did not know that. The youth was also angry. "Are you courting death? How dare you be disrespectful to my ancestor? Looks like I have to teach you a lesson." He slapped out with his palm. His palm turned into an abyssal sea, bringing with it a heavy pressure as it pressed down on the ground. He wanted to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered. There was a trace of biting cold light in his eyes. He waved his hand. The true water sword technique flew over and turned into a true water dragon. It directly bound the deep sea that filled the sky. The quadruple crown king's body shook. The quasi-emperor behind him was also surprised. True water sword technique. You're from the Shuiyun tribe. Humph, the other quasi-emperor sneered. Is the Shuiyun tribe's quasi-emperor here? If not, then you can prepare to die. Boy, obediently scout the way and hand over the true water sword technique. I can give you a chance to live. Lin Xian was also angry. Get lost. Good boy, you have guts. Disciple, suppress him. A quasi-emperor said. The man in front also walked out. He said, boy, I didn't expect you to be from the Shuiyun tribe. Well, let's see whose water laws are more powerful. He roared angrily, and an endless sea appeared behind him. The momentum was vast and majestic, as if it was going to suppress the 9 heavens. He rushed over and fought with Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian threw out a punch. The golden sun pierced through the endless sea. The quadruple crown king vomited blood and flew backward. Half of his body was split open. He could not withstand the power of the divine fire at all. Damn it, how was this possible? He originally thought that he would definitely have the upper hand in a battle of the same level. But now, the other party could easily injure him. The gap was really too big. A mere ant dares to compete with me? Ridiculous. Lin Xian saw that the other party could not even block a punch of his and immediately sneered. Master, avenge me. The young disciple gritted his teeth. The quasi-emperor behind was also angry. He was called the deep-sea quasi-emperor. His face darkened. Young man, you have some strength. I didn't expect a genius like you to appear in the Shuiyun tribe. However, what I like to do the most is to kill geniuses. The deep-sea quasi-emperor walked out and sneered. Once he attacked, the other party would definitely die. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a quadruple crown king was like heaven and earth. Just as he was about to attack, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. The deep-sea quasi-emperor turned around and saw a quasi-emperor walking out. It was an old woman with white hair and holding a walking stick. She also had the aura of a quasi-emperor. It was Quasi-Emperor Mandela. The deep-sea quasi-emperor was stunned when he saw her aura. He said, "You're here too?" When Quasi-Emperor Mandela saw the other party, she nodded slightly. Then she ignored him. This made the deep-sea quasi-emperor frown. What was the other party's purpose? He had to be cautious. Quasi-Emperor Mandela walked past the other party and came in front of Lin Xian. Then she cupped her fists and said, "Young master, I've already checked that direction. It doesn't seem to be the way out." What? Seeing this scene, the 3 quasi-emperors from the Giant Sea clan were stunned. What kind of joke was this, Quasi-Emperor Mandela? A quasi-emperor? She actually bowed to a young man. Damn it, what was going on? What was the background of this young man? Did he have a high status in the Mandela clan? He was stunned. Just as he was about to ask, the sound of something breaking through the air came from another direction. Kaiser blood. This surprised the 2 quasi-emperors. He was also a terrifying quasi-emperor. After Kaiser blood arrived, he came to Lin Xian's side. He also cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Young master, it doesn't seem to be the way out." The 2 quasi-emperors from the deep-sea clan were stunned again. Even a quasi-emperor had to be respectful to him, damn it. What the hell is going on? Lin Xian said, "You 2 have worked hard. But if you came a little later, I'm afraid someone would have suppressed me." Kaiser blood was instantly angry. Who dared to be disrespectful to young master? Quasi-Emperor Mandela also said, "Deep-sea clan, how dare you go against Lin Gongzi?" The deep-sea quasi-emperor said, "Mandela, who is he? Why are you so respectful to him? Are you crazy?" Mandela coldly snorted. Lin Gongzi's strength is not something you can imagine. You dare to offend Lin Gongzi? Quickly apologize. Kaiser blood said. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Humph, so he has 2 quasi-emperors backing him up. But so what, we are also 2 quasi-emperors, the Giant Sea tribe still refused to lower their heads. Is that so? Do you really think that there are only 2 quasi-emperors? Lin Xian smiled. What do you mean? The deep-sea quasi-emperor frowned. Was there something else? Just then, voices came from all directions, followed by the arrival of 3 more quasi-emperors. Reporting to Lin Gongzi. We didn't find out anything. The people of the deep-sea race were completely stunned. Another 3 quasi-emperors bowed their heads to Lin Xian. With the 5 quasi-emperors by the other party's side, the deep-sea quasi-emperor immediately turned and fled. You want to leave? Quasi-Emperor Mandela had been waiting for the other party. With a wave of her hand, endless Mandela flowers covered the sky, forming a chain that swept towards the other party. Kaiser Blood also roared angrily and struck out with his blood-colored long saber. The 3 quasi-emperors were also stunned. After they inquired about the situation, their faces instantly darkened. They actually dared to attack Lin Gongzi. The 3 quasi-emperors directly surrounded the people of the deep-sea race. The people of the deep-sea race were about to cry. The young man with 4 crowns was so scared that his scalp went numb. The other party was about the same age as him and had the same cultivation. But the other party could command so many quasi-emperors, damn it. What the hell is going on? Lin Xian walked over with his hands behind his back and looked at the other party. You were very arrogant before. With a plop, the young man with 4 crowns knelt on the ground. Young master, please spare my life. I was blind and offended you. Please have mercy. Behind him, the deep-sea quasi-emperor's face was also ugly. His disciple actually knelt in front of someone else. This made him lose face. But now, he could no longer care about these things because he also felt that his life was in danger. 5 against 2. If they really fought, they would end up in a terrible state. Therefore, he said, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. We didn't know the identity of the young master. I apologize here. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Is that so? If I didn't have these quasi-emperors by my side, would I have been suppressed? As soon as he finished speaking, he struck out with his palm and directly smashed the young man with 4 crowns into pieces. The deep-sea quasi-emperor's pupils constricted. Damn it, how dare the other party attack his disciple? The young man with 4 crowns was extremely miserable. Master, save me. The deep-sea quasi-emperor's face also darkened. Young master, although you are strong, we are not weak. However, my deep-sea clan is not to be trifled with. I have already apologized. What else do you want? If it's not enough, kneel down and apologize. Lin Xian said indifferently. The moment he spoke, his voice sounded like thunder in the other party's ears. Everyone was shocked. The deep-sea quasi-emperor was even more furious. Don't go too far. He suddenly attacked and caught the other party off guard. If he could suppress the other party, then he would be qualified to leave. How dare you? Kaiser Blood roared and wanted to attack again, but he was a step too late. Haha, kid, go to hell. The deep-sea quasi-emperor seemed to have gone crazy. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying light appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he made a strong move. He slashed out with his sword and turned it into a giant dragon. It directly sent the deep-sea quasi-emperor flying. There was a scream and the void shattered. The deep-sea quasi-emperor's bones broke and his entire body was split in half. He screamed miserably. The other quasi-emperors also gasped. Lin Xian's strength was so terrifying. Previously, they followed Lin Xian because they were forced to do so. After leaving the Moon Palace, they probably wouldn't care about Lin Xian at all. Because in their opinion, Lin Xian only had some mysterious trump cards. For example, he had the soul-subduing wood, or he could curry favor with the Soul Emperor's daughter. Once they left, these methods would be useless. But now, their thoughts had completely changed because Lin Xian's strength was enough to injure a quasi-emperor. This shocked them. Lin Xian's strength was not weaker than theirs. The quadruple crown king was also terrified. His master was easily defeated by Lin Xian. He actually offended such a person before, and he was so scared that he fainted. Damn it, how is this possible? Who are you? The deep-sea quasi-emperor roared crazily. He was also dumbfounded. Lin Xian sneered. A mere quadruple crown king is qualified to be arrogant in front of me. You really don't know what death is. If you had knelt down and begged for mercy, I might have spared your life. But you dared to sneak attack me and want to kill me, then I'm sorry. You can go to hell and repent. A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. You dare to look down on me? The deep-sea quasi-emperor roared. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. Didn't you guys say that you want to respect me? It's time for you to show your strength. These words were directed at Kaiser Blood, Quasi-Emperor Mandela, and the others. The 5 quasi-emperors were also stunned, their gazes uncertain. Kaiser Blood snorted coldly and took the initiative to attack. He had been chased by Lin Xian before. Furthermore, he had seen Lin Xian's cultivation method. He knew that if he wanted to survive in the Moon Palace, he had to rely on Lin Xian. As an old fox, he was the first to submit. He instantly charged out. Quasi-Emperor Mandala also attacked. When the other 3 quasi-emperors saw this, they sighed and attacked as well. The 5 quasi-emperors attacked the deep-sea quasi-emperor together. The deep-sea quasi-emperor was scared out of his wits. Damn it, my old friend attacked. 2 quasi-emperors came from the giant sea race. Aside from him, there was another quasi-emperor called Quasi-Emperor Ice Snake. Seeing this scene, he could only smile bitterly. Even if he attacked, he would not be able to defeat them. He could only sigh. Now, he chose to protect himself. 5 against 1, although the deep-sea quasi-emperor was extremely terrifying, he could send out a huge sea that churned the 9 heavens. In the end, he still could not escape death, his body and soul destroyed. The 5 quasi-emperors had cold expressions, their killing chi shocking. They turned around and looked at Lin Xian. A strong force swept out. A black whirlpool suddenly appeared on Lin Xian's body, and an extreme Dao aura appeared. At the same time, he snorted coldly and released his Rinnegan. The 5 quasi-emperors trembled. In that instant, after they killed the quasi-emperor, they even felt that they could suppress Lin Xian. Even they had the same thought in their minds. However, when Lin Xian's extreme Dao aura appeared, they immediately came to their senses. The killing chi on the 5's bodies disappeared. They came before Lin Xian and said respectfully, "Young master, the enemy has been eliminated. There is one more. Do you want to attack?" The 5 of them turned their heads to look at the ice snake. Quasi-Emperor Ice Snake was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He bowed deeply, almost burying his head in the ground. He said, "Young master, please spare me. I am willing to submit." Right after Xiaochen spoke, he killed the unconscious 4-crown monarch with one strike. This is the deep-sea quasi-emperor's disciple. He offended young master, so I killed him for young master. As for my life, young master, please decide. He acted as if Lin Xian was his superior. He could tell that Lin Xian was too mysterious and terrifying. He was no match for the 5 great boundary emperors. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're very sensible. Lin Xian also laughed. He sent a voice transmission to Little White, asking it to bring over a fruit. The sword world had also recovered and had grown some fruits. Not every kind of fruit could increase one's strength. There were poisonous fruits and other effects. For instance, the soul-calming wood. Lin Xian didn't know what it was used for, so he had given it to the Soul Emperor's daughter. This time, he took out a spirit-locking fruit. Given his soul technique, it was impossible for him to completely control a quasi-emperor. However, if one consumed this fruit, even a quasi-emperor would become his puppet. Little White came out and handed the fruit to Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Eat it and I'll spare your life." What was that? The surrounding quasi-emperors were also surprised. They felt a mysterious aura from the spirit fruit. At the same time, they were puzzled. Lin Xian actually had so many treasures on him. The dragon snake quasi-emperor's eyelids twitched wildly. He naturally knew that this was definitely not a treasure. It could be poison or something like that. However, the situation forced him to do so in order to save his life. He could only swallow it. The moment he swallowed it, his soul trembled. He felt as if his soul was locked by chains. Not good. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. This thing could control his soul. However, there was nothing she could do. It was better than death. The one who had locked the other party's soul, the ice snake quasi-emperor, had completely become a puppet. If Lin Xian wanted her to live, she would live. If he wanted her to die, she would die. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and prostrated himself. "Greetings, young master." This scene stunned the surrounding quasi-emperors. Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others all gasped. Even Kaiser Blood's face was pale. Although they had already respected Lin Xian, they only bowed. If he asked them to kneel, they would rather die than kneel. Quasi-emperors still had their dignity and face. But now, this ice snake quasi-emperor seemed to have no dignity at all. Was it because of that fruit? Quasi-emperor Mandela and the others gasped. If Lin Xian had let them eat that fruit, they would probably have the same ending. They would become puppets. Thinking of this, when they looked at Lin Xian, their gazes turned into a trace of horror. This young man's methods were too strange, completely beyond their imagination. Lin Xian saw their gazes and the corners of his mouth curled up. He knew that he had intimidated these quasi-emperors. He stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, "From now on, respect me as if I'm a god." "Greetings, young master." The 5 quasi-emperors bowed respectfully again. This time, their hearts were filled with awe and shock. They did not dare to have any other thoughts. "Let's go, let's continue." Lin Xian continued on his journey. This time, there was another quasi-emperor. Beside him, the 6 quasi-emperors were preparing to lead the way. They were very powerful. Along the way, many figures finally appeared in front of him. These people gathered together and stood there without moving. Lin Xian frowned. He also sensed the aura of an extreme Dao. An extreme Dao weapon had appeared. Was it someone from the emperor race? When they arrived, they realized that it was not the case. There were a few fragments in front of them that were scattered among the palaces and pavilions. Those fragments were emitting an extreme Dao aura. Fragments of an extreme Dao weapon, Kaiser Blood and the others exclaimed. Their eyes were red. Although they were quasi-emperors from the chosen immortal race, they did not have an extreme Dao weapon. Only a great emperor's weapon could be called an extreme Dao weapon. For example, the blue sky bell from before was terrifying, but it was not an extreme Dao weapon. The power of an extreme Dao weapon was too terrifying and carried the might of an extreme Dao. But now, an extreme Dao weapon had actually shattered. What kind of battle had happened? The experts in the deity ground were also shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. It was not the first time he had seen an extreme Dao weapon shattering. Previously, at the bottom of the Demon Sea, he had found a fragment of an extreme Dao weapon. Back then, the Demon Emperor and the green-robed Great Emperor fought and the weapon shattered. But this time, which Great Emperor would it be? The Moon Palace was indeed mysterious. What had happened here? Lin Xian asked a woman next to him. The woman was dressed in a phoenix robe and her expression was cold. She was holding a treasure bottle in her hand. Her name was Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu. At this moment, she snorted coldly. How dare a puny king of 4 crowns be so rude to her? However, at this moment, the 6 quasi-emperors behind Lin Xian walked out together. They stared at her with an unfriendly expression, which made Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu's expression change. Damn it, what was going on? This kid had 6 quasi-emperors with him, she immediately smiled. How should I address this young man? Cut the crap, Lin Gongzi is asking you a question. Tell me, what happened here? Kaiser Blood shouted coldly. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu frowned. Damn it, when had he been scolded? However, the other party's lineup was a little too strong. Therefore, he could only sigh and tell her what had happened. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu explained what had happened earlier. It turned out that these people had engaged in a fight when they arrived. They had shaken off the surrounding ruins. A crack appeared. The ruins shattered and the fragments of these supreme weapons appeared from within. Immediately, the surrounding experts fought over the fragments frantically. In the end, a few of them were instantly pierced through. 2 of them had even died. The others also spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated. This sent chills down the spine of Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu and the others. They did not dare to act rashly and were about to discuss if there was a feasible solution. At this moment, Lin Xian and the others arrived. It seemed that they were not too late. Kaiser Blood and the others were also delighted. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Do you think it's so easy to obtain an emperor weapon? Even a fragment of an emperor weapon was not something a quasi-emperor could obtain. Lin Xian was right. He had once obtained a fragment of an emperor weapon, but that was with the heaven-devouring jar. The others did not have a chance at all. Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others sighed after hearing this. They were not willing to accept this. It's fine. If you are not willing to accept this, you can try it. Xian said. Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others' eyes lit up. Thank you, young master. They now respected Lin Xian. If Lin Xian did not say anything, they would not have dared to act rashly. However, now that Lin Xian had agreed, how could they miss out on this opportunity? The 6 quasi-emperors walked forward together. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart, causing the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. This lineup was too powerful. Were the 6 quasi-emperors going to attack together? Countless people looked over. Kaiser Blood and the others roared angrily and jointly struck out their laws, forming a large net. It shrouded the front. They were not greedy and prepared to seize a fragment of the ground ice first. The ground ice fragment in front was red as if it was stained with blood. After sensing an attack, it immediately shook violently. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Everyone was pushed back by this force. Some people directly vomited blood. The 6 quasi-emperors' faces also changed. They felt a terrifying murderous aura surging toward them. Not good. Attack with all your might. These people shouted angrily and attacked again. All kinds of immortal techniques covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked forward. However, the imperial weapon fragment was even more terrifying. The aura it emitted was terrifying. Finally, it pierced through the celestial spells that filled the sky and charged toward the 6 people. The 6 of them were all blasted back. Some of their bodies were shattered, while others were pierced through by the extreme power. Everyone was injured. It can't be, right? Even with 6 great quasi-emperors working together, they still couldn't do anything. Damn it, is this the power of an extreme weapon? When the surrounding people saw this, their faces were filled with despair. Only Lin Xian had a cold smile on his face. This group of people was really stupid. The 6 quasi-emperors stood up and began to suppress their injuries. They discussed in low voices for a while. Then, he shook his head and gave up. He came to Lin Xian's side. Young master, if we can't do it, do you have a solution? Kaiser Blood asked. Yes, they all raised their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had many mysterious trump cards. He might have a way. Let me take a look. Lin Xian walked forward. The surrounding people were also surprised. Is someone going to attack again? However, when they saw Lin Xian's cultivation, they all sneered. How dare a sacred lord be so arrogant? Even if he was the quadruple crown king, he was no match for a quasi-emperor. 6 great quasi-emperors working together couldn't do anything. Does he have a way? These people didn't believe it and they even sneered. However, Kaiser Blood and the others were looking forward to it. They wondered what this kid could do. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and probed. He wanted to know which great emperor's weapon fragment it belonged to. He felt an extremely terrifying murderous aura from it. He had never heard of these great emperors. It seemed that he didn't know who they were. At this moment, the fragments of the extreme weapon seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's aura. Immediately, they rose into the air and trembled violently. The blood-red light on it was monstrous, as if it could tear the entire universe apart. Everyone felt a huge pressure. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? He instantly threw out the sky-devouring vortex. Boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded and a blood-red light shot toward the sky-devouring vortex. It set off an earth-shattering vibration. Lin Xian's blood was also boiling. This was because after the first one, the next few fragments were the same. The surrounding people were going crazy. What did this kid do? How could he provoke an extreme weapon? What made them even more surprised was that Lin Xian was still alive. He actually managed to block it. Is he more terrifying than the 6 great quasi-emperors? Quasi-Emperor Lin Yu gasped. When she saw Lin Xian earlier, she didn't care about him at all. When she saw him earlier, she didn't care about him at all. But now, she was really shocked. This person was indeed more powerful than the 6 great quasi-emperors. The 6 great quasi-emperors were also overjoyed. This seemed to be the aura of an extreme weapon. Could it be that he really had an extreme weapon on him? These people were shocked. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. This extreme grade weapon was hostile to him. He shouted coldly and pushed his palm. The black, sky-devouring crown flew out. It collided with the extreme weapon fragment. With a loud clang, a terrifying sound was heard. The sky and the earth were torn apart. This was originally a broken ruin. After the extreme weapon attack, the entire ruin cracked again. A crack appeared. Endless gravel fell down. Everyone was also shocked. They also looked down. Even the extreme Dao fragments that had attacked Lin Xian were sent flying downwards. Lin Xian lowered his head and took a look. Then, he gasped. Kaiser Blood and the others were also stunned. That was his quasi-emperor, who had an extremely terrifying aura. He had killed countless experts along the way. However, in front of such a scene, he was so scared that he almost knelt on the ground. There was a large hall below. It was originally hidden, but because of the collision of extreme weapons, it appeared in the world. The hall was covered with white bones. One of the walls was even made of countless white bones and skulls. Those skulls were all quasi-emperor skulls. Each of them carried the power of the immortal chi fragments. Although tens of thousands of years had passed and that power had long disappeared, there were still some remnants of aura. The surrounding people were shocked when they sensed it. So many quasi-emperors had died. Moreover, they were killed by force and their skulls were piled up here. Who was it? Could it be that the owner of this hall was more powerful than a quasi-emperor? Then there was only one possibility. This was the hall of a great emperor. Only such an existence would be able to do such a thing. Lin Xian was also shocked. This was much more terrifying than the quasi-emperor skulls in the Yellow Spring. After all, there were at least hundreds of quasi-emperors here. This was really a killing god. Suddenly, he was stunned because he found another bone. The white bone hall below, except for the wall, was made of the heads of quasi-emperors. The other places were also filled with white bones. Among them, there was an ancient altar. On the altar, there was a hand bone. That bone. It was crystal clear and blue in color. The cold air on it was extremely terrifying. After countless years, the power of the laws had been wiped out. However, when one looked at it, one's soul seemed to be frozen. Even Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu exclaimed in surprise. What a terrifying power of ice! A glimmer of light shone in his eyes because he also cultivated the power of ice. If he obtained it, he might be able to break through again. Thinking of this, he could not wait to make a move. He waved his hand. It turned into a crescent moon and descended from the sky, enveloping the blue hand bone. The blue bone arm swayed, and a chill covered the sky and covered the earth. The crescent moon was sealed in ice. An ice array also appeared on Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu's palm. Her body stiffened. She hurriedly retreated and shattered the ice. Her face was pale and she spat out blood. Damn it, it was so terrifying. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu's face turned ugly, then she sighed. It seemed that she was not qualified to obtain it. The other quasi-emperors also wanted to try, but when they saw what happened to Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu, they hesitated. Lin Xian smiled. If you don't have the ability, don't snatch such a great opportunity. Because you don't deserve it. What did you say? Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu was furious. However, she was afraid of the weapon in Lin Xian's hand and did not dare to make a move. Take it if you have the guts, she snorted coldly. Lin Xian, however, waved his hand and grabbed downwards. A black vortex appeared on his palm, enveloping the blue hand bone. The blue hand bone released an endless amount of ice, freezing everything in its path. However, in front of the sky-devouring jar, it was still swallowed. Although it was terrifying, it had been tempered for too many years and did not have much power left. The blue hand bone was swallowed, which shocked countless people. Lin Xian was delighted because De Long told him that this blue hand bone was the bone of a supreme. The bone of a supreme. Lin Xian was even more surprised by the power it carried. He was incomparably familiar with it. This was the power of the Nine Yin. They were the bones of the Nine Yin body. Xueqi cultivated this kind of physique, and he was very familiar with it. More importantly, he had the Nine Yang body, so he was able to sense it immediately. Had the Nine Yin divine physique been cultivated to the level of a human sovereign, this was truly beyond his expectations. Xiaochen wondered if he would have the chance to see the Nine Yang body of a human sovereign. He put away the blue hand bone and planned to give it to Xueqi when he met her. Xueqi might be able to rely on this blue hand bone to make a breakthrough and become a quasi-emperor. Damn it, was it taken away? Quasi-emperor Ling Yu's expression turned ugly. The others also cried out in surprise. This brat had an extremely powerful weapon in his hands, which made them incomparably envious. Quasi-emperor Ling Yu said, "What's there to be arrogant about? Aren't you just relying on your weapon? Without that weapon, you would be nothing more than an ant in my eyes." "Oh, really?" Lin Xian also laughed. "Do you really think that you can contend against me without a weapon? Isn't this nonsense?" Quasi-emperor Ling Yu said, "You are at most a quadruple crown king. What qualifications do you have to challenge a quasi-emperor?" Lin Xian shook his head. "Ignorant woman. What did you say?" Quasi-emperor Ling Yu was furious. She stretched out her hand. A crescent moon spun continuously as it charged forward. The entire void shook again. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. They saw that Lin Xian did not create a black vortex at all. Was he going to use his own strength to contend against a quasi-emperor? What a joke. This brat would die miserably. Kaiser Blood and the others did not care. They even sneered. When they looked at quasi-emperor Ling Yu, there was a trace of pity in their eyes. Only those who had truly fought with Lin Xian knew how terrifying he was. Lin Xian did not use the heaven-swallowing jar. Instead, he threw out a punch. Boundless Nine Suns divine fire flickered on his fist and turned into a sun. The terrifying divine fire vast and mighty between heaven and earth collided with Ling Yu's moon. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and heaven and earth kept shaking. The power of ice and fire exploded together. Quasi-emperor Ling Yu was originally disdainful. Ling Yu thought that Yi Qingyu's flame would be instantly frozen. However, when he saw the divine fire, his expression changed. She felt that the power of the moon she struck out seemed to have melted. How was this possible? What kind of flame was this? While she was in a daze, the moon shattered and the punch landed directly on her body. She was sent flying. Her body was charred black and cracks appeared. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth again. Damn it, she was injured. She was actually injured by Yi Qingyu's fist. The surrounding people were also in an uproar. This brat was too incredible. Wasn't he just a quadruple crown champion? How could he defeat a quasi-emperor? The gap between the two of them was extremely huge. Countless people were dumbfounded. Could it be that this brat was a genius? Could he fight someone of a higher level? However, this was the first time in their lives that they saw a quadruple crown champion injuring a quasi-emperor. Your ice is so weak that it doesn't pose any threat to me at all. Now, you know the gap between us, right? Lin Xian looked at Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu and said with a smile. Damn it. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu's expression was ugly, but she did not dare to attack again. She gritted her teeth and wanted to retreat. Lin Xian said, "Do you want to leave?" The illusion of 9 suns circled between heaven and earth. They were like 9 golden crows spreading their wings and flying. Between heaven and earth, there was a sea of fire. Everyone exclaimed when they felt the power of this flame. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu shouted angrily, "You are going too far. What do you want?" Lin Xian said, "You have challenged me time and time again. Do you want to die? If you don't want to, hand over your immortal technique." Yi Qingyu also cultivated the ice immortal technique, which was very suitable for Xueqi. Damn it, you dare to covet my immortal technique? Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu was completely enraged. You are courting death. She shouted angrily, and a crescent moon appeared behind her. The phantom of the moon caused the entire moon palace to shake. Countless people were terrified. The power of the moon. This woman can't be using the power of the moon palace, right? Lin Xian also shouted angrily, 6 paths of reincarnation. An extremely terrifying light shadow appeared in his eyes, shaking heaven and earth. Then, a reincarnation sword appeared and slashed down from the sky. Although it was just an illusion, it shocked many people. Some people even knelt on the ground. Damn it, what is this? Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu's expression became extremely ugly. This was the power of reincarnation. She was so frightened that she turned around and fled. However, how could she escape? The sword fell, and one of her arms was cut off. She was sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on her body, and her arm instantly turned into white bones. She entered the reincarnation sword. She was also severely injured. Lin Xian stepped in the air and pointed his sword forward. Die, or submit? Don't kill me, I admit defeat. I'm willing to hand over an immortal technique. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu said quickly. In the face of life and death, immortal techniques could be given up. Lin Xian snorted coldly. She should have been so obedient from the start. The reincarnation light in his eyes disappeared, and the phantom of the reincarnation sword also vanished. The terrifying reincarnation pressure was gone, and the surrounding people breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, when they looked at Lin Xian, their eyes were filled with fear and awe. This person was too strong. Even ordinary quasi-emperors were no match for him at all. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu took out a scroll and said, Immortal technique, Cold Moon Blade. Lin Xian said. This technique had better not have any mistakes. Otherwise, no matter where you escape to, or the universe, I can kill you. With that, he put away the scroll, turned around, and continued to descend towards the palace of bones below. Quasi-Emperor Ling Yu's face was ugly. Her broken hand bones had regenerated, but she was too ashamed to stay here. She turned around and left. The others also did not dare to get close to Lin Xian. After Lin Xian descended, he used the sky-swallowing jar to block the fragments of the extreme weapon to prevent a sneak attack. At the same time, he used his Rinnegan to look. Under his Rinnegan, he saw a shocking murderous aura. In particular, the heads of those quasi-emperors were roaring crazily. It was a kind of unwillingness. This shocked Lin Xian. Did these quasi-emperors not reincarnate, then have they formed resentful spirits? He was extremely shocked. Just as he was about to open the 6 paths of reincarnation to investigate carefully, something even more terrifying happened. In the depths of the palace, there was an earth-shattering sound. It was a shrill roar that made one's scalp tingle. Endless cracks appeared in the entire void. And in this palace of bones, those blood-colored extreme weapon fragments also quickly floated, seemingly forming a blood-colored scimitar. On the scimitar, an extreme weapon aura condensed. A figure in a blood-red robe, whose face could not be seen clearly. But the murderous aura on his body was extremely terrifying. The moment he appeared, it was as if the god of death had appeared. The surrounding boundary emperors all knelt on the ground. Lin Xian also felt a huge pressure. He roared, and the dragon inside his body roared. An invincible sword will surrounded him. He stared at the figure in front of him. Fear, incomparable fear. This figure had an extremely powerful extreme path power that made his hair stand on end. Was the other party going to attack? Lin Xian took a deep breath and prepared to activate the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the Heaven-Swallowing Jar. That was because this person was incredibly strong, and the threat he felt from King Jadefall was no less than what he felt from King Jadefall. However, at this moment, a figure floated over. Boy, we meet again. Let's go. Lin Xian turned and discovered that it was the Soul Emperor's daughter. The other party said, someone is chasing me from behind. I can use someone else to kill him. You can also borrow a knife. We'll leave together. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure disappeared. Behind him, 3 figures walked over. These 3 people were wearing ancient Taoist robes. Their faces were expressionless and their eyes were hollow. There was a crescent moon between their eyebrows. It was blooming with mysterious moonlight. What was this? Lin Xian was surprised. He felt an extremely ancient and terrifying power. They were from the Moon Clan. Soul Girl ran even faster after saying that. The others were also shocked. The Moon Clan? Could it be related to the Moon Palace? They heard that the Moon Clan had long disappeared. How could they still be alive? The surrounding boundary emperors were also frightened and retreated. Lin Xian took this opportunity to leave. At this moment, the blood-colored figure condensed from the blood-colored scimitar roared and stretched out a blood-colored palm that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. The 3 mysterious Moon Clan members also roared. There was a terrifying moonlight between their eyebrows. The 2 sides actually fought. Lin Xian took this opportunity to retreat. Let's go. The Crown Princess shouted from afar. Lin Xian nodded and left. The 6 boundary emperors also followed him and flew into the distance. A great battle broke out. It was very terrifying. The others were also terrified. The Moon Palace was too terrifying. There were countless ancient powerhouses in it. The King of Jade Drop, the head of a boundary emperor, the fragment of an extreme Dao weapon, and the Lost Moon clan. These people seemed to have their own formations. Once they met, they would fight. Then why did these people come here in the first place? This seemed to be a mystery. In the depths of the Moon Palace, in the mysterious sea, the Dragon Queen's expression was incomparably cold. She said, "Are you really not willing?" In front of her, the statue of the goddess on the mysterious sea also let out a low voice. "You can leave." "Humph, since I'm here, I won't leave so easily." The Dragon Queen shouted angrily, "Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to." With a roar, the dragon chi on his body erupted, and his eyes were like lightning. The 10,000 dragons diagram on his body instantly flew out. The 10,000 dragons roared and launched an extreme Dao attack. The anger of 10,000 dragons was incomparably terrifying. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. In the mysterious sea ahead, an ancient tree appeared. The ancient tree was not big, only a meter or so. It released an incomparably mysterious light. There was actually immortal energy hanging from it. At the same time, the mysterious statue of the goddess seemed to have moved. With a boom, the ancient tree in front charged toward the 10,000 dragons diagram. The 10,000 dragon shadows were blocked, forming countless black holes. The Dragon Queen frowned. "The 7 Wonders ancient tree, it's actually still in your hands. You dare to attack me? Unforgivable." The statue of the goddess coldly snorted. The 7 Wonders ancient tree erupted again, its power sweeping through the world. The Dragon Queen also roared angrily and charged forward. The 2 extreme Dao weapons collided. The power caused the quasi-emperor's scalps to go numb. The 7th Dragon General and the people of the 10,000 Dragons Court could only kneel on the ground and send their power into the 10,000 Dragons diagram. Other than that, they could not do anything else. Boom, a shocking collision of extreme Dao weapons rang out, spreading throughout the entire Moon Palace. The people in the Moon Palace all looked up at the sky. When they felt this aura, they all sucked in a cold breath. What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. Why do I feel like it can easily kill quasi-emperors? These people have all gone crazy. The people of the Gu family sucked in a cold breath. Extreme Dao weapons. And one of them was actually the power of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The 10,000 dragons court also came here, they were too shocked. On the other side, the quasi-emperors beside Lin Xian were also shocked. Even the Soul Emperor's daughter furrowed her eyebrows. Lin Xian's face sank. The 10,000 dragons diagram, is it the Dragon Queen? She actually went to the depths of the Moon Palace. He could feel that this power came from an extremely far place. Clearly, this Moon Palace was boundlessly vast. The Dragon Queen had indeed awakened. Lin Xian was surprised. At the same time, she was shocked. Who was the Dragon Queen fighting against? It was also a super powerful and mysterious power that blocked the 10,000 dragons diagram. From the looks of it, there was also an incredible existence in the Moon Palace. Sensing this aura, the 3 people from the Moon Palace stopped attacking. They quickly flew into the distance, a hint of madness in their eyes. As for the broken full moon scimitar, it soared into the air and charged into the depths of the Moon Palace. "Let's go." The demon god wings appeared on Lin Xian's back. He flapped them and moved at his maximum speed. He wanted to leave this place. However, at this moment, the blood-colored light appeared again in the distance. The broken full moon scimitar actually charged over at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, its target was Lin Xian. Not good, seeing that the extreme Dao weapon had returned, the surrounding people quickly fled. Kaiser Blood and the others also felt their scalps go numb. They also quickly left. Lin Xian frowned because he found that no matter where he went, the full moon scimitar seemed to have locked onto him. Damn it, it was coming for him. He snorted coldly and struck out with his sword to block it. With a clang, the sword chi was bounced away. The fragments of the extreme weapon seemed to want to merge together and completely recover. In the end, the fragments quickly scattered when they approached Lin Xian, forming an encirclement. It enveloped Lin Xian. It was coming for that kid. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all exclaimed in surprise. Not good, Lin Gongzi, be careful. Quasi-Emperor Mandela and the others also exclaimed. They watched from afar. But no one dared to get close. A fragment of the extreme weapon could pierce through them. Lin Xian also frowned. There was a terrifying black vortex around him, bobbing up and down. At the same time, a monster sword chi rose from his body. Why was this thing targeting him? Was it because he had an extreme weapon? But it shouldn't be. He also fought just now, but the opponent still left. But in the end, it came back to wait for him. The last thing it used was the demon god's wings. Could it be related to demonic chi? He once again used his demonic chi to form the demonic chi armor. The overwhelming demonic power swept in all directions. And the fragments of the full moon scimitar shook violently. The endless murderous aura seemed to condense into a figure. It was a figure in a blood-red robe, like a killing god. As soon as this figure appeared, a terrifying murderous intent locked onto Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. Damn it, it couldn't be related to the demon emperor, right? Sure enough. As if sensing the demonic chi behind this figure, it also condensed into the phantom of the demon emperor. As soon as he appeared, countless people were terrified. Damn it, another phantom appeared. There was an expert behind this brat. The surrounding quasi-emperors felt their scalps go numb. Even the sole emperor's daughter was surprised. What kind of changes would happen next? Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. The devil emperor really had a lot of enemies back then. The half-frog from before was related to the demon emperor, and now the owner of this extreme weapon fragment was also related to the demon emperor. In his heart, he asked DeLong, who was the devil emperor in the past. How many enemies were there? DeLong said. He had already become a demon, so he had no misgivings when doing things. Back then, he seemed to have become the enemy of the entire world. Lin Xian's face darkened. Why did he feel that cultivating the illusion demon scripture was a huge trap? Who are you? I have no enmity with you. I am no longer the demon emperor from back then. Lin Xian said coldly. I am the moon goddess. That figure also spoke. It was actually a woman, which surprised everyone. Lin Xian was even more surprised. Moon goddess? The other party was indeed arrogant for daring to come up with such a name. However, from this, it could be seen that this woman was at least a martial monarch back then. Was such a person also an enemy of the devil emperor? You're not him. You've cultivated his cultivation method. The moon goddess in front of him said coldly. However, the killing intent in her eyes didn't seem to disappear, which made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Lin Xian said. I'm indeed not the devil emperor, so what enmity did we have back then? I don't know either. Lin Xian really didn't know. He didn't even know if the moon goddess was from the Permitha realm. However, the moon palace was so strange now. If it fought with a martial monarch's phantom, who knew what would happen? Of course, if the other party insisted on fighting, Lin Xian wasn't afraid. At most, it would be a fight. Enmity? The moon goddess suddenly sneered. Her voice made one's soul tremble. Even though you're not him, you've still cultivated his cultivation method. Furthermore, you've even condensed an illusion of him. I don't believe that he's really dead. I want to see if he will come to save you in the end. The moon goddess wanted to attack. The surrounding fragments of the full moon blade exploded with terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian's face changed. You want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end, he snorted coldly. The sky-devouring jar swallowed the sky and earth, blocking the fragments of the extreme weapon. At this moment, the moon goddess in front of him slapped with her palm. You're still too young. You're no match for me. Feeling the power of this palm, Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. He condensed sword chi in his hands and slashed out. The power of the great dragon sword's soul exploded. With a clang, he blocked the palm. The moon goddess retracted her palm and looked in front of her with incomparable surprise. The power of the great dragon sword, you actually have it? she was really shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although I'm not a quasi-emperor, it won't be that easy for you to catch me. The sword chi on his body became more and more terrifying, as if it was going to pierce through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a supreme sword god. What an arrogant kid. I want to see how far you can use the power of the great dragon sword. The moon goddess phantom took a step forward and was about to attack. At this moment, another shocking attack came from the depths of the moon palace. The collision of extreme weapons caused the entire moon palace to shake violently. The moon goddess turned her head and looked into the distance. Her brows furrowed slightly. At the same time, there seemed to be a heavenly sound between heaven and earth. Is it summoning me? The moon goddess was stunned. Then, she waved her hand and the full moon scimitar condensed under her feet again. She soared into the sky. Kid, I'll remember you. Don't even think about escaping. After saying that, the moon goddess cut through the void and disappeared. Did she leave? The surrounding people all heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned deeply. Just now, he also felt that the voice seemed to be a kind of summoning. Who was summoning the moon goddess? Was it because of the collision of extreme weapons inside? Also, who was the Dragon Queen's enemy? How many great emperors were buried in this moon palace, in the depths of the moon palace? A stone door that was incomparably heavy. Behind the stone door was a world of its own. It was also a hall. The surrounding starry sky of the universe flickered mysteriously. A figure stood in the hall. Her face was beautiful, and there were 365 golden vortexes spinning around her body. It was Xianxia. At this moment, she was holding a jade flute in her hand and gently blowing it. The mysterious and summoning voice came from the jade flute. At this moment, the stone door behind her opened, and a bloody figure rushed in. The moon goddess looked forward. Are you summoning me? Xianxia put down the jade flute in her hand. She turned her head, and a mysterious light appeared in her eyes. At the same time, 365 mysterious figures sat cross-legged beside her. The heavenly sound was heard again. It's you! The moon goddess exclaimed. She was extremely surprised. That's right, I'm here. I want to accept the inheritance of the divine path. I want to ignite the divine flame. Xianxia said coldly. No problem. The moon goddess phantom walked over. A rune of the moon appeared between her eyebrows, and then turned into a flaming moon. That was the power of the divine flame, a complete divine flame. It was not a seed. If Lin Xian were here, he would be shocked. It seemed that the moon goddess was a great emperor who walked the divine path back then. And now, she was going to help Xianxia open the path of the divine path with her own hands. Moon Palace. The mysterious ocean. The Dragon Queen's expression became extremely ugly. Although she had the 10,000 dragons picture, the other party also had the 7 wonders ancient tree. It was not weaker than an extreme Dao weapon. Therefore, she didn't have the upper hand at all. More importantly, she was still frozen by the god crystal and hadn't woken up yet. And the other party was one of the masters of the moon palace. If they continued fighting, she would probably be suppressed. So she snorted coldly. Xianxia, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really not willing to cooperate? No. The goddess statue in front of her said coldly. Fine, just you wait. When Brother Tian returns, he will flatten your moon palace. The Brother Tian she was talking about was naturally the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Queen still believed that the Dragon Emperor was not dead. And he should be in the depths of the deity ground. Even if the Dragon Emperor comes, my answer will be the same. The Xianxia in front of her said coldly. Let's go. The Dragon Queen turned around and left with the people of the 10,000 dragons court. The 10,000 dragons picture turned into a divine dragon that shattered heaven and earth and disappeared. The mysterious ocean fell silent again, and the goddess statue in front of her whispered. Just now, she seemed to have sensed the aura of the demon emperor. Was he here too? In the next moment, lightning flashed in her eyes, turning into 2 streaks of immortal chi that pierced through heaven and earth. She looked into the distance. She saw a man in the moon palace, surrounded by demonic chi that was slowly disappearing. For Crown King's cultivation shouldn't be that of the Demon Emperor. Was he his successor? The Xianxia didn't care at first. It was normal for a great emperor to have a successor. But when she saw Lin Xian's appearance, her body trembled. How was that possible? The statue on her body quickly shattered, and then a beautiful woman walked out. This woman was like a fairy of the moon. She had a cold aura about her. Her beautiful face was unprecedented in the human world. How could it be him? In the next moment, she held the Seven Wonders ancient tree and waved it gently. A streak of immortal chi flew out. Outside. After the moon god left, the surrounding people heaved a sigh of relief. How was that the moon god? She was simply a god of death. Lin Xian also frowned. What was the moon god's relationship with the Palace of Bones? He couldn't help but feel that the other party's killing intent was simply too terrifying. Just as he was about to ask DeLong, the void suddenly split open again, and a terrifying power emerged. This power wasn't any weaker than an extreme weapon. The moment he appeared, the surrounding quasi-emperors vomited blood and were sent flying. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. D***, was the moon goddess here again? They had gone too far, he roared angrily and threw out the sky-devouring jar. At the same time, sword chi swept out. It collided with the terrifying light. With a loud clang, Lin Xian's chi and blood roiled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was dumbfounded. What kind of power was this? It was too scary. The great dragon sword's soul was invincible, but it was unable to break through the other party's defenses. The great dragon in his body said. This was immortal energy. Immortal chi, Lin Xian was astonished. Only great emperors had immortal energy. Had a living great emperor made a move? It was too unbelievable. Whether it was the frog that had been sealed or the moon god, they were both incomplete emperors. But now, was a real great emperor about to make a move? Immortal energy descended like chains, shrouding Lin Xian. In the next moment, he was taken away. Boom boom. The void shattered, and it took a long time for it to slowly recover. The surrounding quasi-emperors raised their heads, their faces filled with horror. Was it a great emperor who made a move? It was too unbelievable. Let's go, let's escape. We can't stay in the Moon Palace. Previously, they were here to search for treasures, but now they realized that the Moon Palace was even more terrifying than hell. They desperately wanted to leave. Where was Lin Gongzi? Quasi-Emperor Mandala and the others were also shocked. Kaiser Blood said. It seemed that he had been taken away by the great emperor. It was over. He was doomed. Although they had seen Lin Xian's miraculous abilities. Compared to a great emperor, everything was nothing. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he couldn't defeat a great emperor. The 6 quasi-emperors shook their heads and sighed. A top genius had fallen, and they could only leave. Lin Xian was also shocked when he was shrouded by immortal energy. The great emperor attacked him again. Was this the power of a great emperor? It was too unbelievable. Even if he used the heaven-swallowing jar and other extreme weapons, he couldn't block it. However, the other party didn't kill him, but took him away. Why? Did the great emperor of the Permitha realm want to seal him again? Lin Xian's face was incomparably cold. If it was really the Permitha realm, then he would risk his life to enter the sword world and use all his strength to resist. He wouldn't be sealed again, Dalong said. Kid, don't act rashly. It might not be someone from the Permitha realm. In the next moment, the void broke open, and a stream of immortal energy brought Lin Xian into the front. Lin Xian stopped and looked around. It was empty and dark all around, and there was a mysterious sea in front of him. Above the mysterious sea stood a beautiful figure. She looked like a fairy from the moon. Beside her was an ancient tree with a mysterious aura surrounding it. It was very similar to the one beside Lin Xian. An ancient tree surrounded by immortal energy? This was an extreme weapon. Lin Xian was shocked. Then, this woman must be the great emperor. Guanghan Celestial waved her hand and the immortal energy brought Lin Xian in front of her. The two of them were less than 10 meters apart. Lin Xian sensed the aura in front of him. He asked solemnly. Who are you? Are you from the Permitha realm? Guanghan Celestial didn't reply. She just stared at Lin Xian and didn't stop. This made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Who are you? Lin Xian hollered in rage, like a dragon's roar. 10,000 dragons roared. Guanghan Celestial frowned. Why do you have the aura of the dragon path? If she wasn't wrong, he couldn't have it. Lin Xian scoffed coldly. I have the aura of the dragon path, so what? He stepped forwards and dragon-shaped sword energy exploded. A terrifying aura roared in all directions. It was actually the power of the great dragon sword. It seems like you aren't from the 10,000 Dragon Court. You know about the 10,000 Dragon Court? Was the Dragon Queen fighting with you just now? Lin Xian was shocked too. His eyes had the power of reincarnation as he looked around to capture the aura. As expected, he saw the aura of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The Dragon Queen was here just now. Great Dragon Sword, Eye of Reincarnation, you really have many things on you. Guanghan Celestial was shocked. Let me ask you, do you know Lin Zhan? Where is he? Lin Xian was stunned. You know my father? He was really stunned. Could it be that this was his father's enemy in the past? You are Lin Zhan's son? Guanghan Celestial frowned. After not seeing him for so many years, did he already get married and have children? A cold light appeared in her eyes, piercing through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's blood boiled. The devouring vortex around him seemed to have been split open. Who are you? Do you have a grudge against my father? Humph, don't even think about suppressing me and threatening my father. I will leave even if I have to risk my life. Dragon scales appeared on Lin Xian's body. He wanted to merge with the dragon's soul and tear apart the sky. Guanghan Celestial didn't attack. Mist appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, she hollered, Lin Zhan, why didn't you wait for me? End of chapter 5642. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.